This audiobook contains 0 censored sentences and 47 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Ojusama Kagaya had said this to her maid. After hearing that, Hayasaka's expression changed. For a moment, she couldn't even tell whether she was in love with Sakurai Saki or with Shinomiya Kagaya. Look at the situation. Even the confession had been prompted by Kagaya-sama, all the plans before that were orchestrated by her. Now, even the date was being directed by Kagaya. It felt as if this entire romance was just a task assigned by her master. However, her master's request did happen to align with Hayasaka's own feelings. In truth, she also really wanted to go on a date with Sakurai Saki, so following Kagaya's instructions wasn't really a problem. But at the moment, a serious issue stood before Hayasaka AI. It seemed like Sakurai Saki wasn't actually in a romantic relationship with her. Hayasaka AI had that feeling. Let's take a simple example. The content of the text messages between them this morning was as follows. Hayasaka AI. Good morning, Sakurai-chan wa moi, with a selfie and a heart gesture Sakurai-chan. The one I love the most. Good morning, and then? Did he send anything else? That's it. Just that one sentence. Can you believe it? Hayasaka. No different from before. They've been greeting each other good morning and good night for months now, and this morning was no exception. At most, she had sent a few extra pictures. Hayasaka AI brushed her hair back, thinking about how to invite Sakurai Saki on a date. Sakurai Saki stared out the window. How should I go on a date with AI-chan? The first step after becoming lovers should be going on a date. Even though Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka AI had a pretty good relationship, they had never hung out alone. The only time they had gone out together was during the school trip, but that was a group event, which meant Sakurai Saki had technically gone on a date with several hundred people at once. So Sakurai Saki really wanted to go out and have fun with his girlfriend, but he didn't know how to bring it up. Then he remembered today's superpower. Use a crow to send her a letter. Or maybe control cockroaches to form the words, "Let's date," as a subtle hint. Sakurai Saki smacked his forehead. Sakurai Saki, are you an idiot? A cropped circle-style invitation? Other than being weird, there was absolutely nothing good about that. What kind of girl would be happy receiving an invitation like that? Wait, Chica might be. She did love bizarre things after all. But this time, the person he needed to invite wasn't Chica, it was AI-chan. Better just say it straight. Sakurai Saki turned his head toward AI-chan and realized that she was also looking at him. Hayasaka-san, are you free on Saturday? Hayasaka AI began to process what he just said. Was this a date invitation? But Kagaya-sama had ordered her to go on a date today. If they changed it to Saturday, then wouldn't that fail to interfere with Sakurai's academic performance? No, wait. Why was she even worrying about that in the first place? It's not like she was dating Kagaya-sama. She almost let herself get dragged off course again. I'm free. Why do you ask? Want to go see a movie together? Sakurai Saki said it straight out. Shinomiya Kagaya had been closely observing the situation from the sidelines. She was reading Sakurai Saki's lips. Fortunately, she had studied lip reading during her free time in the past. A movie on Saturday? What about the upcoming exams? And also Hayasaka, why did you already agree? Kagaya hurriedly pulled out her phone to send a message. Don't accept it. Unfortunately, Hayasaka AI completely ignored it. Seeing this, Kagaya sighed. She felt like Hayasaka no longer loved her anymore. Go on your date then. Hope the two of you drown in your sea of love. Ukavai koto. Even though Shinomiya Kagaya felt slightly bitter inside, she still granted Hayasaka AI a day off on Saturday. She had made unreasonable demands of Hayasaka many times before, so this could be considered karma. But if they couldn't go on a date today, Hayasaka could still talk or text with him in the evening. She had heard that couples in love often talked on the phone for hours. Especially during the honeymoon phase, they could go on for several hours straight. In such a situation, Who could possibly study properly? Anyway, Shinomiya Kagaya didn't believe it was possible. She continued typing on her phone. After typing a few lines, Kagaya deleted them. All she decided she would give personal commands to Hayasaka AI after returning home. PE class in the afternoon ended. After changing, Sakurai Saki picked up his bag and headed toward the student council room. Today's PE lesson had been apparatus gymnastics. A bunch of male students were tumbling and doing backward jumps. Sakurai Saki tried out a few routines as well. His physical fitness was excellent. His Boda's flexibility was beyond that of normal people. Speaking of sports, they couldn't not mention the May Sports Ball Festival at the end of the month. Unlike the usual sports day, this one only included ball games. It lasted a single day, with events divided by class. If they wanted, a class could register for every sport. Basketball, soccer, baseball, badminton, volleyball. This didn't directly involve the student council much, but it wasn't completely unrelated either. In short, that guy Shirogane would probably soon be entering zombie mode again, with dark circles around his eyes. That was what Sakurai Saki had thought until he stepped into the student council room and saw the face of Shirogane Miyuki. Shirogane. He was back to how he looked before Golden Week, actually even worse. That overworked black company employee about to die any moment now look wasn't something just anyone could achieve. Yakumo Shiro had said before, Shirogane Miyuki had reached a strange equilibrium between life and death so pitiful it was almost funny. Shirogane, what were you doing yesterday? Sakurai Saki asked out of curiosity. That competition maniac definitely stayed up late studying again, but just how late, Sakurai Saki couldn't guess. I got caught in a downpour yesterday. My house was leaking like crazy. I couldn't sleep all night. Shirogane Miyuki sighed. He had planned to study, but his family conditions didn't allow it. Sakurai Saki was aware of his situation. Compared to Gabriel's crumbling apartment, Shirogane's place was only slightly better. Wait, speaking of which, was Gabchan's house okay? Should be fine, right? Even an angel shouldn't drown from rain, right? In that condition, you still finished all your homework? Shuchiin's assignments weren't exactly light. In Japan, even though they said they wanted to reduce pressure on students, the amount of homework never really went down, and going to cram school after regular classes wasn't rare either. How did you sleep last night? Shirogane asked, seeing that Sakurai looked okay. I slept over at the quintuplets place. Sakurai Saki answered honestly. Shirogane. Ooh. The hand Shirogane was using to approve documents froze. He had a bad feeling. Was his best friend seriously about to become a scumbag? Things between him and Hayasaka AI and Fujiwara Chico weren't even resolved yet, and now there were 5 more? Chapter 117. Shirogane Miyuki, the volleyball boy inside the student council room. After thinking for a while, Shirogane Miyuki started the conversation. Hey Sakurai. What I said to you last time, that even if you're going to be a scumbag, you should do it in a clear and transparent way. I said that so you wouldn't mess around with a girl's feelings, not because I was actually encouraging you to become a scumbag. In Shirogane Miyuki's heart, Sakurai Saki was actually a good person, or rather, not inherently bad. Though he often displayed unpleasant sides of his personality, at the very least he still managed to maintain a respectable exterior. Now that you mention it, I should thank you. What you said back then really woke me up. At the time, Sakurai Saki felt like the clouds had cleared and the sky brightened. Everything suddenly made sense. But don't you think you went a bit too far? Right now, I only like 2 girls. That's not enough to be called a scumbag, is it? Sakurai Saki turned around and handed him a cup of coffee. A while later, Ishigami Yu, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, walked in. Ishigami, Miyuki-senpai, Sakurai-senpai, good afternoon, he said timidly, then sat down beside the sofa and turned on his game console. Sakurai Saki also handed him a cup of coffee. He had prepared 4 in total. Read any books lately? A little bit. Ishigami, you didn't lie. Lately, while playing games, had also spent a bit of time studying. Not much, maybe about an hour a day, and that included time spent doing homework. That's how people are. They swing between moments of high spirit and phases of giving up and waiting for death. With no one pushing him, Ishigami had reverted to his original nature. Habits aren't easy to form. Shirogane Miyuki looked up, greeted Ishigami first, then resumed the earlier conversation. It was all guys here, and everyone kept their mouths shut, so there was nothing to worry about. Sakurai, I think this whole playing both sides thing is already pretty awful. Shirogane Miyuki's words made Ishigami pause. Ishigami, what were Miyuki-senpai and Sakurai-senpai talking about? Really? I think it's pretty normal. If everyone involved agrees, then clearly it's the better choice. Sakurai Saki said, then gave an example. Gal game. You know it, right, Shirogane? Gal game. Omo, I've looked into it. Shirogane nodded. And Ishigami, you was a huge fan of those otaku games. Seeing him nod, Sakurai Saki continued. A game with multiple routes to conquer different characters, but in most cases, you can only pick one. Ishigami felt like he got it. So they were talking about Gal game? Now, this was his domain. In this student council, who understood how to conquer Bishujo better than him? Only counting the 2D world, of course. Sakurai-senpai wants to play the harem route? Ishigami thought they were talking about a game. Play? My feelings are serious, not some fling. Sakurai Saki retorted. This guy's really committed to the role. Ishigami, you felt like even when he played games, had never gotten that deep into character. If you pick the harem route, the male protagonist gets labeled as a scumbag. Ishigami put his game console down. The single route gives off a purer sense of love. Ishigami, you is a warrior of pure love. Ishigami, think about it. If I choose one of the two, someone will definitely be left behind. What's she supposed to do? Marry another man? Or live alone for the rest of her life? Can't you switch routes halfway through? Ishigami, you asked, puzzled. It's not like you can only play a game once. Switch routes? Isn't that even more scumbag-like? Sakurai Saki looked at his junior with a disappointed expression. Choosing only one, no matter what, won't end well. The girl I like ending up loving and marrying a complete stranger. If you guys can accept that, then go ahead. If your hearts don't align, you can't walk the path together. Ishigami, you started to think. Could it be that choosing the single route in a game is, in a way, also an act of heartlessness? The heroines you could have pursued, but didn't, are they just going to end up with some random NPC? That part is never mentioned in the story. These days, even famous actresses and seiyuu end up marrying office workers. It's not impossible for female characters in games to marry regular people either, right? It's not like the protagonist picked her, so doesn't she have the right to love someone else? After thinking it through, Ishigami looked up and said seriously, Sakurai-senpai, I think being a scumbag is still better. Ishigami, Shirogane Miyuki, hearing the conversation, snapped. You two are underestimating how girls feel. No girl wants to be dragged into some guy's harem. Besides, our country doesn't allow polygamy. Treating girls like something to be divided up, that's just wrong. I already said, it's only if the girls agree to it, Sakurai Saki emphasized. Hearing that, Ishigami, you pondered. But none of us have a girlfriend, so what's the point of discussing this? Silence. The atmosphere suddenly went quiet. As the other two stared at him, Ishigami felt like ants were crawling down his spine. What? Did I say something wrong? Sorry, Ishigami. Sakurai. He already has a girlfriend, Shirogane Miyuki said with a voice full of sorrow. He had always known this day would come, but he hadn't expected it to come so soon. He has, huh? A girlfriend? At first, Ishigami's brain couldn't process it. The next second, his expression looked as if he had just seen a ghost. Unthinkable. If Sakurai-senpai was really dating Fujiwara-senpai, then what kind of place would this student council room become? Up until now, he could casually scold Fujiwara-senpai, but now, the senpai he deeply respected, Sakurai-senpai, and Cancer of Earth Fujiwara-senpai, had become a couple. How was he supposed to insult her anymore? That's right. Ishigami, you believe that the person Sakurai Saki was dating was Fujiwara Chika. As for Hayasaka AI, all he knew was that she played games with Sakurai Saki, and when she did, she was just like him, a cold-blooded killing machine. So strong that she had gotten her account mistakenly banned multiple times. An online gaming buddy versus someone who is constantly close in the student council room. How could those even compare? The person Sakurai Senpai would choose. Wasn't it obviously Fujiwara Senpai? Even if she acted a bit dumb. Anyone could clearly see her relationship with Sakurai Saki. You couldn't win. No matter how you thought about it, there was no way to win. Just as Sakurai Saki was about to explain things further to Ishigami, the door opened. Soft pink hair, a signature black ribbon. Chika-chan had just stepped into the room, twirled once on the spot, and then, with a beaming face, jumped into Sakurai Saki's arms. Chika! Seeing this scene, Ishigami became even more convinced of what he was thinking. Isn't that Ishigami-kun? Fujiwara-senpai, if you're going to show affection to Sakurai-senpai, could you do it somewhere else? Ishigami, overwhelmed by the stench of love, pinched his nose. I'm about to suffocate here. This is just a friendly hug, not some public display of affection, Chika emphasized. Sakurai Saki let her go. The harem topic from earlier, with a girl present. It probably couldn't continue. So Sakurai changed the subject. For the sports festival, are you guys planning to sign up for any events? Not interested. Ishigami was the first to decline. But if Sakurai-senpai needs cheering, I can come help support. Participation in the sports festival wasn't mandatory. Quite a few people didn't sign up. But those types often ended up isolated for being unsociable. Ishigami was already isolated anyway, so he didn't care. What about you, Saki-kun? Which event are you choosing? Probably volleyball? I'm pretty familiar with it. Sakurai Saki usually played as the main attacker. Ooh, what about the president, Shirogane? I'm not good with sports, but I'll go with volleyball too this time. Shirogane Miyuki sorted through the stack of approved documents, stretched, then sat down by the sofa. Chika, then I'll choose volleyball too. Shirogane, we're not in the same class, right? We might end up facing each other then. Sakurai Saki pointed out. This time, it was a class versus class tournament. That's fine. I'm not that used to volleyball, so I probably won't be much of a match for you. Shirogane sipped his coffee. Sakurai's coffee was as delicious as always. At that moment, Fujiwara Chika seemed to latch onto a key word. A little bit. The last time President Shirogane sang, he also said he was only a little bit bad at it. Now, Chika smelled danger. But unfortunately, Sakurai Saki didn't notice. Then let's practice volleyball a bit together. Chika, come train with us too. Chika hesitated. President Shirogane was a bomb that could explode at any moment. But she didn't want to reject Sakurai Saki's invitation. No matter how bad the president was in music, that only applied to music, right? When it came to sports, it should be a different story. Let's hope so. Chapter 118. The right way to gossip over the phone Tuesday night. Hayasaka AI was still doing her usual maid duties chatting with her Oju-sama. However, today Kagaya-sama was acting a little strange. It was clearly Tuesday night, with a test coming up on Wednesday, yet she gave up on studying. Before entering the room, Hayasaka AI adjusted her maid outfit, then pushed open the door. At the study desk, she saw her mistress Shinomiya Kagaya. She had a book in her hand, her mouth murmuring key points, but her eyes were subconsciously glancing over at her. As expected, this person wasn't studying seriously at all. Normal students would never skip a last-minute sprint study session, but AI-chan's mistress wasn't normal. Right now, she was about to do something that would hurt someone else without benefiting herself. That was making Hayasaka AI call Sakurai Saki to chat, thereby disrupting his study schedule. As for whether Hayasaka Ace grades would be affected, the answer was probably no. AI-chan's academic performance was always stable, consistently right in the middle of the rankings. Sakurai Saki sometimes suspected that she was deliberately controlling her grades. Everyone knew being good at studying didn't mean being formidable. But someone who could consistently keep their scores perfectly average was usually a hidden master, like one of those protagonists pretending to be average. Ayana Kujikyotaka. However, the reason Hayasaka AI controlled her grades was simply to match the persona she had built. At school, she played the role of a gyru, an Ajaira who worked part-time every day, yet still had excellent academic results. Well, That just sounded too unrealistic. Hayasaka, you're here, Shinomiya Kagaya said with a face full of excitement. Kagaya, she was really looking forward to doing something bad. But mostly, she was curious about the content of the conversation between her maid and her boyfriend. In a way, she was the most enthusiastic shipper of the Hayasaka AI and Sakurai Saki couple in the entire school. Kagaya-sama, he's my boyfriend. Hayasaka AI reminded her. Why are you so excited? Anyone who didn't know better might think you're the one dating Sakurai-chan. I'm not stealing him from you. Hayasaka, what are you so scared of? Shinomiya Kagaya recalled having once said something like this is the person I like. A bit too possessive, aren't you? What if one day she broke up with General Affairs Sakurai, and this crybaby maid of hers showed up at the door with a gun to seek justice? And General Affairs Sakurai couldn't handle a gun at that point. They'd probably end up on the front page. The headline would be, Scumbag boyfriend shot dead by girlfriend. Should Japan's gun control laws be loosened? If boyfriends had guns too, could they defend themselves and survive? Hayasaka, the more Kagaya spoke, the more suspicious Hayasaka became. We're just joking. Hayasaka, don't worry. We're as close as sisters. Borrowing your boyfriend to play a bit won't hurt. Just going out for a meal do I really need to give a reason? Those kinds of situations weren't entirely impossible. Come on, Hayasaka, give me the phone. Kagaya commanded. Kaguya-sama, do you even know how to use a smartphone? Nope. Shinomiya Kagaya answered without hesitation. She was still using a flip phone. She had used it since she was little, and it contained many of her memories. She had taken quite a few photos over the past year or two. Now that you mention it, has Kagaya-sama ever thought of changing phones? Every time Hayasaka AI had to contact her, it was a hassle. Flip phones couldn't use line, so communication outside of phone calls was limited to email. These days, who the hell uses email to talk with friends? My phone still works fine. Kagaya was a nostalgic type of person. The student council has a line group. It makes communication way easier. This app? Yeah. Hearing that, Kagaya tried opening AI-chan's line and then saw the nickname she gave Sakurai Saki, reading out loud, Sakurai-chan, the one I love the most. This name is so cheesy it's killing me. She got goosebumps all over. Does Hayasaka have no shame? This picture so revealing. Shinomiya Kagaya tapped on the photo and commented, also, the dimensions are all wrong. I heard there's an app called Photoshop. Huh? The phone in Kagaya's hand was snatched away. Oh, AI-chan's face turned beet red as she grabbed her phone back. No, I was just getting the good part. Kagaya started whining. I have size C. That's way bigger than Kagaya-sama say. Hayasaka, AI, said through gritted teeth. Huh? Kagaya's expression changed. She was a bit pissed. That thing, when it comes down to it, weren't they just two lumps of excess fat? A little less meant a more slender figure anyway. Besides, she wasn't that far behind. I heard Fujiwara has an F. Shinomiya Kagaya muttered softly. Hey, see. After saying that, both fell silent at the same time. Kagaya and Hayasaka better not hurt each other any further. Call him, or else there won't be enough time. Shinomiya Kagaya reminded. It was already 8:30 p.m. By now Sakurai Saki was definitely studying. Interrupting his studying was only part of the goal. What mattered more was to fill his head with thoughts of love, so that when he entered the exam room tomorrow, he'd be racking his brain with memories of tonight instead. Hayasaka AI very rarely called Sakurai Saki directly. The two were more used to chatting while killing people in-game. Under Kagaya's urging eyes, Hayasaka AI pressed the call button. Just a few seconds later, Sakurai Saki's voice came through. AI-chan, why are you calling at this hour? Because my annoying mistress wants to listen to us talk, that's why. Ayazaka, I sighed inwardly. Kagaya, meanwhile, was gesturing beside her, signaling for her to turn on speaker mode. Let me hear too. Hayasaka AI turned on speaker and raised the volume. Why aren't you saying anything? Shy. On the other end, the sound of a pen scribbling on paper could be heard. Kagaya heard him working on homework and instantly felt uneasy. She wasn't doing any studying, but he was converted relatively. For every question he solved, she was falling 2 behind. This was the theory of relativity applied to exam prep. Kagaya nudged Hayasaka AI in the waist, signaling her to say something already. I missed you, Hayasaka. A's face flushed red, now suffering double the torture. Being lovey-dovey with her boyfriend was already embarrassing enough, and now she had to do it while her mistress stared at her. What the hell kind of humiliating play was this? AI-chan, have you been reviewing properly? The monthly exam is tomorrow, you know. The topic took a sharp turn straight away from romance. If this continued, their phone call would turn into a study session. Kagaya shook AI-chan's shoulders like mad. I did some reading earlier. Now, I just want to relax and chat with you for a bit. AI-chan didn't want to keep talking about studying either. Then I'll relax a bit too. The sound of a pen being put down and a book closing could be heard from the other end. Shinomiya Kagaya was so happy, she nearly jumped up. Let's go watch a movie on Saturday. Do you have anything you want to see? AI-chan? There's nothing in particular. But as long as I get to watch it with you, they'll be happy. Hayasaka AI naturally acted sweet with her boyfriend. Then she instantly noticed Shinomiya Kagaya's face looked like she just swallowed a fly. AI-chan was speechless. If you didn't want to see people act lovey-dovey, why come spy on them? Kaguya-sama, are you some kind of who enjoys being emotionally abused? Hayasaka AI turned the phone's mic volume down to the lowest setting and whispered, Kagaya-sama, don't you want to be first place this time? That snapped Kagaya back to her senses. Now is not the time to be slacking off. She rushed back to her study desk and started reviewing again. But behind her, the syrupy sweet chatter between Hayasaka AI and Sakurai Saki made it impossible to focus. Just like that, Shinomiya Kagaya spent a completely useless night in terms of studying. Today's victory, Shinomiya Kagaya's, successfully dragged Sakurai Saki down till neither of them studied properly. Chapter 119. Shijo Maki wants to turn the tables. The monthly exam had ended. On Friday, beneath the lecture building, a white bulletin board was surrounded by students. This time the rankings are the same as usual. A female student remarked. President Shirogane is still doing great as always, and so is Shinomiya-san. As for Sakurai-san, I heard he had a headache on Wednesday, so he didn't do well on the test, her friend replied. A male student sneered. Headache? You're right. You didn't know? He went straight to the infirmary after the test. If you don't know, don't talk crap. TCH, average looking but insanely confident. JK, the friend beside him patted his shoulder and whispered, that's a fan of general affairs, Sakurai. Don't mess with her. She doesn't take things well. Many students were discussing the top 3 of the rankings. The student council had taken all top 3 spots, and it seemed like no one really cared who was ranked 4th. Behind the crowd, 2 girls were also looking at the rankings. Maki were 4th and 5th again this time. Looks like everyone only cares about those 3. No one ever mentions us, said the short-haired girl with a red hair clipped Kashiwagi Nagisa. She was the president of the volunteer club, which currently had only 2 members, herself and Shijo Maki. A pretty small number. Who knew if this odd club would ever recruit a male student in the far future? Hopefully not, because a one-boy, two-girl setup is full of White Lotus drama and angst-filled love triangles. Shijo Maki's gaze lingered long on the 3rd place ranking before her. It's not like I care about scores or anything. That was a lie. Right now, Shijo Maki was on the verge of bursting into tears. Maki inside. She had been stuck at 4th place for far too long. She had clearly worked so hard, so why couldn't she win? She wanted to cry, but couldn't cry. Maki used the sleeve of her uniform to wipe her eyes, trying not to let the tears fall. If only she could make it into the top 3, that would be so nice. At least the top 3 spots get attention. But 4th place, this spot is just so awkward. Neither up nor down, just stuck here. One more step and she'd be in the top 3, standing alongside Shirogane Miyuki and Shinomiya Kagaya. But if she dropped out of the top 10, no one would care about her rank anymore. They just see it as going through the motions. But fourth place was like being trapped. General Affairs Sakurai was sick and still scored higher than me. Shijo Maki's eyes turned red as she tugged Kashiwagi Nagisa away from board. After she left, the student council arrived together. Shinomiya Kagaya looked at the ranking board. Era third place again. Sakurai-san, I heard you had a headache that day. What a pity. If you'd done a bit better, maybe you could have taken first place. She looked calm on the outside, but inside she was so happy she could dance. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I kept second place. Shinomiya Kagaya had completely forgotten that her original goal was to get first. Third place, huh? It's okay. I don't really care much about exams anyway, Sakurai Saki said with a blank expression. Though he acted like he didn't care, the frustration inside him was something only he knew. That day's exam, the side effects of his superpower gave him a splitting headache, literally. So, Shinomiya-san actually cares that much about exams? Shirogane, and I didn't even review it all before the test, Sakurai said, glancing over at Shirogane Miyuki. President Shirogane held back the joy in his heart, cleared his throat lightly, then calmly said, Omo, we're the type who don't review before exams in order to keep our mental and physical state at its best. You think I'm a kid who would believe that crap? Shinomiya Kagaya clenched her teeth. Kagaya, if she hadn't told Hayasaka to call and distract Sakurai, she might have actually believed them. But even if Hayasaka hadn't made that call, Kagaya already knew full well. There's no way these two exam monsters didn't study. Only an idiot would believe that. Or I clearly didn't study either, just like President Shirogane and Saki-kun. So why did my score drop? Secretary Fujiwara said in confusion beside them. Chika, Kagaya, it's an idiot. This naive girl had completely believed the lies of the two, and had spent the 2 days before the exam playing a newly bought board game with her little sister, not studying at all. Thankfully, she had at least done her homework. Cough, it's just physiology. Shirogane Miyuki lied as casually as Sakurai Saki breathed. Well, not everyone is suited to that method. Sakurai Saki lied as effortlessly as Hayasaka AI. What about you? Kagaya-san, you didn't study either? Fujiwara Chika remembered that the other girl had said the same thing. Of course not. I went to bed at 8 p.m. the night before. But my physical condition wasn't great on test day otherwise. First place would have definitely been mine. Shinomiya Kagaya lied as naturally as breathing. It was all lies. This woman hadn't said a single honest word this entire time. But it was true that she couldn't study properly on Tuesday and even lacked enough sleep. Not getting first place maybe really was because of that. Believe it. As expected of Kagaya-san. Always securing second place. Fujiwara Chika praised. Always scoring higher than Sakurai Saki. That alone made her incredible in Chika's eyes. Although before last year, Kagaya had always been ranked first in her grade, even back in middle school. Kagaya's face darkened with shadow lines. Kagaya. She knew Chika was complimenting her, but why did it sound so annoying? If you don't know how to compliment, then just don't. The Nakano sisters didn't place last this time. President Shirogane glanced at the names at the bottom of the list. Ranked around 175. Maybe still failed a few subjects. But to improve this much in just 1 month, Sakurai, your tutoring skills really aren't bad. If it were me, I'd have no idea what to do. A 20-rank improvement, there was clearly still room for progress. The tests at Shuchiin were much harder than at normal high schools, with few basic or easy problems. Just decent. I put quite a bit of effort into tutoring them, so results like this aren't surprising. After saying that, Sakurai glanced toward the first-year rankings. Ishigami Yu and Aino Miko were looking at the board. In truth, tutoring had given Sakurai more time to review his own knowledge. His previous part-time jobs didn't allow for that. But that Wednesday really was unlucky. If not this time, then next time. In less than a month, the midterm exams would begin. That would be the real battle. Miko-chan looks really calm. Did she not do well? Sakurai noticed both Kohai had very calm expressions. A few minutes later, Ishigami Yu walked over. Ishigami, how was the test? Shirogane Miyuki asked curiously. Just average. Ishigami never really cared much about exams. Ranked 176. Sakurai Saki was fairly satisfied with the result. Climbed a bit again. Last time, I remember you were at 185. There were 199 students in the first-year class. All right, how did Aino do? Ishigami, you was silent for a few seconds. First place. No comparison, no heartbreak. They looked equally calm, but their scores were worlds apart. Maybe Miko had been confident she would get first, which was why she hadn't wavered much. As for Ishigami, maybe had already given up long ago, so there was no reaction. Elsewhere, Miko-chan and her best friend Osaraji Kobachi had walked to a quiet spot. Yay! 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 Miko jumped in place twice. She even shouted 3 times, showing just how excited she was. This afternoon, she'd meet Sakurai-senpai again. Would he praise her? Miko felt a bit of anticipation in her heart. Chapter 120. Miko-chan. Sakurai-senpai is so kind after checking the exam results after school. The student council room welcomed a guest, short black hair, harmless appearance. The textbook example of an average person. Decent looks, gentle personality. That was the assessment Sakurai Saki and Shirogane Miyuki had of the male student named Tanuma Tsubasa. The three had known each other since last year. This year, he was in the same class as Shijo Maki and Kashiwagi Nagisa. Last year, Sakurai and Shirogane had barely any interaction with those two girls, so little that they didn't even exchange greetings when passing by. Shirogane, Sakurai, help me. Tanuma Tsubasa's voice was full of urgency. Tanuma, the two, who had been sipping coffee, turned toward the door in unison. Tanuma, what are you doing here? Sakurai Saki asked curiously. And being bullied by girls. A thunderbolt of a statement to kick things off. Shirogane Miyuki was so angry he almost stood up on the spot. Damn it, this is intolerable. Sakurai Saki also looked visibly irritated. You're getting bullied by girls and not fighting back. Don't they always demand gender equality? Be equal by punching back just once, and I guarantee no one will ever mess with you again. Sakurai, that's a bit extreme. Shirogane quickly intervened. Let's hear the full story first. Tanuma Tsubasa glanced around the room, then sat down on the sofa. This, you absolutely must not tell anyone after hearing it. Sakurai Saki nodded. We're student council officers, very tight-lipped. Tanuma swallowed hard, then spoke with a pained voice. A few days ago, actually. Yesterday I got bullied by some girls. They ran up and teased me, asking if I had a girlfriend. And what did you say? Shirogane Miyuki asked. I said no. And then? They started mocking me, especially Shijo-san. She laughed the loudest. Tanuma Tsubasa said dejectedly. So, Shijo-san's that kind of person. Huh. Shirogane Miyuki began losing his favorable impression of Shijo Maki, someone he had barely ever spoken to. Hold on, Shirogane. Sakurai Saki rubbed his forehead. Think about it, could it be those girls were actually trying to probe Tanuma? No way, absolutely not. Shirogane shook his head. Probe? Sakurai means romantic probing. Romantic probing, using indirect speech to find out whether someone is dating or not. Being direct might come off too strong and make someone uncomfortable, but beating around the bush makes it easier to accept. Actually, Tanuma Tsubasa thought for a few seconds, then decided to come clean. I've developed feelings for one of them. Shirogane Miyuki Sakurai Saki. I've been thinking about when I should confess. Shirogane, you're the student council president. You've got to help me come up with a plan. Tanuma explained. That's actually the real reason I came to ask for your help. If you confess recklessly, you might get rejected. Shirogane fell into deep thought. Can I ask, who do you like among them? Sakurai Saki said nothing. He chose to drink his coffee. He wasn't interested in other people's love stories. Kashiwagi-san. She ranked 5th in the entire grade, right? You both knew? We checked the results this noon, saw her name on the rankings. Also ran into her a few times at the interclub union. You like her? Sakurai Saki asked. Tanuma Tsubasa nodded. If you ask me, the one who probably likes you the most among those girls is actually Shijo-san. Why? When you said you didn't have a girlfriend, wasn't she the one who laughed the hardest? Sakurai Saki asked. That's right. Tanuma Tsubasa thought for a moment, then sighed. Suddenly having 5 girls into me, who should I pick? This is hard. Just as Sakurai Saki was about to say, gotta catch 'em all, Tanuma-kun, he was cut off by Shirogane Miyuki. Sakurai, don't say anything. Let him think for himself. Shirogane was afraid Tanuma Tsubasa would be led astray by Sakurai's nonsense. Tanuma Tsubasa thought for a while. Yeah, I should still choose Kashiwagi-san. She's really gentle and much more approachable than Shijo-san. If I dated Shijo-san, I'd probably have to endure her sharp tongue for the rest of my life. That'd be really awkward. In a place the three of them were completely unaware of, right outside the student council room. A female student wearing an armband labeled Disciplinary Committee was holding a stack of documents, eavesdropping. The three inside were talking loud enough that she could hear everything without even pressing her ear to the door. Unbelievable. Miko-chan's face was full of disbelief at life itself. That a piece of trash like this could exist at Shuchiin. Did he really think he could confess to any of them and get a yes? And he even used the word choose? Disgusting. Unforgivable. Miko pushed the door open. She wanted to storm in and scold them right away. And then she froze. Miko pointed at Shirogane Miyuki inside the room. President Shirogane, what are you doing? At that moment, Shirogane was doing a cave-down, pinning Tanuma Tsubasa against the wall with one hand. Their faces were incredibly close, and the scene looked extremely suspicious. This was a confession tactic Shirogane had come up with that supposedly had an 85% success rate. It used the suspension bridge effect, the nervous excitement caused by sudden danger, to close the distance and create tension, then take the chance to confess. If the target already had feelings, the success rate was extremely high. Both guys simultaneously turned their heads, faces filled with panic. And then, Miko made everything even more embarrassing with her next words. Shameless. I already thought talking about choosing girlfriends was bad enough, but I never imagined you'd do something like this in the sacred student council room. Miko marched up to the two of them before they could even explain and forcibly pulled them apart. Then she shouted, break it up. Same-sex indecency is strictly prohibited. Shirogane and Tanuma were speechless. Micah's speed-talking was terrifying. A few minutes later, after getting scolded to death, the two finally couldn't take it anymore and bowed deeply, yelling, we're sorry. Humph, if you try something like this again. Don't blame me. Miko huffed, then turned to look at Sakurai Saki. Sakurai Saki was a bit confused under her expectant gaze. A moment later, the light bulb went on in his head. Rank 1 in the entire Great Amazing. Congratulations. And just like that, Shirogane Miyuki and Tanuma Tsubasa watched Miko-chan's face instantly light up. She was happy, but the two who had just been scolded for minutes on end were definitely not. Why didn't Sakurai get scolded? Shirogane Miyuki thought furiously. Totally unfair. They were just practicing how to confess. Sakurai Saki finally spoke up, explaining for the two victims. As for why he didn't say so earlier, maybe it was due to his twisted sense of humor. Sakurai even wished he had popcorn to fully enjoy the show. And the whole choosing girls thing, Tanuma was just joking. Even if it's a joke, it's still too much. Miko refused to accept that kind of excuse. If everything could be brushed off as just a joke, then the world would only grow worse. Sorry, I won't do it again. Tanuma Tsubasa immediately backed down. Haze, if only everyone could be like Sakurai-senpai. Last time, even after getting stood up when confessing, he didn't get angry and always treats everyone kindly. Miko sighed with admiration. Even though Sakurai-senpai often teased her, he was also really thoughtful. He was the first person to congratulate her on her test results. Tanuma Tsubasa had no reaction to that comment on the outside. Sakurai Saki remained composed as usual. But Shirogane Miyuki was visibly annoyed. This Sakurai guy is even worse than Tanuma. He's clearly trying to two-time. Aino Miko, wake up already. Chapter 121. Gabriel, Demons, Itsuki, and the crab. After that, Tanuma Tsubasa left, Miko had a bit of coffee, and once she finished submitting her documents, she also left. Fujiwara Chika went to the board game club today. She didn't come to the student council room every day. Sakurai Saki didn't stay long either today. He had to pay a visit to Gabriel's house. At the bike parking area, Sakurai Saki wheeled his bike out of the school. Then he got on and started riding. Getting to Gabriel's place would take a bit of time, and he had even skipped his rental boyfriend job today because of this. Hope it's really something important. Don't come asking me for money again, Sakurai Saki muttered as he felt the breeze brush past. Last time, she said she was dying and begged him to save her, so Sakurai Saki gave her some money. And the result? Even now, Gabriel still hadn't paid him back. Gabriel, was she seriously trying to default on the debt? Or planning to do something desperate to pay it off? But even if she really did make that kind of offer, Sakurai Saki had no intention of accepting. This useless angel was nowhere near the level of the demon Vignette. Even though she was a demon, was more of an angel than an actual angel. It was the kind of joke only hell would come up with. Vignette. He got on the train and passed through the bustling downtown area. By the time he arrived at the rental apartment, it was already pretty late. He climbed the old staircase to the second floor, and Sakurai Saki took out a key. He had a spare key to Gabriel's place. He opened the door and stepped in. The floor was surprisingly clean. It looked like Vignette had come by to help clean a few days ago. Only, the lighting in the room was dim, kind of gloomy. Sakurai Saki walked over to the curtains and pulled them open. "Aki, you came?" Gabriel seemed to have heard the noise, and her cheerful face peeked out from inside the room. She was wearing a hamster onesie, which reminded Sakurai Saki of an anime. "What the hell is this?" "Himuto, Gabriel-chan? This isn't good, just a pile of awful things bundled together." "Why do you buy that outfit?" Sakurai Saki asked curiously. "Doesn't it look fine?" Gabriel said as she did a spin. "Gabriel, there was absolutely nothing to see here. This outfit had no highlights. It was just a very plain one-piece pajama. No different from when you wore your gym clothes before. Didn't feel anything? Would you feel anything for a piece of pork? Especially a piece of pork that comes begging you for money every month?" Sakurai Saki said irritably. "Pork?" Gabriel was not having it. She quickly walked up to Sakurai Saki. "Is there any piece of pork as cute as me? There's one right in front of me." Sakurai Saki's logic was ironclad. Gabriel couldn't find a crack in his words. She glanced down at her own chest flat, undeniably so. Truly pitiful. Gabriel's chest was only slightly bigger than Shinomiya Kagaya's. But it was clear she was going for the cute style, completely different from Oju-sama Kagaya's path. And the Yamato Nadeshiko-type character like Kagaya probably didn't need those 2 extra lumps anyway. Kagaya. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I called you here for something serious." "Oki." A few days ago, someone from the sky sent a message down saying that the sky has recently been maliciously manipulated. Gabriel began. "That was me." Sakurai Saki didn't like to lie. "You? What did you do? To show off in front of a girl?" That reason was kind of hard to say out loud. "Sakurai, I couldn't go home that day. The rain was too heavy." "Oh, I see." Gabriel recalled the downpour that day. She was a bit scared, too. Luckily, this rundown apartment was sturdier than she thought. Otherwise, she might have had to find somewhere else to live. "You call me over just for that?" The two of them sat down on the sofa. "No, there's something more important I wanted to tell you. Recently, a lot of low-class demons have been sneaking down here from the demon world. They're all intellectually inferior and don't meet the criteria to register as citizens in the demon world," Gabriel explained. "They disguise themselves as normal people and do bad things, like robbery, theft, arson, murder, stuff like that." Sakurai. Oh, weren't the residents of the demon world supposed to be kind and honest? I mean, they did manage to raise an angel like Vignette. But now it seemed things were even more chaotic than had imagined. Gabriel noticed what he was thinking. Vignette is a high-class demon, with extremely pure blood. If she develops properly, at the very least, shall reach the rank of an ultimate class demon. Wiping out a few weak alternate world beings would be child's play for her. As for low-class demons, they're born from the blood sea of the demon world. It's rare for any of them to have pure blood. Most of them are mixed blood. Mixed blood? Sounds weak as hell. Both demons and angels have been dealing with this matter lately. I'm telling you in advance, just in case you, go overboard. Gabriel had been sent down to Earth by the angel school to gain life experience, and was once assigned a mission to build a good relationship with Sakurai Saki. At first, Gabriel thought her mission target was some great evil demon overlord, but it turned out to be someone actually pretty easy to get along with. Do low-class demons have any distinguishing traits? Sakurai Saki rubbed his forehead. They like rap. Like rapping rap music, Gabriel said. Sakurai Ta? That triggered a traumatic memory in Sakurai Saki's mind. The memory of Shirogane Miyuki rapping in the karaoke room. His rap almost sent Sakurai Saki straight to heaven. Now, low-class demons from the demon world were in a rap too? It's time to unleash our side's secret weapon. Normally, low-class demons won't attack ordinary people, unless... Gabriel's expression turned serious. Sakurai Saki also fell silent. A few seconds later, unless they're so broke they go insane. Sakurai, these disgraceful demons should just return to the Blood Sea and reincarnate already. Please apply for a remake here. So, they actually follow the rules of the human world to some extent? Nope. Okay. The good news is, if they're not broke, they won't commit murder or arson. But the bad news is, low-class demons are broke 24 hours a day. Gabriel winked with her right while trying to act cute. Sakurai Saki's face twitched with stress lines. You mean there's a bunch of demons running around Tokyo right now committing murder, arson, and all sorts of crimes? Don't worry, so much relax a little. We'll wrap this up in 2 weeks tops. Gabriel patted her flat chest with a bop-bop sound. Sakurai Saki recalled the angels he had met. Gabriel, an internet addict whose only redeeming quality besides eating and gaming was her cute face. Raphael Ainsworth Shiraha, a.k.a. Raphael or Rafi, silver-haired, one of Gabriel's friends, also an angel. Outwardly, she looked like a regular angel. But in the dark, she seemed pretty black-hearted. Gabriel and Sakurai Saki had talked about her before, but not much. Saki had only met her once. Vignette. Wait, no, she's not an angel. Conclusion. Angels are totally useless. If I run into them, can I kill them? Of course you can, but it'd be better to call me. You'll get someone to deal with it. Gabriel's tone suddenly turned enthusiastic. This time, there was a reward for catching low-class demons. Gabriel was really looking forward to it. As long as Sakurai Saki could catch one, Gabriel could use the reward money he earned to pay off her past debt. Evening. Somewhere else. The Nakano quintuplets apartment. In Itsuki's room. I lost weight. Nakano Itsuki stared at the scale in disbelief. She had eaten a lot today, and had been eating pretty well recently, yet she lost a whole 5 kilograms. Could it be, I have a body that gets slimmer the more I eat? Itsuki's mood immediately skyrocketed with joy, and so she decided to go downstairs and eat a late-night snack. After she left, in a world Itsuki couldn't see, a crab claw appeared in midair exactly where she had just been standing. It was a creature with a vague shape. At the moment, only part of it could be faintly seen. What was this thing? A crab? Or maybe an oddity? Yeah, oddity was probably the more accurate term. Chapter 122, The First Date Saturday. It was the date of Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka AI. Their first date. It was supposed to be a perfect experience. So how the hell did it end up like this? Why? Dear humans, we're only here to rob money, not to kill anyone. So relax, okay? Stay down and don't move. We read the human laws, so long as we don't kill anyone, at most it's like a decade or so in prison. Right now, Sakurai Saki was squatting among a group of innocent civilians, expressionless, observing a bunch of red and black skinned demons robbing a jewelry store. Yo, bro, what are we supposed to do now? Besides Sakurai Saki, a brown-skinned guy whispered, just wait to be destroyed and your soul will dissipate. Sakurai Saki replied irritably, damn bro, good bet. The guy praised him instinctively. This dude must be a mole planted among the hostages. He's way too into rap, Sakurai Saki cursed silently. These demons from the demon world were pulling all sorts of bullshit, but could they at least not walk around with such loud red-black skin tones? Damn it. What kind of twisted luck was this to have something like this happen on the very first date? Yesterday, Gabriel had just talked to him about those low-class demons who liked rap possibly showing up. Who would have thought he'd run into them the very next day? And right in the middle of a bustling shopping district. This place specialized in jewelry, and the shop they were robbing was the biggest one in the area. Can you guys just rob quickly and get lost already? Sakurai Saki had no hopes for the police. Thankfully, these low-class demons were only stealing money, not killing anyone, or else today's date would be totally ruined. Given the situation, Sakurai Saki couldn't make a move either, otherwise he wouldn't have peace for days. Bro, should we save everyone? Save what? These people don't even have money. Just let them go already. Besides, you're supposed to be a hostage right now. Could you act the part properly? Sakurai Saki said with irritation. These low-class demons were insulting his intelligence. He couldn't stand it. Ah, right, you're smart as always. The undercover robber nodded frantically. We love smart people like you. Sakurai Saki was getting the strong sense that these guys were brain damaged. The demon world was finished. A few minutes later, the masked robbers easily left the jewelry store without harming a single human, except for Sakurai Saki, who got dragged off with a hood over his head. 10 minutes later, in the back seat of a speeding van. Knock, knock. Sakurai Saki tapped on the side of the van. Let me out. Yo-yo human, don't shout, or you might lose your life next to him. One of the kidnappers with demon horns began freestyling. Sakurai Saki gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Bro, we brought you along to be our strategist. We're not too familiar with the land around here. I'm an angel. He'll call someone to come kill all of you right now. Sakurai Saki yelled furiously. After shouting, he pulled out his phone and, face expressionless, texted Gabriel. Chill, man. We know you're in a rush. But don't be hasty. The brown-skinned demon kept talking. Even if you're in a hurry, it's useless. Bro, why not think about how we can escape? Sakurai Saki rubbed his forehead in frustration. Let me ask first, why did you rob so much jewelry? We heard jewelry is valuable, so we stole it to sell. Another demon chimed in. The tiny van was crammed with over a dozen demons. It was unbearably cramped. What do you plan to sell it? Haven't thought about it. What are you going to do with the money? Haven't thought about it. Do you have any dreams? Nah, maybe buy some potato chips. Not that I mean big dreams. Like life goals. Still probably potato chips. Sakurai Saki fell silent. These guys had no dream beyond eating fries. What a bunch of salted fish. There was less than half an hour left before his scheduled date with Hayasaka AI. If he showed up late on the first date especially, as the guy had have no excuse. A few years from now, Shed probably still tease him about it. So, basically, you guys didn't think it through, didn't plan anything, and just started robbing? Sakurai Saki had just finished speaking. The sound of police sirens rang out from behind. This time, the police had finally reacted, most likely because Gabriel had intervened. Have you ever heard of Socrates? A pretty famous Greek philosopher. The demons shook their heads. Who? Never heard of him. He was a great sage, someone who attained enlightenment and came to understand the way of life. Sakurai Saki smiled. I also have a place that can help you attain enlightenment. Where? The demons asked excitedly. A philosopher? That had to be some serious stuff. Far away in the horizon. But right beneath your feet, it's the very road you're standing on. Sakurai Saki sneered. With that, he stomped down hard. The kick crushed the floor of the van, leaving a hole. The vehicle rocked violently. The demon driving didn't react in time, and the van skidded out of control. Go find your enlightenment in jail work, that sewing machine properly. Understand what a demon ought to do before you come back out. Sakurai Saki shouted, then pushed the door open as the van came to a rough stop. His figure vanished from sight in an instant. A short distance away, Sakurai Saki reappeared from invisibility. Luckily, his ability today was invisibility, otherwise those dumbass would have wasted a ton of his time. Not far from there, A passerby rubbed his eyes. Just now, he thought he saw a floating outfit walking from the street into an alley. Due to a side effect of the ability, Sakurai Saki's clothes couldn't turn invisible, so the man had accidentally caught a glimpse of that bizarre sight. Probably just seeing things, huh? The man scratched his head. The area ahead had already been cordoned off. Was there been a robbery? Inside the shopping mall. 30 minutes later, Hayasaka AI appeared, wearing a white sailor blouse and black pleated skirt. She looked incredibly pure and elegant. Hayasaka. She finally spotted Sakurai Saki. She pretended to stay calm and gently brushed her bangs with her right hand, a graceful, ladylike gesture. Sorry I'm late, Sakurai Saki said, panting slightly. Hayasaka AI softly shook her head. I've got here too. Even though he was late, she didn't want to make him feel bad. Sorry, something personal held me up. What happened? Just helping someone attain enlightenment, Sakurai Saki said, getting angrier the more he thought about it. AI-chan's voice lifted slightly as she chuckled, apparently amused by his joke. She seemed to be in a very good mood. The movie hasn't started yet. Want to grab something to eat first? I'm a little hungry. Sakurai Saki nodded, then added, You look really good today. Different from your usual style. But both are amazing. Girls dress up to be complimented, never be stingy with compliments. Thanks for noticing. Looks like you've got some taste, Hayasaka AI said, taking his hand. Of course. You're my girlfriend. After all, no amount of compliments would be too much. Sakurai Saki hesitated for a few seconds, then gripped her hand in return. AI-chan's hand was small and soft. For some reason, the two of them stood frozen for a moment. This was their first time holding hands seriously, like a real couple. 10 fingers intertwined. Their hearts raced. Their breathing grew slightly erratic. They both felt it. It's only when holding hands like this that I realize we really are a couple now, Sakurai Saki whispered. They had held hands before, even before dating, but it had never made their hearts pound like this. You only just figured that out? You dummy. Were you actually planning to reject me back then? Ayazaka oitized sweetly. It was basically her acting spoiled. How could I? You confessed to me twice already. If I still turned you down, that'd just be rude. Sakurai Saki fidgeted with his free hand, clearly nervous. Besides, I like you too. There's no reason to say no. Head finally said it, the words, I like you, something Head wanted to say for a while, but hadn't found the right chance. Oh, you like me, huh? The corners of Hayasaka Ace's lips curved into a soft, adorable smile. I've known for a long time, AI-chan said smugly. Then, she pulled him forward. You've known for a long time? Sakurai Saki quickly stepped to keep up with her. Did I ever say that? That's a secret if she hadn't already been certain of his feelings. AI-chan never would have confessed so easily. After all, she wasn't the kind of girl to be casual about things like that. Chapter 123. Secretly snacking in the dimly lit movie theater. The 5 Nakano sisters were sitting in the middle row. The movie being shown had already been out for a while, but due to exams earlier, the sisters hadn't had the chance to see it. Now that exams were over, they finally had the opportunity. Nino was hugging a bucket of popcorn, her eyes glued to the screen. The movie hadn't started yet. It was still showing ads and reminders. Beside her, Itsuki was holding an extra-large portion of popcorn, munching relentlessly like a hamster. Itsuki. The crunching sounds from Itsuki caught Nino's attention. Itsuki, are you that hungry? Nino asked curiously. Lately, Itsuki had been jogging. She even said this morning that she had lost a fair amount of weight. Not really, but the popcorn is just too good. For some reason, Itsuki felt like no matter how much she ate today, she still wasn't full. If Itsuki likes it, just let her eat more. Ichika said casually. Once her figure gets distorted, she'll regret it on her own. Next to them, Miku was wearing headphones, seemingly uninterested. She actually didn't want to come today, but was dragged along by her sisters. Why hasn't it started yet? Yatsuba was very enthusiastic about romance movies. She was the one who had suggested watching today's movie. Not long after, with a pop sound, the surrounding lights went out, and the theater was instantly plunged into darkness. Then, The movie began. As the film played, Nino was watching intently at first, but before long, she realized, this movie feels like I've seen it before. Of course, it was just a passing feeling, but Nino truly felt a sense of familiarity. After thinking for a bit, she recalled that she had been spoiled while chatting with a classmate. When it came to socializing in class, Nino handled it very well. The only exception was her attitude towards Sakurai Saki, which was somewhat unusual. If their first encounter hadn't been at home, but instead at school, perhaps Nino would have shown a different side when dealing with him. So boring, Nino rested her chin on her hand, lazily munching on popcorn. After a while, suddenly, a white flash lit up in front of her, like a powerful camera flash. The whole auditorium stirred with low murmurs of complaint. What kind of movie throws in a blinding white transition like this? What were they thinking? Huh? Everything around her suddenly became clearer, and Nino looked towards someone in the row in front of her. The person looked strangely familiar. At first, she wasn't quite sure, until that person turned slightly and took a sip of fruit juice. It was Sakurai-san. Why the hell was he watching this movie? And it seemed like he was alone. Seeing that, a little thought began to form in Nino's mind. She glanced at the seats beside Sakurai Saki and saw that both sides were empty. However, there was no drink on the left, while there was one on the right. Nino picked up her small popcorn and drink and stood up, then quietly moved to the seat beside Sakurai Saki. Her sisters watched Nino's back, assuming she was going to the bathroom, so they didn't ask anything. Down below, Sakurai Saki was watching the movie when suddenly a piece of popcorn was offered beside him. He instinctively thought it was AI-chan handing it to him and immediately opened his mouth and bit into it. Just earlier, he and Hayasaka AI had been feeding each other a few times already. The movie was so engrossing that Sakurai Saki didn't even realize Hayasaka AI was still in the restroom. Sakurai Saki didn't question the origin of that piece of popcorn at all. Nino, sitting on the left, glanced at her own fingers. She didn't expect him to actually eat it. At first, she just wanted to test it out. It said that when people are fully focused, they abandon unnecessary thoughts and act purely on instinct. Nino carefully picked up another piece. The movie was now reaching its climax. The heroine was running through the rain, chasing after the male lead who was about to leave. The train was about to depart, and the confession she wanted to say remained unspoken. Sakurai Saki bit into the piece of popcorn at the edge of his lips and instinctively gave a light lick to the finger feeding him. Nino blushed with embarrassment. She held the now moist fingertip in front of her face. As if possessed by a devil's whisper, Nino slowly brought the finger closer to her lips. "I like you," the female lead shouted on screen. Sniffles echoed from around them. Someone had been moved to tears. Audience. But unfortunately, the heroine's confession was blocked by the soundproof window of the train. The male lead never heard it at all. Startled by the heroine's shout, Nino jolted like a frightened little bunny and shrank into her seat. She pulled her hand back, taking that dangerously tempting finger away. Sakurai Saki reached out with his left hand, trying to hold Hayasaka A's hand. His attention was still entirely on the film. The heroine began running. She was chasing after the train. The male lead had spotted her. Nakano Nino, however, was completely ignoring the plot of the movie. She tried placing her right hand over Sakurai Saki's left hand. The next second, the two interlocked their fingers. A blissful expression bloomed on Nino's face, like a child savoring a piece of candy. She used her other hand to pick up the drink and brought it to Sakurai Saki's lips. Sakurai Saki took a few sips. The taste wasn't bad at all. Coincidentally, Nino and Hayasaka AI had both bought the same kind of drink. "I like you." "Megumi." "I like you too." "Azuma." The male and female leads confessed their feelings to each other. In the next scene, the male lead reached out, and the heroine did the same. Sakurai Saki pursed his lips. Trains in real life don't move this slowly, do they? If this movie had been shown a few decades ago, maybe it would have made more sense. Thinking that, Sakurai Saki pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. "Sakurai, it was so good, this ending." Nino held the cup that the other person had just drunk from, and for a moment, her mind went blank. At that moment, she suddenly became bolder. After all, it was pretty dark around them. Nino leaned her face closer, intending to sneak a kiss on Sakurai Saki. Sakurai Saki still thought it was Hayasaka AI, so he didn't think much of it. Right now, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Sakurai Saki was the kind of person who got deeply moved by love stories. Moa, a soft kiss on his cheek, and the girl moved away from his face. Nino didn't dare go further. After the kiss, she quickly left her seat. A while later, as the male and female leads embraced and poured their hearts out to each other, Hayasaka AI returned. AI-chan furrowed her lovely brows. It seemed like she had missed the most emotional climax of the film. Whatever. She hadn't really come for the movie anyway. AI-chan leaned against Sakurai Saki's shoulder. Then she picked up a piece of popcorn and held it out. "I'm a little full," Sakurai Saki said, but still took a bite. He turned to glance at AI-chan. Why is she sitting on the right now? Wasn't she on the left earlier? The seat on the left probably didn't get sold. Switching places wasn't a big deal. Want a drink? Hayasaka AI offered the drink. Sakurai Saki took a sip. It tasted exactly like before. Must have been my imagination. Up above them, just returning with her popcorn and drink, Nino looked extremely bashful. She raised the cup and stared at the tip of the straw, momentarily unsure what to do. If I drink this, wouldn't that count as an indirect kiss? While she was still flustered, Nakano Itsuki, feeling a little thirsty from eating too much popcorn, leaned in front of Nino and bent down to take a sip from the straw. After drinking, she caught Nino's death glare, as if she were ready to kill someone. What? No dinner for you tonight. Nino gritted her teeth. It was just one sip of your drink. Do you have to be so stingy? One sip? Is that what this is about? Was this really about the drink? But of course, Nino couldn't say it out loud. So all she could do was lower her head in frustration. Her face filled with sulking annoyance. Chapter 124. Two people not yet proficient when they left the movie theater. It was already past 6 in the evening. Today's journey of Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka AI began in the afternoon, having afternoon tea together, then watching a movie. If their relationship had already crossed that line, then the final destination should have been one of their homes or a love hotel. But their relationship hadn't reached that level yet. At least from Sakurai Saki's perspective, he still couldn't do those kinds of things with AI-chan. From the start of their relationship until now, it had only been about half a month. Compared to slow-moving couples, they hadn't even held hands yet. Placing too much emphasis on physical relations would make the other person feel like he only loved her for her body, and that wouldn't be good. Love should focus on emotional development, otherwise it can't last. Things like love will grow over time. This isn't a fantasy comic. Girls don't just fold after one encounter. Those cheating-themed fantasy comics, just because the male lead can't satisfy her, he gets dumped. The female lead is just a bitch. The more pure the couple is, the more heartbreaking it is when crushed by reality. That's the true essence of NTR. Ishigami was criticizing shallow NTR Dejinshi, lacking depth, where only the third party with a bigger gun wins, with no emotional climax at all. Sakurai, what the hell is that? He absolutely couldn't understand what people who read NTR were thinking. Was it because their life was too smooth that they had to seek out stimulation? After strolling one more round through the shopping mall with AI-chan, grabbing a bite to eat, and buying a few small items, Sakurai Saki glanced at his phone. It was already past 8. AI-chan, let me take you home. The place they chose today wasn't far from Shuchiin, which is why they happened to bump into the Nakano quintuplets here. However, Sakurai Saki didn't know about this. Among the 5 sisters, only Nino knew. Ayazaka, I stayed silent. She couldn't just say she lived at the Shinomiya residence, right? Looks like she'd have to find time to rent an apartment. She had already investigated Sakurai Saki's house. It was in Setagaya Ward, also near Shirogane Miyuki's home. At that time, she could just rent a place next door. But if she was going to rent a house just because of love, wasn't that a bit too much? But if she told him the truth about her identity, it wouldn't be good either. The Shinomiya family routinely investigated her and Shinomiya Kagaya, mostly due to Kagaya's older brothers secretly taking action. The current head of the Shinomiya family was no longer in robust health. Although the one least likely to inherit the position of family head was Shinomiya Kagaya, she still couldn't avoid getting caught in the vortex. Her background had already determined she could never live in peace. She didn't have her own power, so she could only rely on one of Kagaya's brothers. To put it bluntly, the only person Shinomiya Kagaya could fully trust was Hayasaka AI. But even Hayasaka AI still had to hide from Kagaya and report her daily whereabouts to the Shinomiya main house. Although the information might not always be accurate, she had indeed been betraying the other side for a long time. The Shinomiya family was known as the heart of Japan, with influence infiltrating every industry. Escaping their control was nearly impossible. Therefore, Hayasaka AI didn't want Sakurai Saki to get involved right now. He was just an ordinary person, with no family business and the wagashi shop in his hometown. A small store like that, the Shinomiya family could erase with just a glance. His mother was also just a regular person. The Shinomiya's intelligence network in Kyoto extended everywhere. She pulled back her thoughts. You want to take me home? That makes me so happy. Hayasaka AI gave a cute smile. Sakurai Saki could tell she was scheming something, but he had no intention of exposing her. What could Hayasaka AI even do to him now? If you can't even trust your own girlfriend, then being a man is just too pitiful. After that, Sakurai Saki followed her out of the shopping mall. On the way, Hayasaka AI searched for nearby love hotels with good reviews. After browsing for a bit, she had already memorized everything. As a super maid, Hayasaka Ace memory was outstanding. Her ability to learn far surpassed even Shinomiya Kagaya's. And she even had strong hacking skills. AI-chan, is this where you live? Sakurai Saki was a little scared. Why did the air feel off somehow? Pink neon lights, a shady atmosphere. In a setting like this, there were also many sweet couples walking hand in hand. Why are we here? Sakurai-chan, haven't you already figured out seeing more and more love hotels in the area? Sakurai Saki had more or less realized the purpose of this trip. First date, and already going somewhere that bold? AI-chan turned out to be that daring. In Sakurai Saki's perception, her gyro persona at school was actually just a disguise. Sometimes in private, that quiet and slightly sharp-tongued demeanor was just another layer. Deep down, she was really just a shy girl who cried easily and loved to act spoiled. 10 minutes later, the two of them enter a hotel. Welcome. Hey, race your room key. The room is on the second floor. The girl at the front desk looked closely at the two of them, her expression a little surprised. Where did this celebrity couple come from? After completing the check-in, it wasn't until they stepped into the room that both of them began to feel nervous. We're in. Aichan mumbled. First time going to a love hotel with her boyfriend. Yeah. Sakurai Saki took a deep breath. He glanced at the interior. The room they had picked was pretty normal. No strange toys or anything. Isn't this kind of weird inside? Hayasaka AI started to worry. The cowardly little kitten AI-chan was beginning to get scared, even though she had said she would take the lead and pin her boyfriend down. But this was way too fast. In her original plan, Sakurai Saki was supposed to be a gentleman and refused twice before agreeing. A tug of war, yes. That's the word men and women nowadays love, that kind of tug of war. But she didn't expect that her boyfriend didn't play along with the idea of tug of war at all. No guy would actually resist in this kind of situation, right? Hayasaka AI thought to herself, should I try tug of warring a little? Sakurai Saki was thinking exactly the same thing. Taking this step with her, so easily would she think of him as scum? But if the meat's already at your mouth and you don't eat it, that's weird too. The two of them sat on the edge of the extremely wide bed, holding hands. Then, the room fell silent to the point that the drop of a pin could be heard clearly. For a moment, Sakurai Saki didn't know what he was supposed to do. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, and both of them could hear each other's breathing. At this moment, both of them realized the nervousness in the other's heart. From the room next door, the aura muda sounds of another couple had already begun, making both of their faces turn beet red. Mouth dry, throat burning, Sakurai Saki gulped. Hayasaka AI lowered her head, using her left hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, hiding her embarrassed expression beneath the bangs on her forehead. I want to shower first, AI-chan said softly. She had heard the first time would be really painful. Now, she was a little scared and wanted to go into the bathroom to mentally prepare herself. Sakurai Saki dumbly nodded. After a while, the sound of clothes rustling reached his ears, followed by the sound of running water. Time passed. Unknowingly, Sakurai Saki had completely lost track of how long it had been. All he knew was that the water sound gradually faded. Then, clack, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. Sakurai Saki looked up and saw the blonde girl with slightly damp hair stepping out. This time, she hadn't tied her hair up, her posture a bit awkward. The towel wrapped around her body was wound tightly, and Sakurai Saki noticed her calves were trembling slightly by instinct. She was afraid. That was understandable. This was probably her first time coming to a place like this, too. We don't have to rush things, Sakurai Saki said. AI-chan slowly sat down next to him and nodded gently. A few more minutes passed. Sakurai Saki turned his head and reached out his hand. The moment his hand touched her shoulder, Hayasaka AI flinched slightly in resistance. But she didn't open her mouth to reject him. Sakurai Saki continued with his movement. He awkwardly touched her body, his fingertips brushing across her skin, tracing along the curve of her back. Her skin was smooth and delicate. Freshly bathed, her fair skin glowing faintly pink was incredibly alluring. Hayasaka AI tightly shut her eyes. She clung desperately to the towel wrapped around her body, treating that fragile cloth as her final line of defense. Sakurai Saki's hand paused. A few seconds later, he moved closer to her. AI-chan's voice trembled, unable to muster the courage to go on. Don't. That act of resistance, and her trembling, fearful voice, made it impossible for Sakurai Saki to push any further. He wasn't the kind of man who would rush things out of lust if the other party wasn't ready. He wouldn't do anything inappropriate. Sakurai Saki pulled his hand back and casually grabbed a blanket to cover her, shielding her exposed skin. He'll go get some clothes for you. Then he stood up and walked into the bathroom. After he left, AI-chan sat at the edge of the bed, her head lowered in silence. She truly wanted to take a step further with him, but when actually facing it, she was still scared. Not afraid of the pain, but afraid that once she gave up something important, he wouldn't cherish her anymore. Hayasaka AI hated herself for being like this. They had confessed, were already dating. She should have trusted him completely. And yet, at the final moment, she turned and ran away. Thinking about that made AI-chan's eyes sting. Tears welled up and began falling uncontrollably. She wanted to return to that strong and carefree maid image, but right now, she couldn't do it. A few seconds later, Hayasaka AI rubbed her eyes and wiped away the tears. She didn't want Sakurai Saki to see this weak side of her. Sakurai Saki returned with a set of clothes in hand, seeing her still with her head bowed. Sorry. Hayasaka AI's voice carried a trace of choking. Sakurai Saki didn't take it to heart. Why would you say that? I like you not just because of your looks, though, that's part of it, but I'm not that shallow. You don't need to apologize for this. Sakurai Saki sat beside her, then naturally let her lean her head against his shoulder. If you're not ready, I can wait for a long time. Sakurai Saki joked. Even if it's 10 years later, it'll still wait. That'd be too late. AI-chan whispered, resting her head on his shoulder. The atmosphere became a bit warmer. I just wanted to tell you, my feelings for you aren't superficial like that. For me to truly like someone isn't easy. So, have a little confidence in yourself, and also, trust me a little too, okay? Sakurai Saki gently pulled her into his embrace. Hayasaka AI leaned into his chest, saying nothing, simply quietly enjoying the warmth from him. No one knew how long it was before the two of them let go of each other. I'm going to take a shower, Sakurai Saki said gently, even though he looked calm on the outside. But as a guy, when the blood starts rushing, it's hard to cool down without a cold shower. Entering the bathroom, taking off his clothes, and turning on the water, Sakurai Saki felt the cold stream pour down from above. I almost did something I'd regret. Today's superpower had its side effects once triggered. It was hard to calm down. Fortunately, Sakurai Saki's composure was still manageable. 10 minutes later, Sakurai Saki had mostly calmed down. He dried himself off, got dressed, and stepped out of the bathroom. Returning to the room, he saw Hayasaka AI sitting at the edge of the bed, already changed into her clothes, speaking softly. "Let's go home for today." Hayasaka AI shook her head. "There are no more trains left." Sakurai Saki caught the underlying meaning in her words. He sat down beside her. This time, the distance between them was noticeably wider. AI-chan glanced at him, then at the light switch. Afterward, she slowly stood up and turned off the light. Moonlight filtered through the window into the room. In that dim glow, Sakurai Saki could vaguely make out her face. Amid the gentleness was a hint of stubbornness. The corners of her eyes were still slightly red. She had definitely cried earlier. She was indeed that kind of headstrong person, just like him. It was precisely because of that kindred nature that Sakurai Saki was drawn to her, and eventually became her friend, her lover. "Sorry, I still don't have the courage," Hayasaka AI whispered, afraid of being pinned down again. Sakurai Saki chuckled softly. "Then let's just hold each other and sleep." Ai-chan nodded. Then she climbed under the blanket and lifted the covers. Sakurai Saki lay down beside her. He gently embraced her petite frame. The two were now very close, the scent unique to girls subtly drifting to his nose. Sakurai Saki lowered his gaze and saw her breathtakingly beautiful face. At the same time, she was quietly gazing back at him with affection in her eyes. "Kiss me," she said in a slightly spoiled tone. That request, how could Sakurai Saki refuse? Time seemed to stop as their lips touched. AI-chan's breathing gradually grew heavier. Sakurai Saki recalled her state earlier and decided not to push any further. "Let's sleep." Sakurai Saki softly pulled her into his arms again. Hayasaka AI hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushed. Then she leaned closer to his ear and whispered something inaudible. Sakurai Saki looked at her lips tinged with red, soft like sakura petals, and his heart trembled. But he didn't want to force her. "Maybe we should just leave it. But bottling things up isn't good for your health," Hayasaka AI said, doing her best to suppress her embarrassment. She gently reached for his waist, then slowly moved her hand. Her movements were clumsy, but very gentle, bit by bit, like she was handling something fragile and precious that couldn't be broken. A while later, AI-chan shifted her posture and slipped under the blanket. Then, there were vague sucking sounds like the whispering wind and the gentle waves lapping the shore. Half an hour passed. AI-chan walked into the bathroom, turned on the light, and picked up the disposable toiletry kit. She washed her face, rinsed her mouth several times, making sure no traces were left, then even carefully brushed her teeth once more. "The smell's weird." AI-chan gently rubbed her belly. Also, the mess from her boyfriend was a bit much. Not the easiest thing to deal with. Fortunately, none had gotten in her hair. After tidying up, Hayasaka AI returned to the bed. She then quietly snuggled up to Sakurai Saki, closed her eyes, and silently drifted into sleep. Note: Superscript 3, Chapter 125. Shinomiya Kagaya wants to become cute Sunday. By the time Hayasaka AI returned to the Shinomiya residence, it was already midday. The moment she got home, before she could even rest, Shinomiya Kagaya had already called her into the room. After changing into her maid outfit, Hayasaka AI reverted to her perfect, composed maid appearance. "Hayasaka." She pushed the door open and entered. Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at her and then spoke. "I'm thirsty." "Kagaya-sama, what would you like to drink?" "Hayasaka, you only know how to make coffee, right?" Shinomiya Kagaya asked back. The other party's tea-making skills were not as good as hers. A few minutes later, where did you two sleep last night? Was the bed big? Shinomiya Kagaya began to change the subject. She was very curious, but didn't dare to ask directly. Kagaya-sama, if you want to ask something, just ask directly. No need to beat around the bush with me. Hayasaka AI brought the coffee to the desk where Kagaya was sitting, her golden ponytail gently swaying by her ear, her face expressionless. Shinomiya Kagaya was silent for a few seconds, then cautiously probed. Did it feel good? Kagaya. Oh, I didn't do anything like that with him, AI-chan replied bluntly. Huh? Shinomiya Kagaya's expression shifted from expectation to speechlessness. Hayasaka, you spent the whole night at his place, and you're telling me nothing happened? Kagaya rubbed her temples, then suddenly looked as if she had an epiphany. Don't tell me General Affairs Sakurai has a problem down there? Kagaya-sama, he's my boyfriend. I know, I was just curious, after all. Kagaya lifted the coffee cup, took a sip, then softly said, Hayasaka, you're really pretty. Thank you for the compliment. AI-chan accepted the compliment without hesitation. She had never been modest about her appearance. Then why? Shinomiya Kagaya said, in confusion. Did you two really just sleep together and do nothing else? No way. Were they really that innocent? Seeing Kagaya's disappointed face, Hayasaka AI said helplessly. Kagaya-sama, do you really want me and him to be together that badly? Of course not. Shinomiya Kagaya looked away. Lately, she had been watching quite a few study materials and was very interested in these matters. But as a noble lady, she couldn't admit it. All right then, let's just say nothing happened. Ayazaka, I sighed. Last night, she had done things far more outrageous than what this innocent lady could imagine. Things that normal couples would never do. AI-chan had already done them for Sakurai Saki. Really nothing happened. I hate perverted stuff the most. Shinomiya Kagaya said without blushing or skipping a beat. By the way, yesterday during your date, there was a robbery. Hayasaka, did you see it? Hayasaka AI recalled for a few seconds, then replied, No, some passersby were talking about it, but since no one was hurt, people didn't seem too concerned. Society in Japan is very indifferent. Every morning there are quite a few people who throw themselves in front of trains. Even if several people died yesterday, it would still just be small talk over dinner. Next, they moved on to talk about the movie the two had watched. Was the movie good? Shinomiya Kagaya asked like she was investigating. A romance film. Hayasaka AI replied. The plot was cliché. You could basically predict everything that was going to happen. Yesterday, while watching the movie, she was busy being affectionate with her boyfriend who would pay attention to the plot. However, Sakurai Saki had unexpectedly been moved, which surprised Hayasaka AI. It seemed like he quite liked romantic films, or more accurately, maybe he didn't watch movies often? And Hayasaka A's guess wasn't wrong. Normally Sakurai Saki hardly watched movies. If he did, had never watched romance films. He preferred documentaries about killer whales or bloody, violent zombie movies. After the movie, you went to dinner? Shinomiya Kagaya guessed. Right? Who paid? I did, AI-chan answered. Why did you pay for the meal? Kagaya was flustered. If she remembered correctly, Hayasaka AI had also paid for the movie tickets. It's fine. Weren't you angry? He paid for the hotel room. Hayasaka Kagaya, Shinomiya Kagaya, who had never even held a boy's hand, took a critical hit. Was this bragging? This was totally bragging, wasn't it? Seeing the sulky expression on Oju-sama's face, AI-chan gently smiled. Right, Kagaya-sama, this is for you. Hayasaka AI spoke as she took a red and black hair tie out from the pocket of her maid uniform. This is? Kagaya-sama said before that you wanted to change your image, so? Hayasaka AI circled behind her mistress and gently lifted her long, jet black hair. Let's start with your hairstyle. I think it's not a bad choice. Every girl wants to be cute, even Kagaya Oju-sama was no exception. She was still keeping the same hairstyle from her ice Kagaya phase. Not that long, straight black hair was bad, But if she wanted to change her image and become more adorable, then her hairstyle really did need a slight adjustment. Time to begin the makeover. Hayasaka, AI, pushed her over to the wardrobe nearby. How is it? Kagaya blinked, tilted her head slightly, and glanced sideways. It feels completely different. But when did she even buy this hair accessory? Kagaya looked in the mirror and glanced at Hayasaka's own hair tie. The blue one she was wearing was a gift from Kagaya herself. And it seemed she liked it a lot, as she had been wearing it all this time. After the movie yesterday, I stopped by an accessory shop. Ai-chan explained. She had also bought a matching set of phone charms with Sakurai Saki there. Buying a hair accessory for Shinomiya Kagaya wasn't a sudden impulse. It was something she had been thinking about for a while this time. She just happened to find a suitable one. Thank you. I'll use it with care. Shinomiya Kagaya turned around completely and glanced behind her. Her maid hadn't forgotten her even while dating her boyfriend. She still thought about her. Kagaya-sama has become much more gentle now. Hayasaka, AI, thought to herself. And it was all thanks to the student council. Just who was it that had changed her? Was it President Shirogane? Or was it Sakurai? A sharp exterior might fend off gossip and criticism from others, but also blocks care and affection. Hayasaka, AI, felt it was a good thing for Shinomiya Kagaya to come out of her prickly hedgehog state, even if she now seemed a bit more airhead than before. Mommy Hayasaka looked at Kagaya. After letting Kagaya admire herself for a while, Hayasaka, AI, brought up another matter. Kagaya-sama, I want to rent a place to live outside. Why? Yesterday, he wanted to take me home, so he asked where I lived. Hayasaka, AI, said with a blank expression. Kagaya, you could just tell him. Say that you work at the Shinomiya household. I was going to say that, but last time I disguised myself as her Thaka-kun and went to karaoke. Actually, that wasn't the real problem. The main issue was that the confession that day had caused Sakurai Saki to misunderstand. Shinomiya Kagaya thought for a moment and realized that just saying it outright really wasn't a good idea. I'll rent on my own. Kagaya-sama doesn't need to worry about it. Umo. Kagaya could more or less guess her maid's thoughts. Hayasaka didn't want to involve Sakurai with the Shinomiya household. Of course, Kagaya understood her own position in the Shinomiya family better than anyone as someone directly involved. She understood it even better than Hayasaka, AI. She had no influence, no assets. The only thing she had was a practically worthless inheritance right. Although her father's health was no longer strong, he could probably hold out for a few more years. Shinomiya Kagaya let go of all the thoughts in her mind. In the end, she agreed to Hayasaka's request. She was only renting a place outside. It's not like she said she was moving out completely. No matter how attached Shinomiya Kagaya was to Hayasaka AI, there was no reason to stop her. Chapter 126. Sakurai Saki wants to be hated Monday. The sky was overcast. Lately, the temperature had started rising. It was mid-May, almost summer, and next week would be the sports festival. During his morning jog, Sakurai Saki tested today's superpower, measuring favorability levels. It was simple. He could see how much others liked him. This number fluctuated constantly, since favorability was ultimately a subjective thing. A girl might be in love with him 1 second, with her favorability surging, only to hate him the next, with it plummeting, maybe just because of a single comment. However, in the park he often visited, the favorability levels of random passers-by all stayed above 65. This wasn't the first time Sakurai Saki had randomly drawn this ability. He already had a rough idea of how to interpret the values. 0 to 40, hostile, dislike at first sight. 40 to 60, strangers, won't even glance at each other when passing by. 60 to 70, casual acquaintances, might not even say hello at school. 70 to 80, close friends, will greet you, might offer help if you're in trouble. 80 to 90, best friends, lovers. No explanation needed. This was the level of Shirogane Miyuki and Fujiwara Chika, and both had very high scores. This was from the last time Sakurai Saki used the ability, which was nearly half a year ago before he joined the student council. 90 to 100, ride or die, friends, deep romantic love. The former is self-explanatory. The latter means love without reason, passionate love. At this level, Sakurai Saki felt only his mom qualified. Today, the student on disciplinary duty from the Shuchiin Academy's disciplinary committee wasn't Miko-chan, which left Sakurai Saki rather disappointed. He had practically turned into a lifeless creature if he didn't get to see Aino Miko every day, mainly because now he didn't dare tease Chika anymore. Back when he didn't like her, he could treat her like a toy. But now that he liked her, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Maybe this was the compassion of a person with superpowers? Sakurai Saki pushed his bike as he entered the school grounds. He glanced behind him. The girl with glasses looked like Osaraji Kobachi, the one who always followed Miko-chan around, practically like her guardian mommy. Sakurai Saki looked at her facial features. Very pretty, but the glasses ruined her aura. A beauty hiding among the common crowd? Remove the glasses, and she'd be a stunning knockout. What era was this? Still using that tired trope? Isn't that cheesy as hell? He tried checking her favorability level. Even if they barely talked, surely it wouldn't be lower than 60, right? Sakurai Saki was fairly confident in that. This confidence came from the past half-year head spent building up his public image. Favorability level, 41? Sakurai. Huh? Why? Sakurai Saki couldn't understand. That level was barely above hostility. The kind where if he tripped and fell, she'd probably just stand there and laugh. He had no idea why she hated him that much, but Sakurai Saki didn't care. He only cared about how people he liked felt about him. As for weeds on the roadside like her, he didn't have the energy to pay attention. On the way, students kept greeting him. Sakurai Saki decided to turn off his ability entirely. Today's power had no side effects anyway. He changed into his indoor shoes and walked toward the classroom door. Morning, Sakurai. You look pretty refreshed. Had a good rest over the weekend. Huh? Kazumitsuri Go, his classmate, with favorability level 75 floating above his head, patted him on the shoulder. I did get some rest. Sakurai Saki had slept very well on Saturday night. Looks like they'll be dividing teams for the sports festival later. As long as enough people want to join, the teachers will let you sign up. Kazumitsuri said as he slung an arm over Sakurai Saki's shoulder and dragged him into the classroom. What event do you want to join? Soccer? Volleyball? Sakurai Saki answered immediately. He had already decided. Shirogane said he wants to play volleyball too. Kazumitsuri had a strange expression on his face as he finished speaking. Well, how should I put it? Shirogane's volleyball skills still have a lot of room for growth. Just don't be too shocked when the time comes. Kazumitsuri laughed heartily and returned to his seat. Sakurai Saki, face full of question marks, walked over to the window. Toyosaki, good morning. Favorability level, 76. Good morning, Sakurai. Sakurai-san, good morning. A girl greeted him cheerfully. Favorability level, 70. Good morning. Sakurai Saki sat down and glanced around the classroom. Most favorability levels were in the 65 to 80 range. That seemed reasonable. It looked like he was pretty well liked in class. Sakurai Saki looked down and started organizing the things at his desk. And then he saw favorability level 96. Sakurai. Graus. Too intense. This love is way too heavy. Shinobu. Sakurai Saki pretended he didn't see it. All he could say was the bond between a vampire and her bloodkin really wasn't something ordinary people could understand. Now, the two of them were practically tied together by life itself. So, a favorability level like this was reasonable. But still, it was just too intense. This kind of love that weighed someone else's entire life onto your Sakurai Saki really didn't think he could handle it. He only saved her in the first place to gain another helper, not this. Sakurai Saki took out the textbooks he needed for later. Then he spaced out, staring out the window, another cloudy day. His favorite kind of weather. A while later, a cheerful voice rang out in his ears. It was Hayasaka AI, using her gyro mode to greet her friends. Turning his head, Sakurai Saki glanced at the top of AI-chan's head. Favorability level, 88. That was still within the normal range. The kind of level normal couples could reach, like if he got run over by Truckuen right in front of her, she'd probably carry that grudge for the rest of her life. Good morning, AI-chan. Oh, Sakurai Saki called out in a familiar tone. Last week, because Head doubted whether they were truly dating, he had been a bit awkward. Now that misunderstanding had been cleared up, he could go back to using that form of address. Sakurai-chan, good morning to you too. Hayasaka AI, in gyro mode, was bold as ever. The moment she spoke, she immediately stuck close to Sakurai Saki like always. The class drama chasers seemed totally fine with it. Eating dog food like this had become routine. They were almost immune to emotional damage at this point. Faced with AI-chan's affectionate hug, Sakurai Saki helplessly glanced toward the classroom door. Class was about to start. Come on, let go. Class is starting soon. Sakurai Saki gently patted her back. Hayasaka AI looked a bit reluctant, but still let go. Hayasaka, she whispered, let's eat lunch together today? Sakurai Saki nodded, sure. It was just changing the lunch spot from the student council room to the classroom. While the two were chatting, Sakurai Saki saw Shinomiya Kagaya walk in through the classroom door. And then he froze like a stone statue. Favorability level 80? Sakurai. This was a number stuck between friendship and love. What's wrong? Hayasaka AI noticed his expression was a little off. Then she followed his gaze and saw Kagaya-sama. It's probably about the last exam. Hayasaka AI still remembered. During that midterm, she had been on the phone with Sakurai Saki until nearly 1 a.m. The fact that Sakurai didn't do well on the exam, she felt mostly responsible. But what Hayasaka AI didn't know was, right now, what Sakurai Saki was thinking. I need to find a way to lower her favorability level. This couldn't wait. It was urgent like a fire licking at his heels. Best to act today. Chapter 127. Method to decrease favorability level after class. Sakurai Saki dragged his heavy steps toward the student council room. Regarding the question how to make Shinomiya Kagaya hate me, he had thought about it for a long time, but after thinking it through, he realized this problem seems to be unsolvable because Sakurai Saki considered himself both handsome and academically excellent, and when working his general affairs in the student council, he was extremely gentle. A person like that, who could possibly hate him? Sakurai Saki's level of narcissism had reached the point of being nauseating. He remained as confident as ever. Sakurai, he pushed the door open and stepped in. Sakurai Saki glanced at Shirogane Miyuki. Favorability level 85. This level means if he looks down, the other person would take the initiative to ask if something's wrong. Sakurai, what's with that face? What are you thinking about? Shirogane Miyuki felt like something was off with Sakurai Saki today. Shirogane, have the preparations for the sports festival started yet? Sakurai Saki immediately changed the topic. Yeah, but it doesn't really have much to do with us. Mainly, the clubs want to take this opportunity to ask for more funding. Shirogane Miyuki rubbed his forehead with a troubled look. Even Chika has already submitted her report. What does the sports festival have to do with a board game club? And she even specially submitted the request to him? Does she think he'll approve it? Shirogane Miyuki really couldn't understand. The other party was like a gambler. Try her luck with a bet that had a very low cost but an extremely high return. Even if the success rate was only 0.0001, she would keep trying. Reject her, Sakurai Saki said coldly. Already did. Shirogane Miyuki gave a slight chuckle and continued the earlier topic. The balls and venue for the sports festival are all handled by the clubs. When the time comes, we'll have to go on site and check things out to prevent any issues. That sounds pretty easy. Sakurai Saki sat down next to the sofa. Coming this early today, of course it wasn't just for this matter. Sakurai Saki's expression turned serious, just when Shirogane thought he was having some trouble. Sakurai Saki sighed. Shirogane, I realized that too many people like me. What should I do? Shirogane. Shirogane stroked his chin, thinking, Sakurai, have you considered the possibility that yes, you are liked, but maybe not to the extent where everyone falls for you? Enough that you need to find a way to deal with it? No, Shirogane, you misunderstood. I found out there's a girl who might be starting to like me, but I already have a girlfriend now. Sakurai, being handsome is really troublesome, Shirogane. Sakurai, it's still afternoon. Bit too early to be dreaming. Don't you think Shinomiya-san's attitude toward me is really strange? If this doesn't get resolved, he might lose sleep over it. Just thinking about the possibility of Shinomiya Kagaya liking him gave Sakurai Saki goosebumps all over. Shinomiya? Haha, Sakurai. You're funny, Shirogane. Miyuki burst out laughing at him. Shinomiya Kagaya liking a boy? Don't joke. Turns out this best friend Sakurai of his could crack jokes, too how amusing. Her attitude toward you is indeed unusual. The really terrible kind. Shirogane said while flipping through documents. If you want her to hate you even more, just keep arguing with her. Sakurai Saki heard that. It was like a cosmic explosion went off in his head, bursting with inspiration. Sakurai. Oh, that's right. Just keep going against her. No one would like someone who constantly goes out of their way to oppose them. Such behavior is basically provocation. A while later, Ishigami, you arrived. Favorability level 81. This favorability level means if he sees you collapse, he would immediately call an ambulance. Good afternoon, Sakurai Senpai, Mew Senpai. Ishigami, you greeted them. Sakurai Senpai, want to play a game? I brought my controller. Sakurai Saki nodded. A few minutes later, the two of them were sitting and playing Mario Kart on the TV in the student council room. This game console had been placed here since last semester one could only say that the previous student council executives didn't really follow the rules. There were even DVDs in the cabinet beside it. You threw a red shell at me? Sakurai Saki's race car was hit by a turtle shell. Umo. Ishigami, you nodded blandly. Would have been a waste not to use it. But we're in third and fourth place. Why do you hit me? Sakurai Saki watched his rank slip. Hurting others while gaining nothing yourself, don't you think that's kind of badass? The gloomy nature inside Ishigami, you showed itself completely. You're too dark, Ishigami-kun. You won't make friends that way. Don't care. Ishigami said indifferently. In the end, the two ended up sabotaging each other and finished in 6th and 7th place. One more round. Sakurai Saki's competitive spirit was burning fiercely. Before he could even finish the sentence, the door swung open. Favorability level 89. This one was on an even more extreme level. This kind of favorability meant even inviting her to do something weird wouldn't be refused. Chika. Good afternoon, everyone. What are you all doing? Fujiwara Chika burst into the room full of energy. Then, she saw the two of them playing games. Don't play video games. Let's play board games instead. Let me win this match first. Sakurai Saki replied irritably. He got overtaken again. This is why this kind of luck-based game is honestly so boring. Even if you have skill, if you're constantly being targeted, it's just not fun to play. Fujiwara Chika stomped over behind him, then hugged him from behind and shook his shoulders, whining. No play with me, unfortunately. Sakurai Saki was now blinded by his thirst for victory. At this moment, he desired nothing but winning. Women only slowed down his driving speed. Sakurai Saki stared intently at the screen, and a few seconds later, Chika also got drawn in by the gameplay. Saki-kun is in first place? Then she glanced at the right side of the screen, at Ishigami-yu's position. Ishigami-kun, why are you in fourth? Yoei. So weak. Chika snorted with laughter. Ishigami-yu said, annoyed. Even someone like you, a noob at online games, dares mock me. Fujiwara-senpai? My family doesn't allow me to play online games, so of course I'm a noob. Chika replied, as if it were common sense. To be exact, her family banned all entertainment devices. So game consoles and PC games were naturally forbidden too. Like the other two members of the board game, Club Makahara Koju and Terashima, who often played FPS games. Chika also really wanted to try, but she discovered that those games took quite a lot of time per round. At home, there was no way to sneak in a session. If she really wanted to play, she had to go to an internet cafe, but that was too much hassle. Moreover, There was one time when Chika finally managed to find a net cafe to play co-op with Sakurai Saki, only to get ridiculed by Ishigami-yu. Since then, Chika lost interest in playing FPS games, at least with Ishigami-yu. And so, the three of them gathered, two playing, one watching, not realizing how much time had passed. Then came the sound of footsteps from outside the door. Shinomiya Kagaya pushed the door open and entered. She looked around the room. What are they doing? So weak. Haha, seriously weak. Fujiwara-senpai, is that all you got? Ukawai koto. Ishigami-yu laughed arrogantly. Ishigami, meanie. Chika threw down her controller and hugged Sakurai Saki, whining. Saki-kun, he's bullying me, Chika. It was unclear whether she really wanted to play games or just wanted to cling to Sakurai Saki. Seeing this, Kagaya asked curiously, is everyone playing games? And Sakurai-san, hugging Secretary Fujiwara. So tightly, don't you think that's kind of violating the school's code against improper relationships between male and female students? Sakurai Saki turned around, his voice cold. The hell does that have to do with you? Kagaya. Favorability level 75? Sakurai Saki seized the momentum and continued. And you, what's with that hair accessory? Dressing all cute like that for what? Favorability level 80? Sakurai Saki. Chapter 128. It dropped. It dropped. In the student council room, the atmosphere was relatively harmonious. Under Sakurai Saki's lead, everyone began commenting on Shinomiya Kagaya's new look. Not bad. Shinomiya-senpai's original image definitely gave off a distant vibe, but now she looks much more approachable. Ishigami-yu commented. Super cute. Fujiwara Chika, clinging to Sakurai Saki, threw out a half-hearted reply. It's all right. Shirogane Miyuki wasn't good at complimenting girls. As for Sakurai Saki, he was still thinking about what to do next. A few minutes later, Sakurai, come with me to the volleyball club. Let's go check their equipment for the sports festival. They said they've got everything ready. Shirogane Miyuki stood up. Umo. Sakurai Saki nodded and got up from the sofa. I'm coming too. Fujiwara Chika naturally followed the two of them. Ishigami-yu glanced at Shinomiya Kagaya. He slowly stood up. More people means more help. They'll go too. Compared to staying here alone with Shinomiya-senpai, had much rather help out. Seeing this, Shinomiya Kagaya also amiably followed behind. And just like that, the group headed toward the gym. Ishigami-yu quietly sighed in relief. As long as I'm not locked in a room alone with Shinomiya-senpai, I consider that a win. To be honest, he was still really scared of Shinomiya Kagaya, especially that way she looked down at people. Getting that kind of look made Ishigami feel like he was about to be thrown into the bottom of Tokyo Bay. Ishigami, when they arrived at the volleyball club's area, the group began checking the number of volleyballs. Want to play a round of volleyball? Sakurai Saki suggested. There was still quite a bit of time before today's next class, and heading to the library now would be too early. Besides, he wanted to lower Kagaya's favorability level at least down to 70. So boring him going back. Shinomiya Kagaya was completely uninterested. Oya, don't tell me you're scared, Kagaya-san. Scared of losing to me? Sakurai Saki sneered. Sakurai, lose? Huh. Shinomiya Kagaya, who had been walking away, turned right back. Kagaya, you're being a bit arrogant, aren't you? My volleyball skills maybe not number 1 at Shuchiin, but definitely number 2 at least. Upon hearing that, Chika murmured in a low voice, Kagaya-san, that's a pretty arrogant statement. To Ishigami, you took a few steps back. Volleyball? Spare him, please. He absolutely did not want to exercise. Absolutely not. Ima beat laking. If everyone doesn't mind. Shirogane Miyuki knew he wasn't very athletic. But in truth, his volleyball skills weren't too bad. At the very least, he had quietly practiced serving, receiving, and spiking. Shirogane thought to himself, then let's play 2v2. Ishigami, be the referee. The volleyball club didn't have practice today, and the gym was empty. A proper volleyball match normally required 12 players, 6 on each team with clearly defined positions. How are we dividing teams? Shinomiya Kagaya asked. In truth, She wanted to be on the same team as Shirogane Miyuki. Shirogane looked like he had decent stamina. He often worked part-time jobs, and she saw him running during last year's sports festival with impressive speed. Overall, he seemed like someone fairly good at sports. For the sake of winning, of course, choosing a strong teammate would be advantageous. I want to team up with Sakiko, and Chika ran over and stood next to Sakurai Saki. Let's split boys versus girls. Sakurai Saki explained. There's bound to be some physical contact during the game, which wouldn't be appropriate. That was the surface reason. The deeper reason, Sakurai Saki had a similar thought to Kagaya. Even though he helped Shirogane practice singing last time, he still trusted his best friend and believed he couldn't be that bad at sports. Sakurai believed this because he hardly ever saw Shirogane play ball during PE last year. At this moment, both of them were misunderstanding Shirogane Miyuki's true skill level. Shirogane Miyuki being stronger than Fujiwara Chika. That was what both of them believed right now. Sorry, but I absolutely won't let Shirogane be your teammate, Sakurai Saki said seriously. Humph, Kagaya gave a cold chuckle. Then just as you wish. So what if she lost a fairly strong teammate? It wasn't the end of the world. Even if she was a bit of a burden, Secretary Fujiwara wasn't so weak that she couldn't play at all. What about me? Chika pointed at herself. My opinion doesn't matter, huh? No one paid her any attention. Chika. Shirogane Miyuki walked over to Sakurai Saki and gave him a pat on the shoulder. Gambear. Looking at that calm expression, Sakurai Saki felt a little more at ease. Fujiwara Chika angrily stomped over next to Kagaya, then huffed. I'm gonna crush you guys. Saki-kun, they'll make you regret this. Sorry, Chika, but this battle, I will win. Sakurai Saki picked up the volleyball from the ground and spun it on his finger. Who serves first? Ishigami-kun, you decide. Shinomiya Kagaya looked sweetly at Ishigami, you the one acting as referee. Ishigami, you stiffened, since Sakurai-senpai decided the teams. Then Shinomiya-senpai should serve first? He chickened out, getting that kind of look from Shinomiya Kagaya. If you don't let me serve first, you only have 1 month left to live. No one would dare say no. Courtesy is a virtue. Boys yielding to girls is the mark of a gentleman. Yumiu. Cough sorry. Sakurai-senpai. Your useless Kohai has already surrendered. If he says so. Shinomiya Kagaya responded contentedly. Sakurai Saki tossed the volleyball high, then threw it to her. Go ahead and serve. Serving first doesn't guarantee victory. Serving second doesn't mean defeat either. Kagaya caught the ball and tossed it a few times to feel the weight. She adjusted her posture. Sakurai Saki glanced at her favorability level. 74? Perfect. It's dropped to the level where, if you were hit by a car, she'd probably need a good 10+ seconds to consider calling an ambulance. Defeat her right here, and let that favorability keep dropping. Everything just according to Kikaku. A few seconds later, Kagaya tossed the volleyball high into the air. Pop! Her right hand struck the ball. It was a sharply aggressive serve, blistering fast. Sakurai Saki reacted instantly, receiving the ball. Shirogane! He shouted. Shirogane Miyuki, beautiful pass. Then he jumped high. Pop! There was no sound. The ball hit the ground softly. Shirogane Miyuki missed it. Shirogane, sorry. It's been a while since I played. Sakurai Saki didn't mind much. Maybe you just didn't warm up. Next time, you handle the receive. What's this? Messing up on the first play? Yoei Chika bounced a few times on the spot and made a silly face. Well, she was still a little annoyed at having been ignored earlier. Ishigami-yu, standing to the side, flipped the scoreboard. My turn to serve now. Sakurai Saki picked up the ball from the ground. He adjusted his stance. Shiny! As a shout rang out, the ball was tossed up wham. A strong gust of wind brushed past Shinomiya Kagaya's cheek. The ball nearly hit the ground the instant it was served. Point is valid. Ishigami-yu shouted. Then, the match turned into a direct showdown between the two of them. Sakurai Saki's serves were nearly impossible to handle this time. He was clearly using a level of physical strength far beyond the average person. On Shinomiya Kagaya's side, the two girls coordinated smoothly as well. Gradually, Shinomiya Kagaya began to notice that something fell off. That was President Shirogane is kind of weak, isn't he? Kagaya picked up the ball again. She remembered seeing him sprint impressively during the sports festival. He shouldn't be this bad. Even if he wasn't great, he shouldn't be this terrible, not even able to receive a single ball. Sorry, but I absolutely won't let Shirogane be your teammate. Thinking back on Sakurai Saki's words, Shinomiya Kagaya threw the volleyball in her hands aside. This match ends here. I forfeit. To go up against someone who was training with chains and shackles, Shirogane, and still be evenly matched meant she had already lost. A match that unfair isn't worth winning. Sakurai Saki said nothing, but his mood was excellent. While playing earlier, he had temporarily deactivated his superpower. It got in the way of his vision during the game. Right now, he wasn't sure what her favorability level was. After saying her piece, Kagaya turned and walked toward the gym door. Sorry, Sakurai. I'm not very good at volleyball. Shirogane Miyuki apologized guiltily. It was all his fault. No worries, you did great. Though he didn't know why the opponent had admitted defeat, she must be feeling upset. Thinking that, Sakurai Saki activated his ability. Favorability level 83. Sakurai Saki immediately felt something was off. And in that moment, a flash of light went off in his mind. Sakurai Saki had come up with a method guaranteed to make her hate him. He quickly seized the moment before she left, turned to Chika, and said, Chika, with your figure, doesn't it feel uncomfortable when you exercise? I didn't see you jump to spike the ball even once. Kagaya's footsteps halted. Favorability level 82. Eats Fina. Kagaya-san mostly handled the attacks just now. Chika replied. Favorability level 80. True. With a figure like Shinomiya-san's, it's definitely advantageous in sports. Favorability level 67. At the doorway, a black aura seemed to be radiating from Shinomiya Kagaya. Ishigami Yu glanced around and felt a chill crawling up his back. A few seconds ago, Shirogane Miyuki had been practicing his serve. Now he was flat on the floor, looking like an upside-down alpaca with its legs in the air. Sakurai-san, could you repeat what you just said? Kagaya turned her head. Shinomiya-san, are you very self-conscious about your figure? Sakurai Saki deliberately asked again. But people's bodies aren't something they can freely control. I think everyone has their own strengths. We shouldn't focus too much on comparisons like that. Kagaya narrowed her eyes at him for a few seconds, filled with suspicion. What he said sounded sincere. Maybe he really didn't mean it earlier. Favorability level 70. A few minutes later, as he watched Kagaya's back disappearing in the distance, Sakurai Saki once again confirmed in his heart. Girls really are impossible to predict. Today's result, Sakurai Saki wins, successfully decreased Kagaya's favorability level. Nightfall. At the Shinomiya residence, Shinomiya Kagaya was recounting the events of the afternoon to her maid. Hayasaka, today General Affairs Sakurai, said my hairstyle was cute. Kagaya shared cheerfully. Ayazakai, grouse, grouse. AI-chan quietly raised the threat level another notch. Kagaya-sama's boyfriend stealing threat level. CA Chapter 129. Shijo Maki is crying after finishing the confrontation with Shinomiya Kagaya. Sakurai Saki prepared to go tutor the 5 Nakano sisters. There was still some time before the next important exam, the midterm. Sakurai Saki felt there was still plenty of time. At the very least, as long as all 5 of them passed. Then it should be fine. Of course, he didn't dare to be too sure. People who are overconfident often fall the hardest. Even though Sakurai Saki was fairly confident, these 5 were opponents that not even the secretary word spirit could handle. Only thanks to the efforts of the veteran staff feeding last time did the monthly test scores of the 5 sisters turn out barely acceptable. It was once again proof that the power of word spirit was absolutely useless. A piece of trash that couldn't even solve problems with a vending machine had no business dreaming of anything greater. Cursing the trash tier superpower inside himself, Sakurai Saki made his way to the self-study room in the library. In front of the library door, Sakurai Saki greeted the person on duty today. Shijo-san, Good afternoon. Are you okay? The other person had her head down on the table, her whole body trembling, clearly not okay at all. Favorability level 37? There was a girl who's hostile toward him. This was the kind of favorability level where if he got hit by a car, she'd stand nearby and laugh to herself with glee. Shijo Maki was already very upset, and being comforted like that only made her cry even harder. She lifted her head, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes, and choked out a greeting. Hello, classmate, good afternoon. Maki. That expression like she was about to cry, but trying to hold it in to save face. Oh no, this is way too interesting. Sakurai Saki had just discovered a new toy. Sakurai, who Shijo Maki wiped her tears with her sleeve and muttered. Why did it have to be you? The person she liked had just confessed her best friend, and now she had to face her academic rival. Imzul misérable. Sob, thinking that. Shijo Maki's whole body seemed to deflate. She tilted her head, her two cute twin buns drooping to one side. What are you here for? To mock me? Sakurai Saki tried to hold back his laughter and turned his head away. This isn't good. This girl is way too interesting, isn't she? He had a rough guess about why she was crying. It was very likely that Tanuma Tsubasa had successfully confessed. Sakurai Saki nodded unconsciously, then shook his head. Maki. Of course not. It's not like I enjoy watching people cry over heartbreak and laughing at them. Sakurai Saki said, but a slight smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Then wipe that stupid smile off your face. Shijo Maki shouted through her tears, then realized they were in the library. Even though there weren't many people around, she still had to keep quiet. She covered her face and lowered her head again, sobbing. Yuwa Shijo-san, don't be sad. Think about something happy. Sakurai Saki glanced at his phone. It wasn't time for class yet, so he got a bit interested in playing around with Shijo Maki. Shijo Maki slightly raised her head and looked at him with hopeful eyes. Something happy? Maki, just think of it as I'm going to gain experience or something. Sakurai Saki was texting with Miku on his phone. While typing on his phone, he chatted with Shijo Maki. It's just dating, not like your chances are completely gone. Wait until that Tanuma guy gets bored, and then... Shijo Maki suddenly stood up. How do you know this lady likes him? Don't tell me. You like me? Maki clutched her chest and said in horror. That would be seriously disgusting. Sakurai Saki didn't even bother looking up. He told me himself, said, last week you guys asked him if he had a girlfriend. And then? Shijo Maki asked curiously. She wanted to hear more behind-the-scenes stuff. And then what? Oh, you mean did he say anything after that? Sakurai Saki smirked. He said he likes Kashiwagi-san. Maki's expression visibly dropped, her mood falling through the floor. She mumbled. Did he say anything about me? Of course he mentioned you. Sakurai Saki said, then suddenly turned and walked toward the self-study room. Hey, Shijo Maki shouted. At least finish what you were saying before you go. She hurriedly ran up and grabbed Sakurai Saki's sleeve. Sakurai Saki reluctantly took a few steps forward, and Shijo Maki was dragged along just like that. Please, tell me. Sakurai Saki turned back with a sigh. But he said nothing. What are you sighing for? Shijo Maki asked irritably. This is something my close friend told me in private. I can't reveal it. Sakurai Saki made it clear that he could keep a secret. Sakurai, please tell me. He'll do anything. Shijo Maki pleaded. You said you'll do anything? Sakurai Saki asked seriously. Yeah. Within reason, of course. Small stuff is a piece of cake. After all, Shijo Maki puffed out her chest and brushed her ponytail proudly. This lady is a descendant of a Shijo family. The power of the Shijo household isn't something a commoner like you can comprehend. Sakurai Saki pretended to be terrified. What? The Shijo family? I really must have been blind. And here I was trying to make conditions with you. Shijo Maki fell silent for a few seconds. Are you mocking me? Sakurai Saki acted innocent. What makes you say that? Forget it. Just tell me about Tsubasa-kun. Shijo Maki brought the topic back. As long as it's within my ability, one condition will help you. All right, since you said so. Sakurai Saki hesitated for a moment, then put on a gloomy expression. We actually knew he was planning to confess since last week. He came directly to the student council to ask. Sakurai Saki sighed and spoke in a reluctant tone. Please don't tell anyone else. And then, Shijo Maki pressed on. There were still tears on her face, and her expression right now looked a bit ridiculous. Maki, Sakurai Saki tried to suppress his laughter. Laughing at someone who's heartbroken isn't something a normal person should do, Sakurai Saki. You're cosplaying as a normal person right now. So quit laughing. Cough. Sakurai Saki cleared his throat softly. He said your attitude toward him was too strict, so he didn't dare date you. Compared to that, he found Kashiwagi-san gentler and more his type. Sakurai Saki felt that Tanuma Tsubasa was doing the right thing. At least he wasn't the type to string girls along. Bad attitude? Huh, that's not true at all. Shijo Maki tried to argue. Didn't you just admit earlier that you liked him? I don't like him. It's just that he seems kind, and his family is in the medical field, which makes him feel safe. Isn't that basically liking him? No, it's not. I don't like him. That mouth of hers was really stubborn. You were planning to date him. If that's not liking him, then what is? No, I really don't like him. Sakurai Saki was getting annoyed. He shouted, You like him, don't you? Shijo Maki hesitated for a few seconds, her face turning bright red. She whispered, Maki, damn. This girl is way too cute. Sakurai Saki screamed internally. Who the hell is Tsundere to this level? Ever held hands before? Shijo Maki lowered her head, crying, Never. What about hugging? Also never. Shijo Maki sank to the floor. Good thing there was no one else in the library right now, or people might think Sakurai Saki was bullying her. Well then, Sakurai Saki hadn't finished speaking when she cut him off loudly. None of that ever happened. You're so annoying. Shijo Maki snapped, then covered her face and cried again. Sakurai Saki crouched down in front of her, holding out his hand like he was coaxing a puppy. It's okay, I'll help you. When it comes to love, you can always come to me. This was too fun. Sakurai Saki wasn't going to let this girl go. After Fujiwara Chika and Miko-chan, Sakurai Saki had found another interesting toy. Shijo Maki looked up at him with eyes like an abandoned animal. Really? Maki? Of course. Sakurai Saki lowered his head, trying hard not to laugh. A few seconds later, the two of them held hands. Sakurai Saki stood up and pulled her up with him. Favorability level, 74? That went up fast. This woman's way too easy to coax. All right, do you have any wish you want granted? Shijo Maki took out a handkerchief and wiped away her tears. Even though her face was still wet with tears, her voice now rang out with full confidence. Just leave it to this lady. Sakurai Saki stroked his chin in thought. A few seconds later, what a coincidence. I really do have something I need your help with. Chapter 130. Shijo Maki is easy to coax in the library. Tutor, you want this lady to tutor someone else, and even be a teaching assistant? Shijo Maki had zero interest in tutoring others. She already spent plenty of time on her own studies. How could she waste that time teaching someone else? Shijo-san, have you ever heard of the Feynman technique? Sakurai Saki began his bullshit no jutsu. It had taken great effort to seize this weak point of the fourth-ranked student in the entire year. How could he let it go so easily? Of course Shijo Maki had heard of it, but she could tell from his expression that this guy had malicious intentions. Explaining something you've learned to others, if you can do it fluently, then it means you've truly mastered it. That's the Feynman technique. Sakurai Saki spoke with a look of concern. If you only study by yourself, it's easy to think you understand it, but in reality, you need practice to verify that understanding. In the past, Khrushchev once said, among 3 people walking, there must be a teacher for me. Sakurai Saki was about to continue his logical persuasion, but she didn't seem interested in listening. Shijo Maki smiled and said, Sakurai-san, I can pay you. I don't need money. Sakurai Saki shook his head. Besides, accepting money like that went against his principles. Sakurai Saki only accepted compensation that he could take with a clear conscience. 1 million yen. Consider it a reward for becoming a member of this Lattice Love Alliance. Shijo Maki showed a confident expression. This was her allowance savings that she had been accumulating for quite a while. This time, she was putting in both principal and interest, even as the daughter of the Shijo family. The allowance given to children wasn't excessive after all. They didn't have many chances to spend money anyway. A day at school, she'd have 25,000 yen. This 1 million yen was worth 40 days. With 3 lessons a week, it would take 13 weeks to save that amount, roughly 2 months. Sakurai Saki thought for a few seconds. In the end, he still shook his head. Actually, you could pull my students into your alliance too. Since they're girls, they might understand you better and come up with more reasonable advice. Implied message, not enough money. But Shijo Maki didn't catch it. Her eyes sparkled. Girls? I'm sure you've heard there are 5 Nakano sisters. They're quite famous at school. Them? Shijo Maki scoffed. They really are pure-blooded idiots after saying that. She gave a confident smile. But since this lady is a genius, tutoring them is no problem. So, where are they? Just as she finished speaking, Sakurai Saki saw several people entering the library in a line. Right behind you. Shijo Maki let out a strange noise. She turned around and saw the 5 Nakano sisters. Sakurai Saki gave a nod to all 5 of them. Then he checked the favorability level of each one. Nakano Ichika. Favorability level, 77. Normal level. Nakano Miku. Favorability level, 79. Decent enough. Nakano Yatsuba. Favorability level, 72. Just as expected. Nakano Itsuki. Favorability level, 71. A bit lower by comparison. Sakurai Saki guessed it was because he had accidentally entered her room last time. But the last one made Sakurai Saki a little doubtful. Nakano Nino. Favorability level, 86. To maintain this level, and even when he had made no move to get close to her, honestly, Sakurai Saki was at a loss for words. The Stockholm effect and suspension bridge effect were working to their absolute limits on this girl. Moreover, Sakurai Saki felt that no matter how much he scolded her, she probably wouldn't push back. Her favorability might even go up, but luckily, among the 5 sisters, the one who liked him was only Nino. And she wasn't the clingy type at the very least. Nino understood clearly that he had no interest in her. As for this whole secretly in love thing, Sakurai Saki didn't care in the slightest. Plenty of girls liked him. There were probably over 10 at school. Secret crushes could stay secret. Just look at Shijo-san. Wasn't she also secretly in love? With a precedent like that, Nino's ending was pretty easy to predict. This is the teaching assistant I invited, our classmate with a very high rank. Shijo Maki-san, Sakurai Saki introduced. The 5 sisters clapped in welcome. They had at least heard of her. The name rang a bell. This lady will be your teaching assistant this time. Shijo Maki patted her chest as she introduced herself. Just leave it to me. Maki, Assistant Chan, can we call you that? Ichika asked in her usual friendly tone. A nickname? Almost sure. I'll consider that a special privilege just for you. Shijo Maki replied cheerfully. Nakano Ichika thought to herself. This girl is easy to manipulate. Thank you for your help, Shijo-san, Itsuki said seriously, giving a polite bow. Shijo-sensei. Yatsuba. Yatsuba raised her hand to introduce herself. Sensei. Shijo Maki felt herself floating a little inside. That title? She kinda liked it. Maki. Hello, Nakano Miku. Miku greeted coolly. Shijo Maki simply nodded in response. Shijo-san, Nakano Nino from Class 2C. Nice to meet you. Oh, by the way, do you want to exchange line contacts? That way we can share notes more easily, Nino said with a sociable smile. This lady can reluctantly allow that, Shijo Maki replied while pulling out her phone to add her. After they became line friends, she turned to Sakurai Saki, tilted her head, and held out her phone. Your turn. Sakurai Saki was halfway through enjoying the show when she called out to him. He blinked. What is it? Give me. Shijo Maki said bashfully. Give me your line ID. And so, Sakurai Saki added her in. While he was at it, added the other 4 sisters as well. He even created a group chat. On the way to the study room, Nino glanced at the name of the group chat. Shijo Maki's Love Support Committee. Nino walked up beside Sakurai Saki, lightly tugged on his sleeve. Sakurai Saki looked down. She leaned close and whispered in his ear, "What's with this group name?" In short, I invited a genius to help tutor you guys, and you don't even have to pay her. All you need to do is help her with her love troubles. Pretty good deal, right? You just sold us out, didn't you? Nino widened her eyes. Sold what? Sakurai Saki looked confused. Don't girls your age love chatting about romance? Think of it as entertainment gossip. Nakano Nino thought for a few seconds. It wasn't a bad deal. Besides, now she was in the same group chat as Sakurai Saki, something she had never even dared to dream of. Getting his line today was already a huge step forward. They all arrived at the self-study room together. It was May, nearly summer. The days were long, the nights short. Right now it was 4:30 p.m., and the sunlight was still quite intense. After sitting down, Sakurai Saki pulled out his materials. All right, give me your scores from last month's test. I need them to plan the next lessons. At the moment, the only score he knew was Mika's. He had already asked her via line. The rest, he hadn't bothered asking yet. Hearing that, Shijo Maki's expression turned serious. She was very similar to Shinomiya Kagayan in that once she set a goal, she wouldn't back down. The same applied to work. If she was going to do something, she would do it well. As soon as Sakurai Saki finished speaking, each of the 5 sisters reacted differently. Miku and Nino looked relaxed. The other 3, not so much. A few minutes later, after hearing all the scores, Shijo Maki stood up, expressionless. Sorry, Sakurai-san. Pick a different condition. If you ask me, you should find someone more qualified. She truly wasn't trying to be modest. She was the 4th-ranked student in the whole school, and now she was supposed to tutor these 5 idiots? In short, with grades like that, she couldn't teach them. Sakurai Saki's face remained calm. Shijo-san, is that all the courage you've got? If love is already too much for you, are you really going to back down from studying to the thing you take the most pride in? Then let's lower the bar. Let's say everyone passes the midterm. That's simple enough, right? Then he saw the look of righteous fury on Shijo Maki's face. Got it, Sakurai Saki thought. She's just like Shinomiya Kagaya, can't stand being provoked. Huh? You think this lady is scared? You must be joking. Shijo Maki plopped down, thumped her hand on her chest, and declared confidently, "There's no such thing as giving up in the Shijo family dictionary. This lady will make sure all of them pass." She didn't dare say something like getting them into the top of Shuchiin. Shijo Maki wasn't that delusional. I'm so touched. Shijo-san, I didn't expect you to be so willing to tutor them. Sakurai Saki dabbed at the corner of his eye with a crocodile tear. Oomph. You'd better treat this lady with proper gratitude. She huffed. At that moment, all 5 sisters simultaneously shared the same thought. Shijo-san has officially become Sakurai-san's toy. Poor thing. Chapter 131. Already filled up, class ended. Actually, Sakurai Saki felt it was fine. He already knew the 5 sisters' limits well, so he could remain calm. Shijo Maki wasn't the same. Her rich girl aura radiated from her bones and made it impossible for her to restrain herself. Perhaps for a genius like her, studying was simple and effortless. So of course she thought others could easily absorb knowledge too. But reality wasn't like that. Each person's intelligence is different. The same amount of effort applied to different people yields different results. Sakurai Saki only needed to study 2 hours a day to catch up to Shirogane Miyuki, who studied 10 hours a day. That was clearly unreasonable, but it still happened. The 5 sisters were dumb, but Sakurai Saki wouldn't just keep repeating to them, "You're all dumb. You're not good at studying," because those words, besides hurting a child's confidence and potential, served no useful purpose. Idiots. All of you are idiots. Shijo Maki slammed the desk and stood up, pointing at Sakurai Saki. You're the biggest idiot. Sakurai Saki had the attitude of a drowning doesn't fear boiling water. So whatever she said didn't matter. Yes, 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 I'm the biggest idiot. Knowing that is good enough. Shijo Maki had no choice but to accept it. Earlier she had agreed very easily, But once she actually got involved, she realized it was way harder than expected, and now there was no excuse to back out. How could you get such a simple problem wrong? Yatsuba-san? Maki held up the test papers she had just collected. Right, Shijo-sensei, why did I get wrong? Strange. Yatsuba rubbed her forehead, deep in thought. Yatsuba, because you're an idiot. Nino coldly spoke the truth. But Nino's scores aren't that good either. Yatsuba protested. I passed. All my monthly tests already way better than you. Nino said proudly. Nino, her hard work from earlier had paid off. This time her results weren't bad. It's just that Sakurai Saki didn't ask her directly about her scores, which made Nino a bit disappointed. Why do you even have to classify idiots into different levels of idiocy? Shijo Maki said helplessly. Aren't they all just idiots anyway? All right, class ends here. Sakurai Saki cut off everyone's chatter. In any case, he was satisfied. The father of the Nakano quintuplets didn't call this time, which meant his teaching ability had been temporarily acknowledged. Want to go eat something? Itsuki was already hungry. Didn't you just eat meat buns before coming here? Nino asked, puzzled. The meat buns that girls eat go into a different stomach. Itsuki said seriously. Nino glanced at Itsuki's plump thighs and said nothing more. I want to eat matcha cake. The cafe by the station just launched a new one. Mika became more talkative when it came to food she liked. She adjusted her headphones, then stood up first. Saki-kun, want to come along? He'll pass. Sakurai Saki packed his things. I'm on a bike, kind of inconvenient. Mainly, he just didn't like sweets. I want to eat donuts. The limited time one at the bakery in front of the station. Golden chocolate. I saw it yesterday. Shinobu's mental voice rang out in his head. Shinobu, didn't you eat it just yesterday? Shinobu, you're a vampire, not a red dog. Akainu, Sakurai Saki stood up, expressionless. This was the effect of the earlier pact. They could communicate freely. Didn't you hear what that girl just said? The donuts girls eat go into a different stomach. Shinobu, it wasn't donuts, it was meat buns. Then why do you like donuts so much? Sakurai Saki was really curious. Are you stupid? I just like them. Sakurai Saki lowered his head and looked down. Favorability level, 96? Say no now, and ID feel guilty. Fine, they'll just buy one for you. Shijo-san, do you want to go with them? Sakurai Saki saw on her face that she clearly wanted to go, but seemed too hesitant to bring it up herself. How to describe it? Like the expression of a little puppy left behind, hoping its owner would turn back and look at it. Maki, Nakano Ichika smiled and invited her. Assistant Chan, want to come eat sweets with us? Since you invited me like that, this lady has no choice but to accept. Shijo Maki nodded, her twin ponytails swaying gently, reflecting the happy mood of their owner. Maki, Sakurai Saki, then also left the library along with the girls. After parting ways, Sakurai Saki arrived at the bakery one step ahead of them. As it turned out, the line was ridiculously long, but fortunately, he came at the right time. The new batch of limited edition pastries had just come out of the oven, and he managed to buy a few of the last ones. While he was at it, he also bought some toasted bread. After leaving the bakery, Sakurai Saki passed by a cafe and saw the girls inside enjoying their pastries. It was the five sisters and their teaching assistant, Shijo Maki. Sakurai Saki got on his bike and left immediately. My master, there's an oddity aura coming from that girl. Who? The one with the star-shaped hair clip. Is it dangerous? Very weak. To me, extremely weak. Shinobu. Sakurai Saki could imagine the smug expression on the lowly vampire's face as she said that. Since it was a very weak oddity, it seemed there was no need to worry. Upon returning home, after looking around and pulling the curtains to ensure there was no sunlight, Sakurai Saki spoke. Come out, Shinobu. The other party had now lost most of her power and couldn't withstand sunlight, so normally she had to hide within Sakurai Saki's shadow when going outside. But recovering her strength was very simple. She just needed to drink lots of Sakurai Saki's blood. Sakurai Saki had to feed her blood about once every 3 days. The next second, a blonde girl in a white dress pounced on Sakurai Saki. Don't get the wrong idea, she wasn't being affectionate with her master. She was simply targeting the donut bag in Sakurai Saki's hand. How can something taste this heavenly?" Shinobu exclaimed, snatching the bag from Sakurai Saki, then pulled out 2 golden donuts. She bit one on the left, then one on the right, not letting either in her hands go. Like a puppy marking its territory. Sakurai Saki thought that, rather rudely. A single donut cost several hundred yen, not cheap at all. Feeding her like this every day, the monthly expenses weren't small either, but it was a necessary sacrifice. The other party could detect abnormal phenomena faster than he could, like today. It was she who noticed the change in Itsuki. Stand users attract other stand users. He would definitely encounter many strange events later, so having an assistant wasn't a bad thing. After finishing the donuts, Shinobu wiped her hands clean, then snuggled into Sakurai Saki's lap. Her body was tiny, he could hold her fully with just one arm. "Are you looking forward to this?" Shinobu said in a suggestive tone. "Don't get the wrong idea. Hentai-san, she was just talking about blood-sucking her main meal." Shinobu. Hentai readers, would prey being hunted feel happy? Sakurai Saki grumbled. "What nonsense." Shinobu tilted herself closer to his neck and licked it softly a few times with her cute tongue. Sakurai Saki could feel the damp tip of her tongue. His skin seemed to crave her caress. "Itadakimatsu," the little vampire said, then revealed her fangs and pressed her blood-red lips against the skin. What Sakurai Saki felt next was a surge of pleasure shooting straight to his brain. When spiders hunt, they inject venom. When vampires hunt, they use pleasure to paralyze their prey. Several seconds later. "All right, that should be enough." Sakurai Saki gently patted her back. Shinobu stopped feeding upon hearing that. "Full." Shinobu rubbed her belly. She was satisfied. Chapter 132. The Anywhere Door. Thursday. Tomorrow is the sports festival. At 6 o'clock, Sakurai Saki woke up from his sleep. He got up at this hour every day. Next came brushing his teeth, washing his face, and going for a jog. But today, something fell off. Sakurai Saki looked up at the ceiling. It was unfamiliar. He turned his head to the side. Messy golden hair, a cute face, a sports jacket, and a bit of drool at the corner of her mouth. Gabriel? Why'd he suddenly end up in her room, and more importantly, why were they under the same blanket? Sensing the information in his mind, Sakurai Saki roughly understood. Today's superpower, the Anywhere Door effect, opens a door, with the destination being any location of your choosing. Side effect automatically teleports randomly once every 6 hours, a version similar to Doraemon's, functioning like teleportation, but requiring a warm-up time so it couldn't be activated instantly. In exchange, the range had no limits. Sakurai Saki moved slightly away from Gabriel, then activated the superpower. Countdown 1 minute. The next second, Gabriel stretched her arms and pulled him into her embrace, then draped her leg over his body. Sakurai Saki was hugged tightly like a teddy bear. "Gapchun," Sakurai Saki whispered. In this position, he couldn't use his ability. He had randomly acquired this superpower once before and still wasn't fully skilled in using it. Gabriel nuzzled into him without saying a word, but her breathing was steady. Sakurai Saki thought for a few seconds. Then he spoke. "The in-game event is about to start. It's a new version you haven't played before." Gabriel drowsily opened her eyes. After seeing Sakurai Saki's face, she instinctively gave him a kiss. She was a soft kiss sound. Sakurai Saki lightly patted her cheek. Did this girl really think she was still dreaming? She actually kissed him. "You, that hurts," Gabriel whined. Her tone sounded like she was being spoiled. "Are you awake now?" Upon hearing that, Gabriel stared blankly at him. A few seconds later, her face turned visibly red. Oh! Gabriel hurriedly wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. "Aki, why are you here?" Side effect of the power, Sakurai Saki explained briefly. "I thought you were here to keep me as a sugar baby." What a disappointment. Gabriel pretended to be calm as she sat up. If she weren't so embarrassed that she couldn't look him in the eye, Sakurai Saki might have actually believed she was calm. "Gabriel, it's only 6 right now. Want to sleep a bit more?" Sakurai Saki also stood up, preparing to head home. The daily quest in the online game just reset. Gabriel squatted down in her room and turned on the computer. Sakurai Saki looked around the environment. It was such a mess it hurt his eyes. Cockroaches probably felt right at home here. Today's a school day, right? Omo. Gabriel nodded firmly. If you skip school too much, you'll be held back. Right? Omo. Gabriel nodded again. You want to get expelled back to heaven? I don't want to. Then why are you playing games first thing in the morning? Sakurai Saki asked, confused. I just recharged and pulled gacha. If I don't play now, it's a waste. Gabriel was halfway through her sentence when she stiffly turned her head to look at Sakurai Saki. The corners of Sakurai Saki's mouth curled up slightly. He squatted down in front of her, and the next second, he pinned her to the floor like a predator, hands on both sides of her face. Sakurai Saki said in an unhappy voice, You recharged? When you said you had to go hunt a demon last time, I wondered why you were so cheerful. There was a reward, wasn't there? Sakurai Saki grabbed her face and asked, Tell me, when are you going to pay back the money you owe me? It was tens of thousands of yen, not a small amount. Gabriel turned her head away, transforming into a night girl caught by the Demon King. Grr, I have no money left. Only my life kill me. Last time, after Sakurai Saki reported and got the demon caught, the reward money had gone straight into her hands. But a few days ago, her online game launched a new event with a super beautiful costume available in the gacha. Gabriel got carried away and overspent. Now, it seemed the only way left was to find some way to pay off the debt. You said it yourself, so hand it over. Sakurai Saki cooperated without hesitation. Gabriel, eyes brimming with tears, slowly pulled down the zipper of her outer jacket. She looked up at Sakurai Saki, who was pinning her down, and with a face of stoic resolve, she said, Please be gentle. If you could compensate me with a little money afterward, that would be great too. Was this selling her body to pay off debt, or a seduction trap? No, this was an angelic honey trap. Normally, at this point, Sakurai Saki would act the gentleman, help her up, and forgive her. But this time, Sakurai Saki didn't plan to let it slide so easily. He had to make sure she remembered this. Don't worry, il paie. As he said that, Sakurai Saki reached for the zipper on her sports jacket. At this moment, Gabriel began to panic. She had made flirty jokes before. Sure, but this was the first time Head actually made a move. Was he really going to go through with it? Aki, I was just kidding. Gabriel stammered, her voice trembling in panic. She clutched the front of her jacket tightly, but unfortunately for her, he showed no intention of backing down. No, please. Seriously, have mercy. I've always seen you as a friend. Don't do this. This isn't right. Please stop. Sakurai Saki watched her expressions closely. Consider the debt cleared as a favor sounds like a great deal, right? I'll pay you back. Gabriel pleaded. Really? Really? Gabriel was tearful. A wave of guilt suddenly washed over Sakurai Saki. So, when he realized she was genuinely terrified, he released her. After being let go, Gabriel collapsed onto the floor as if she had been completely broken. She had been pushed beyond what she could bear just now. She wouldn't joke around like that again. At this moment, she also realized that he actually didn't harbor any perverse intent. But the look in Sakurai Saki's eyes, just now like a wild beast, seeing its prey, Gabriel felt like he might have really seriously considered it for a few seconds. This was a total miscalculation. Sakurai Saki wasn't interested in Gabriel's body at all. How to put it? She was as flat as Shinamiya Kagaya. She could wear men's clothes without needing to bind her chest. After messing around and scaring Gabriel, Sakurai Saki returned home. He began testing the superpower. The anywhere door could remain open for long periods and could also move with an object. For example, by setting the destination on top of someone's head, Sakurai Saki could knock them on the head anytime, no matter where they were. Of course, for certain lewd actions, Sakurai Saki did entertain a few seconds of thought, but he didn't act on them. Holding hands across space. Wasn't that a bit weird? Huh? Hentai-san, what are you thinking? Lewd things obviously just mean holding hands. What else could it mean? Sakurai. Hentai readers, after a short round of simple tests, Finding the ability wasn't much different from before. Sakurai Saki prepared to head to school. He biked to the school gate. There, Sakurai Saki ran into Aino Miko. Today, she looked a bit sick. She seemed tired. Good morning, Sakurai-senpai. Miko. Are you sick, Miko-chan? I'm fine, it's nothing. Aino Miko replied with a strained smile. As a model student, she couldn't just skip school lightly. Besides, she felt she could still bear it. If you really can't take it, you could go to the infirmary, Sakurai Saki said with concern. He knew her personality well. She wouldn't be easily persuaded. Thank you, Sakurai-senpai. Sakurai Saki muttered a response and walked into the school. After a few steps, he turned back to look at Miko-chan, feeling a bit worried. Let's hope she'll be okay. Chapter 133. The moth flying into the flame. When Sakurai Saki arrived at the classroom, he realized that it wasn't just Miko-chan who had caught a cold. Recently, as the temperature had gone up, more people were getting sick. With the change in season, one had to pay attention to their health. Of course, those with superpower didn't fall into that category. How could someone as an Esper still lose to a virus? Aside from being allergic to pollen, Sakurai Saki had no other weaknesses. Good morning, Toyosaki. Today, there was no favorability level display floating in the air. The view was very clear, but that was already a thing of last week. May 20th. Today is Thursday. The weather was rather clear. Tomorrow's event would not be affected. For the sports festival, the event he had signed up for was volleyball. His team had gathered 6 members. Hayasaka AI and Shinomiya Kagaya had also signed up for the girls' volleyball team. Kagaya seemed somewhat unwilling. She wanted to compete in the same sport with boys' team. Sakurai Saki looked up at the blackboard. While writing notes, his pen ran out of ink, so he quickly replaced the ink refill from the pen tip. His movements were fast, much quicker than the traditional way. That wish ticket from before, I wonder what those two will do with it. Before the midterm exams, he had promised the 5 Nakano sisters that he would grant a wish for the 2 with the best results, of course, only within the range of what Sakurai Saki could accept. Thinking of the wish ticket that Nino had taken out last time, the pen in Sakurai Saki's hand froze in midair. Right now, if Nino returned the one she borrowed before, Miku would have 2 wish tickets. What kind of request would Mika make? Sakurai Saki was very curious about that. Sakurai-kun, this question. The homeroom teacher, Masaki-sensei, called him to stand up. She had noticed that Sakurai Saki was doing something else. Sakurai Saki looked up at the question. It was a problem about calculating the slope of a straight line. After answering simply, he sat back down. These questions, he had already studied them on his own before. The notes were just to reinforce his memory. Studying without using superpower, to Sakurai Saki, was actually very interesting. Lunchtime. Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka AI were having lunch on a bench in the small courtyard beneath the classroom building. It was a spot where no one else came. So, lately you've been helping President Shirogane train for volleyball? The two were talking about Shirogane Miyuki's volleyball skills. Sakurai Saki had been helping him train for nearly a week. Luckily, his volleyball wasn't as hopeless as his singing, still salvageable. Later, Sakurai Saki heard from his friend Kazumatsuri Go that he had helped Shirogane train for a while last year. That's when Sakurai Saki realized there's no such thing as a peaceful world. Someone is just shouldering the burden in silence. Thank you, Kazumatsuri-kun, for your silent dedication, which made Shirogane Miyuki's volleyball skills slightly more average. Otherwise, Sakurai Saki's body might have been wrecked by now. Kazumatsuri, he's already graduated. All his skills are well honed. Shirogane is the type of diligent genius. If he puts in the effort, there's nothing he can't do, Sakurai Saki said with admiration. Unlike him, he didn't even need to try. And even when he succeeded, it didn't feel like an achievement. He wasn't bragging. He was simply stating a fact. Hayasaka AI picked up a piece of tempura and fed it to Sakurai Saki. Sakurai Saki swallowed, then leaned over to look at her bento. AI-chan, you're only eating this much? Aren't you hungry? Fujiwara Chika ate a lot at lunch, every day more than most of the boys. Yet she was always full of energy and never seemed to gain weight. Girls have to maintain their figure, Hayasaka AI explained. That's tough. Is it worth it? Sakurai Saki sighed. For the sake of appearance, girls would do anything. Even in winter, you could see girls wearing tights, exposing their red, cold thighs, yet still smiling. What terrifying creatures. To catch your eyes, of course it's worth it. AI-chan winked at him with her right eye. Hayasaka, I already like you enough. There's no need for that. Sakurai Saki shoved a sausage octopus into her mouth. What's there to be shy about? AI-chan swallowed the sausage and exaggeratedly said, We've already done everything. What do they call that again? Old married couple. Even an octopus can't shut your mouth. Hayasaka, Ace Gyru form so blunt and unreserved was a bit too much for Sakurai Saki to handle. She was a terrifying fastball machine. Love you, Hayasaka, AI teased him. All right, I get it. Stop saying it already. Love you the most. Hayasaka, AI, was mid-sentence when she saw a kohai passing through the courtyard. Hayasaka, oh. She froze for a few seconds, then slowly lowered her head. Sakurai Saki, what's wrong? Shy now. That kohai girl glanced at them, then bashfully ran off. See? You scared her off. Hayasaka, AI, embarrassed and annoyed, placed her hand on Sakurai Saki's waist and gently pinched the soft flesh. Sakurai Saki expressionlessly continued eating. People with superpower have no weaknesses. Sorry, you can't break through my defenses. Night girl, please train for a few more years. The two didn't take long to finish lunch. Sakurai Saki checked his phone, and on the way back to class with Hayasaka AI, he made a stop at the restroom. After that, he relaxed his body. The next moment, after a slight headache and discomfort, Sakurai Saki opened his eyes again. This was the side effect of today's ability. It was supposed to kick in much earlier, but Sakurai Saki had been suppressing it for over an hour. The infirmary? He looked around and got his answer. It was the infirmary of Shuchiin, and the supervising teacher wasn't there. Lucky! A soft sigh came from nearby. Sakurai Saki recalled Aino Mika's face from that morning. Lots of people really were getting sick lately. Tachibana-sensei, a gentle female voice, she was calling out to Tachibana-sensei, the school nurse. Miko? Sakurai Saki felt the voice was very familiar. Sakurai-senpai? Sakurai Saki pulled open the curtain and it really was her. Senpai, why are you here? Aino Miko asked as she tried to sit up. Came here to skip work. Sakurai Saki lit. Though to be fair, he really had come here to nap in the past. That was around 3 or 4 months into the start of last year, when he still wasn't ready to be a student when Shirogane Miyuki had pulled him out of a pit. Back then, he lived however he wanted, doing whatever felt comfortable. His part-time job took up a lot of time, so he needed to nap at noon. He didn't care what others thought. Even now, that hadn't changed much, but at least Sakurai Saki had learned to put up a front. Want some water? Sakurai Saki liked teasing this cute Kohai-chan, but since she was sick today, he'd spare her for now. Mika's little face was slightly red from the fever. Miko, high temperature? Just a light fever. I feel much better now. Aino Mika's speech was slightly slurred. Girls were way cuter when they were sick, and Miko was probably 10 times cuter. Sakurai Saki found a disposable paper cup nearby, then picked up the water jug and poured her a cup. Sakurai-senpai, that's Tachibana-sensei's stuff. It's fine. I'm pretty close with her. Sakurai Saki didn't elaborate. Miko took the cup, sipping it like a little deer, slowly and gently. She clearly wasn't in great shape. Even her voice was weak. Thank you, Senpai, Miko said softly. Did he really come to visit me? Sakurai-senpai is so gentle. In Mika's perspective, Sakurai Saki had come here especially to check on her. But in truth, he had just stopped by. A few minutes later, the door opened. Osaraji Kobachi, wearing glasses, walked in. Then, she saw Sakurai Saki sitting on the chair beside the bed. In Osaraji Kobachi's mind, one idiom surfaced, a moth flying into the flame. Chapter 134. The reason for hatred: chasing fame and fortune. People run after money and power, like moths flying into a flame. It's a path to death. Love is the same. Even if something is unattainable, there will still be those who crave it endlessly, using every means to gain the attention of the other party. Osaragi Kobachi understood this very well. She wasn't short on pursuers, but no matter how hard one tried, things that couldn't be had were simply out of reach. A moth flying into the flame to grasp love, isn't that laughable? Right now, Aino Miko was exactly that kind of moth. Sakurai Saki was not her white knight, at least that's what Osaragi Kobachi thought. People don't give without reason. At the very least, Osaragi Kobachi had never met a man willing to give her something unconditionally, so she naturally believed that Sakurai Saki approaching Aino Miko had some kind of benefit involved. The bigger reason for Osarage's aversion towards Sakurai, even to the point where her favorability level for him was only 40, was not entirely about Aino Miko. It was actually about herself. Osaragi couldn't accept that Miko, the person who had always depended on her now, had new support. That was something she didn't want to see. Was Osaragi Kobachi aware that her relationship with Aino Miko was warped? The answer was clear. She knew, but she didn't want to change it. Osaragi-san, what are you doing here? Sakurai Saki turned around. His voice was very quiet. Aino Miko, having just finished drinking water, had fallen asleep. Sakurai Saki had nothing else to do during lunch, so he planned to watch over her until the break ended. Sakurai-senpai, what about you? Why are you getting close to Miko? Osaragi Kobachi asked. That's a strange question. She's sick, can't I come visit her? Sakurai Saki stood up, carefully pulled the curtain closed around the bed, and stepped away. He casually took out an instant coffee packet hidden in the infirmary and began boiling water. If I had to give a reason, maybe it's because she's cute, just a senpai caring for his kohai. That was the truth. Plus, Miko was very interesting. She always had that serious face. It was fun to tease her. Osaragi, senpai isn't the kind of person who would casually tease a kohai. Sakurai-senpai, you're treating her like a toy. She had seen him teasing Miko more than once. You guessed that too, huh? Osaragi-san, your grades may be awful, but you sure are good at reading people. Sakurai Saki didn't deny it. He had looked at her grades, once ranked 156, only slightly better than a Shigami-yu. Please stay away from Miko. Sakurai Saki sat down in the nurse's chair, resting his cheek on one hand. He looked up at the girl. Why? You're deceiving her. Deceiving? The corner of Sakurai Saki's mouth lifted slightly. He found Osaragi Kobachi's words amusing. He had never lied to Miko. Giving her snacks, he truly cared as a senpai. Praising her grades, he meant it from the heart. Liking her, that was also true. You're attracting Miko. She's going to fall for you. To receive such a compliment from Osaragi-san, what an honor. Sakurai Saki's voice was gentle, but his expression turned cold. He didn't like strangers judging him so casually, especially not the kind who acted self-righteous, stepping in and speaking on someone else's behalf. Miko has her own thoughts. It has nothing to do with you. If you're really her friend, don't go around speaking for her. That's what friends should do, right? Sakurai Saki said. After all, you're not Aino Miko, are you? Speaking of treating Miko like a toy, this person in front of him was no different. If anything, she was even worse. Miko really didn't know how to choose friends. Watching them always sticking together, it seemed like they were very close, but Osaragi Kobachi clearly didn't consider Miko a true friend. I'm doing this for your own good. That kind of line shouldn't exist between friends in the first place. Sakurai Saki, after speaking, poured the hot water he had just boiled into the cup and dropped in the instant coffee packet. The words of encouragement, praise, and care that she lacks give them to her. As her senpai, Sakurai Saki had already known a bit about Miko even before the school year started, mainly during the time when his Shigami-yu was suspended. He had heard about her from Shirogane Miyuki, who said there was a girl who always spoke out in protest for a Shigami-yu suspension. That kind of naive, justice-driven person was rare. Sakurai Saki didn't want her to change. The sense of recognition she lacked, Sakurai Saki would give it to her. He swirled the cup to dissolve the coffee powder faster, then looked up at Osaragi Kobachi, who had been silent all along. The reflection on her glasses made it impossible to see her face or read her thoughts. Osaragi-san, have you ever praised her? Ever confided in her? Seeing no response from her, Sakurai Saki continued. In the disciplinary committee, people don't speak well of her. She has few friends, or maybe no true friends at all. As her only friend, Osaraji-san should be the one to care about her more. Liking the feeling of being relied on, and then unwilling to let go. Had she ever thought about Aino Mika's feelings? Probably not. Though, this was just Sakurai Saki's guess, he couldn't say for sure. Senpai Mika's voice came from inside the bed curtain. I want to go to the bathroom. She was probably dazed from the fever. Miko. Osaraji Kobachi no longer looked at Sakurai Saki. She turned to Miko. Huh, where's Sakurai Senpai? He'll take you to the bathroom. A minute later, Sakurai Saki, holding his coffee cup, smiled as he watched the two of them help each other out of the infirmary. Halfway through his drink, the school nurse returned. Short silver hair, a beautiful figure, wearing a white lab coat, a fairly well-known teacher at school. Tachibana Chizuru, Sakurai-kun. The school nurse didn't seem surprised. This kid had come here many times before, though this was the first time since the start of the new school year. You're drinking my coffee, naughty student. Tachibana-sensei said in a flat, emotionless tone. Her way of speaking was very distinctive, a cold, soft-spoken Wani-san type. Just like Miku, a Kaderi type. It's really good. Sensei wants some? Sakurai Saki stood up and offered her a seat. Tachibana-sensei nodded. Sakurai Saki smoothly stole another packet of her instant coffee and made her a cup. There was still plenty of the hot water left from earlier. That girl, where did she go? Tachibana-sensei asked curiously. Bathroom. Sakurai Saki replied. She only came here during the last period this morning. There was no expression on Tachibana Chizuru's face, only a faint look of absent-mindedness. Sick and still didn't ask for leave, what a serious child. After that, Sakurai Saki chatted with Tachibana-sensei for a bit. Once he finished his coffee, he left the infirmary. It was almost time for class to start. Lunchtime was only an hour in total. Entering through the classroom door, Sakurai Saki saw Hayasaka AI resting her chin on her hand, looking up with a bright smile as she stared at him. A cold chill from who knows where ran down his spine. Sakurai Saki quickly returned to his seat. Where'd you go? Bathroom. Though you probably won't believe me. Even Sakurai Saki didn't quite believe it himself. Hayasaka AI let out a cute, dismissive sound. Hayasaka, it's mean, am listening go on terrifying. Do girls just instantly learn this skill once they start dating? When to take care of a cute kohai who was sick. Hayasaka AI gave him a sideways glance, clearly not buying it. Sakurai Saki no longer knew what to say. If he lied, she wouldn't believe it. If he told the truth, she still wouldn't believe it. He ignored his unreasonable girlfriend and took out his afternoon textbook. Seeing his sulky actions, Hayasaka AI asked in surprise, You really went to take care of a sick kohai? I passed by the infirmary, heard Mika's voice. Poured her a cup of water. Tachibana-sensei wasn't there. So that's how it is. Inside, Hayasaka AI breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just a background character like Miko, then it was no big deal. Chapter 135. Itsuki is about to get skinny to death after Thursday's class. Sakurai-san, I have something I want to tell you. A confession? No. Sakurai Saki was cornered against the wall by Nakano Itsuki. She wore a serious, childlike expression that made people want to pinch her cute little face. Itsuki, if it's a confession, I refuse. Even though she cabineted him. Sakurai Saki still stayed firm. With so many students passing by here, she probably wouldn't do anything reckless. Can you stop joking around at a time like this? I really have something important I want to tell you. Nakano Itsuki said that, but she hesitated, unwilling to be direct. Something weird happened? Are you being followed by a pervert? Sakurai Saki guessed. In Japan, it's quite common for pretty girls to be approached or followed. But in Minato District, that happened less, public security was good, and there weren't many idiots like that. No, I don't know how to say it. Itsuki seemed to mess up her own thoughts. She grabbed Sakurai Saki's hand, pulling him, intending to bring him to a less crowded place. Sakurai Saki brushed her hand off. I have to go to the gym. There's volleyball practice today, and I don't want to lose in tomorrow's sports festival. Besides, I already made plans with someone to go to the game center after class. Saying so, he walked himself toward the stairs, preparing to go down. Sakurai Saki didn't want to lose to Shinomiya Kagaya in volleyball. Itsuki saw that and chased after him. She chose to talk along the way. Lately, I've lost weight. Sakurai Saki turned his head, his expression as if he had just seen something unbelievable. Sakurai, what's with that expression? Itsuki said angrily. Can I lose weight or something? Itsuki, let me give you an example. Someone climbing Mount Himalaya on foot without any protective gear, roughly, that kind of feeling. You get it? I'm not lying to you. I've lost another 5 kilos recently, for a total of 15 kilos. Itsuki was so frustrated that she grabbed his hand and placed it on her arm. Feel it yourself. Sakurai Saki glanced at her, but didn't touch. Itsuki, this is the staircase. Watch your distance a little. Nakano Itsuki then realized there were a few female students nearby, sneaking glances at them. She let go of his hand, pretended nothing happened, and quickened her steps down the stairs. Good afternoon. Sakurai Saki gave a gentle smile to those girls. Sakurai-senpai, good afternoon. The cute juniors politely replied. Sakurai Saki continued down the stairs. Then at the shoe lockers, he saw Itsuki standing there waiting. He opened his locker and changed shoes. Sakurai Saki walked out of the school building. My weight now is only 42 kilograms. Itsuki walked closely beside him and said softly. Now the more she ate, the skinnier she became. Her weight couldn't be maintained at all, but not eating left her very hungry. This was something Itsuki hadn't told her sisters. She felt the other 4 weren't very reliable. Thinking it through, it seemed only Sakurai Saki, this tutor, could be someone she could talk to. 160 centimeters, normal weight would be about 55 kilograms. You're a little skinny now, but still within normal range? Sakurai Saki responded casually. He had more or less guessed the reason for her weight loss. This matter actually had a bit to do with him. A mysterious origin of Sakurai Saki would attract many strange things. If this keeps going, am I going to die for being too skinny? Nakano Itsuki had never imagined a day when she would be afraid of becoming thinner. Itsuki, you could eat more fried food, the calorie intake would go up, maybe ITLL solve your condition. Sakurai Saki gave a wicked smile. Don't treat me like an idiot. All right, just look at this and you'll believe me. Itsuki patted his shoulder. Sakurai Saki stopped and turned his head. Itsuki lifted her school uniform skirt a bit, revealing the thigh that had been covered. It looked fairly plump, probably wouldn't feel bad to touch. Your thighs haven't slimmed down at all, Sakurai Saki remarked. That's right, Itsuki reflexively replied, then blushed and let the skirt fall back down. She hadn't even realized what she had just done, because the other person didn't seem to care much about her weight loss. I heard when a girl loses weight, her chest gets smaller too. Sakurai Saki glanced calmly at her chest. Yours doesn't seem to have changed. Itsuki, you said you lost 15 kilos, right? If you keep losing weight, maybe you'll lose that whole 15 kilos there too? That's pitiful. Hearing that, Itsuki stood on tiptoes, grabbed his collar, and shook him like crazy. It's not 15 kilos. Itsuki, Sakurai Saki. All right, just kidding. Let me finish volleyball practice first, then we'll talk more. Itsuki nodded. These past few days, she had been troubled by this matter, and finally found someone she could confide in. Waiting a bit more was no problem. The two entered the gymnasium. Because tomorrow was the sports festival, quite a few people were practicing. On the basketball court, the girls' basketball club was practicing. Sakurai Saki glanced a few times. On the days he didn't tutor, Nakano Yatsuba would be a substitute for the basketball club. Itsuki. Sakurai-san. Yatsuba waved her right hand to the two of them. Yatsuba, truly full of energy, Sakurai Saki remarked. The sweat from the little girl's forehead had dripped all over the floor, yet her face still carried a bright smile. Too bad, she's an idiot. Nakano Itsuki gently waved back at her sister. Then, when Yatsuba thought Itsuki came to watch her, she instead walked to the side with Sakurai Saki. All right, let's take a break. The current captain of the girls' basketball club, Hasegawa Senpai, clapped her hands once. Today, she was here to help with training. Yatsuba, right? Hasegawa called out to the dazed Yatsuba. Yatsuba snapped back to reality. Hasegawa Senpai, what is it? Have you ever considered joining the basketball club? Yatsuba gently shook her head. Hasegawa Miho glanced toward where Sakurai Saki had just left. That was General Affairs Sakurai, right? You know him? Sakurai-san is my tutor. Hasegawa Miho looked around once. Her face, full of a strong aura, didn't show much expression. Club activities are important, but studying mustn't be neglected either. If in the future you don't have time to help, just refuse straightforwardly. Hasegawa-senpai looks pretty scary, huh? Nakano Itsuki commented. Earlier, Shebin stared at several times. She's actually very gentle. Sakurai Saki replied. You can't judge someone's nature by their appearance. Sakurai Saki was the exact opposite example. Ryuju-san, you know her? She's actually very gentle too. Sakurai Saki and Itsuki stepped into the indoor volleyball court. Ryuju-san? The only daughter of the Ryuju family? Her family is Yakuza. How can she be? Sakurai Saki didn't let her finish speaking. He patted Itsuki's shoulder. Stop talking. The subject of the conversation was sitting right next to them. You got something to say about me? Huh? Ryuja Momo, sitting by the wall near the volleyball court, suddenly spoke up. Momo, Itsuki, careful or it'll kill you. Koro. Ryuju Momo threatened. Sakurai Saki wasn't very concerned with her threat. Instead, paying more attention to her Yakuza-style intimidation. It was quite interesting. You don't even accept compliments when someone calls you gentle? Sakurai Saki said, then curiously asked, Momo, why are you here? Go ask Shirogane. Ryuja Momo rolled her eyes. Shirogane? I don't see him. Did he stand you up? Sakurai Saki looked at the classes practicing volleyball, but couldn't find Shirogane Miyuki anywhere. He didn't show up for practice today. Shirogane and Ryuja Momo were in the same class, second-year Class D. The Nakano quintuplets were in second-year Class C. Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka AI were in Class A. Fujiwara Chika was in Class B, and Shijo Maki was in Class C. A few minutes later, Shirogane arrived. Jo, Sakurai. Huh? Ryuju, you're here too? Didn't you say you'd lend me a hand? Ryuja Momo said irritably. President Shirogane thought for a few seconds, then guessed. You mean the accounting work? I already sent the spreadsheets through the computer. There's no need for you to come get them. You couldn't have said that earlier? After that, Sakurai Saki saw Ryuja Momo leave the volleyball court with an expression that was both embarrassed and angry. Felt like Shirogane would get her revenge taken later. Accounting work? Where's Ishigami? Sick. Took 2 days off. Shirogane Miyuki said with a sigh. He never liked exercising, and his physical condition is an issue. Sakurai Saki appeared understanding. Also, during season changes, it's easier to catch a cold. Shirogane explained, then upon seeing Itsuki, greeted her. Nakano-san, hello. This should be our first time meeting, right? He couldn't tell the quintuplets apart, but calling her Nakano was definitely safe. Hello, President Shirogane, im Nakano Itsuki. Itsuki slightly bowed in greeting. After that, Sakurai Saki pulled Shirogane along to practice for a bit. Nakano Itsuki then stood on the edge of the court, like a rock awaiting her husband. Chapter 136. Caught in the act after the volleyball practice ended. Sakurai Saki separated from his teammates, then walked out of the gymnasium together with Itsuki. My master, under the feet of the meat buns girl, there's a pincers poking out. Inside Sakurai Saki's head, Shinobu spoke up. Earlier, Sakurai Saki had woken her. She usually slept during the day, only becoming lively at midnight, such a troublesome habit of vampires. Pincers? And hey, is Meat Buns Girl a nickname for Itsuki? Kakashi does look quite tasty. Oya am talking about an oddity, not the Meat Buns Girl. That pincers thing, what kind of creature is it from? Lobster? Crab? And hey, stop trying to guess my thoughts without permission. I have zero interest in a girl who's 159 centimeters tall and weighs nearly 60 kilograms. Sakurai Saki could only think of two animals with such claws. But that thing seems very shy, doesn't want to show itself. Kaka will need to use a small trick to lure it out. A type of arthropod that eats away at someone's weight. Itsuki, when did your weight drop the most sharply? Or rather, when did it begin? Hearing that, Itsuki thought for a few seconds, then answered, since the time you slept over at my house. So it's been quite a while. Ever since that day, I started doing morning runs. At first, I thought it was thanks to running 2 kilometers every day. Sakurai Saki interrupted her. 2 kilometers? Are you just warming up? That kind of morning jog that ends in under 10 minutes, what effect does it even have? Meat buns girl, think about it simply. A single meat bun might even have more calories than the amount you burn running. Well, with her math skills, she probably can't calculate it anyway. So asking like this is useless. I feel like it's quite a lot, though. Nakano Itsuki said seriously. Every time she finished running, she was panting heavily. Yeah, running 2 kilometers every day, losing 15 kilos is totally normal. Sakurai Saki tilted his head as he spoke. Itsuki glanced at the vending machine nearby. She was feeling a bit thirsty. Sakurai Saki was also thirsty. The two of them, in perfect sync, headed toward the water source. Totally not normal, Itsuki retorted. See? You knew it yourself. Sakurai Saki said helplessly. Humans are always deceiving themselves, same goes for losing weight. There are even people who ask, hey coach, does the cheat meal come before the main meal or after? Of course it's before. Otherwise, how would you trick your stomach? If you manage to trick your stomach, it won't digest the next portion of food. You're right, that's a lie. Don't believe it. If you eat a cheat meal, don't eat rice anymore. Note, I don't go to the gym or diet, so I don't really understand this part. What do you want to drink? Nakano Itsuki asked. I'll buy it myself. Sakurai Saki didn't want to accept anything for free. Treat it as payment for listening to me vent. Is that not okay? Then I'll take this one. Sakurai Saki changed his tone. If it's payment for being bothered, then he definitely had to accept. Black coffee? Era Sakurai-san. So you actually like drinking this stuff? Heh. Are you pretending to be grown up? Nakano Itsuki teased. Even if you drink bitter coffee, it won't make you an adult Itsuki. What are you talking about? Everyone has their own preferences, right? Meat buns girl? No matter how you hear it. That nickname sounds like a magical girl code name. Breakfast lineup. Steamed bun girl, fried dough girl, ramen girl. Just hearing it makes you hungry. Sakurai Saki was getting hungry too. You're hungry, aren't you? Shinobu-san. Please stop eavesdropping on my thoughts without permission. Thank you. Last time you seemed to react to this version of me. I only like big breasts. A pay is eternal. Liar. After a short and quick exchange in his mind, Sakurai Saki took the can of coffee that Itsuki handed him. He took a big gulp, as if to prove that he wasn't drinking coffee just to act like an adult. But in Itsuki's eyes, that action only further proved that her earlier guess was right. Meat buns girl? Only now did Itsuki realize. A friendly nickname. Sakurai Saki replied. He wondered what Miku liked to eat for breakfast. Next time he could try asking. Magical girl quintuplets, that actually sounded pretty interesting. Nicknames like that aren't fun at all. Itsuki twisted the cap off her bottle of green tea. She was fairly strong, at least strong enough to open a bottle. But maybe girls can't open bottles just to act spoiled in front of boys. After all, when they get angry and hit someone, they aren't weak at all. You can give me a nickname too, I don't mind. Sakurai Saki said casually. You saying stuff like that is really weird. In Itsuki's impression, Sakurai Saki was the strict type, at least when teaching or scolding people. He never held back. Among the 5 sisters, you're the one who gives me the most peace of mind. You're studious and very diligent. That was a lie. The real reason Sakurai Saki didn't deliberately keep his distance from her was because Itsuki had the lowest favorability towards Sakurai Saki. He was also the least on guard around her. In front of her, he didn't have to worry about the teacher-student relationship because Itsuki was fundamentally incapable of falling for him. Sakurai Saki thought so. But I failed 2 subjects on a last test. It was just the midterms. My dad said your teaching level is really high. He didn't expect Wed pass so many subjects. When mentioning her father, Itsuki showed a slightly complicated expression. Her father, although his tone at the time was as cold as usual, Itsuki could still hear that he was in a good mood. What Itsuki didn't know was that the reason Nakano Mura was so pleased was mostly because he felt that, with Sakurai Saki being so busy teaching, he had absolutely no time to develop romantic feelings toward his daughters. That's why he was happy. Finding such a high-quality, peer-aged tutor for his daughters, how could he not be pleased? There's no shortcut to studying. Just take it step by step, and you'll eventually learn. Sakurai Saki said, glancing at Itsuki. Shirogane said that to me. Itsuki nodded. If the top student says it, it's more convincing than if it comes from you. That second line, just now, was a lie. Itsuki's expression instantly became complicated. In the next second, she reached to grab Sakurai Saki's collar, but he dodged, and as a result, she stumbled straight into his arms. General Affairs, Sakurai was just about to push her away. Right at that moment, Saki-kun, what are you doing hugging her like that? Fujiwara Chika stood not far from the two of them, with a soft smile on her face. But that smile of hers seemed a bit dangerous. Chika, sneaking around outside to find stray cats is not a good habit. Chika tilted her head, her light pink hair tilting along with it. Sakurai Saki didn't notice the signs that she might pull out her legendary kitchen knife from behind her back. He simply pushed Itsuki away quickly. Thank goodness he almost spilled the coffee. He glanced at Chika and finally noticed her slightly odd expression. Without thinking much, Sakurai Saki walked straight over to her and hugged her tightly. Sorry, I broke my promise. A direct approach tactic to suppress the pink-haired Yandere. Chika stood dazed for a few seconds, as if steam was about to rise from her head. Saki-kun, someone might be watching. After coming to her senses, Chika buried her face in his chest and whispered, I won't fall for her. You don't need to worry. I know, but this is next to the gym. There are a lot of people. Someone might see us. Chika anxiously tried to push him away, but actually there was no one. Sakurai Saki's positioning was very calculated. He didn't expose any viewing angles to others. A dozen seconds later, once Fujiwara Chika gave up struggling, Sakurai Saki finally let go of her. Let's go to the game center. We had plans, right? Chika's hand was held by him. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Today's victory. Sakurai Saki wins. Narrowly avoided a tragic Yandere incident. 1 minute later, by the vending machine, where she had been crouched since Sakurai Saki pushed her away, Itsuki finally calmed down. She had ended up hugging him. Where's Sakurai-san? Itsuki felt her phone vibrate, so she opened it to check, then read out Sakurai Saki's message aloud. I have a bit of a lead on your problem. They'll explain it to you tomorrow, so don't worry. Chapter 137. French kiss inside the game center. Sakurai Saki pressed the claw button on the claw machine. Amidst the sound effects, the claw slowly descended and caught the leg of a Shiba Inu plush toy. Fujiwara Chika stood next to him, her hands pressed against the glass, eyes full of anticipation. Rather than saying she was hoping to get the plush toy, it was more accurate to say she was hoping to receive a gift from Sakurai Saki. Clank, the prize dropped. Here you go. Sakurai Saki bent down and handed her the toy. She really liked dogs. Chika was a dog person, and she had a dog at home named P.S. Hayasaka AI was also a dog person. Sakurai Saki had once talked to her about this topic, whether she liked dogs or cats more. In truth, these kinds of topics didn't mean much. Most girls liked both. As long as it had soft fur, girls wouldn't miss the chance to pet it. Thank you, Chika said happily. Chika, it's nothing, no need to thank me. Sakurai Saki glanced around again. It seemed that for a while now, a strong gaze had been approaching him. Nino, what's wrong? Nothing, just saw someone I know. Nakano Nino replied to her friend. Why is Sakurai-san at the game center with Fujiwara-san? Are they on a date? Nino was curious, but she didn't keep watching. Even if they were really dating, she had no reason to interfere. Huh? Who's the handsome guy? Tell me. You were staring just now. Sakurai-san, he's really handsome. right? Nino replied honestly. Oh, so it's General Affairs Sakurai, huh? He's super popular at school, but he's already been pre-booked by Chika-chan and Hayasaka-san. Hayami Sachi said thoughtfully. Pre-booked? Don't you think they look good together? That kind of atmosphere is hard to get in between. Hayami Sachi noticed Nakano Nino's expression looked a little disappointed. She guessed. Nino, don't tell me you've also got a crush on General Affairs Sakurai. I kind of like him. He might already be dating Chika-chan. Hayami Sachi showed her true nature. It was a love triangle hyped up by the media club. And even after more than half a year, the buzz hadn't died down. Nino's steps halted for a moment. Sakurai-san is currently tutoring us sisters. Discouraged by her friend's advice to give up, Nino felt a bit down. She said that to encourage herself so long as she still had the chance to interact with him. There was still hope. It's just a teacher-student relationship, right? Hayami Sachi continued. General Affairs Sakurai is gentle to everyone, but he knows how to keep his distance. If you try to force your way closer, he'll hate it. Aren't we friends? Why do you always say such depressing things? All right, it'll cheer you on. Fighting. Nino-chan, Hayami Sachi said with a smile. Nakano Nino felt she was being too half-hearted. Whatever, let's go eat something. She was sure her chance would come. She will win. Saki-kun, hurry. Lower your head. Chika and Sakurai Saki were inside a sticker photo booth. She had insisted on taking pictures, and Sakurai Saki couldn't refuse. Looking at the pink flower effects on the screen, Sakurai Saki glared a little. These weird effects, were they what high school girls like nowadays? He couldn't understand what was cute about them. Sakurai Saki leaned his face in next to hers. At first, Chika had intended to just take a normal photo, but when she saw Sakurai Saki's face, she came up with another idea. Saki-kun, have you ever taken this kind of photo with her? No. Sakurai Saki knew exactly who she was referring to. Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka AI had only been dating for half a month, and they had only gone out once. Before they started dating, they had never gone to a game center. No one's watching here, Chika-chan said with hidden meaning. Chika, she wanted to give Sakurai Saki a memory he would never forget. Saki-kun, close your eyes. Sakurai Saki obediently followed. The next second, Chika pressed the photo button and reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. Their lips touched. A sweet taste, the distinct fragrance of a young girl, and the intense love she held for him, all of it flooded Sakurai Saki's senses. Clack! The two embraced intimately, and Sakurai Saki also wrapped his arms around her waist. A few seconds later, Chika slowly opened her eyes because Sakurai Saki suddenly pulled back. What's wrong? Chika asked, breathing heavily. Stick out your tongue. Sakurai Saki lifted her chin with his hand. Chika's face turned red. Like a little puppy, she stuck out her small pink tongue. Good girl. Sakurai Saki lowered his head and once again took her small tongue into his mouth, kissing it. Chika's face flushed bright red, and she gently pushed him away. That's enough. Chika held her chest and leaned into the corner. Quiche. It was strange, completely different from last time, though it was still kind of pleasant. Sakurai Saki reached out and pulled her back into his arms. Chika-chan, you were the one who asked first, remember? But I'm still not satisfied. It's our first time taking sticker photos. We have to make a memory out of it, right? Sakurai Saki spoke gently, his tone sounding like he was just having a calm discussion. His words made it seem like it was perfectly fine for her to refuse. But Sakurai Saki's eyes looked a little pitiful, like a puppy abandoned by its owner. Chika's expression showed hesitation. But asking her to act like a puppy wasn't that kind of weird? No way, Chika master. Please, Wolf, Sakurai Saki pleaded. A few seconds later, Chika couldn't resist his gaze. You're really impossible, Chika said softly. Once again, like a little puppy, she stuck out her cute pink tongue. Sakurai Saki gave a wicked grin. Too cute, and that's when Chika realized, stop. Sakurai Saki didn't give her a chance to breathe. With a sly smile, he kissed her again. A few minutes later, Chika held the printed sticker sheet, her face red all the way to her ears. If someone else saw these photos, she'd be finished. Chika, it'll keep it safe, Sakurai Saki said, putting away his copy. Don't use it for weird stuff. Fujiwara Chika said weakly. If I don't see you, they'll feel really lonely, Sakurai Saki said as he faked his puppy mode again, blinking his eyes. Is that not okay? Fujiwara Chika reflexively nodded, then quickly shook her head. No matter how cute you pretend to be, still not allowed. Chika reached out to grab the photo from him. I won't do anything weird, Sakurai Saki said seriously. But he had no intention of letting go of the photo. Fujiwara Chika's expression when she had just learned how to pant like a puppy was insanely cute, and then the way she looked like she couldn't breathe from the kiss, that was unbearably adorable too. Chika tried to snatch the photo from his hands. Give it to me. Can you even take this home? Chika, isn't your house super strict? Sakurai Saki changed the subject. You're not even allowed to read romance manga, right? Chika let go. That's true. All right, I'm going to use this photo as my phone wallpaper. Sakurai Saki quickly downloaded the digital version. A few seconds later, Omu saved, Sakurai Saki said as he unlocked his phone screen, then showed it to her. Just as Chika was about to tell him to change it right now, what appeared was a very normal photo. She had no idea when he took it. You took that in secret. It's clearly a reward photo from earlier when we were gaming. Don't you remember? Really? You really forgot? Sakurai Saki looked sad. Sorry, this calls for punishment, right? Sakurai Saki gently caressed her face. MHM. Chika closed her eyes and slightly raised her face, making a gesture as if asking for a kiss. A long while later, the two finally left the sticker booth. Chapter 138, Sports Festival, Part 1 Friday. When Sakurai Saki arrived at class, he found that everyone had already changed into their sports uniforms. From top to bottom, the girls mostly had their hair tied in side ponytails, wore white short-sleeved athletic shirts, with blue long-sleeved jackets over them, and blue athletic shorts that reached the knees. The boys were dressed similarly. Yo, Sakurai, you're late today. Something up? Kazumitsuri Go patted him on the shoulder. Sakurai Saki sighed. If you went for a stroll through the rainforest right after eating, then did a lap around the moon in the middle of the night while sleeping, you'd understand why. He was referring to the side effect from yesterday. What the hell? A game? Doraemon's Anywhere Door? Sakurai Saki replied. Then, he glanced at the top of the other boy's head. Financial Detective's Assistant. Assistant to Financial Detective Ekizan Hajime. Possesses exceptional intellect. Attribute. Intelligence 3 Brother Complex. Feelings for older brother far exceed the norm. Attribute. Charisma 1 Note. This was today's superpower. The Potential Unlocking Module. Sakurai Saki liked calling it the title system. Its function was very simple. As long as someone was within the range he set, people could receive attribute buffs. At least, for now, that was the only function Sakurai Saki had discovered. Side effect. Cannot be turned off. What kind of weird game are you playing? Kazumitsuri Go didn't think much of it. He glanced at the blackboard. Our class volleyball match starts at 10. The boys' soccer match starts an hour earlier, and the girls' volleyball preliminaries are at the same time as soccer. Some classes didn't even sign up for volleyball. As for soccer, it's rare to gather 11 players. There's plenty of time. Sakurai Saki commented. Planning to take first place this time? Kazumitsuri Go asked. You aiming for second? That'd be embarrassing. Sakurai Saki shot back. Kazumitsuri Go. If you're going to enter, you got to aim for first. Exactly. Honestly, I'm not that obsessed with winning. I just really don't want to lose. Sakurai Saki added, anyway, talk later. I'm going to go change. He grabbed his sports uniform and left the classroom. On the way, Sakurai Saki, having nothing else to do, glanced at the top of the other students' heads again. Dogliker, please, stop that already. Attribute. Focus 1 Literature Girl. The wind sure is noisy today. Attribute. Charisma 1 Sundara. When he saw the third one, Sakurai Saki lowered his gaze. Then he found that Sundara classmate no. He should say, the teaching assistant Shijo-sensei. Good morning, Shijo-san. Shijo Maki had just finished changing into her sports uniform. She turned her head toward the voice. Huh, Saki-chan? Why haven't you changed yet? The sports festival's starting soon. You sure get familiar fast. Huh? Shijo Maki placed her right hand on her chest and proudly raised her chin. Just call me Maki. This lady allows you to call my name. Maki, that failed love story any progress lately? At those words, the confident expression on Shijo Maki's face immediately turned gloomy. She mumbled, absolutely no progress at all, still Maki. The Shijo Maki's Love Support Committee, formed just last week, had come up with quite a few ideas, but none of them worked. Thinking about it, the Nakano sisters were all romance amateurs with zero experience. How could they offer useful advice? And as for Sakurai Saki, he was just a melon-eating bystander enjoying the drama from the sidelines. If you're not going to fight for him, just sitting around waiting is pointless, girl. Sakurai Saki sighed. After saying that, he headed for the changing room. If had arrived early, he could have changed in class, but now there was no choice. He had to go down to the first-floor changing room. Shijo Maki chased after him, flustered. But Nagisa is my best friend. We've played together since kindergarten. It's been 10 years. Sakurai Saki turned back to glance at her. How about we think about it from a different angle? Try fighting Tsubasa for Kashiwagi-san. That kind of joke's not funny at all. While the two were talking, someone suddenly interrupted. Huh, Maki? What are you two talking about? Sakurai Saki turned around and saw it was Kashiwagi Nagisa. The titles above her head appeared as follows. Girlfriend of Tanuma Tsubasa. Not sure why this is a potential attribute, but one thing's certain, it overflows with pressure. Attribute. Affection for Shijo Maki, 200 tyrant. Her affection and possessiveness towards Shijo Maki have reached terrifying levels. Want to make her into someone just like herself. Attribute. Affection for Shijo Maki, 300 Yuri. Does not reject Yuri-related developments. Attribute. Yandere, mild. Winky face. Gulp. Sakurai Saki involuntarily swallowed. He admitted he was actually scared. At this moment, Sakurai Saki deeply suspected that the reason she accepted Tanuma Tsubasa's confession was probably to prevent Shijo Maki from being taken by someone else. Shiver. Thinking about it gave him chills. He had scanned so many people, but this was the first time Sakurai Saki had ever been genuinely frightened. We were just talking about you, Kashiwagi-san. Sakurai Saki answered her honestly. Then he noticed the other party gave a bright smile. Really? Kashiwagi Nagisa hugged Shijo Maki. Maki, you're even bringing me up when talking to Sakurai-san? Sakurai Saki saw the affection level for Shijo Maki above her head spike to 600 and quietly looked away. Sorry, Maki. I've doomed you. Today, she was probably going to get entangled with her most psychotic fan. Originally, Kashiwagi Nagisa, who didn't want Shijo Maki getting close to any boys, now had 6 times the affection level. Even Sakurai Saki couldn't imagine how that happened. Help me. Shijo Maki gasped. Nagisa today was unusually affectionate. Terrifying. Saki-chan, save me. Sakurai Saki could only shrug helplessly. Maki, let's go back together, Kashiwagi Nagisa said as she took Maki's hand, smiled sweetly at Sakurai Saki, then walked off. The three, Sakurai Saki, watched their backs as they left and felt a strange warmth in his body. Gambat, Maki-chan, let's hope you make it home safe today, with all your body parts intact. Sakurai Saki put his hands together and silently prayed for that poor tsundere girl for a few seconds, then headed off to change clothes. Note, LOL, Nagisa and Maki reminds me of Orion and Artemis in FGO. After changing, he returned to the classroom. Hayasaka AI had already arrived. Sakurai Saki walked up to her and greeted her. Good morning. Only 2 titles appeared above her head. Official girlfriend of Sakurai Saki, a maiden blessed by the gods. Attribute, physical ability 150. So being his girlfriend came with that kind of power boost? Faceless one, possesses many forms and secrets. Attribute, cannot be deeply investigated for the first time. Sakurai Saki's own superpower was getting in his way. He had planned to dig up a tiny secret about his girlfriend, but unfortunately nope. No can do. But what exactly was she hiding from him that said Sakurai Saki didn't feel like pushing her about it? When the time was right, she'd probably tell him herself. AI-chan had her secrets, and even lovers should keep a bit of personal space. Sakurai-chan, good morning. Hayasaka AI said while leaning in close to him. Huh. It seemed Shed caught a faint scent of another girl on Sakurai Saki's shirt. Hayasaka, what's wrong? Yesterday, Sakurai Saki went home without washing his uniform, so it still carried a very faint scent of Fujiwara Chika since they had hugged briefly. It's nothing. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki was slightly confused. Chapter 139, Shurafield beside the soccer field. Sakurai Saki was watching the first soccer match with his classmates. A bit boring. There were quite a lot of people around, mostly female students. This time, many members of the soccer club were participating, and since the club was one of the most popular in the school, it was reasonable that they were getting this level of support. Sakurai, you're not playing as a setter this time? Toyosaki Saburo from the same class yawned. The setter was the central position in volleyball, coordinating the team's entire offense. Outside hitter just has to spike the ball. It's an easier position. Sakurai Saki put his hands in his pockets, observing the field. This was the match for the second-year students. The reason he came to watch was mainly because his own match hadn't started yet. Serving is even easier. No, you need to use your brain when serving. Outside hitters don't have to. We've been sitting here for half the day and not a single goal. How about we go watch the girls' volleyball match? Our class is about to play. Sakurai Saki pulled out his phone, checking the message Hayasaka AI had just sent him. She and Shinomiya Kagaya were both participating in the girls' volleyball match, along with Fujiwara Chika. The atmosphere felt tense. But in truth, there had never really been any major conflict between those two. If anything, the cause probably lay with him. Let's go. But hey, are you seriously going to play as the outside hitter? Toyosaki, aren't you ranked 6th in the entire grade? You're smart. Playing setter would definitely suit you better than me. Sakurai Saki tried to dodge the responsibility. And you're 3rd ranked, saying stuff like that? Toyosaki replied, annoyed. By the way, where's Shiragang? Probably at the volleyball court. Sakurai Saki guessed. Perfect timing to gather everyone there. After that, the two headed to the volleyball court, which was just as lively. Low whispers floated by their ears. The next match is Chika-chan, Hayasaka-san, and Shinomiya-san's match. Wow, look at their expressions. So scary. They're love rivals, after all. Nothing strange about that. Have you read the latest issue from the media club? The if-route story of Shinomiya Kagaya. The story where General Affairs Sakurai gives up on Chika-chan and Hayasaka-san. The story about the Ice Queen and the puppy-type boy? I read it. Wait a minute. What are you all talking about? Didn't General Affairs Sakurai already start dating Chika-chan? Someone saw the two of them leaving the school gate together yesterday. I heard he's dating Hayasaka-san. Vice President Shinomiya and General Affairs Sakurai actually make a good match, too. Sakurai Saki patted his best friend on the shoulder, telling him to stop laughing. Then he turned to the group of girls in front and said, "Excuse me, classmates, please make way." "Oh, it's Sakurai-san," someone exclaimed in surprise. A few seconds later, the group of girls in front of Sakurai Saki fell completely silent. Good. So all that talk just now was them making up stories about my love life? Rustle, rustle, rustle. The girls instinctively made way for him. The prize had arrived. How could they block his path? Sakurai Saki and Toyosaki Saburo walked in. Then, he glanced at the two groups present at the scene, mainly Fujiwara Chika, who at this moment was radiating a dark aura. Cancer of Earth, a gift from Shinomiya Kagaya to Fujiwara Chika, nickname. Attribute, intelligence, one love detective. Sakurai Saki skimmed through the lines. He looked directly above her head, where a black glowing title was flashing. Kyoheim. This title's color felt kind of off. Also, he couldn't view the details. Kyoheim, a yukai in Japanese mythology. Putting aside the story for now, she could be summed up with one word. Yandere. At the end of her tale, Kyoheim burned her body and turned to ashes along with the man she loved. Sakurai Saki looked at Chika's face, the innocent and pure expression she always had came to his mind, and he let out a silent sigh of relief. There's no way Secretary Fujiwara could be Kyoheim. Her love for him wasn't that insane. Sakurai Saki turned his gaze toward Hayasaka AI. At that moment, AI-chan was radiating a white aura from her entire body. The two opposing auras clashed, instantly generating a gust of wind that swept through the venue, lifting everyone's hair into the air. Toyasaki, can you see the effects on them? Sakurai Saki turned and asked. Toyasaki, Saburo replied blankly. It's just a breeze blowing by at the right moment. Am I the only one who can see it? Sakurai Saki wondered silently. Inside the venue, Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at Hayasaka AI, holding the ball and waiting for the match signal. She asked Hayasaka, "Want to say something provocative?" In the novels Shed read recently, the protagonist always hurled insults before a fight. Crushing the mind was just as important as winning the match. If you win, then you must humiliate the loser thoroughly. Kagaya-san, that's so childish of you. I'm not going to stoop to that level. Hayasaka AI smiled sweetly, waving toward Fujiwara Chika. Chika-chan. Hayasaka, sad face. Kika, Ai-chan. Fujiwara Chika waved back enthusiastically. Note, the honorifics and speech levels are inconsistent. I'm guessing the author forgot. Viwo, these two girls. Shinomiya Kagaya rolled her eyes inwardly. Fake best friends must have been invented to describe these two. Outside the court, Sakurai Saki looked in. The two auras had already started to collide, and the two on the court began chatting. AI-chan, feels like we haven't talked in a while. Was our last time seeing each other the Wednesday before Golden Week break? Chika was subtly bringing up how AI-chan had taken the chance to confess to Sakurai beforehand. I've been going to my part-time job after school every day, so I hardly see you anymore. Anyway, it's different from last year. We're not in the same class now, so we don't spend much time together. Hayasaka AI was flaunting the fact that she was in the same class as Sakurai Saki. That's right. I go to the student council room every day after school. Our schedules don't really match anymore. AI-chan. The student council room was enemy territory as far as Hayasaka AI was concerned. Chika-chan, that romance movie showing recently, have you seen it? I went last week with someone. The plot was pretty decent. Yesterday, I went to the game center with Saki-kun. Finally, they started throwing direct punches. She went ahead and brought up Sakurai, Saki by name. Hayasaka and Chika. Hayasaka and Chika inside. Everyone watching held their breath. The manga magazine published by the media club might all be true. The love triangle might also be real. The next second, Sakurai Saki felt countless burning gazes turned toward him. As the prize, he was now the center of attention. Really? I've never gone out with him. What did you guys do? Pretty much tried everything. That's great, going out with a friend. I want to go again with him sometime, too. The two were still fairly restrained, hadn't torn off their masks yet. But the watching crowd was far from pleased. Why haven't they started fighting yet? We didn't come here for this. Throw hands already. So boring. I want to see blood spilling like a river. At this rate, the one bleeding like a river is going to be me. Sakurai Saki groaned inwardly. He glanced at the referee, who was standing off to the side watching the drama. Still eavesdropping, even though the match should have started minutes ago. Sakurai Saki patted Toyasaki Saburo on the shoulder. Looks like it's game time. Toyasaki Saburo got the message instantly. You're buying the drinks. No problem. The next second, Toyasaki Saburo shouted loudly. When the hell is the match starting? I've been waiting forever already. Chapter 140. Saki-kun-'s thing swallowed it all down amidst a chorus of audible sighs from the melon-eating crowd. The referee declared the volleyball match officially started. Which side are you leaning toward this time? Sakurai Saki casually replied, if we're going by ability, probably Hayasaka-san's side. On the court, Fujiwara Chika served the first ball. The volleyball soared into the air, and then pop, was spiked straight into position 5 in the back row. Volleyball court positions are as follows. Position 1 is the service spot. 4 is the outside hitter. 3 is the setter. 2 is the middle blocker. The back row cannot step ahead of the front row. Just a few seconds later. Toyosaki Saburo noticed something odd about Sakurai Saki's expression. Volleyballs can catch fire too? That's news to me, Sakurai Saki remarked in awe. Just now, Fujiwara Chika had launched a spike that seemed to make the ball ignite. Sakurai Saki even thought he saw a scorch streak on the court. Super volleyball? Did you catch Shinibu today, or something? But yeah, that last spike by Fujiwara-san really was fast. Class 2B scored the first point. The referee flipped the scoreboard to a new page. This volleyball match would be played in a singles set. Whoever reached 15 points first would win. Chika-chan. Go for it. Hayasaka-san, you got this. A few seconds later, the crowd erupted in cheers for both sides. Some people even went over the top. Shinomiya-san, go. That shout briefly froze the mood for a few seconds. But the noise quickly returned. Shinomiya-san, go. And Sakurai Saki couldn't help but think this crowd was really just here to watch drama. What did this battle have to do with Shinomiya Kagaya? Oh, right, technically this was an interclass match, but sorry. The audience had long since stopped caring about volleyball. They were here for Shurafield. 20 minutes later, after many rallies, the score was now 13-12. The girls on the court were starting to pant heavily, except for Hayasaka AI and Fujiwara Chika. AI-chan, aren't you tired? That last dig you did. Super difficult. Like hell it wasn't your fault. Hayasaka AI cursed internally, but her expression stayed cheerful. Not tired at all. Playing volleyball with Chika-chan is so fun. I don't feel tired one bit. How about you? I'm doing fine too. Lies. All lies. Both girls were utterly exhausted. For some reason, their stamina was abnormally high today, so neither had held back during the rallies. Now their arms and legs were aching all over. But they could still push through. Right now, this court was their battlefield. The speed of the ball was way beyond normal. Getting hit in the head might send someone straight to the infirmary. So the other players were noticeably cautious. Another serve. The volleyball flew back and forth between the two of them like a ping-pong ball. It didn't even resemble the rules of volleyball anymore. Suddenly, a miss-hit Chika failed to block at the net, and the ball's trajectory changed, flying straight into the crowd. One male student took the ball square in the crotch, clutched his lower half, and collapsed to the floor. The pain was clearly visible. HSSS many male students sucked in cold air. Moments later, a few classmates helped carry him off. The match continued for the next few minutes, but the crowd had shifted back to create more space, until the score became 13-14. Final ball, Sakurai Saki muttered. Toyosaki, if Fujiwara-san wins this point, they'll go into overtime. If it reached 14-14, a 2-point difference would be required to win, meaning whoever reached 16 points first would be the victor. But things didn't go that way. The duo of Hayasaka AI and Shinomiya Kagaya proved too strong. They pulled a comeback and scored 3 consecutive points. Cheers erupted again from the court. Only, the cheer target was kind of strange. Shinomiya-san. Shinomiya-san. And you were right on the mark, Toyosaki Saburo sighed. Sakurai Saki was just about to reply when he noticed something off with Fujiwara Chika's condition. She looked like she was about to faint, currently leaning on another teammate's shoulder, her face strained and pale. However, Sakurai Saki didn't walk over right away. He glanced at AI-chan in contrast. She and Shinomiya Kagaya still seemed fine. AI-chan even pulled out her phone. Seeing that, Sakurai Saki also took out his phone. Open line. A message had just come in. AI-chan, I won. Sakurai Saki gave a helpless chuckle. He sent a reply. Sakurai. Orca like .jpg. He looked up and around, realizing that everyone was waiting for him to do something. Looking down once more. AI-chan. Take Chika-chan to the infirmary. She doesn't look too good. Sakurai Saki considered whether she was testing him. But after thinking it through, it didn't seem like that. Without further hesitation, He stepped toward Chica under the watchful eyes of everyone present. The gossip-hungry crowd was stunned. The winning side of the volleyball match didn't get the reward? How is that fair? Shouldn't the beauty, Sakurai, belong to the victor? What's wrong? Saki-kun. Chica looked up, her vision a little blurry. They'll take you to the infirmary. Sakurai Saki noticed she might have caught a cold. After all that intense activity, she had sweated a lot. But AI-chan was the one who won. I'm not the prize for this match. Besides, she's the one who told me to come here. Sakurai Saki explained. Why? Chica had already been a bit dizzy earlier, but now she felt even more lightheaded. Not far away, Shinomiya Kagaya saw the scene and turned to Hayasaka AI. Kagaya, Hayasaka, why did you let Sakurai-san take the initiative like that? Testing your boyfriend? Seeing whether Sakurai-san still has feelings for Secretary Fujiwara? That was the only conclusion Shinomiya Kagaya could draw. But clearly, they had already won. Was doing all this still necessary? Just hold on to Sakurai-san. And if you can't keep his heart, then lock him up in the basement. There's always a way. Something like that. Ayazaka, I didn't elaborate. She understood the relationship between Sakurai Saki and Fujiwara Chika very well. Even if she was currently dating Sakurai, that wouldn't ruin what those two had. Most likely, their bond would remain unchanged. Just earlier, Hayasaka AI had noticed something. When Sakurai Saki realized Fujiwara Chika didn't look well, he didn't rush to her immediately, but instead looked toward her. That was enough for Hayasaka AI. In his heart, she ranked a step above Fujiwara Chika. Hayasaka AI had come to understand that. Official girlfriend and close friend, those were two very different positions. And Sakurai Saki understood that distinction clearly. Besides, AI-chan still felt guilty about her confession. That was also why she let go this time. No matter what, it was thanks to Chika's encouragement that she had the courage to confess to Sakurai Saki in the first place. That fact couldn't be changed. Hayasaka, Secretary Fujiwara hasn't given up yet, Shinomiya Kagaya reminded her. I know. Ayazaka, Oi replied. Just yesterday, Chika had gone to the game center with Sakurai Saki. And Chika most likely knew she was dating Sakurai otherwise. She wouldn't have said those provocative lines earlier. Confidence is good, but overconfidence will get you into trouble, Shinomiya Kagaya said with some concern. Sakurai-san is exceptional, not bad-looking either. Especially his ability to quickly catch inconsistencies in what others say. I quite like that about him. Shinomiya Kagaya used her handkerchief to wipe sweat from her forehead, then lifted her ponytail, exposing her fair white neck. A few glistening drops of sweat rolled from her cheeks down into her sportswear. If you don't hold on tight, someone might just steal him away. Hayasaka, steal him? Kagaya-sama, who are you referring to? Hayasaka AI glanced at her mistress. Lately, Kagaya's hostility towards Sakurai Saki had been slowly fading, and that made AI-chan feel a sense of danger. Kagaya-sama, what do you think of Sakurai? He's kind of annoying, but a good person. Beside them, the other team members from earlier gathered around. We won. That was awesome. AI-chan switched into gyro mode and ran over to hug her teammates. Everyone started high-fiving in celebration. A few minutes later, Sakurai Saki and Fujiwara Chika arrived at the infirmary. No one else was inside. It was very quiet. Sakurai Saki helped Chika sit down on the bed to rest. Then he got up, planning to find cold medicine. Saki-kun, I feel all sticky and gross. Chika's voice called out softly from behind. Sakurai Saki found the medicine and poured her a glass of water. Then he grabbed a towel from the cabinet, rinsed it clean, and sat down beside Chika. Take your medicine. Feed me. Chika tilted her head slightly, parting her lips, her face flushed from the fever. Sakurai Saki brought the pill to her mouth, and Chika took in both the pill and his finger before slowly letting it go. Chika opened her small mouth again, flaunting the wet interior with a teasing tone. Saki-kun's thing, I swallowed it all down, Chika. Sakurai Saki, Chika when she's sick is really weird. Chapter 141. Nothing happened next to the infirmary bed. Fujiwara Chika, who had just swallowed a pill, tilted her head and looked at Sakurai Saki. "Help me wipe Chika." "Wipe what?" Sakurai Saki feigned ignorance. "A boy wiping a girl's sweat? Especially when the girl is sick, wouldn't that basically be a crime?" "Wipe the sweat." "You idiot, you dummy," Chika mumbled. If it were a masochist who enjoyed being abused, he would probably be so happy right now he'd jump on the spot. But unfortunately, Sakurai Saki wasn't like that. One must handle their own matters. Only then can you be called an adult. Sakurai, the great sage. Chika, Chika pouted, reluctantly accepting the towel he handed her. Then, she slipped it under her gym shirt, starting to wipe from her slender waist. Her shirt hem was pulled up slightly by her hand, revealing a cute navel with a few shimmering drops of sweat inside and a patch of snow-white skin that was hard to look away from. Feeling the clothes were a bit in the way, Chika bit the hem of her shirt with her mouth. After wiping her fair belly clean, Chika then reached her hand to unfasten the clasp of her bra behind her back. A few seconds later, "Help me take this off." She swept her hair to one side, then turned around, exposing her slender, graceful back to him, with drops of sweat still rolling down. At the end of May, the weather was far from cool, and there was no air conditioning on here. "Take what off?" "The clasp." Sakurai Saki got on the bed and helped her unhook the bra. The structure of a bra wasn't complicated. He didn't take much time. Chika placed the bra aside, then turned to face him, her right hand grabbing the towel. Sakurai Saki took a slow breath and looked away, trying to steady himself. Turning his face away, there was a very pleasant scent on her body. Even though she had sweated a bit earlier, it was still irresistibly alluring. "Help me," Chika spoke while placing the towel in Sakurai Saki's hand. Her body temperature was quite high, probably due to the cold. Sakurai Saki lowered his head and took the towel, trying not to look at her. Chika covered her mouth with her hand, trying to hold back. Sakurai Saki pulled her hand away. Inside the gym, Shirogane Miyuki glanced at Toyosaki Saburo beside him. "Toyosaki, don't you think pudding is really tasty? It should be considered one of the classic desserts." "Shirogane, is something wrong with your head? You're suddenly talking about this right before a match?" "Yesterday, I tried making pudding at home. The cost was very low, but the taste really wasn't as good as store-bought." Shirogane recalled the expression his little sister made when eating the pudding. "Well, fine, you're working hard." Toyosaki knew his family background was modest. The two of them had been rivals for a time last year, and back then Toyosaki Saburo had even used quite a few dirty tricks. Shirogane suddenly glanced around, then whispered, "Don't you think the shape of pudding really resembles that?" "Which one?" Toyosaki Saburo said, and his mind immediately drifted into a daydream. The feeling when touching it. It must be really soft. "Exactly. Pew pew. Right?" Toyosaki nodded. "In shounen manga, isn't this common? That trope where the heroine presses her boobs onto the protagonist. I was thinking maybe I could try using pudding instead. The boobs of a heroine, probably even softer than that, and they could mold into all kinds of shapes in your hand." Yeah, pudding might not cut it." Toyosaki Saburo nodded in agreement. This weird conversation ended as more and more people gathered inside the volleyball gym, mainly because there were quite a few girls. "Weren't you texting Sakurai earlier? Tell that guy not to be late." "Sakurai's very punctual, I doubt he'd flake. Besides, he's just escorting Secretary Fujiwara to the infirmary. It shouldn't take much time." "What's that guy even doing right now?" Toyosaki Saburo was pretty curious about it too. "This part should be wiped too, right?" Sakurai Saki said gently. Chika wrapped her arms around his neck. "Sounds good if it's Saki-kun, then." By the seaside, a fisherman was kneading a bait ball in his hand. Under his practiced hands, the bait turned into a small pink sphere. Beautiful weather today. The salty tang of the sea slipped into his nostrils. A resolute look appeared on his weathered face. Lowering his head to look at the surface of the sea below, the endless waves were crashing in, one after another. Gently rounding the small ball, once it was shaped, the fisherman hung it on the hook. He cast the hook out. It landed between two rocks. The fisherman frowned. There had been a strong gust of wind just now, and it had landed in the wrong spot. He irritably reeled the line back in. Casting again, it landed in the crevice again. The fisherman stood up. He was preparing to change to another spot. Halfway there, unexpectedly, a large wave slammed into the rock, soaking all his clothes. Note: LOL WTF, ha. Infirmary. On the bed, Chica had put back on the gym uniform that had been set aside earlier. The inner sportswear she wore was completely soaked. Naturally, she couldn't continue wearing it. What were the two of you doing just now? The beautiful infirmary teacher, Tachibana Chizuru, expressionless, spoke in a cold tone. Chizuru. That pleasant voice now carried a hint of chill. Nothing at all. Sakurai Saki lifted the curtain. Glancing at Chika, she was now asleep. I can smell something off. Tachibana-sensei said flatly, as though she didn't care at all. It's normal for high school students to be curious about these things. There's no need to hide it from me. But you do need to be careful about protection. There's some here. Next time, if you need it, just take it. Sakurai-kun, you don't want to become a father too early, right? Tachibana Chizuru took out a box of condoms from her desk drawer. Sakurai Saki nodded. In front of this woman, arguing was pointless. She could stab you dead with a single icy glare, then finish you off with the coldest words imaginable. Tachibana Chizuru lowered her gaze to the base of Sakurai Saki's thigh. Looks like I came at the wrong time. You knows too? Sakurai Saki thought to himself. Holding it in is uncomfortable, isn't it? It's manageable. The bed in the far corner hasn't been used yet. You can go there and handle it. Tachibana Chizuru said, then tilted her head and asked, if you want, I can come over and help. I'm fine. Tachibana-sensei didn't shy away from these things. After all, she studied medicine. Holding it in too long can lead to prostatitis. Right now, Sakurai Saki just wanted to find a hole to crawl into, completely embarrassed by this cold and blunt teacher. A few seconds later, his savior arrived. Ring the phone rang. Sakurai Saki looked at the notification. It was Shirogane Miyuki, saying the boys' volleyball match was about to begin and telling him to get ready to warm up. Tachibana-sensei, just call me Chizuru. Her voice was flat. Chizuru-sensei, my volleyball match is about to start, Sakurai Saki said as he stood up. You should get that checked out before you go, Tachibana Chizuru said decisively. After speaking, she got up and closed the infirmary door for privacy. Then, under Sakurai Saki's watchful gaze, she retrieved a pair of medical gloves and an examination kit from the cabinet. I'll be quick. You'll still have time. Tachibana Chizuru looked at Sakurai Saki the way a milker would look at a dairy cow. 20 minutes later, Sakurai Saki ran to the gym. Something happened? Your phone wasn't with you just now? Shirogane noticed his expression looked rather distant. Sakurai Saki, now in sage mode, replied, Fujiwara-san needed care. Unfortunately, the infirmary teacher wasn't there, so I had to wait until she returned before I could leave. The preliminary round is about to start. You made it just in time, Shirogane said. If it had been any later, the team would have been short one player and there were no substitutes for this match. Missing a player meant instant loss. Who's the first match against? Your class is playing Year 2 Class C. Oh, that was the class of the Nakano quintuplets. Sakurai didn't really care about that. No matter who they were up against, it was still a match. He didn't think he would lose. He had that kind of confidence. If one had to use a famous line to describe Sakurai Saki's confidence, it would be, nah, ID win. Chapter 142. Sakurai Saki is seeking joy on the volleyball court. What a great shot! The boys shouted with enthusiasm, their voices echoing across the court. Set the ball to me. Just as Sakurai Saki finished speaking, a ball was set in front of him at an extremely sharp angle. Sakurai Saki leapt high. Off the court, countless spectators seemed to see wings sprouting from his back. What a jump! It was unbelievably high. Thud! A loud sound. The ball slammed hard into a male student who was trying to save it. That crew-cut boy pushed himself up with his hands, staggering, looking utterly miserable. I don't want to lose. Sato was a member of the boys' volleyball club. Losing to an outsider like this, he just couldn't accept it. Class 2A scores. The referee shouted loudly. The score was now 5-11, a huge gap. For more to go. Sakurai Saki glanced at Toyosaki Saburo. That last set pretty impressive. Next serve. It was the opponent's turn. You're still better. Of course. Right now, Sakurai Saki no longer had any desire left. The craving brought by power had just been milked clean like a cow. He was currently strong. Arrogantly strong. Sakurai. Hey, is this all the volleyball club's got? Sakurai Saki began to trash talk. He tilted his head slightly, casting a scornful look at the opponent before him. Trash should just stay in the garbage where it belongs, crawling out just to make a fool of yourself. And this is all the strength you've got. A few seconds later, Sakurai Saki noticed quite a few hostile stares pointed in his direction. At the edge of the court, some members of the volleyball club began whispering. He's way too arrogant, someone said angrily. Normally General Affairs Sakurai is pretty mild. Did something upset him today? Maybe he's just too happy and slipped up, showing his true colors, someone guessed. But he just mocked the entire volleyball club. If we let him win the championship this time, where are we going to put our faces? Volleyball's not a one-man sport. No matter how strong one person is, they can't keep winning forever. Class A only has a few people who know how to play. If they run into the team led by the volleyball club president from Class D, they'll definitely lose. Exactly. I remember the president's team also has the student council president Shirogane on it. They've definitely got this one locked in. Sakurai Saki heard every word. This match he didn't want to lose. If Shinomiya Kagaya won the championship, then so must he. In sports, up until now in the events where he's gone against Shinomiya Kagaya, he had never lost. As for Shirogane, that guy's level? Just an ordinary person. He's probably not that strong at all. That's what Sakurai thought. Afternoon. Sakurai Saki looked down at Shirogane Miyuki, who had collapsed on the ground in front of him, a displeased expression on his face. Above the other's head, a golden title was gleaming. Dragon of the Abyss. As long as you put in effort, success is possible. This is undoubtedly the quality of a genius. Trait. Increases burst power activation rate. Sorry, Sakurai. I still haven't gone down yet. Shirogane Miyuki stood up and wiped the blood from his nose. At this moment, he was like a warrior who had been knocked down again and again, struck by countless arrows, yet still standing tall. Sakurai Saki, when I watched you play this morning, you didn't seem to be bursting with power at all. You activate a Shounen protagonist halo only when it's against me? What kind of friend plays like this? Are you mentally unstable? You cheated first, so don't blame me. Super Sakurai Saki mode activated. It'll crush you and then take the win. Sakurai Saki declared. His words carried no emotion, as if he were stating a fact. If you can, then go ahead and try. Shirogane Miyuki sneered, then continued. A match between friends, it's okay to lose. As long as I don't lose too miserably, that's all that matters. 10 minutes later, throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Boom! Sakurai Saki leapt into the air like a kangaroo, declaring his victory with a powerful spike. The final score was 11-15. Shirogane Miyuki collapsed on the ground. He lost, but it wasn't a complete blowout. Class A wins. The referee shouted. Sakurai Saki was lifted into the air by the cheering boys. All hail the GOAT! All hail the GOAT! Shirogane Miyuki sat up on the ground, raised his head to look at Sakurai, and gave a helpless smile. As expected, he still couldn't win after all. He had only trained for 1 week before the match. Shirogane, that was some great playing. The volleyball club president, Koizumi Ryasuke, pulled him up. With your level, I bet you've trained for quite a while, haven't you? If I'm not wrong, you must have been practicing volleyball in your spare time all along. Yeah, it took quite a bit of effort, Shirogane Miyuki sighed. He trained for a few months last year, and added another week this time. People who work hard will get results. Koizumi glanced at Sakurai Saki. I'm so jealous of geniuses. Yeah, Shirogane nodded. Luckily, Sakurai Saki didn't hear that. Otherwise, had probably punched someone. Sighed to Shirogane. God damn it for the whole past week. While Shirogane Miyuki was training in volleyball, it was basically him who acted as the practice partner. That ball-receiving posture like some dead, hunchback camel just watching it once made his blood boil. And you have a nerve to say you're jealous of a genius? Able to play like that after 1 week, are you saying Shirogane Miyuki lacks talent? Wrong. Just like the title floating above his head, this guy is the type who can accomplish things just by trying hard. Compared to those who waste their whole lives stuck in place, Shirogane Miyuki deserves the word genius. It's just that, compared to other geniuses, he has to work harder. If Sakurai were willing to join the volleyball club, that'd be amazing. Having a spiker like that would really reduce our offensive pressure. Koizumi Ryusuke began thinking about recruiting him. At Shuchiin, in sports clubs, ability is everything. Since everyone came from roughly equal backgrounds, and they were all in the prime of their youth, there were always arrogant newcomers every year so. People had long gotten used to this kind of flair. If you win, do whatever you want. If you lose, don't blame us for mocking you. That's the mindset everyone had. Of course, this didn't apply to mixed background students. But Sakurai Saki was an exception, even though his background wasn't great. Who told him to have a good relationship with Shinomiya Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika? Those two, their families basically stood at the top of the business and political world. No one dared to mess with them. So naturally, Sakurai Saki became someone untouchable too. Sakurai's got student council work, and even as a part-time job, he probably doesn't have time to join a club. Shirogane Miyuki spoke up. Ah, what a shame. After school, after the sports festival ended, Sakurai Saki was walking through the school grounds. Just earlier, he had helped the student council clean up the sports field and was now getting ready to head home. Today was the day before the weekend, and Sakurai Saki was thinking about what to do during it. Go on a date with Hayasaka AI or hang out with Fujiwara Chika? Tough choice. Liking two girls meant having these kinds of troubles balancing things was very difficult. What one girl had, the other should have too. That was the more proper way of doing things. As someone new to the art of balancing, Sakurai Saki thought this way. His phone chimed with a notification. Sakurai Saki glanced at it was a message from Nakano Itsuki. Only then did he remember he had promised yesterday to help her deal with her weight issues. Heading to the garden next to the academic building, Sakurai Saki found Nakano Itsuki wearing a star-shaped hair clip. Among the Nakano quintuplets, aside from Yatsuba, the rest hadn't signed up for any events, and today there was no sign of them sweating through training either. Zakohai-sanom, I've gotten thinner again. Itsuki spoke while glancing around. Once she confirmed no one else was around, she gently jumped into the air. It didn't look like she used much strength, but she jumped quite high. In Sakurai Saki's mind suddenly surfaced the solution he had asked Gain Izuko about yesterday. The oddity known as heavy stone crab, omoshikani. There was a simple way to deal with it. Aside from having Shinobu eat it directly, there was another method. Itsuki believed she was too fat and wanted to lose weight, which is why the oddity targeted her. In a sense, the heavy stone crab fulfilled her wish, but at the same time, it also took away part of her memory just like its name suggested. In Japanese, omoi means heavy, but when written differently, it can also mean thoughts, feelings, ideas, or sentiments. Omoshikani, heavy stone crab. When Gain Izuko read the name, she even chuckled in amusement. The name of this oddity was truly interesting. If I'm not wrong, then you've probably forgotten something. What do you mean? What's your most important memory? Itsuki thought for a moment, then said 2 words, my mother. Then she realized the memories of her mother from when she was little had completely disappeared from her mind. Sakurai Saki showed an expression of understanding and directly stated the solution. The price for losing weight is also your memory in this case, your memory of your mother. If you want to get it back, you have to let go of your original wish. But I don't want to lose weight anymore, Itsuki said anxiously. The human subconscious can't be controlled. Even if you say you don't want to lose weight anymore, whether that's truly the case deep down is another matter. Itsuki, you don't accept your body weight. In a sense, that itself means you do want to lose weight. Sakurai Saki speculated. A few seconds later, Sakurai Saki clapped his hands a few times, then the corners of his mouth lifted into a mischievous smile. I have a great idea. Sakurai, what is it? Itsuki asked urgently. She didn't want to lose the memory of her mother. That was the most precious thing to her. For it, she would do anything. Sakurai Saki thought for a moment, then said, Itsuki, you need to publicly admit in front of the entire faculty and student body that your body is not slim. Maybe then, ITLL have an effect. What's that thing called again? Scorched ships? Once the whole school knows about your title, even if you don't want to admit it in your heart, you won't be able to avoid it. Itsuki. Itsuki felt like he was messing with her. And she wasn't wrong. Sakurai Saki was simply having fun. The broadcasting club has a radio segment at noon on Monday, and I heard they're still looking for a guest. Sakurai Saki had already arranged everything for her. I'm really looking forward to your performance, Itsuki. Hearing that, Itsuki went quiet for a moment, then asked, So, what kind of person are you? She couldn't help but seek the answer. If it were Yatsuba, she might have kept that question to herself. But not Itsuki, the tutor your dad hired, Sakurai Saki said, then walked toward the bicycle parking area. Itsuki stared at his back, lost in thought. After a while, she stopped thinking, turned around, and walked away. If he didn't answer, then there must be a reason. On the street, the scenery before Sakurai Saki changed rapidly. Kakai, you really are a man with terrible taste. Sakurai Saki pedaled his bike. He didn't refute Shinobu's words. The reason he made Itsuki admit her weight publicly was mostly because of what happened last time when he called her down for studies. She cabined him and threatened him. He still remembered that clearly. Sakurai Saki was a blunt man and held grudges. But more importantly, this was fun. Sakurai, just thinking about it was enough to let him eat 3 bowls of rice. Between having Shinobu eat the oddity and making Itsuki confess her weight publicly, there was no need to even think about which was more entertaining. Chapter 143. Everyone's Saturday. In the morning, Hayasaka AI got up very early. After taking a quick shower and switching into work mode, there was no trace of excess emotion left on Hayasaka A's gentle face. In yesterday's volleyball tournament, both the boys and girls teams of Class 2A had taken the championship. Shinomiya Kagaya had been excited for a long time after returning home. The competition between her and Sakurai Sakino, one knew how much longer it would go on before it ended. Lately, Hayasaka AI had been under a lot of pressure, especially after starting to date Sakurai Saki. The heavy workload she faced daily had already been enough to drain her both physically and mentally. Now, with a boyfriend added to the mix, she also had to think of how to keep him happy. She really shouldn't have been thinking so much. But if she didn't maintain this relationship, leaving all the effort to Sakurai Saki alone, he would inevitably leave her sooner or later. As usual, after sending a good morning photo and a shower photo to Sakurai Saki, Hayasaka AI arrived at the door to Shinomiya Kagaya's bedroom. Hayasaka, hearing the mistress call, Hayasaka AI entered the room and saw Shinomiya Kagaya lying belly down on the bed reading a light novel. Perhaps due to being raised in an elite manner, she had never had the chance to experience entertainment like this. So ever since stepping out of the Ice Kagaya mode, Shinomiya Kagaya had become immersed in otaku-style entertainment like manga and light novels. Hayasaka AI was very worried about this. Shinomiya Kagaya from a year ago, though cold and heartless, was at least not a bad master. Former Kagaya, but now Kagaya. Hayasaka, I finished this one already. This kind of Shinomiya Kagaya, Hayasaka AI honestly did not want to have. Kagaya-sama, this may sound a bit abrupt, but I hope you could read some more normal books, Hayasaka AI suggested. She used to read shoujo manga, but recently had moved on to stranger stuff. Love, triangles, distortions, factional struggles. In this one, the supporting girl is super adorable. Shinomiya Kagaya completely ignored the maid's words and excitedly shared with Hayasaka AI. Especially when she failed her confession and started crying, she looked absolutely amazing. See? She had already become this kind of weirdo. Hayasaka AI silently complained in her heart. Hayasaka, try crying for me. Shinomiya Kagaya made a completely unreasonable request. If you keep talking about this, I really will cry for you, Hayasaka AI sighed. She wanted to quit, but couldn't easily do so. Moreover, now that she was dating Sakurai Saki, if she quit, he would definitely be dragged into it as well. Was there really no way to relieve the pressure? That same morning, Fujiwara Chika, who had caught a slight cold yesterday, had lain in the infirmary for quite a while, not waking up again until late afternoon. Then she went home, took a bath, slept, and only now had she woken up. Chika recalled the bold, almost seductive words she had said in the infirmary bed yesterday, along with Sakurai Saki's actions, and her face flushed red as she dove under the blanket. From under the blanket came her faint muttering. We clearly said we were just friends. We're not supposed to kiss whenever we feel like it. As a result, she hadn't been able to restrain herself even at the game center. Yesterday in the infirmary, her mind was foggy, and she had almost crossed a line she wasn't ready to cross. In board games or card games, no one plays all their cards at once, right? You were supposed to hold something back. Thank goodness, we didn't go too far. Fujiwara Chika didn't want things to escalate in the infirmary. But aside from that final limit, it seemed like they'd gone almost all the way. Oh, from holding back, straight to pushing every other boundary. Is it really okay to do these kinds of things when I'm not even his girlfriend? Fujiwara Chika asked herself inwardly. Moreover, the relationship between her, Saki-kun, and AI-chan was a bit complicated, wasn't it? Saki-kun's actions yesterday were still kind of clumsy probably because he hadn't done this kind of thing with AI-chan yet. In other words, Saki-kun's first time might still be intact? Wait a sec, do boys even have something called a first time? Chika peeked her head out from under the blanket a little, lying face down on her pillow, her long, soft pink hair spread across the bed. Chika suddenly missed him. She took out her phone and called him. Moshi Moshi Chika, what's up? On the other end, Sakurai Saki seemed to be cooking breakfast. There was the sound of oil sizzling. Fujiwara Chika pouted. I miss you want to go on a date this Sunday? Sakurai Saki asked. He was still free this Sunday. Saturday, he already had plans last night. Miku had used a Wish ticket to invite him to a baking class together today. Really? This was the first time he had invited her out on his own. Yeah. Where do you want to go? The amusement park? The movie theater, Chika answered, which was unexpected for Sakurai Saki. There's a mystery movie out right now. Want to go see it together? It seemed like last week he went to the movies with Hayasaka AI. So this time, Chika also wanted to be treated that way. On the phone, Sakurai Saki paused for a few seconds, then said gently, of course. Actually, even if you wanted to go to another world, I could take you there. It'd be super easy. Chika froze when she heard that. Really? Super easy? Chika, Sakurai Saki chuckled softly a few times, just kidding. It's not that easy. In other words, he could really do it? That's amazing, Esper. Super amazing. Chika, Fujiwara Chika, loved the supernatural, or more accurately, anything interesting. Having endured a boring and restrictive education since childhood, she had long since grown tired of it. But since they'd already said they were going to the movies, she decided to let this one slide for now. On the other end, Sakurai Saki ended the call and put his phone away. Hamburger. Sakurai-kun hungry. Want eat. Yakumo Shiro pressed up against him from behind. Shiro and Sakurai. Her eyes had been fixed the whole time on the patty sizzling in the pan, gazing at it like a big white cat. For a moment, Sakurai Saki wasn't sure whether she liked him, or just like hamburgers. A few days ago, the favorability level had appeared. Yakumo Shiro's favorability level was as follows. Favorability level 90, even slightly higher than Fujiwara Chika's. Sakurai Saki recalled everything that happened last year, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why this white-haired ghost girl liked him. White hair, gray eyes, a delicately cute face, a bust that wasn't small but not overly voluptuous, wearing black tights, long slender legs, a curvaceous figure, and a Western-style school uniform different from Shuchiin's. In other words, she wasn't a student of Shuchiin. Aside from not being human, it seemed the only bad habit she had was being clingy. But to most people, that probably wouldn't even be considered a flaw. Sakurai Saki pondered this, then glanced at the frying pan. The butter was sizzling, and the smell of hamburger meat filled the entire kitchen. Sakurai-kun, stop spacing out. My hamburger's about to burn. Yakumo Shiro said angrily, hands on her hips. Shiro, a freeloader ghost who doesn't do anything and still has the nerve to boss people around? Sakurai Saki replied with a scowl. Shiro leaned down and kissed him lightly on the cheek. There, rent paid to Sakurai-kun. A girl's kiss full of love, doesn't that have value? Sakurai Saki picked up the plate, placed the hamburger steak on it, poured the sauce over, and garnished a bit. Has value. Huh, that's right. Lots of guys grow up never having been kissed by a girl. Yakumo Shiro couldn't resist picking up her knife and fork and carrying the plate straight to the kitchen table. Sakurai Saki ignored her previous comment, which basically insulted 69 male on the planet, and started cleaning up the kitchen. In a bit, he still had to head out. Chapter 144, Arrow Girl Miku Saturday. Morning. In a cooking class, Sakurai Saki was listening along with Miku to the instructor's guidance. On the blackboard in front, the detailed steps were all written out, accompanied by extremely cute illustrations. Girls would probably like this style. The instructor was also a man, fairly good-looking. Sakurai Saki felt that this training center had really grasped human nature quite well. For example, between a young, beautiful female superior and an average middle-aged boss, who would office workers prefer? The answer was obvious, it's the former. In this society, beautiful people truly are more favored. To win over their beautiful boss, some office workers would even squeeze themselves dry. But this isn't good. If this keeps up, they'll get completely drained. But it's okay, as long as the boss is happy. Simp, superscript 3. Saki-kun, you have to listen to the lecture carefully. Mika's soft and pleasant voice sounded beside him. She always spoke quietly, often splitting one sentence into multiple fragments before finishing it. Sakurai Saki glanced at the cooking ingredients laid out in front of them. Mika was taking notes much more seriously than she was during cram school. Sakurai Saki felt utterly helpless about this. Miku-san's addicted to matcha. Huh. If only you could be this diligent when studying. If you could just apply 1/3 of the energy you uses on drinking matcha soda, eating matcha sweets, and playing Sengoku games to studying, things wouldn't be the way they are now. At that moment, Sakurai Saki's inner thoughts nagged like an old grandma. Up front, the handsome teacher finished explaining the steps and began the hands-on practice. First, let's make the cake base. Beat the egg whites with sugar. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki picked up the hand mixer. No, Mika stopped him. In Sakurai Saki's mind, he suddenly recalled the first time last year when he and Miku went to a cooking class together and were placed in the same group. That day, one of the boys in the group ended up in the infirmary after eating what they made and didn't return for the entire afternoon. Ever since then, Sakurai Saki had never let Miku take the lead during cooking classes again. Miku, here. Sakurai Saki handed her the mixer. A few minutes later, Miku cracked a few eggs and carefully separated the egg whites. She was moving in an absurdly slow pace to the point that Sakurai Saki could barely stand it. As the son of a family that ran a wagashi shop, he couldn't accept her technique. Miku, eggshell, Sakurai Saki reminded. Thank you. Miku picked up a pair of chopsticks and tried to fish out the piece of shell. Sakurai Saki stood beside her, resisting the urge to point and instruct. It felt like watching old men playing chess in the park. Every move was painfully slow, and even though you're itching to comment, you hesitate to criticize them to their faces. A bit more time passed. Okay, has everyone finished the first step? Then let's move on to... The teacher glanced at Sakurai Saki and Miku and noticed they still weren't done. Everyone, check your meringue again. We'll wait a bit longer. On the platform, the teacher was already preparing to begin the second step. Sakurai Saki noticed that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes, most of the gazes focused entirely on him. The female-to-male ratio here was extremely high. To be specific, aside from him, there were no other male students. Among the girls, quite a few were JKs, and at that age, they tended to care about looks more than money or or personality. Without a doubt, Sakurai Saki stood at the very top in terms of appearance among his peers, and in this situation, the girls' attention had long shifted away from the cakes. The stares from the girls were way too intense. Sakurai Saki had no choice but to step in behind Miku, using her as a shield. "Come on, follow my lead." Sakurai Saki stepped in directly, preparing to guide the girl through each step. Her hands weren't big, very soft, with clearly defined joints. Maybe because she stayed holed up indoors for so long. Her skin was pale to the point of seeming a bit sickly. Miku glanced at him sideways, her voice serious. "I can do it myself. You're way too slow. Don't you realize everyone's staring at us?" Sakurai Saki didn't bother beating around the bush. "Oh." Mika looked up and finally noticed it. A wave of embarrassment rushed over her, and she lowered her head in silence, allowing Sakurai Saki to guide her hands. "Whip in one direction. No need to go too fast, just keep a steady rhythm." He gave instructions while helping her move. Miku was being held by the hand, and his body was pressing up against her back. She could smell the scent on his clothes, lavender. Too close. "Miku, oh. Sakurai Saki, focused on baking, didn't notice her feelings or thoughts at all. Over an hour later, the cake was placed into the oven. Miku stared at it with hopeful eyes. Sakurai Saki also let out a quiet sigh of relief this time. He hadn't let Miku take part in seasoning, and he was the one who handled the baking time. Safe and sound on solid ground. While waiting, Sakurai Saki and Mika noticed that everyone else in the class had started chatting. The two of them tried to come up with a topic. "At first, I thought you'd use your wish ticket to invite me to play games. Saki-kun doesn't like Sengoku history." Miku puffed her cheeks, looking like an adorable little hamster. "Says who?" "The Sengoku era started in 1467. I even remember the names of some characters, right? And their ultimate skills, too. That's just from the Sengoku game." Miku murmured softly, in her usual gentle voice. "Hack-and-slash games are fun," Sakurai Saki replied, not understanding her point. "They're refreshing and stress-relieving. If it weren't for the difficulty being too low, making them feel boring, Sakurai Saki thought this was the best way to vent his daily destructive urges. The character designs in those games aren't accurate," Mika said stubbornly. "What's so weird about Oda Nobunaga using an electric guitar? She's the demon king of the sixth heaven, right? Having a stando paw is totally normal." Sakurai Saki had played quite a few games where most of the characters had their lower bodies heavily censored and had them replaced with exaggerated proportions up top. "Those weird games. Stop playing them already," Mika shouted, annoyed. "Weird games?" Sakurai Saki teased. "What kind?" "Well," Miku suddenly lowered her voice, her face turning red as she looked away, "the arrow kind." "Oh, so that kind." Sakurai Saki figured Miku was probably the most knowledgeable about risque topics among the Nakano quintuplets. She liked browsing the internet, so she had likely come across quite a bit of questionable content. A quiet, awkward otaku girl, but secretly full of worldly wisdom. It was kind of fascinating. "I've been acting a little weird lately, haven't I?" Sakurai Saki realized that ever since becoming a vampire, his tolerance for arrow content had grown significantly. He even found himself imagining that kind of thing more often. Like that quote from Curse Chef the Great Sage, it made perfect sense. At the sight of a pale arm, one thinks of thighs, then of more intimate areas, then of romantic encounters, then of commitment, then of complicated consequences. Human thought really did jump around like that. "I don't play those kinds of games," Mika mumbled in defense. Her hands were placed nervously in front of her chest, looking incredibly, adorably flustered. Was a misclick? Or maybe, before Sakurai Saki could finish, Mika punched him lightly in the chest with her little fist. "Saki-kun's bullying me." "Miku, too cute," Sakurai Saki blurted out. Mika's face turned even redder. She looked left and right, then, not knowing what else to do, squatted down on the floor, turning into a little ostrich. Chapter 145. Nino. I willingly become a dog licker. When Sakurai Saki walked out of the cooking class with Nakano Miku, it was already noon. But since the two of them had eaten nearly the entire matcha cake they made during the class, they weren't very hungry. "You've learned how to make matcha cake now?" Sakurai Saki looked down the hallway. Quite a few young girls were preparing for the next class. This place didn't feel like a cooking class at all, more like a host club. Earlier when the class ended, the handsome teacher even asked if he had ever considered working part-time here. Sakurai Saki used the excuse "I'm not good at teaching others" to decline, but the guy said it didn't matter. As long as you were good-looking, they could train the rest later. Since Sakurai Saki was already working as a rental boyfriend, he had no interest in switching to a similar job with even lower pay. "It's pretty decent now." Miku held a notebook in her hands. Her handwriting was very neat, not overly free-flowing, just like the impression she gave off. "That's good then." Sakurai Saki thought it was worth the effort. Just earlier, he practically carried the whole class for that handsome teacher. That made Sakurai Saki wonder why this girl didn't just invite him to her house for tutoring, instead of paying extra to bring him here. "Want to learn how to bake? Just wire me the money. 100 yen is enough to buy you a lesson." Baka Miku. At the end of the hallway, the two of them were about to head downstairs to leave. On the staircase, a girl with a black bow walked up. She was the tsundere among the Nakano quintuplets. Nakano Nino saw him, along with Nakano Miku beside him. "You two, why are you together?" Nino didn't know what kind of expression to make. No wonder Miku asked her yesterday if she knew any cooking class spots. Turns out it was so she could come here with Sakurai. "Nino, you came here too?" Nakano Miku asked unconsciously. "Probably just came to ogle the hot guys, right?" Sakurai Saki said in a definite tone. If there was anything about this place that might attract Nino, it was probably those gentle, handsome teachers. The teachers here all had decent professional ethics. They wouldn't do hands-on teaching with the students directly. Compared to a host club, maybe it's more like an idol group? "Sakura-sen, don't talk like you know me that well." Nino was a little angry. Nino, she wasn't the type to judge by looks alone. "If I understood you, then I wouldn't have ended up being liked by you." Sakurai Saki thought to himself. This kind of ticking time bomb personality, there really aren't many guys like that. Beautiful on the outside, but lacking warmth on the inside. Anyway, Sakurai Saki had no intention of messing with this bomb, but unfortunately, the bomb had grown legs and walked up to him. "I don't want to understand you. Let's keep communication to a minimum. To be precise, just the teacher-student level." Sakurai Saki smiled. "Even if your main reason for coming here wasn't the hot guys, you still thought about a little, right? Just a tiny little bit." Nino retorted, "All else being equal, who wouldn't pick someone attractive?" Sakurai Saki nodded. True. Whatever she said was right, but what the hell did that have to do with him? Even if she went bar hopping for a one-night stand tonight. Sorry, that was a bit much as a teacher. He shouldn't be hoping his student goes to those kinds of places. But I think personality matters too. "What do you think?" Sakurai Saki asked back. "Are you saying my personality isn't good?" "Nino, being self-aware is a good thing, Nino-san. That's one of your few merits. Try to keep it up." Sakurai. It wasn't class time now, and they weren't even in a classroom. Sakurai Saki had no intention of sugarcoating anything for her. At first, Sakurai Saki thought she would fire back a few words after hearing that. Unexpectedly, "It'll change," Nakano Nino said in a low voice. "Whatever you don't like. They'll fix it." That reminded Sakurai Saki of the first few days he had picked her up. The image of that trembling girl curled up in the living room flashed through his mind. "Whatever you like about me, I can change that too." Sakurai Saki sighed. Nino turned her head slightly, muttering. Mainly the crude words and actions. "A slightly ugly face is actually okay." Sakurai. A few seconds of silence. "You're something else?" Sakurai Saki was speechless. At this point, he honestly wished Nino would argue with him. At least then he could provoke her with words. But instead, Nino turned Sakurai Saki's verbal attacks into treatment. He had to admit, he was kind of impressed. Most of all, this trembling, M-like personality, he was the one who shaped it. Thinking about that made Sakurai Saki just want to smash his head into a wall and die. "You still have class, right? Then, we'll head back first." With no other option, Sakurai Saki had to change the subject. He turned to Mika. "Let's go. They'll take you to the station." The subway station wasn't far from there. With that, the two of them planned to leave Nino behind. "He'll go back with you too." Nino came over to Sakurai Saki's side and tried to join them. "Nino, what are you doing here? Didn't you just get here?" Miku, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "Fine." Nino looked a bit disappointed and turned to head upstairs. Her figure from behind looked exactly like a little puppy abandoned by its owner. "Nino." On the way, the two walked toward the nearby subway station. "Saki-kun, I think Nino likes you," Miku suddenly said, though her tone wasn't too certain. She didn't really know what it felt like to like someone, but she had never seen Nino like this before. Maybe this was love? "Yeah." Sakurai Saki gave a knowing look. "I just hope she wakes up to reality soon. If she could just confess already, that would be best, then he could flat out reject her as harshly as possible and watch her cry right in front of him." Sounds fun. It had been a month since Nino last cried, and to be honest, Sakurai Saki kind of missed it. Maybe Nakano Nino was the only one who could be bullied to tears by Sakurai Saki without him feeling the slightest bit guilty. In a way, she was very special to him. Sakurai Saki didn't even realize that in this twisted relationship, he himself wasn't uninvolved. His S-type personality and Nino's M-type personality matched perfectly like two puzzle pieces. Besides, even if I had to choose, why wouldn't I pick someone else? Sakurai Saki thought aloud. Let's take an extreme example. The other four of you girls same looks as her, but better personality. So tell me, what advantage does Nino-san have? Not liking her is only natural, right? Can I tell her that? Mika didn't want her sister to keep chasing a hopeless love. Sure. Sakurai Saki didn't care at all. After dropping her off at the subway, Sakurai Saki left. On the train, Miku took out her phone and messaged Nino. The content was mostly what Sakurai Saki had just said. A few seconds later, it showed that Shed read it. Then a few more minutes passed. "Nino, I know, but I still like him. Even if he hates me, it's fine. Even if I have to become more pathetic, it's still fine." After reading her long message, Miku summed it up in just 4 words: willing to endure everything. This kind of hopeless, one-sided love made Miku think of a single word: fool, and the kind that had fallen too deep to ever climb out. Just what the hell did Saki-kun do to Nino to make her this loyal? Chapter 146, Date with Chika Evening. Sakurai Saki was having dinner at the home of Minamoto Mishiro, a beautiful woman who had lost her husband and child early in life. Now, she invited Sakurai Saki to stay with her one night every week. The job content was simply eating and chatting, very simple, yet the pay wasn't small. "Saki-kun, is the food I made tasty?" Minamoto Mishiro put down her chopsticks and asked. Sakurai Saki looked up at her. Her jet-black ponytail fell over her full chest. Her figure had perfect curves, and her delicate face made people feel goodwill and a desire to protect her. She was a longtime client of his, and also someone he regarded as an older sister. It's delicious." The two of them chatted like ordinary family members. "At the sports festival, my team and I won first place in volleyball," Sakurai Saki said. He only shared this with this one Isan. As for his biological mother in Kyoto, he didn't dare mention it. Compared to winning a championship, she would care more about whether he got hurt. In her eyes, Sakurai Saki was the kind of kid who could trip just from walking. His current mother doted on him excessively. That, in turn, made him somewhat afraid. She showered him with unconditional attention despite not being his biological mother. Sakurai Saki was adopted. In other words, there was no blood relation. "Saki-kun is amazing." Minamoto Mishiro praised him without holding back. "It's just a shame I didn't have time to come see you." Most events at Shuchiin were open to the public, but smaller ones attracted very few spectators. At most, a few underclassmen from the high school division might come. Only big events like the Culture Festival would draw a crowd. Someone in class recorded it. "If Mishiro-san wants to watch it." Sakurai Saki put down his chopsticks. Just as he was about to take out his phone, he noticed her staring intently at his hands. "No phones while eating, right?" Sakurai Saki said with a smile. "I almost forgot. If Saki-kun wants to use it, I wouldn't blame you." Minamoto Mashiro said gently. She had received a noble upbringing from a young age. Her manners were gentle, but also a bit rigid. Of course, only a bit by normal standards. Liar. Sakurai Saki didn't believe her. Sakurai, Mashiro, am not some Annie from the Showa era or anything, Minamoto Mashiro said softly. She had a bit of a Hariguro side. If you took her at her word, she'd mess with you. Note: Hariguro is a term for a character who appears outwardly friendly, but is secretly scheming and manipulative on the inside. They will pretend to be a kind and likable person when first meeting someone, but on the inside they're secretly plotting something bad and they tend to use others for their own convenience. Makima, light Yagami, eyes and pudding. Oh, right, Saki-kun, Yoko has something she'd like your help with, again. She brought up a new request. What is it? About that little girl you met last time. A few days ago, she auditioned for a movie, a supporting female role, but that character has a kissing scene with a male role. Minamoto Mashiro explained. So what does that have to do with me? Sakurai Saki didn't get it. Lately, Ichika's acting work had been going pretty smoothly. On the flip side, she had skipped cram school who knows how many times already. Using Shijo Maki's words, she was the laziest among the 5 idiots. By the way, the nickname Shijo Maki gave Sakurai Saki was Big Idiot. Sakurai Saki objected to this. But that Sundara girl just ignored him. With no other choice, Sakurai Saki retaliated by calling her Losing Sundara. In response, she said, this lady hasn't lost yet. Say that again when I lose. Maki. Sakurai Saki felt like she had already lost miserably. It didn't even feel like she was fighting Kashiwagi Nagisa, more like she was fighting herself. That girl didn't know the meaning of giving up. Once she jumped in, there was no getting out, just like gacha addicts. She said that if the role involves a kiss scene, she'd rather switch to another film. But honestly, Ichika-chan doesn't have many options. If she gives this up, who knows how long she'll have to wait for another chance. That's what Yoko told me. So, you want me to be the actor? It's a movie about a teacher saving a troubled student. The two of you would be playing a delinquent couple. Play a couple? Me and Ichika? Saki-kun, don't be so quick to reject it. Come on, try it for me. I want to see you act. Minamoto Mashiro pleaded with a cutesy tone. Mashiro, this mature 27-year-old One-san, just a few years away from 30, when she used her puppy dog eyes attack. Sakurai Saki truly couldn't resist. Blushing, he said, "I'll give it a try." Sakurai, Imin, good boy. Minamoto Mashiro reached her hand out, wanting to pat his head. Sakurai Saki sighed, then slightly leaned forward. She gently patted his head a few times. If you don't want to do it, that's okay too. The filming is next Saturday. Got it. Sunday, the day of the date with Fujiwara Chika. A date isn't necessarily limited to boyfriend and girlfriend. Even normal friends of the opposite sex can go on a date. After all, taken literally, a date is just an appointment to meet. This time, Sakurai Saki wasn't late. He wasn't late for Chika, yet for his first real date with his girlfriend, he had been. But that was the damn fault of those demon bank robbers. He didn't know if those low-class demons had been caught yet. Recently, Gabriel hadn't brought it up again with Sakurai Saki. After being pinned down by Sakurai Saki last time, she had been properly scared. Even when she finished homework and played games late at night, she spoke much more cautiously with him. Gab-chan was worrying too much. Sakurai Saki didn't care about her body. All he wanted was for her to pay him back soon. Sakurai Saki, dressed casually in a hoodie, looked down at his phone. He was waiting in front of the movie theater. Quite a few girls had already come up to strike a conversation. Lifting his head again, Sakurai Saki spotted someone unexpected. Miko-chan? Tokyo really was a small place. Or maybe the movie was just that popular. This newly released detective movie was getting pretty good reviews. But Miko-chan likes detective movies? Sakurai-senpai? Aino Miko was just as surprised. Sakurai Saki. Here, to see a movie? Zminus. Aino Miko glanced at the posters outside the theater, one of which was for a magical girl movie. Miko, she couldn't say it out loud, that she had snuck out alone to watch an anime movie. And the one she bumped into was Sakurai-senpai. Glup, she absolutely couldn't let this slip. She had to find an excuse to leave and sneak back in later. Sakurai-senpai, are you waiting for someone? Miko-chan asked. Waiting for Secretary Fujiwara. She said there was a movie she wanted to see, so I made plans with her here. Sakurai-saki smiled and asked back, what are you planning to watch, Miko-chan? I feel like that anime movie suits you pretty well. Miko, can't say it. Absolutely can't say it. Already this old, and still in a magical girl something like that. No one can know. If my respected senpai found out, my entire Kohai career would be over. Yes, say something loud and confident to cover it up, just as Miko-chan was searching for a way out. Fujiwara Chika stepped out from the corner of the theater. She wore a white short-sleeve shirt and a high-waisted long skirt. Her vibe had changed, a little less bubbly than usual, and instead more like a proper young lady. Miko-chan? Chika looked at Aino Miko, then at Sakurai-saki. The two of them were standing quite close together. Miko-chan came too. Fujiwara-senpai. Good afternoon. Aino Miko admired Fujiwara Chika a lot. Chika also liked this Kohai-chan. At least she did before she saw Miko standing that close to Sakurai. Before that, she still liked her. Chika. Sakurai-saki walked up to Chika, gently brushing aside the carefully styled bangs on her forehead, and said softly, your outfit looks great today. Really? At first glance, I already wanted to hug you. As soon as he said that, he turned his back to Miko-chan and turned his words into action. Miko-chan is still standing right here. Chika blushed in his arms. Chika, after a few seconds of hugging, Sakurai-saki let her go. She seemed to be here to see a movie too. We just ran into each other outside. Chika nodded. Then she walked over to Aino Miko and chatted with her for a bit. A moment later, Miko-chan, eyes glistening, came up to Sakurai-saki. Senpai, I have something to do, so they'll head back now. She was acting. Miko-chan just wanted to get out of there quickly, then sneak back in later to see the movie she actually wanted to watch. Go on, be careful on the way. Sakurai-saki was about to say, let's watch together next time, but remembering the jealous look Fujiwara Chika had earlier, he thought for a moment and chose not to. Yes. Aino Miko nodded firmly, then left. After the troublesome Kohai-chan left, Fujiwara Chika and Sakurai-saki took out the tickets they had pre-purchased and bought some snacks and drinks. Before long, the movie began, and the two of them entered the theater. A few minutes later, Miko-chan snuck back in, bought a ticket, and went to the screening room for the movie she really wanted to see. Fujiwara-senpai really is such a good person. Chapter 147, Hayasaka and the Cat Sunday Morning. Hayasaka, AI, discovered a dying cat in the garden. It was a white cat, very cute in appearance, but now on the brink of death, covered in wounds, with nothing left related to the word beautiful. It's dying. AI-chan looked down at it. Want to be saved? She had just finished discussing the idea of trimming the garden with the gardener when she spotted the cat near the inner courtyard, probably snuck in unnoticed. Ai-chan ated cats. When she was little, both she and Kagaya had been scratched by a cat, and ever since then, she hadn't dared touch the creature. Cats, typically regarded as adorable by most people, were anything but cute in Hayasaka-A's eyes. The white cat revealed a surprised expression full of human-like emotion. God, cats don't talk. Does this girl have a screw loose? She even asked if I wanted to be saved. If I had known, I would have picked a different target from the start. This white cat was in fact an oddity named Sauroniko, whose usual hobby was playing dead and then possessing kind-hearted humans who took pity on it and buried it. Once possession succeeded, it would use the energy drainability of the Sauroniko species to absorb their life force. This particular Sauroniko was female and quite intelligent. She understood the importance of sustainable development, so she never resorted to wiping out humans entirely. In other words, she had never killed anyone. Nigh and stupid human. After the failed attempt at contact, the white cat continued to pretend to be severely injured and tried to crawl toward the mansion gate. Seeing this, Hayasaka AI stepped in front of it and blocked its path with her foot. The Shinomiya estate isn't a place you can just enter and leave as you wish, little kitty. Ai-chan smiled gently. This was the first time she had seen such a smart cat. It even knew how to exploit human sympathy. She had found herself an interesting toy. Nyan. The white cat was furious. It charged straight at AI-chan. Even though Hayasaka AI was afraid of cats, it wasn't to the point of trembling in fear. She agilely turned her body and, with a single move, dodged the sudden attack. Looks like you really like me. Huh. Don't worry. It'll save you soon. Hayasaka AI thought that raising such an interesting pet wouldn't be so bad. Besides, stray cats weren't expensive and were easy to keep. Recently, she had rented an apartment nearby. If she couldn't keep the cat here, she could bring it there. She squatted down. The white fur on the cat bristled. It was truly angry now. HM, did I guess wrong? You actually don't like me? AI-chan chuckled a few times, terribly amused. Suddenly, a Nyan sound echoed. The cat convulsed all over, then collapsed to the ground. At first, Hayasaka AI thought it was playing dead again. But unexpectedly, after a few minutes, it really stopped moving. AI-chan walked closer and saw that it might truly be dead. Lame. Life really was fragile, but something about this was strange. Just a moment ago, it had been so full of life. Even with all those injuries, it should have had enough strength to hold out until she brought it to the vet. She didn't dwell on it. Hayasaka AI had no real sense of attachment to stray cats, nor did she feel any pity, but she still found a spot and buried it. The cat followed along Hayasaka Ace's hands as she buried it, slipping into AI-chan's body, or, more precisely, into the depths of her soul. If all had gone well, it should have been able to possess Hayasaka Ace's body for a while, drain her life force until she was nearly empty, and then spare her life. But unfortunately, after this, Sauronico entered the target's psyche. It immediately lost all sensation and dissolved inside. The mind of Hayasaka AI, repressed for over 10 years, the pressure of daily life, the guilt towards Shinomiya Kage, everything had caused her endless torment. She longed for a normal youth like other girls, but her role as a servant of the Shinomiya family made that impossible. Even dating her boyfriend had to be squeezed into what little time she had. That massive pressure far exceeded normal human limits. After accumulating for over a decade, it had, under the influence of the oddity, condensed into a destructive spiritual force, but instead of being released, it was stored up inside Hayasaka Ace's body. Now, she had become extremely dangerous. Outside, Hayasaka AI stood in front of Shinomiya Kagaya's room, resting a hand on her forehead, which was throbbing slightly. After a few seconds, the pained expression on AI-chan's face was forcibly suppressed, replaced by the flawless demeanor of a maid. She couldn't erase the pain, but she didn't want Shinomiya Kagaya to worry. If she had to cry, she only wanted to cry in the arms of her mother and Sakurai Saki. Night fell. In Hayasaka Ace's room, the sound of steady breathing echoed. Suddenly, a pair of white cat ears sprouted from the top of her head, and her shimmering golden hair with its European elegance was like it had been painted over with white paint. Very quickly, the golden hue was dyed into pure snow white. Ai-chan no. She should now be called by a different name. Nyansaka, Hayasanayan, Skirosaka, Kurosaka. A temporary name hadn't been decided yet, but the origin must be made clear. Inside Hayasaka Ace's body, the Sauronico that had died that morning under the effect of the spiritual energy, reassembled and transformed into a highly unusual oddity. Put simply, a second personality. This was a second personality born from immense pressure, carrying all of Hayasaka Ace's memories, similar, yet different. 9. Hayasaka AI licked her right hand. Finally out, it's been 111. Anyway, a really long time. As a second personality mutated from Sauronico, Hayasaka AI didn't know how to count. She could only count up to 1. She couldn't understand sentences longer than 3 lines, and her innocence was in complete contrast to Hayasaka AI, who treated lying as naturally as breathing. Hayasaka AI didn't know how to lie. Hayasaka AI pressed her fingers to her forehead, changed clothes, put put on a mask, and opened the window to slip outside. She was preparing to release the pressure for Hayasaka, otherwise, this body would collapse. She leapt out, each jump covering dozens of meters. At night, in a narrow alleyway in Yoyogi, Shibuya, a few thugs were blocking someone's way. In front of them stood a scantily clad woman, her face filled with fear as she took a few steps back. These guys had agreed on a price, but suddenly changed the deal. When she refused, they tried to force her. Hey, 10,000,000 yen for a night. Didn't we agree? Huh, you freaking jerk. The woman looked disgusted. You said 30,000, now it's 10,000? Forget it. And now all 5 of you want on this deal? You think I can handle that? Huh, what the heck kind of joke is this? Suddenly, a cold female voice rang out in the alley. Hey, you guys? What do you think you're doing? At the other end of the alley, a white-haired girl wearing a baseball cap stepped in. Her outfit was made of sharp, contrasting colors. Even with a mask on, her outstanding beauty couldn't be hidden. Below were jeans, and under her jacket was a white short-sleeved t-shirt. Her figure under the neon lights was incredibly alluring. Her outfit perfectly matched Shibuya's style. Babe, you thinking of joining us? One of the thugs raised an eyebrow at Hayasaka Nyan. He hadn't yet realized how serious this was. Take your fucking eyes off me. Don't look at things you shouldn't. Hayasaka Nyan noticed his eyes were glued to her face. Her tone was extremely cold, perhaps only the Kagaya from a year ago could compare to her now. She didn't see beings called humans, only trash. Hayasaka Nyan inherited the memories of Hayasaka AI, but the older ones left little impression. After all, she had been just a cat. Right now, she only cared about a few certain people. 10 minutes later, a new pile of trash had been added to the alley. They groaned and whimpered like a bunch of zombies, howling in agony. Thank you, miss. The woman who had been about to be attacked bowed her head in gratitude. Hayasaka Nyan didn't even glance at her and left the alley directly. She hadn't touched those thugs directly. She had used the spiritual energy inside her body. Hayasaka Nyan didn't want to dirty her hands and was afraid that Sakurai Saki would think she was dirty. So mysterious. The woman pulled out her phone and snapped a picture of Hayasaka Nyan's back. Long, snow-white hair billowing behind her, a baseball cap, a proud figure. She opened Instagram, uploaded the photo, and captioned it, "Mysterious hero appears in Shibuya." As for Hayasaka Nyan, she had no idea this happened. She was just a cat. She didn't know how to use a phone, let alone any apps. She was already on her way to the next hunt. Tonight, Hayasaka Nyan went hunting. Chapter 148, Mass Media Club Monday, lunchtime. Sakurai Saki arrived at the broadcast room located to the side of the rooftop of the school's academic building. The Media Club or Mass Media Club broadcasts a school radio program every Monday. Topics include things everyone's talking about, recent juicy rumors, fashion trends. Basically, they talk about anything. Sakurai Saki didn't have a great impression of the Media Club, though it wasn't completely terrible either. These people were always spreading rumors about him. Fujiwara Chika and Hayasaka AI stuff like sneaking into Fujiwara's house at night, then eloping with Chika, or Chika fighting over Hayasaka AI. There were even rumors involving him and Shinomiya Kagaya. One glance, and it was obvious this club couldn't be trusted. Opening the door to the broadcast room, Sakurai Saki saw 2 girls inside getting ready, adjusting the equipment while chatting with Itsuki. One of them had straight, long black hair with bangs. It was Ko's Erika from the Media Club, rumored to be a hardcore fan of Shinomiya Kagaya. This girl didn't seem all that mentally stable, or so Sakurai Saki thought. But at least she was way smarter than the 5 Nakano sisters. The other girl had long, chestnut-colored hair and an elegant, refined air, more accurately, a ladylike demeanor. She was also a member of the Media Club, Kino Karen. She was the culprit who wrote all the fanfics pairing Sakurai Saki with various characters for the club. Once, she even asked Sakurai Saki if he was okay with fanfics involving him and Shirage Miyuki. The result? Sakurai Saki flatly rejected her. Sakurai, damn you, if it's boy-girl that's one thing, but you're pairing me with another guy? Are you out of your fucking mind? In short, dream on. By the way, she was actually a fan of the Saki X, all ship. In other words, she was fine with Sakurai Saki being with anyone including herself. Sakurai-san Kino Karen waved at him. Today's broadcast is about dieting. Want to join us? I just came to check things out. Before Sakurai Saki could finish, he was pulled out the door by Itsuki. Inside the room, the two girls immediately pressed their ears against the wall near the door. What's going on? Sakurai Saki asked, pretending to be surprised. That confused expression was entirely an act. He had long waited for the moment when the other party would be both embarrassed and forced to go through with this ever since last Friday. She was being made to carry out a task he had assigned her. This feeling was thrilling. Can I please not do this? Itsuki really didn't want to announce her weight to the entire student body. You can't even handle something this simple? But it's so embarrassing. What are they talking about? Koza Erika squatted beside Kino-kan, their black and chestnut brown hair brushing against each other, their faces practically stuck together. Something embarrassing, Kino Karen whispered. What could it be? Something that makes Sakurai-san come to the media club and is also super embarrassing. I can't take it anymore. Stop, Sakurai-kun. You can't take this much? Then what will you do when it gets harder? Give up? I wanna, but it's my first time doing this. It's hard to accept. Karen Erika. Kino Karen blushed bright red and suddenly stood up. Those two are playing some kind of master-servant role-play. Could it be they're even inserting something? Having to endure pleasure while broadcasting with us. This is way too stimulating. Just as Kino Karen stood up, Koza Erika, who had been leaning against her, lost support and immediately fell face-first onto the floor, half her body landing inside the broadcast room and the other half sticking out into the hallway. Sakurai Saki turned around and looked at her. What are you girls doing? We were just curious. Erika laughed awkwardly as she stood up. Curious? Sakurai Saki smiled and said, my relationship with her is completely normal, just a tutor and student, nothing more. Tutor? Kino Karen, who was still pressed against the door, immediately had a bold idea. A secret between me and my private tutor? Master-servant relationship, coming soon. Stay tuned for the latest serialization from the media club. I have a bad feeling about this. Sakurai Saki frowned. Then, as if his radar had locked onto a target, he walked straight to the door and sternly warned Kino Karen, who was blushing furiously. Karen-san, I didn't make a fuss when you wrote stories about me with Fujiwara-san and Hayasaka-san, but don't involve her. He was deadly serious. Kino Karen nodded just as seriously. But who knew if she actually took it to heart? The young ladies in this school always did whatever they wanted. They'd nod and smile on the surface, but behind your back, no promises. All right, you two get started with the broadcast. I'm heading back. Heading down from the rooftop. Sakurai Saki returned to his classroom. There was still a bit of time before class resumed. The school radio program usually aired in the second half of lunch break, giving everyone a chance to relax. Hello everyone, it's time again for the weekly broadcast from the media club. This is Erika. Good afternoon. Iveriona Imkino-kan. Today's topic tada summer weight loss. Summer is here. If you want to wear swimsuits or cute summer outfits, you've got to lose some weight. Otherwise, it's hard to catch the opposite sex's attention. Hey Erika, your thighs are too thick. We're breaking up. Situations like that can totally happen. Erika, we haven't introduced today's guest in the classroom. Sakurai Saki showed a helpless expression. These weekly broadcasts were treated like comedy shows by everyone. The two hosts seemed like they were born to entertain. Hello everyone, and this week's guest, Nakano Itsuki. Itsuki's voice had no confidence at all. It reminded Sakurai Saki of Aino Miko and Shijo Maki. They all had one thing in common: extreme fragility. Itsuki was probably the weak supporting role among the five sisters. Nino was the tsundere, Ichika the naked sleeping maniac, Miku the quiet one, Yatsuba the cheerful idiot, and Itsuki the fragile side character. One by one, not a single one of them was normal. Sakurai-chan, where did you go just now? Hayasaka AI looked over as Sakurai Saki returned to his seat. Just stopped by Karen's place. The moment she heard that name, Hayasaka AI felt a headache coming on. Of course, she was familiar with those media club serials. As someone involved in intelligence work, Hayasaka AI was supposed to stay low-key. But ever since she got close to Sakurai Saki, her popularity had skyrocketed out of control. In the past, almost no one greeted AI-chan when she walked down the hallway. Now, nearly everyone did. This caused a ton of trouble for her intelligence-gathering missions. When it came to anything related to Shinomiya Kagaya, Hayasaka AI had to stay alert. It was one of her responsibilities as both maid and bodyguard. Her job involved many things. For example, if she heard a bad rumor about Kagaya, she had to do her best to erase it. That was the bare minimum. The other tasks were even more complicated. In short, it was a job full of stress. But today feels so light, it's weird. Since morning, Hayasaka AI had felt unusually energetic. Her mind was also sharper than usual. Even so, she simply thought she had slept well the night before, so she didn't pay it much attention. Chapter 149. The loser must call the winner. Master. In the last monthly exam, Sakurai Saki suffered a miserable defeat. He didn't lose to Shinomiya Kagaya. He lost to himself. He left quite a few questions blank on the final test. The side effects gave him such a severe headache he couldn't endure it. The ability he used that day was Time Stop, one of the extremely dangerous powers that had appeared many times before. In the previous exam, the limit of maximum 1 day of Time Stop had been lifted, meaning Sakurai Saki's control over it had increased significantly. But in return, the side effects turned into intense headaches in waves, leading to his failure in the competition. However, if he encounters this ability again next time, he might use it however he likes, regardless of the purpose. That's right, for anything at all, degree. For example, studying hard. If you don't study, others will trample you underfoot, and you'll never be able to lift your head again. Or, catching up on sleep. Long-term insomnia and staying up late will cause irreversible damage to your body. And also, that's it, nothing else. Sakurai Saki couldn't think of a third use. Maybe the reader's hentai-san would know how to use it better. After school, Sakurai Saki stepped into the student council room and saw Shinomiya Kagaya reading a book. Ojisama Kagaya was holding a hardcover book and looked toward the door with a calm expression. In terms of appearance alone, the carbon-based life form named Shinomiya Kagaya was undoubtedly standing at the pinnacle of humankind. Except for her pitifully flat chest like a helicopter landing pad, she could be considered beautiful. Shinomiya-san, reading extracurricular books? How leisurely of you. Sakurai Saki sat down on the sofa, his eyes pausing for a few seconds on the tea table, then took a workbook out of his bag. He had already completed this workbook once. This time he was reviewing to reinforce his memory. Why would someone with a superpower still go through the trouble of studying? Sakurai Saki's answer was, because it's fun. Is there any other reason? Games have rules. Even if you cheat, it can't be too excessive, or it stops being fun. Using superpowers to instantly absorb knowledge is too boring. If it's just last-minute cramming, Sakurai-san, you still won't be able to beat me this time. Shinomiya Kagaya spoke arrogantly. She had every reason to be proud, since Sakurai Saki had never once beaten her. He was nothing more than someone who had been defeated at her hands. Kagaya-chan, you think I'll lose this time? Sakurai Saki took out a pen, pinched it between his index finger and thumb, and gently twirled it. Kagaya-chan? Shinomiya Kagaya sneered coldly, saying, didn't I already tell you not to call me that? Even when angry, she still looked beautiful. Sakurai Saki realized something. A beautiful girl, even when angry, is still a beautiful girl. Of course, that statement was completely redundant. Not cute. Sakurai Saki stopped the pen in his hand, then tapped it lightly on the surface of the tea table, producing a crisp sound. All right, let's make a bet, Shinomiya-san. He switched to a more formal address. HM. Ojusama Kagaya rested her chin on her smooth, fair hand and smiled. Let's hear it. Bakamono-ha. On this earth, there are always those who dare to challenge the gods. Let's wager on our rankings in the upcoming midterm exam. The loser has to serve the winner for a whole day, come whenever called, as long as the request isn't something that disgraces human dignity. It must be followed without refusal. How's that for bet? Sakurai Saki's face displayed confidence. This time, he would win. Even after losing dozens of points last time, he still ranked third. There's no reason for him to lose again. So that means, as long as you lose, you'll agree to do whatever I tell you to? Shinomiya Kagaya showed clear interest. Kagaya, almost Shiroi, this bet was very amusing. Just one win, and she could wash away all the past humiliations. All-in probably won't lose, right? But what if she lost? Of course. Shinomiya Kagaya wasn't afraid. She was just considering the worst-case scenario. If the opponent gave her orders, there were actually plenty of ways to dodge them. Besides, her maid was also his girlfriend. At worst, she could ask Dorisaka for help. Victory is guaranteed. Kagaya, no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't possibly lose. As long as it doesn't humiliate the other person's dignity, then of course it's fine. Sakurai-san, I feel like this bet still isn't big enough. Shinomiya Kagaya was ready to go bigger. Then what do you think we should do? How about the loser has to wear a maid outfit? Shinomiya Kagaya figured a boy wearing a maid outfit had to be incredibly humiliating. Then let's add one more condition. The loser has to change the way they address the winner. I think calling the master sounds nice. Sakurai Saki said as he pulled out a blank sheet of paper from his bag. Fine by me. Shinomiya Kagaya had beaten him over a dozen times in big and small exams, and didn't think she would lose this time. She even started imagining how she would boss him around after she won. Kagaya. As Sakurai Saki wrote out the terms of the bet, he glanced at her face and reminded her, Shinomiya-san, you think you're going to devour me whole this time? People who pop champagne in the middle of the game never end up well. Once the terms were written, Sakurai Saki signed his name, then took out a fingerprint ink pad and pressed his thumb on the paper. This sight made Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly feel a bit uneasy. That action of Sakurai Saki's was practically saying straight to her, I'm fully prepared to bet with you, and I'm very confident. Maybe we should remove those extra conditions. Making Sakurai-san wear a maid outfit seems like it might borderline on humiliating human dignity. Sakurai Saki smiled. How could that be? I love maids the most. Wearing a maid outfit is totally fine with me. If you say so, then I've got nothing left to be afraid of. Shinomiya Kagaya snatched the pen from his hand and, gritting her teeth, signed her name. Then very slowly pressed her finger into the ink and stamped her fingerprint. Shinomiya-san, your signature is crooked. Huh? Why is your fingerprint so weak? Didn't sleep well last night? Once she was done writing, Sakurai Saki put the written agreement into the student council room storage cabinet. We'll take it out after the exam. But even if this bet paper gets destroyed, you'll still keep your word, right, Shinomiya-san? That line, they'll say right back at you. Shinomiya Kagaya sneered. The Shinomiya family may be full of schemers, but once they make a promise, they don't easily go back on it. I'm really looking forward to seeing you in a maid outfit. Call me master. Shinomiya-san. Sakurai Saki beamed. Kagaya. I'm looking forward to the exam arriving quickly, too. Sakurai Saki looked around. Nearly 10 minutes had passed, and still no one had entered the student council room. But after the sports festival, the weekly workload for the student council had decreased quite a bit. Since no one's coming, they'll head home first. Sakurai Saki slipped the workbook back in his bag. Okay, they'll keep reading a bit more, then go home too. Shinomiya Kagaya continued flipping through her hardcover book. After Sakurai Saki left, Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly let out a deep sigh of relief, then pulled out the exam paper she had folded several times and hidden inside the hardcover book. She had nearly been caught. Seeing me so relaxed reading, Sakurai-san probably let his guard down. Humph, so you were working on practice tests. Good thing I noticed the eraser shavings on the table. Otherwise I'd have known nothing. Sakurai Saki's face turned cold. Studying is a battlefield. Just a moment's carelessness can get you killed. Not a single second of carelessness is allowed. Chapter 150. pinned down by Itsuki leaving the student council room. Sakurai Saki sent a message to Itsuki. Just this afternoon, she had tearfully announced her own weight to the entire Shuchiin student body over the school's broadcast system. During lunch break, when Hayasaka AI saw Sakurai Saki trying to hold his laughter, she more or less figured out why Itsuki had gone to the broadcast room. Online, Itsuki, Sakurai-kun. Where are you? Sakurai Saki typed with one hand, replied with a meeting spot, then headed downstairs. At the shoe lockers, quite a few students were preparing to go to their club activities. After changing his shoes, Sakurai Saki made his way to the back of the school building, a place where few people passed by, not far from where Yakumo Shiro had confessed to him last time. In the shade behind the building, a blonde girl in a white one-piece dress and a sun hat was observing Itsuki, who stood in front of her. "Meet Bun's girl. Your weight has returned." In Shinobu's hand, a nearly transparent crab lay still and obedient. Looking at the culprit responsible for her weight loss, Itsuki was slightly frightened and hid behind Sakurai Saki. "Meet Bun's girl?" And the expert in handling strange phenomena that Sakurai Saki had mentioned turned out to be such an adorable little girl? Kaka, you don't like the nickname I gave you? Shinobu held the crab up and then, with a mischievous grin, approached Itsuki. Ora, on reflex, Itsuki clung tightly to Sakurai Saki's waist. Suddenly, the crab raised its claws and made a series of strange, clicking noises. Shinobu listened quietly to what it was saying. "Oh, you're really pitiful." As Shinobu listened to the crab's words, she kept nodding. "During the first 2 weeks, Meat Bun's girl actually gained weight, totally humiliating you. Right? So that's how it was. Looks like your life hasn't been easy either, Itsuki." She was being mocked by a crab. "No way." Itsuki blushed in shame. She absolutely would not admit it. "Come on, look on the bright side. Your weight is back, the crab has been removed by me, and your memories have returned. 3 blessings all at once." Shinobu consoled her. "I haven't gained weight. It's always been the same number." Shinobu ignored Itsuki and ran over to Sakurai Saki, tugging on the hem of his shirt. "What is it? Honey, we can proceed to the second step now." Sakurai Saki immediately noticed that Shinobu was calling him that on purpose. She usually referred to him as my master or you-sama, Omi-sama, something along those lines. As expected, Itsuki, standing nearby, had a look on her face like she was staring at some kind of pervert. She even pulled out her phone, seemingly ready to call the police. "Itsuki, don't worry, she's older than you." Sakurai explained simply. "You saying that only makes me more worried," Itsuki thought to herself. Legal or not legal, it's always the legal ones that get you into trouble. And with that tiny body, can it really? During middle school biology class, Itsuki had actually studied quite seriously. She even understood this stuff better than Kagaya. A minute later, Sakurai Saki held Shinobu in his arms and tilted his neck toward her. At the moment, her strength was insufficient. She needed to drink a bit of blood. Standing to the side, Itsuki covered her eyes with her hand, but peeked through the gap between her fingers. "Itsuki," in an NGH it sounded like she was desperately trying to suppress something. With her face flushed red, Shinobu leaned against Sakurai's shoulder, her mouth letting out seductive, panting breaths. The sound of blood being gulped down, mouthful after mouthful, was intensely provocative. A few seconds later, Shinobu used her finger to wipe away the blood at the corner of her lips, then gently sucked it clean. The movement was deeply sensual. Despite her petite form, the action was disturbingly alluring. Upon witnessing the scene, for some reason, Itsuki's body began to heat up. She squeezed her thighs tightly together, slowly slid down to sit against the wall, and gasped for breath. "You want to try it too?" Shinobu looked up, eyes fixed on Itsuki. Itsuki frantically shook her head. Seeing that, Shinobu leaned down and extended her light pink tongue, licking the wound on Sakurai Saki's neck with the tip. Vampire bodily fluids had healing properties. Blood, saliva, and other secretions could achieve the same effect. "Feel good?" "My master," Shinobu said teasingly. Sakurai gave her small but a light pat to signal her to stop. It was obvious that Shinobu was doing all of this on purpose because Itsuki was standing nearby. She found it amusing. If the one standing there were Hayasaka AI or Fujiwara Chika, Sakurai had no doubt Shinobu would have taken things even further. Had your fill? Umo. Shinobu reluctantly pulled away from his arms, then pulled a katana about 2 meters long out of thin air. On the ground, the heavy stone crab that Shinobu had set aside earlier had now transformed into a massive monster about 1 meter tall and wide. Yet neither of them seemed too concerned. This sword is called Yutu Kokoro Atari. It's a demon sword born to slay oddity. Shinobu explained while looking toward Itsuki. She gave Itsuki no time to react and thrust forward. Swoosh! The tip of the blade didn't make physical contact with Itsuki's body. It phased right through her. It can't touch anything except oddity. At the moment, Nakano Itsuki had fallen under the vampire's charm and didn't even realize she had just been stabbed. Heavy Stone Crab has already formed a link with Meat Buns Girl. If it isn't cut now, then as long as she ever thinks about losing weight again, it could cling to her once more. Shinobu turned the demon's sword toward the Heavy Stone Crab, which had now silently grown to nearly 2 meters in size, and gently swung the blade. In the next moment, despite no visible contact, the sword seemed to slice right through the creature. The massive crab melted like butter under a hot knife, split cleanly in two, then turned into drifting black ash that scattered through the air. With the oddity dealt with, Shinobu turned back, only to see that, at some point, Itsuki had pushed Sakurai to the ground. The charm's effect still hasn't worn off. Shinobu only now realized. 10 minutes later, Itsuki wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, as if she had just touched something she shouldn't have. Scumbag, hentai, trash. She muttered under her breath. You push me down and then seriously curse at me? Itsuki-san, the thickness of your skin is beyond my imagination. Sakurai Saki looked irritated. She had just gotten physical with him, and now she dared to call him names? What a guy getting pushed down is just supposed to accept it. A moment ago, she had gotten way too close to his face, and she even tried to take off his shirt, and now she's acting all innocent? That was my first kiss. I haven't even met someone I like yet, and you just stole it from me. Itsuki cried in despair. Itsuki, you think I wanted that? Sakurai glanced away. They were almost at the library now. There was a vending machine at the entrance, the same one that had broken last time. Sakurai Saki stepped over to buy a drink. Can you not tell the others about this? At this moment, Itsuki looked like a housewife being blackmailed by a gyro, begging Sakurai. I'm just your tutor. Please understand your position and don't have strange thoughts about me. Sakurai inserted coins and pressed the button. I'm not. Your actions earlier didn't say that. Itsuki mumbled, trailing off. Fine, I forgive you. Just don't do that again. Sakurai Saki more or less understood the reason behind her sudden arousal just now. I'm sorry. After buying the drink and walking a few steps, Itsuki suddenly came to her senses. Wait a minute. Wasn't he the one who took advantage? Why am I the one apologizing? Chapter 151. Shijo Maki wants to study. Shijo Maki had been a teaching assistant for the Nakano quintuplets for over a week now. From an initially ambitious attitude to her current calm and composed demeanor, no one knew what she had gone through, but there was now a trace of weariness on Maki's face, especially since now only 4 out of the 5 sisters were attending class. Where's idiot number 1? Shijo Maki gave the quintuplets nicknames from idiot number 1 to idiot number 5. Idiot number 1 was the one who showed up the least. Idiot number 4 was the dumbest. Number 5 was a hopeless stale fish. Number 3 had communication issues. Number 2 was still somewhat normal, except she was always glued to the big idiot. As for Sakurai, she called him the big idiot. Part-time job, Sakurai replied. At that moment, the Nakano sisters were working on their homework. Since the 2 of them were free, they were sitting to the side. Usually, they would begin tutoring after the homework was done. Big idiot. Why are you self-studying even while working? Shijo Maki didn't want to stay in 4th place anymore. She wanted to drag Sakurai down in rank. I made a bet with Shinomiya-san. This is a necessary effort. Sakurai answered. Besides, Maki, are you planning to give up on love? Aren't you studying just like I am now? Shijo Maki lifted her head slightly and said proudly, how could love be more important than studying? You weren't saying that a week ago. Moreover, just a few days ago, she even changed the name of the line group chat from Shijo Maki's Love Support Committee to Shijo Maki's Study Support Committee. What's wrong with you? Sakurai asked with concern. Shijo Maki revealed the sorrowful expression characteristic of a losing heroine. I want to give up. Her twin ponytails drooped down, and her entire being exuded the aura of a defeated puppy. Fair enough. Don't ruin Tanyama's life anymore, Sakurai said. His family has a tradition of getting married and having kids at 17. What do you mean by that? Shijo Maki was displeased. With your personality, I bet even after a few months of dating, you still wouldn't be able to hold hands. It'd probably take a whole year before you'd dare to do it, while he'd already be married with kids by his third year of high school. Seeing that she seemed unconvinced, Sakurai added, Don't glare at me. Come on, try it. As he spoke, he placed his hand on the table. Shijo Maki naturally placed her hand on his, even holding it. See, simple, right? This lady can totally do something like this. Maki said smugly. That's because we're just normal friends, so you can do it. Now try imagining me as someone more intimate, like a boyfriend. Sakurai Saki said gently, Maki-chan. Shijo Maki immediately got goosebumps. She pretended to gag. Stop it. You're disgusting. Your words are unintentionally hurtful to others, you know. Sakurai let go of her hand. But still, why is it that you can talk normally with friends, even with boys, but not with him? Because when it's someone you care about, you start overthinking things unconsciously. And when you're nervous, you can't say what you really want to say, so you use harsh words to cover up your embarrassment. Doesn't that make perfect sense? Maki analyzed herself with pinpoint accuracy. Then she once again wore the pitiful expression of a defeated puppy, her entire being shrouded in black and white tones. I clearly understand all that, yet I still can't do it. Sakurai, head down and writing, asked curiously, Then why did you suddenly want to give up? I thought maybe I could start from friendship, not view him as someone I like. Shijo Maki explained while resting her chin on her left hand and writing with her right. As long as I see him as just a regular friend, even just a classmate, then I can talk to him normally. The pen in Sakurai's hand stopped. Then you might as well switch to another guy and start with friendship from there. What are you implying? Maki stared intently at Sakurai. Big idiot, don't tell me you like me. That's seriously disgusting. If you liked me, you wouldn't be able to talk to me normally anymore. So let's just drop it. Sakurai had absolutely no interest in tsundere types. Besides, she was only tsundere to the one she liked. What the hell was up with that? Being cute to outsiders, but cold to your boyfriend, how does that make any sense? This time, I'm definitely going to win the midterms. Maki suddenly changed the subject. She wore a smug expression that begged to be punched. I'm going to beat you so badly, it'll make you cry. Sakurai kept writing while replying half-heartedly. Sure, whether I cry or not doesn't matter as long as you don't cry. We're good. My goal this time is first place, or, at the very least, I'm aiming to compete for second. You're seriously overconfident, you big idiot. Shijo Maki said flatly. She didn't think Sakurai Saki could beat Shinomiya Kagaya. Excuse me, I need to step out for a bit. Sakurai Saki glanced at his phone. He had an incoming call. It was from the father of the Nakano sisters. He stepped out of the self-study room. Good afternoon, Nakano-san. Sakurai-kun, are you teaching right now? Nakano Maruo's voice was cold, but in reality, he cared deeply about his daughter's lives and studies, something Sakurai knew very well. They're still doing their homework. We'll begin soon. May I ask if there's something important you wanted to discuss? Sakurai Saki looked around since exams were coming up. The library was filled with students doing research. Hoping Lady Luck would show up last minute might not be effective, but it was still better than doing nothing at all. As long as the exam prep was done right and all question types were practiced thoroughly, the scores wouldn't be too bad. The midterm exams are coming up, aren't they? Nakano Maruwa got straight to the point. Of course, he knew the exact date, but he didn't want to reveal that he was overly concerned about his daughters. He was an extremely tsundere dad. Yes, next week. Do you have any requests, sir? Sakurai Saki asked. Requests? Not exactly. It's just that this time. Nakano Maruwa paused for a few seconds. I hope you can make sure all of them at least pass. He wasn't asking his daughters to excel, but at the very least, they shouldn't be held back. Even though he could take care of them for a long time, they would eventually have to become independent. He couldn't let them rely on him forever. Sakurai Saki, they'll do my best. I heard you invited the young lady from the Shijo family to assist them. Nakano Maruwa continued. How did he know that? Itsuki told me, Maruwa added. Shijo-san is a very good student in some subjects. She's even better than me. In truth, Sakurai had only invited her because he wanted to slack off a bit. And she, on the other hand, had been looking for someone to confide in. Fate had brought them together. I skip work. You cover for me. We both get a better future. Nakano Maruwa fell silent. The young lady of the Shijo family, her influence was no less than Shinomiya Kagaya's. While they didn't hold much power domestically, the Shijo family was extremely influential overseas. Surely his 5 daughters wouldn't get into conflict with her, right? Nakano-san, is there anything else? If not, I'd like to return and resume teaching. Maruwa didn't reply. He just grunted and hung up. Sakurai Saki put his phone back in his pocket. When he returned to the study room, he found Shijo Maki pointing at Yatsuba and shouting, How could you get such a simple multiplication problem wrong? You idiot. Nakano Yatsuba's academic performance was truly less than ideal. And you too. You big idiot. What took you so long just to answer one phone call? Sakurai Saki had just stepped through the door when he got hit by her verbal barrage. Since she was working for him for free, Sakurai Saki didn't talk back. Besides, he also felt that whenever he stood in front of Yatsuba, it was hard not to lecture her a bit. 2 pitiful people crossing paths, best not to hurt each other. Chapter 152. Humans always prefer compromise. Today was the final day of exams. 3 subjects had been tested yesterday, and the remaining 2 today were math and social studies. General Affairs Officer Sakurai wasn't afraid of exams. He was even somewhat looking forward to them. Last week, he had spent quite a bit of time helping the Nakano quintuplet study, so he was hopeful for decent results. In the afternoon, the last exam ended. Sakurai Saki let out a sigh of relief. Since he had made a bet with Shinomiya Kagaya, he didn't want to lose. He couldn't afford to lose. If nothing unexpected happened, he would probably land in second place this time. Taking the top spot from Shirogane Miyuki was extremely difficult. The sheer number of practice problems that guy had gone through was on a completely different level. He also had to thank Shuchiin's massive library and its generous lending system, which allowed Shirogane Miyuki to gain an edge over everyone else while simultaneously making it harder for Sakurai Saki to catch up. He had been pretty lazy last year, too. After school, it was Sakurai's turn on classroom duty today. His partner was a girl from the same class. Since the 2 weren't close, Sakurai Saki didn't engage in much conversation. Hayasaka AI had also left early today, even though they were now a couple. Sakurai Saki and she rarely spent time alone. Aside from one official date, the rest were mostly online dates. If not for seeing each other at school, Sakurai Saki might have started wondering if they were actually in a relationship at all. Last weekend, he had gone with Minamoto Mashiro to a film audition. The audition was a big success. The female director looked at Sakurai like she had just discovered a once-in-a-century treasure, which honestly freaked him out a little. Ichika acted really well during the joint performance, perhaps because she had grown up constantly observing her sisters. Sakurai had noticed that during tutoring sessions, too. Among the sisters, Ichika wasn't just the peacemaker during conflicts, she was also the most observant. Her eyes often followed her younger sisters, a trait that clearly reflected her gentle nature. Like a scarecrow in a wheat field, standing guard for her sisters. In summer, the sun set very late. It was only 4 o'clock now, and the sunlight outside was still intense. Sakurai-kun, I'm heading out first, the girl from class said softly, picking up her bag to leave. She still had club activities to attend. See you tomorrow. Sakurai Saki was wiping the blackboard. A while later, he watered the potted plants and left the classroom. Student council room. Shirogane Miyuki saw Sakurai Saki walk in and immediately asked, "How were the exams today?" "Not bad. Looks like you did pretty well," Shirogane Miyuki said with a smile. Sakurai wasn't the modest type everyone at Shuchiin knew that even when praised, he would simply say thank you. "Probably still not enough to beat you," Sakurai Saki said seriously. "Then I guess ID better be careful. I don't buy that probably of yours," Shirogane Miyuki joked. He didn't think he would lose. Still, it didn't really matter who ended up first between the two of them. Shirogane Miyuki and Sakurai Saki weren't the type to fight to the death over rankings. Sakurai Saki walked over beside Shirogane and glanced at his desk. "This semester's pretty much done with the major stuff, right?" "Yeah. The only big thing left is the sports festival. Next semester is where the action is school trip, then the Devoted Hearts Festival, all fall in the second term." Sakurai Saki. "There's also the student council election at TLL, probably be around that time too. This summer break, there's also a summer camp. But honestly, I prefer the beach. Camps are usually held in the mountains," Sakurai said casually. Suddenly, a wild chikaman appeared. "Obviously, the mountains are way better," Chika shouted, slamming her hands on the table in protest. "Chika, the mountains have more mosquitoes and bugs. No matter what Saki-kun says, the mountains are still the best." "That's what she said." Secretary Fujiwara. "I personally think the beach is better," Shinomiya Kagaya said as she entered from behind. And so it begins. The eternal debate between the beach and the mountains. Like the arguments of pie or cake, Intel or AMD. The battle between mountain and sea was a timeless topic. Then, what about the president? Which do you think is better? Secretary Fujiwara launched her vote-gathering campaign. Shirogane Miyuki thought for a few seconds, then chose the middle ground. "I think either is fine." Hearing that, Fujiwara Chika sighed in disappointment. When it's time to choose, men either dodge the decision or want everything. That's just how men are. Then she turned to Sakurai with a sweet smile. "Right? Why ask me? ID never choose between the beach and the mountains." Sakurai Saki said while holding a few stacks of documents, taking a seat on the sofa. "Mountains? Not even dogs want to go up there. Chika-chan and AI-chan. I want them both." Secretary Fujiwara. "Humans inherently prefer compromise, and by nature, we hate making choices." Shirogane Miyuki said as he sat down across from Sakurai Saki with some documents of his own. He gave an example. Say you go out shopping. Most of the time, you'll just go with whatever the sales assistant recommends, right? For example, this year's latest model is this one. How do you feel about it? "Miss." Sakurai Saki chimed in. "They're handing you a pre-made choice. All you have to say is yes or no. You're not picking from dozens or hundreds of options. It's a sales trick. People don't like to make decisions, so they subconsciously wonder if the suggestion is okay or not, whether they should buy it, instead of rejecting it and choosing something themselves. If you're buying crepes, a smart store will ask, would you like to add strawberries to this? Rather than, would you like to add chocolate, vanilla, strawberries, or banana? The former saves time and sells better too. All of that, by the way, was Sakurai Saki just talking out of his ass. But Fujiwara Chika didn't realize that at all. But what does that have to do with deciding where we're going over summer break? Secretary Fujiwara sat down next to Sakurai Saki, a curious look on her face. A few seconds later, she finally caught on. Wait, are you guys just trying to dodge the topic? Chika L. Debating mountains versus beach is a war, Chika. You're still too green, Sakurai Saki said while flipping through some papers. They were documents related to the sports festival. Preparations had started a month in advance. Honestly, Sakurai preferred holding the sports festival in the fall. Summer was just too hot. That whole build character through adversity stuff really wasn't necessary. But I want to go play in the mountains. Chika whined, shaking Sakurai Saki's arm. I still think the beach is better. Sakurai didn't even look at her and instead turned to Shirogane. It's a bit early to ask, but Shirogane, got any plans for summer break? Part-time job, Shirogane Miyuki said with a heavy tone. And Shinomiya-san? Sakurai Saki turned to Kagaya. Probably stay home. Shinomiya Kagaya was brewing tea. She had started preparing it as soon as the conversation began. The scent of black tea gradually filled the student council room. Staying home? Shinomiya-san, are you a hikikomori? Sakurai Saki said. He had no intention of spending his summer break indoors. While not exactly an extrovert, he would get bored if he holed up inside all the time. Hikikomori? Shinomiya Kagaya shot him a sideways glance. It's over 30 degrees in summer. Want to go outside in that heat? That's what's weird. Shinomiya-san, if you keep this up, you'll turn into a Shigami. Sakurai Saki replied. Ishigami. That's a line Hayasaka AI would surely agree with. Lately, AI-chan had noticed that Kagaya-sama really was heading in the direction of becoming an ET-heim. Not your concern, Shinomiya Kagaya said as she carried the tea tray over. Chapter 153, Fraud Chika appears again so. To decide where we'll go during summer vacation, let's all play a game together. Chika raised her hand and shouted energetically. Inside the student council room, the others reacted in different ways, including Ishigami, who had just walked in. Fujiwara-senpai, don't you think it's still too early? Ishigami pressed the game button without even lifting his head. Of course, I'm not saying there's something wrong with your brain, senpai, but there's still more than a month left until mid-July. Deciding where to go now doesn't really make any sense. Normal people would think that's pretty stupid, right? If someone ends up busy at that time and can't go, it'll be really awkward. And coming up with this kind of decision-making method, well, it could only come from someone dumb. No other possibility, really. Ishigami concluded. Of course. I'm not saying Fujiwara-senpai is dumb. You're clearly implying that I'm stupid. Chika puffed up her cheeks in anger. Chika, tossing and turning all night, unable to sleep. And when she picked up a book, she felt like between every line were the words, Fujiwara-senpai is dumb. That was exactly how Chika felt right now. No way, Fujiwara-senpai, I wouldn't dare. Ishigami, he wasn't being subtle. He said it straight out. Sakurai Saki teased Chika as well. But I don't mind. If it's just a game, I can play for a bit. After all, he liked Chika. Shinomiya Kagaya lifted her teacup. Her manner of drinking tea was extremely elegant. What were we playing? She didn't like games, she just didn't like to lose. And she didn't like being represented by someone else either. I have to work a part-time job, so I probably won't have time to go anywhere during summer break. Shirogane Miyuki said, rather tactlessly. Then let's invite Kei-chan to go with us. Shinomiya Kagaya really liked Shirogane's little sister. Ahem, I think I can probably free up a few days during summer break. Shirogane Miyuki didn't want his sister going anywhere near Sakurai Saki. What if they came back and there was one more person? And Shirogane Miyuki wasn't exaggerating. He seriously thought Sakurai Saki was very capable of making a move on his sister. Last time he even said he'd become a scumbag. And he actually did. Look at him now, getting all cozy with Secretary Fujiwara while openly dating classmate Hayasaka. Adding one more lover in the evening wouldn't even be surprising. In short, to protect his sister's safety, Shirogane Siskon Miyuki decided not to work part-time anymore. By the way, can you give us a hint about the cost? If it's too expensive, Shirogane might drop out. What are you talking about? Shinomiya Kagaya replied. If everyone's planning to go to the beach, I can cover all the expenses. Ice Princess Kagaya activated B-Man's superpower. I'm rich. B-Man. Capitalists are generous like that. Shinomiya Kagaya could mobilize all kinds of resources. While her liquid cash might not be astronomical, renting a private island or reserving an entire beach was still an easy task. I think going to the beach really is the right choice. Shirogane Miyuki had become a slave to money. Going on a trip without spending any money, why not? Is everyone going? Ishigami looked up. He really valued the bond between the student council members. If everyone was going, then he would go too. But when the time came, Ishigami would probably stay holed up in the room playing games, not even touching the water. Sorry, I'm not good at swimming. That was the excuse Ishigami was planning to use. I don't wanna. I want to go to the mountains. Fujiwara Chika rolled around on Sakurai's lap. Chika. Seeing that, Shinomiya Kagaya sighed. Everyone already decided to go to the beach, Fujiwara-san. No matter what you say, the result isn't going to change. Let's play a game then. Chika sat up from Sakurai Saki's lap and pulled out a deck of cards. Giant concentration. Chika shuffled the deck and placed it on the table. An extremely forced attempt at changing the subject. But everyone still looked toward her. Concentration, a memory testing game. Cards are placed face down on the table. Each turn, players flip 2 cards. If they match, the player takes both and earns a point. If not, they must flip them back over and return them to the exact same position. In the end, whoever has the most cards wins. It might sound a bit complicated. You may not fully understand it yet, but that's okay. Just watch and you'll get it. Oh, fine. We'll play around with you. Shinomiya Kagaya, in truth, had no way to deal with Chika. Chika was a friend she had known since middle school, one of the few same-gender friends she could truly open up to. So when it came to Chika, Kagaya often found herself unable to directly refuse. Let's begin. Sakurai Saki set aside the document he had just been reviewing. Fujiwara Chika had already finished setting up the deck. Ishigami stared at the tabletop. Fujiwara-senpai, what kind of cheating are you planning this time? Ishigami, though he phrased it as a question, his tone was filled with certainty. Yeah, no way, I wouldn't do that. Fujiwara Chika averted her gaze. Her blue eyes, brimming with guilt, and cold sweat seemed ready to break out on her face. Chika, why would I cheat? Ishigami-kun, you're so funny, she said with a forced laugh. These patterns. Ishigami squinted at the cards. Huh, something seems off. On the pointed corners, there were 4 types of patterns, and even their details were slightly different. Unbelievable. Ishigami picked up 2 cards and flipped them over. Fujiwara-senpai, you custom-ordered a deck like this just to win the game? Custom-ordered? Shinomiya Kagaya asked curiously. That's right. Shinomiya-senpai. Don't you see the tiny letters here? My family's in the toy business, so I know a lot about this stuff. Some card manufacturers accept custom orders. You can add your own letters and symbols. Ishigami held a card up to her face. Right here it says Sa. He only read halfway before realizing something. Fujiwara-senpai, if you want to show off your relationship with Sakurai-senpai, can you not do it like this? Ishigami sighed as he spoke. Ever since these two started dating, they'd gotten more and more outrageous. Even cheating with a custom deck that had Sakurai-senpai's name and Ramaji on it. This kind of dog food was truly a first for him. Fujiwara Chika's face was completely flushed red. Beside her, Sakurai was sipping tea while trembling as he tried to hold in his laughter. He even let out a few coughs from choking. It looked like he was struggling. So that's what this was. Sakurai chuckled and spoke. Fujiwara Chika's face turned red like a sunset. She couldn't say a word. If there were a hole nearby, she definitely would have crawled into it. Some seconds passed. Chika muttered in a voice as quiet as a mosquito, "They'll switch to a regular deck." With that, she quickly gathered up the custom-made cards. Sakurai Saki was still smiling. "What are you laughing at?" Chika turned her head and shouted angrily. "Chika, Sakurai." "No, I just feel happy knowing this," Sakurai Saki replied gently. Chika lowered her head and began putting away the cards. Sakurai Saki glanced at her ears. They were red all the way to the tips. She's really cute. Chapter 154. Concentration in short. After Fujiwara Chika switched to a standard deck, the student council finally began the first round of the game concentration. 3 of spades, 3 of hearts. They'll take them. Sakurai Saki flipped over a heart and a spade, both 3s. He then placed them next to himself. With the 2 jokers removed, there were only 52 cards in total, meaning 26 possible points. Each matching pair earned 1 point. In the case that Shirogane Miyuki wasn't playing, and if the cards were evenly distributed, each person would get about 6 points? No, this was a game based on luck and memory. Just like Sakurai Saki, who flipped a matching pair of 3s in the first round and gained an early advantage, yet even if a player had excellent memory, if it wasn't their turn. The cards they remembered could still be snatched away by someone quicker. Moreover, this time there was no combo point rule. Each turn only allowed 2 cards to be flipped. In short, there were a lot of techniques involved here. Saki-kun, you better not cheat. Okay? Chika reminded him. Cheat? Sakurai-senpai isn't Fujiwara-senpai. How could he possibly cheat? Ishigami, you, firmly on Sakurai Saki's side, stated with certainty. That's right, Chika. How could I possibly cheat? Sakurai said with a straight face. Had cheated plenty of times before. Not much better than fraud Chika herself. Chika looked at his expression and realized he didn't seem to be lying. In other words, he really was just lucky, which is how he got a point right in the first round. Right, getting a point on the first turn, what could that be but luck? I hope you're not lying. Chika didn't seem to trust Sakurai much. After all, she had lost to him hundreds of times last year. No matter how she looked at it, it couldn't be her fault, right? Who trips over the same stone hundreds of times? Shinomiya Kagaya flipped her cards, a 7 and an 8. Ishigami, you flipped, an 8 and a 9. Fujiwara Chika flipped the 2 8s from the previous players and scored 1 point. Her luck wasn't bad, she picked up a point. Sakurai Saki flipped again, 1 4, and the other was also a 4. Sakurai-senpai, you're seriously lucky. Ishigami, you spoke in admiration. Other than luck, he truly couldn't think of any explanation. Fools have the blessings of fools. It's nothing special, Shinomiya Kagaya said. There's an exam next week, don't come crying me then. Sakurai Saki issued a subtle threat. Just wait until you're wearing a maid outfit and meowing in cat language. I'm really envious of people as confident as you. Losing over 10 times and still thinking you'll win. Shinomiya Kagaya flipped her cards again, a king and a 4. Ishigami, you flipped, a jack and a 10. Are you guys betting on this? Fujiwara Chika asked while flipping her own cards. Chika didn't get a match. Sakurai Saki was still in the lead. Come to think of it, she was probably included in Kagaya's earlier jab too. After all, she was the one who lost hundreds of times and still believed she could win. Chika felt a little irritated at the thought. We're betting on exam scores. Whoever loses has to wear a maid outfit and serve the winner for an entire day. Sakurai Saki said, his expression not changing much, as if it wasn't a big deal. But that wasn't the truth. He actually cared quite a lot. However, if he showed too much interest, he'd be lowering himself in front of Kagaya. It's just a simple competition. Nothing unusual. Shinomiya Kagaya also put on an indifferent face. Ishigami, you, upon hearing this, sighed. Senpai, you guys really go big. No matter who it was. This was enough to be called social death. Wearing a maid outfit. Ishigami, you glanced at Sakurai Saki. Sakurai-senpai actually had a very pretty face and a figure that would suit women's clothing. His muscles weren't obvious at first glance, but according to rumors, they were pretty toned underneath. Where did that rumor come from? Well, that's a secret. Ishigami, you had heard about it while overhearing the girls in class chatting. It was a common thing after all. Sakurai Saki had become nothing short of a school idol at Shuchiin. You could only say, people with good looks really are popular with the girls. You guys have got to be kidding me, right? Shirogane Miyuki, sitting next to Ishigami, you with his head down, looking over some documents, guessed aloud. Kidding? Not at all. We're dead serious. Sakurai Saki never joked about things like this. People from the Shinomiya household aren't afraid of being challenged. Ojusama Kagaya of the Shinomiya family, backed by the shield known as Hayasaka AI, was utterly unshaken. When things really got bad, she could just have Hayasaka date him after school. He'd definitely back off. Besides, even if she lost, being submissive to the winner for an entire day would, in reality, only mean the time after school. All right, the loser has to wear a maid outfit in class too. Sakurai Saki flipped 2 more cards. 2 kings, he took them. Now he had 4 points. We clearly agreed not to violate each other's dignity. Wearing a maid outfit in class, if you ask me, that's already crossing the line. Shinomiya Kagaya objected. Fair point. Sakurai Saki nodded. Sakurai-senpai, are you really not cheating? It's just luck. Sakurai Saki replied. This was a brand new deck that Fujiwara Chika had brought never opened, so Sakurai Saki obviously couldn't have cheated. But was it really impossible to cheat? Absolutely not. My brother, please allow me to introduce you to this man's superpower. Today's superpower, luck effect, drastically increased luck side effects. None, as everyone knows, the flashier the ability, the more useless it tends to be. For example, Word Sakurai Saki had dissed that ability of whip a dead body multiple times before because it's truly useless. Following that, the way the student council members looked at Sakurai Saki became increasingly strange, as if they were staring at a god. In a 26-point game, Sakurai Saki had already secured 11 points. If not for the rule allowing only 2 flips per turn, the gap might have been even more absurd. Sakurai-senpai, I have something super important to ask you. Ishigami Yu bowed deeply and shouted. This might be the only chance of his life. Let's hear it. Please roll gacha for me. Ishigami Yu said, as he pulled out his phone. Seeing how lucky Sakurai was, Ishigami couldn't take it anymore. He was cursed in games. He always had to hit the ceiling, i.e., get pity after 300 rolls just to exchange for a character. Head grind for months. Yet still missed the rate up. This garbage game, if he hadn't already dumped so much money into it, he would have quit ages ago. His 50,000 yen monthly allowance all went into it. Sure, Sakurai Saki accepted the phone from Ishigami. What game is this? He usually didn't play mobile games. Idol Stir specifically. Idol Stir Shiny Colors. It's an idol-raising game. Ishigami, you open the summon screen. What character do you want? Higuchi Madoka. 1 minute later. OHSHIT. Madoka-chan. Ishigami, you shouted with excitement. After getting Sakurai to roll a few more games, Ishigami blissfully dove straight into grinding. Sakurai, roll a lottery ticket for me. Shirogane Miyuki pleaded. Are you serious? Haha, just joking. Shirogane Miyuki scratched his head. Though he had once thought about winning the lottery, it still felt way too far-fetched. Sakurai Saki then turned to look at Shinomiya Kagaya. Kagaya, destroy the Earth, can you do that? Kagaya-san, do you actually want the Earth destroyed? Sakurai asked in surprise. Is that so hard to understand? Shinomiya Kagaya sipped her tea. Well, I mean, is aside from ridiculous things like that, everything I want is basically within reach. So there's no reason for me to ask you for help. If someday you really run into something you can't handle, kneel in front of me and beg, and maybe you'll help you. Sakurai Saki said seriously. That's not going to happen. Shinomiya Kagaya sneered coldly. Unless the Shinomiya family collapsed tomorrow. Otherwise, there was absolutely no chance of that. Chapter 155, Coincidental Encounter with the White-Haired Cat Girl Thursday, after the exams ended. Sakurai Saki finished filming and then parted ways with Ichika. The filming location was a school near the Shibuya area. Since the film's content was about the teacher-student theme, reflecting social realities. He looked down at his phone. It was already 11 at night. Today was the exam day, so the teachers didn't assign much homework. The side effects of the superpower also didn't appear, and Sakurai was able to spend a peaceful day. He had also decided to put studying on hold for now. After all, continuing to study right after the exams would be a bit over the top. Only freakish geniuses like Shirogane could maintain studying 10 hours a day, even after exams, like some kind of monster. Don't you guys find that terrifying? Studying during class is one thing, but even eating while studying, and even during breaks at part-time jobs, still memorizing vocabulary and grammar, can people like that even be considered human anymore? Shirogane Miyuki, a man who doesn't live like a carbon-based life form at all. On a street in Shibuya, there were many fashionable girls on both sides. Their makeup a bit too flashy for Sakurai's taste. He actually preferred the Jairu style of Ai-chan. More, her makeup was very light. Hayasaka. Sakurai. Holding a can of coffee in his hand, Sakurai took a sip. Then he spotted someone who stood out on the street. Silver white hair, quite rare to see. He couldn't clearly see her face, but her figure was decent, not too tall, but well-proportioned. Even so, she was still quite a bit taller than Hayasaka, AI. probably around 170 centimeters. By the way, Hayasaka AI was 162 centimeters. Fujiwara Chika, 154 centimeters, and Miko-chan, 147 cm, but everyone was still in their growth spurts, so they might still grow, hopefully. Compared to the average height of Japanese women, AI-chan was already considered tall. Shirage Miyuki was 175 centimeters tall, which was fairly tall, while Sakurai Saki stood at a full 180 centimeters. The white-haired girl in front turned and walked into a narrow alley nearby. Sakurai didn't pay it much attention at first, until he noticed a few shady-looking guys sneaking in after her. Hopefully nothing bad happens. Sakurai took a few steps forward, then turned back toward the intersection earlier. Better go check it out. If it were before, he definitely would have ignored it. But after falling for someone, Sakurai Saki had softened quite a bit. Knowing full well that something bad might happen and doing nothing about it was hard to live with that. Inside the alley, on the left wall, water was dripping continuously from the air conditioner's exhaust pipe, falling to the ground. A cockroach crawled near his feet. Not far away, the trash bins from the restaurant kitchen out back were sitting there, the stench creeping into his nose quite unpleasant. Sakurai stepped into the middle of the alley and saw the group of guys from earlier surrounding the beautifully dressed white-haired girl. Didn't expect something really was going down. Should I step in? Forget it. I couldn't just stand by and watch. With that in mind, Sakurai stepped forward. What are you guys trying to do? Hayasaka AI, catgirl version, crossed her arms and looked at the group in front of her. Just from their outfits, it was clear they weren't good people. Bitch, you've been beating up a bunch of our guys lately. And you're asking what we're trying to do? A delinquent with dyed blonde hair spat on the ground. Our boss wants to see you. Red Demon Gang. Ever heard of it? This street is under our control. Running around here, having power is useless unless you've got backing. A thuggish guy with black hair dug his ear, the flashy metal earring on his earlobe jingling. Hayasaka AI raised a hand to her face, looking exasperated. Why had she been running into so many weaklings? Lately none of them were worth fighting seriously. And it was always the same pattern. Beat up the small fry, then the big boss comes looking for revenge. This wasn't stress relief at all. In fact, it just made the pressure even worse. Just as Hayasaka AI was thinking about how she should toss these guys into the trash, Sakurai Saki arrived. He walked straight up to the group. Then came a casual kick thud. The blonde guy who had been mouthing off earlier was sent flying into the wall, then slowly slid down like a dead dog. You bastard. What? Sakurai glanced at the one who was about to growl menacingly. Why you? You're kind of handsome. That kick just now was pretty strong, too. The delinquent said with a forced smile. Good eye, Sakurai Saki chuckled. Gang lackey, Sakurai, gang lackey, Sakurai. He looked away from the thugs. Under the glow of the neon lights overhead, he focused on the girl in front of him, wearing a mask. Her deep ocean blue eyes were captivating, and her aura was cold and aloof. As for her outfit, jeans, a long-sleeved layered jacket, a white t-shirt underneath, at first glance, she looked older than him, possibly a college student. Let's go, Sakurai said to her. Hayasaka AI stared at Sakurai Saki's face for several seconds. Umo. She naturally grabbed Sakurai's hand. Although her personality was different, she still retained Hayasaka Ace memories. Even though her appearance had changed quite a bit, the feeling she held for Sakurai Saki remained the same. Sorry, boy's my boyfriend's here now. Hayasaka AI turned to the trembling delinquents nearby. Take care, big sis. If you ever want to join the Red Demon Gang, just say the word. See you, big bro-in-law. Once they left the alley. They were inviting you, huh? Sakurai asked. Of course. What? Did you think it was something else? Hayasaka AI turned and glanced at him. Little brother, what did you think they were going to do? Looks like I acted for nothing, Sakurai said, then tried to pull his hand away from hers. Too bad it didn't work. She was gripping his hand tightly. Now he had a strange woman clinging to him. Want to go for a drink? Hayasaka AI asked. I have a girlfriend, Sakurai Saki replied. He didn't recognize her as Hayasaka AI. Her body had changed a lot. Her blonde hair had turned white. She was taller. Her style of clothing was completely different, and she wore a mask. Most importantly, her breasts were much bigger. Under these circumstances, it would be strange if Sakurai did recognize her. Scared, little brother? Don't worry, One-Isin won't do anything to you. Just want to buy you a drink to thank you for earlier, Hayasaka AI said as she pulled him along, giving him no room to refuse. After the drink, him taking over completely, while her original self was still unconscious, she'd sneak in and take control of Sakurai-chan's body. Surely no one would notice, right? After all, it's the same body. In essence, she and the original self were the same person. Naturally, the boyfriend was hers too. That's how Catgirl AI-chan saw it. A predatory One-Isan type? Sakurai had to admit he was a little scared. Was this really okay? This type woman was dangerous. There was no choice but to be cautious. 30 minutes later, the two of them walked out of the bar. Sakurai looked at the white-haired One-Isan beside him, who now seemed totally out of it, and he didn't know what to do. Just one mojito, and she was done. With alcohol tolerance this bad, why even go to a bar? One-Isan is under a lot of stress right now. Nine Hayasaka AI slurred in her drunken state. If I wasn't stressed, I wouldn't be out drinking in the middle of the night. Nine Hayasanayan. See? She was so drunk, Shed started imitating cat sounds. Where do you live? I don't know, Nyan. What am I supposed to do now? Sakurai looked around. A lot of men were staring at the One-Isan beside him with lecherous eyes. Take me home. Nyan Hayasaka AI leaned in close to Sakurai's face, then stuck her tongue out and gave him a lick. Wet, with a scent of alcohol rum, with a hint of mint. Are you sick or something? Nia. Hayasaka AI tilted her head. Didn't seem like she was sick, but mentally, yeah, probably not all there. Chapter 156. What do you like about Hayasaka AI? In a taxi, Sakurai and the white-haired One-Isan Hayasanayan sat together in the back seat. After giving the address to the driver, the car began to slowly roll forward. Nine Yanyan Hayasaka AI was singing and meowing at the same time. Sakurai had never heard the song before because, in truth, she was just drunk and making noise. The melody was kind of catchy, though. She passed out after just one drink. Clearly, someone with that kind of constitution shouldn't be going to bars. Good thing he was there. Otherwise, the consequences were unthinkable. Judging by the way she entered the bar earlier, it was probably her first time. Combined with today's superpower, maybe this was also a sign of good luck? Wandering the streets and randomly meeting a white-haired One-Isan who Nyanyan like a cat. And now she's drunk, and next, she's going to sleep over at his place. In a situation like this, anything happening during the night wouldn't be surprising. Little brother, what's your name? Tell One-Isan. Nyan Hayasaka AI gently shook her head, the black mask on her face nearly falling off from her movement. Even earlier when drinking, she hadn't taken it off. We probably don't have any connection, right? So forget the name. Sakurai didn't want to be clung to by this strange girl. Nia. Hayasaka AI tilted her head, thought for a few seconds, then said, Little brother, you can call One-Isan Cat One-Isan Nyan. Cut. Sakurai didn't like calling strangers One-Isan. Nya Ayazaka Ayond. So sleepy, Nyan. Z. As soon as she said that, she lay her head down sideways on Sakurai's lap. The taxi wasn't that spacious. There wasn't really anywhere to dodge to. Sakurai didn't try to avoid her either. She gave him a strangely familiar feeling. By the time she woke up again, they were already in front of Sakurai Saki's apartment in Setagaya Ward. After paying the fare, he helped the cat girl out of the car. She seemed to be a lot more sober now. Little brother, you brought One-Isan home like this. Won't your girlfriend be mad if she finds out, Nyan? She's very understanding, Sakurai Saki replied, and he wasn't lying. On the surface, Hayasaka AI was quite generous. Last time, she even let Sakurai Saki take Fujiwara Chika to the infirmary. As for whether she was secretly jealous behind his back, Sakurai Saki had no idea. What a sweet relationship, Hayasaka AI asked. What do you like about her? This question Sakurai Saki had been asked once before. He thought for a moment, then remembered who it was. It was that love rival, her Thaka-kun. But Sakurai didn't care about that rival anymore. That guy couldn't take Hayasaka AI from him. Sakurai was confident of that. But this time, the person asking was different. It was a girl. And not just that, a girl he had just met. Somehow, it felt easier to share things with her. Sakurai Saki really wanted to talk about his relationship with someone, but if it were someone too close, he'd get so embarrassed he couldn't say a word. I like everything. There's nothing I don't like, Sakurai said as he helped the still somewhat drunk Katwani-san up the stairs. The moon is so beautiful. Nai and Katwani-san looked up at the moon in the sky. No one uses sappy lines like that anymore these days. Sakurai chuckled. That famous quote from Natsume Saseki might have been romantic 20 years ago. I like everything and all that Nai nonsense. Sounds so half-hearted, Nai and Kat mumbled. As she said that, she even pulled her mask down slightly and blew a breath into Sakurai's face. It carried the scent of alcohol, mixed with the fresh notes of mojito. The first time I met her was at the base of the classroom building. Sakurai Saki began to reminisce. A year ago, 2 months after the start of the school year, Sakurai Saki was planning to stop by a small supermarket near the cafeteria to buy some bread. Having just moved to Tokyo, he didn't want to make his mother spend more money, so lately had been trying to earn a bit himself through a part-time job. Bento meals were honestly expensive and a hassle to prepare. Grabbing a few pieces of bread for lunch was more economical, and dinner at his part-time job was even free. This is such a pain. Only getting 5 or 6 hours of sleep a day, there's no way I can keep doing this job. The voice that caught his attention came from a hidden corner around a bend. Sakurai Saki walked over with an expressionless face and glanced at the person inside. A student uniform, blonde hair tied into a ponytail slanting to the left, that was his classmate. Name? Ayazakai, the flashy gyru of the class. Quite popular. Sakurai Saki didn't care about any of that. At school, there was no one he paid attention to. More accurately, he wasn't interested in anything around him. If someone annoyed him, he'd just crush them, that was it. As for gossip behind his back, he didn't give a damn. An esper doesn't concern himself with the opinions of insects. When Hayasaka noticed Sakurai-san, what a coincidence, running into you here again. Hayasaka AI immediately tucked away the tired expression from earlier and returned to being the cheerful, lively girl. Hayasaka-san, good afternoon. Sakurai stopped walking. Good afternoon. Are you going to lunch, Sakurai-san? Then you'd better hurry. The bread's going to be sold out soon. All right. Thanks for the reminder. No problem. At the apartment, outside Sakurai Saki's place. After that, we gradually got closer. Katwani-san had a face full of question marks after hearing the story. Hayasanayan, what the hell is this guy talking about? Their first meeting a year ago, okay. The first half sounded pretty accurate, but the second half of the conversation, it actually went like this. Me, Sakurai-san, what a coincidence. We're meeting again. Sakurai, who the hell are you? Are we close or something? Me, we're classmates. Sakurai-san, don't you recognize me? Sakurai, can you not be so familiar? What's wrong with you? Me, Sakurai-san, that's really mean. Covers face and cries. Saka, are you sick? Muttering and complaining to yourself here. If you're not sick. What are you? Me, you're the one who's sick. Say that again if you dare. Sakurai, dumbass. And after saying that last line, he just walked off. A textbook emotionless robot of a man. I heard her complaining, and I just couldn't leave her be. After that, I started talking with her more to help her mentally. I told her not to stress about work too much and to stop doubting herself. Before long, we became close. Katwani-san rolled her eyes hard. Mental therapy? Just thinking about it made Katwani-san want to force her main body to break up with this guy immediately. Close? Well, sure, they were close, but only in the physical sense. And besides, when she hit him, he hit back. That's right. Even when a girl hit him, he'd respond without hesitation. No mercy, no letting it slide. He even once called himself a gender equality supporter. Lord Kazuma. As Sakurai recounted the story, he unlocked the door and led Katwani-san into the rented apartment. They took off their shoes at the entryway. As for what I like about her, I guess it's as countless as the stars in the sky. Sakurai Saki said gently. This is Tokyo. You can't even see stars at night, Nyan. Sakurai turned to look at Katwani-san. That's okay. All I need to do is look into her eyes. Ni. Did you know? There really are stars in her eyes. Just by staring into those eyes, I realize how deeply I've fallen for her. Sakurai glanced into the girl's eyes, his voice soft. It's kind of funny you and she have the same eye color. A deep ocean blue that's impossible to forget once you've seen it. Sakurai waited a few seconds and noticed the white-haired Wani-san in front of him had lowered her head. Why aren't you saying anything? No, it's nothing, Nyan. Hyasanayan, just keep confessing like that. I can take it, Nyan. Hyasanayan inside. Chapter 157. Playing games, this is little brother's house. So small. Katwani-san glanced around. Compared to the Shinomiya residence, there was no doubt this place was much smaller. But it felt very cozy, full of signs of everyday life. His living habits, Katwani-san took them all in. Shoes at the entrance were neatly arranged. As soon as he got home, he would hang his coat on the rack in the room. There was the smell of smoke in the kitchen. He probably cooked for himself every day. On the dining table was bread, which meant he likely ate bread for breakfast instead of a Japanese-style meal. Sakurai Saki stepped out of the room and glanced at her. You're sober now? Nyan? Katwani-san tilted her head a little. She was playing dumb. Or maybe she was always like that, which made Sakurai Saki think she still wasn't sober. Either way, she was still meowing Nyan. That speech quirk was honestly kind of cute. It would totally fit in a 2D anime, but in the real world, it had an odd feeling to it. Like that Kaka speech quirk that Shinobu often used, it was cute, but the sense of disconnect was obvious. But cute was good enough. Ending every sentence with Nyan, cat. There's something I'm really curious about. Sakurai spoke while grabbing a bottle of fruit juice from the fridge, then poured 2 glasses. Even if the other person was still a bit drunk, it didn't seem too serious anymore, so no need for a hangover cure. What is it, Nyan? The cat asked. A tongue twister. Sakurai carried the glass and sat on the sofa. The lights in the living room were bright, allowing him to clearly see the whole figure of the person in front of him. White hair that looked like it glowed, ethereal to the point of not seeming human, though her fashion was quite modern. Only her face couldn't be clearly seen. It was hidden behind a mask. All right, cat, read along with my name, Nanadinanadu, no Narabida Nakanaku, in Nanakan Nanahan Nanadai, Nanakan Narabit Nagana game. This was a Japanese tongue twister filled with na sounds. The word 7 in Japanese is nana. A cat goes Nyan. White-haired Katwani-san wobbled on the sofa, trying to imitate. Nyan yim nanyanyadu, no Nurabida Naya Kenyako Inyanako Nyanyan Nyanyadai Nyaninako Nyarabit Nyagania game. Sakurai paused the recording button on his phone. So damn cute. If he uploaded this online, it'd get at least 1 million views. Note, YouTube. Nico Hankawa tongue twister 9? Katwani-san looked at Sakurai with a suspicious face, thinking he was kind of perverted. Grinning while someone reads a tongue twister, what kind of normal person does that? But then again, this was her boyfriend. Tonight, he'll sleep on the sofa. You can sleep in my room, but don't go rummaging through my stuff. Sakurai Saki said, but noticed that she didn't seem to understand. There were no spare clothes for women in the house, so she definitely wouldn't be able to take a bath, even though Katwani-san currently reeked of alcohol. Sleep with me. 9 men and women should keep their distance. Young lady, please have some self-respect. Girls going out should learn to protect themselves, otherwise bad men not like me will take advantage of you. He didn't even finish speaking. Nyan? The cat tilted her head and meowed. You really don't understand. Huh? Sakurai realized she was drunk to the point of stupid. So just one cocktail could get her like this? Picking up a dumb girl in the middle of the night who also seemed like the kind who liked fighting Sakurai was speechless. In just over an hour, he had discovered quite a few contradictions in this girl. At first, when she was blocked by delinquents, he thought she was the victim. Turned out she was the troublemaker. According to the delinquents, she had been harassing them often lately. Then, She arrogantly dragged him into a bar, looking like a seasoned player, but one drink, and she was out cold. And now, she couldn't even understand human speech anymore. Was this girl a cat or a human? Nyan? Sakurai helplessly picked her up, preparing to toss her into bed. No matter how attractive she was right now, Sakurai Saki wouldn't lay a finger on her. This girl was way too carefree. Her private life must be pretty messed up, probably even had some kind of nasty disease. Who would want that? Sakurai Saki threw her onto the bed. Katwani-san with white hair took off the tricolor jacket blue, yellow, and pink that she was wearing. And a moment later, Sakurai Saki saw the long, slender legs that had previously been hidden by her jeans. Under the moonlight streaming in from the window, the sight was breathtaking. Want to play a game? It's still early, I'm not sleepy yet. Katwani-san saw him staring blankly and, imitating a cat, gently licked her own paw. Are we seriously playing a game? What else? Half an hour later, Sakurai Saki discovered yet another contrast in Katwani-san. Her gaming skills were terrible. The next morning, 6 a.m., Sakurai Saki woke up right on time. He didn't rush to check his superpower for the day, but instead turned to look beside him. No one. There was no one around either. He stared at the nightstand with a puzzled expression. On it sat a small stack of cash, around a dozen bills. What the hell is this? A thank for playing fee? Moreover, it was at least over 100. No yen? Current market rates to hire someone to play games with you weren't that high. Online, you could book someone for just 30,000 yen. Haze. Sakurai Saki buried his face in his hands. Honestly, he really didn't want to play games last night. He was already super sleepy. Staying up late playing games is bad for your health. But last night, he really couldn't resist. Mainly because had been under a lot of temptation lately last time with Fujiwara Chika in the infirmary, and the time before that in the Love Hotel with Hayasaka AI. In both situations, Sakurai had to temporarily hold the gun back. To be honest, the frustration was building up unbearably. Damn it, she didn't even leave a contact number. Sakurai looked again at the nightstand, only to find there really was nothing else. No, there was still a note. Last night's game was really fun. They'll come again next time. Sakurai Saki breathed a sigh of relief. The first person to ever play games with him at his home no matter what, she was someone special. Even if there was no emotional foundation between them, she still felt special. What is this? Maybe he was just too pure. Changing the bed sheets. Sakurai Saki took the old ones to wash. It was still early, but since he hadn't made any bento yesterday, he needed to cook this morning. Honestly, he could just eat at the cafeteria for lunch, but it never tasted as good as his own cooking. Plus, if he ate at the cafeteria, he wouldn't be able to have lunch with Hayasaka AI. He got on his bike and leisurely pedaled toward the school. Lately, had been thinking about switching to a motorbike, but apparently the school didn't allow students to ride them. After all, one's a motor vehicle and the other isn't. And riding a motorbike requires a license, which Sakurai still hadn't gotten. He arrived at the school gate. Within Sakurai Saki's field of vision, all eaten up. The more I look at this, the weirder it gets. Life was going on normally, but suddenly the tone is spiraling out of control. Can we get more interactions with Chika-chan and AI-chan? Those Nakano quintuplets are seriously annoying. All meaningless messages. Sakurai Saki stopped his bike. Today's superpower, visitor from another world effect. You can see information originating from another world. Side effect, cannot be turned off, and the information may be misleading. This power was somewhat useful, but not highly effective. It had some value, but not much. In essence, it was still a precognition ability just presented in a different form. Chapter 158. Kagaya's way to school, early morning. Hayasaka AI woke up in her bedroom. She was still a bit groggy, her long golden hair flowing down her snow-white shoulders thick and lustrous enough to make others jealous. Even though her daily life was busy and stressful, Hayasaka AI didn't suffer from hair loss. She normally used the most expensive skincare and hair care products. Her blonde hair was natural. She had never dyed it, hardly ever stayed up late, and always made sure to go to bed before midnight. Last night, she had even gone to sleep a little after 10. Recently, Kagaya-sama hadn't been calling her for late-night talks anymore. The last time, she mentioned having made a bet with whoever lost had to wear a maid outfit, and she had even brought a full maid uniform from the mansion to the student council room. If justice-driven Miko-chan found out, she would definitely scold the student council's eccentric behavior at the top of her lungs. You dare wear a maid outfit in the sacred student council room? Unbelievable. The image of Aino Mika's expression had already been vividly imagined in Hayasaka-A's mind. Huh? Hayasaka-Ai rubbed her thigh. She felt a slight soreness had she slept on it weirdly last night. Lately, Hayasaka-Ai had been in very good physical health, thanks to Katwani-san going out every night to Shibuya and beating up thugs to relieve stress. As a result, Hayasaka-Ai had been under less pressure and in much better spirits. She undressed in the bathroom of her room, turned on the shower, and stepped inside. Warm water streamed down from above. She used her morning shower as a way to wake herself up and get into work mode. In the evenings, Ai-chan would go to the large bathhouse designated for staff in the mansion, hang a sign reading in use on the door, and enjoy a brief moment of solitude. The other female staff in the mansion had complaints about this, but it didn't matter. What? Kagaya-sama, you want to walk to school? At the mansion gate beside the black car, Hayasaka-Ai once again felt her blood pressure rising. There was still nearly an hour left before school started, so walking would be on time even without taking the train. Hayasaka, the president, and Sakurai-san both go to school on their own, so Kagaya-sama, only children imitate others, Hayasaka-Ai replied. Since the start of the semester, Kagaya-sama had been acting a little off. It might sound too harsh when talking about one's mistress, but in Hayasaka-Ai's eyes, she was undeniably acting strange. I'm not a child. Shinomiya Kagaya just wanted to try something new. Kagaya. She had never walked to school before. That's right, never. As an Ojusama raised in a secluded room surrounded by layer upon layer of protection, Shinomiya Kagaya's modes of transportation had almost always been cars or private jets for longer distances. Aorig, Kaguya-sama, could you tell me why exactly you want to walk to school yourself? It's not just because you want to imitate the president and my boyfriend, is it? Hayasaka-Ai, in her graceful and composed maid mode, asked with a serious demeanor. I simply want to try it. But Hayasaka, for you to show such a serious face while referring to my boyfriend instead of Sakurai-san, that really opened my eyes. Kagaya had barely finished speaking. She noticed a faint blush appear on Hayasaka-Ai's otherwise expressionless face. Hayasaka, acting all serious while getting flustered. Huh? Her maid was unexpectedly pure. Kagaya still didn't understand how Shed even managed to successfully confess back then. Kagaya honestly hadn't expected Hayasaka to succeed that day. And truthfully, that probably would have been the case if it hadn't been for Fujiwara Chika's help. Hayasaka-Ai surely would have given up. In that case, Kagaya-sama, if you really want to walk to school that much, then let's head out right now. Hayasaka-Ai composed herself and smiled. Shinomiya Kagaya felt like Hayasaka was definitely up to something, but she didn't really mind. Surely she wouldn't sell her out, right? 10 minutes later. Hayasaka, this is the right way, right? Why does it feel more and more deserted? Shinomiya Kagaya pointed at a recently demolished building up ahead. Kagaya, winky face. Now she really felt like she had been sold out. Please don't worry, Kagaya-sama. Another 10 minutes passed. Shinomiya Kagaya stopped in place. Hayasaka, are you mad or something? I was just teasing you a little. What are you saying? Aren't we mistress and maid, like close sisters? How could I ever be mad at you? 30 minutes later, the two of them arrived at Shuchiin's gate just in time before classes started. Shinomiya Kagaya was panting heavily. Her stamina wasn't bad, but after being dragged up several steep slopes, she really couldn't take it anymore. Kagaya glanced at Hayasaka-Ai, beside her also a high school girl, yet the difference in stamina was staggering. Hayasaka, are you really not mad? Ayazaka-ai. Kagaya-sama, you should try training your stamina a bit. You always lose to my boyfriend in sports activities. This must be the reason. Shinomiya Kagaya had figured it out. This girl had dragged her around this massive detour purely because of that my boyfriend line earlier. If it weren't for the fact that she wasn't familiar with the area and couldn't exactly ditch Hayasaka AI, Kagaya would have slipped away long ago. Let's do it again tomorrow, Kagaya-sama, Hayasaka AI said gently. Refuse, Shinomiya Kagaya huffed. Even if she decided to walk to school again next time, she would definitely check the map beforehand. She couldn't let Hayasaka lead her around by the nose like that again. It was too embarrassing. That Shiba Inu they saw earlier on the road was kind of cute, though. By the time Sakurai Saki saw Hayasaka AI, it was almost time for morning homeroom. Seeing her enter through the front door, Sakurai Saki smiled and greeted her. Good morning, AI-chan. He always felt a little guilty around her after all. Last night, he had been unfaithful to her behind her back. That said, Sakurai Saki didn't reject physical intimacy. To him, love shouldn't be about the physical, but about the emotional connection. We didn't play games together last night. What were you doing? Filming. Sakurai Saki answered. Nearby, a few students looked over with curious expressions. Then, Hayasaka AI asked the exact thing they were all wondering. What kind of film? Secret. As soon as Sakurai Saki said that, he noticed his girlfriend didn't look too pleased with that answer. So he quickly added, just a small supporting role, not many scenes. And what about you? Ai-chan, what did you do last night? Right after asking this, in Sakurai Saki's field of vision, scumbag, today's superpower had been sending him strange messages at random intervals. All Sakurai Saki could do now was hope the people from that other world wouldn't get too fired up, but this power was basically a spiritual projection of his own subconscious, which made it really hard to accept. I worked until nearly 10, then went home, showered, and went straight to sleep. Hayasaka AI didn't lie to him. Being a maid was indeed her job, and she earned a solid salary of 500,000 yen per month, not a small sum. Plus, she had savings of up to 40 million yen. If not for that, Hayasaka AI wouldn't have seriously considered the idea of running away with Sakurai Saki back then. Morning homeroom began. Their homeroom teacher, Masaki-sensei, didn't say anything important, just mentioned the upcoming midterms. A few students with poor grades were called out by name, since not all the scores were in yet. After all, they had only just finished 2 subjects yesterday. As for Shinomiya Kagaya's maid outfit, looks like it won't be seen until next Monday. Chapter 159, Photography Assignment Lunch Break. Sakurai and Hayasaka AI were having lunch. Today, the two of them chose to eat on the rooftop, where there were long benches specifically meant for resting. In reality, not many students came up here during lunch. One reason was that the rooftop door was sometimes locked. Another was the strong wind up here. The wind on the rooftop was very strong. This sentence might sound redundant. There was nothing romantic about it. If it were nighttime, with clear skies, maybe you could even see the stars. In that case, the rooftop would lose its daytime flaws and take on a bit of romantic charm. But unfortunately, it was currently blazing noon, the sun was glaring, and the temperature was nearly 30 degrees. And the wind was strong. As for whether the rooftop was nice or not, classmate Ryujihu was in the astronomy club, certainly had the right to speak. This place was the domain of the astronomy club, and even though the club only had one member, Ryujimomo was still actively participating. As for how this strange club was founded, you'd have to ask the current student council president Shirogane Miyuki. Last year, Shirogane rarely used his presidential powers for personal matters, but that time he did. No one knew what had happened between the two of them, probably some life-and-death relationship, like, for example, Shirogane's little sister was being targeted by the Yakuza, and the one who handled the situation was Ryujimomo. After finding out, Shirogane Miyuki wanted to repay her, but fate is unpredictable. Just one day after the incident, before Shirogane could return the favor, she was kidnapped by a rival organization. Shirogane immediately evolved from Abyss Dragon into Berserk Dragon Sanjin. His house was near Sengenjaya, and at night, he infiltrated the Yakuza organization, single-handedly broke through their defenses with a sword, and rescued the Yakuza boss daughter, Ryujimomo. Otherwise, how could the story go on? All of the above was purely Sakurai Saki's personal speculation and might not be accurate. The two of them ate and chatted. Unlike couples in the midst of passionate love, Sakurai and Hayasaka had a relatively calm relationship. Even other couples didn't necessarily stick together all day long. The rainy season's coming soon. Sakurai shared something he saw a few days ago. Yesterday, while jogging, I saw hydrangeas in the park already blooming with a lot of dew on them. Hydrangeas, called ajisai in Japanese, usually bloom from around May to July. A month ago, after the cherry blossoms had fallen, Sakurai saw bunches of wisteria hanging down like waterfalls from trellises in the park, and there were also small white wild jasmine flowers. Now, it was the hydrangea's turn. Sakurai Saki took out his phone to share a photo. The wallpaper had already changed. The Purikura photo with Chika from last time hadn't lasted long. The photo on Sakurai's phone was shown. So pretty. AI-chan looked at it several times. Hayasaka, the angle was excellent. Use the camera. So the image quality is really good, Sakurai Saki added. It's for an art class assignment. The last art class on Friday afternoon had covered photography, and the teacher told them to try it out at home, so Sakurai Saki dug out his long-neglected Sony camera. Is the assignment due today? Hayasaka, AI, also pulled out her phone and iPhone 12 Pro. She always cared about electronic devices. Last year, Sakurai Saki gave her a pair of Sony noise-canceling headphones because she had mentioned them while gaming, so Sakurai Saki just gave them to her. After that, on AI-chan's birthday, she personally said not to give her any more electronic devices, so Sakurai Saki bought her a 2-player game instead and included a long-term co-op service. Look, puppy. Hayasaka, AI, opened the photo album on her phone. Inside was a Shiba Inu with a dumb-looking expression. The background was a roadside dog photo. The photo had been taken just a few hours earlier. This was clearly just doing the assignment to get it over with, wasn't it? You're late this morning. Was it because of a train delay? Sakurai picked up a piece of grilled beef, wrapped it with some vegetables, and popped it into his mouth. The seasoning was good, and he was quite satisfied. I got lost by accident, Hayasaka, AI, replied. On purpose. Who told Kagaya-sama to say something like that? Couldn't she just call him my boyfriend herself? If she liked him, why bother hiding it? It's not like she was cheating. Then how about I come pick you up in the morning? I've been thinking of getting a motorcycle lately, Sakurai Saki asked. Really? Hayasaka, AI, instinctively wanted to say yes. But thinking about her relationship with Kagaya, she declined. We're not going the same way, so never mind. After renting her place, Hayasaka, AI, had sent her address to Sakurai Saki, just in case he wanted to take her home after a date. This made her realize one thing: dating really costs a lot of money. She barely had enough as it was. And the cash she left in her bag yesterday as a backup had now disappeared completely. Did she lose it while sleeping? So strange. It's just a bit of a detour, I don't mind. After saying that, Sakurai noticed Ai-chan seemed reluctant to trouble him. So he added, but no rush. Think it over. I haven't even taken a license test yet. Omo. Ayazaka, I nodded. After that, the two finished lunch, chatted for a bit, and returned. In the afternoon's art class, Sakurai Saki's work was projected on the teacher's computer for everyone to see. Shinomiya Kagaya wasn't too happy about it. She had put a lot of effort into her assignment, but because her phone's camera wasn't strong enough, the photos came out a bit blurry. Kagaya had deep sentimental attachment to her flip phone, even though it was the age of smartphones. She had no intention of changing. After school, in the student council room, Kagaya brought up the matter. You should just switch already. Sakurai Saki sat on the sofa drinking tea, while Shinomiya Kagaya made tea and talked about the class earlier. She believed her photography skills were better than Sakurai's. Sakurai Saki showed no resistance. He didn't think he was good at photography either. Normally, Sakurai didn't use social media much, at most just Twitter, YouTube, and Line. Stuff girls like to use, right? Sakurai couldn't think of any other reason unless the guy was super into taking photos and sharing his life. Sakurai knew this was a stereotype, but he didn't want to change. As an esper, he preferred doing things his own way. But this phone has been with me for a long time. Shinomiya Kagaya said as she took out her flip phone. All the data and pictures can be transferred. You can ask Hayasaka-san about that. She knows this stuff really well, Sakurai Saki said, taking a sip of tea. Being attached to an object was quite normal. Time made things more charming. Childhood memories. Food you hadn't eaten in a while. Time always added a layer of nostalgia. Of course I know that. For the first time, Shinomiya Kagaya felt like someone was lecturing her about her level of understanding of Hayasaka AI. She was obviously the one who understood Hayasaka AI best. Sakurai Saki's understanding of Hayasaka AI was probably only about 80% of Kagaya's. But to catch up on over a decade of closeness in just 1 year, Sakurai was pretty impressive. Talking about phones? Shirogane Miyuki walked in. He was a bit late today. All right, Sakurai, come with me to the student council's old storage room later. Help me look for some documents. Your memory's better than mine. We went there once last year. Sakurai Saki nodded. No problem. He had nothing to do today, and tomorrow was the weekend. Chapter 160. Meeting again. The discussion about phones didn't last long. In the end, Shinomiya Kagaya decided to change her phone. Shirogane Miyuki also pointed out that having a smartphone would allow her to use all sorts of convenient apps. The student council line group hadn't been created yet, precisely because everyone was afraid Kagaya would find out they were secretly communicating behind her back. This Oju-sama had a bit of a stubborn personality. Grudge-holding, jealousy, persecution, complex, all the little flaws typical of high school girls. She had them all. In the past, when she was in her ice mode, Kagaya could suppress those traits. But recently, after becoming softer, those personality issues had started surfacing more and more. Today, Secretary Fujiwara had gone to the board game club, saying she had come up with a new game and wanted to test it with her friends first. If it worked out, she would bring it to the student council for everyone to play. She didn't seem to realize that most members of the student council didn't actually enjoy playing board games that much. They only played with her because it was Fujiwara Chika who asked, especially Sakurai Saki, who had never once refused. He had basically spoiled her to the heavens. With nothing else to do, after letting Shirogane Miyuki know, Sakurai Saki prepared to get to work looking for documents. The old student council storage room was a long-in-use supply room. Documents and miscellaneous items from past student councils were all stored there. What's this? Trash? Sakurai looked at the messy pile of papers stacked on the front shelf. That's the event plan for the cultural festival. Shirogane picked up a few sheets and dusted them off. A huge cloud of dust rose with his motion. Sunlight streamed in through the window, making the dust look like it was glowing. No, it was glowing. It was incredibly annoying to look at. How long has it been since anyone cleaned this place? Is this some kind of ancient battlefield? Sakurai looked away. Still just as filthy and cluttered. About 0.8 of Gabriel's rented apartment, maybe? Seeing Sakurai's expression, Shirogane laughed. Next time, let's clean this place together. Let's focus on finding the stuff first. Cleaning? Leave it to the next generation. I bet the previous student council thought the same. Sakurai took a few steps forward and looked toward the corner of the room. There were some toys, sandbags, kendama, and even a bunch of large glass marbles. Wait, the marbles were strung together with a cord? What the hell? What kind of pervert brought this to school? Were we even looking for this time? Some student scandal? Shirogane's face was full of black lines. Documents for the sports festival. Oh, I thought you were preparing early for the student council election. Knowing Shirogane's personality, researching his rivals months in advance wouldn't be surprising. Sakurai thought back for a few seconds, then walked over to a box on the floor and opened it. Underneath was indeed what he remembered: documents related to the sports festival. But on top of them were some very eye-catching things. Why were these things left in a storage room like this? Sakurai pulled out several envelopes that were sitting on top of the documents. They were love letters. Can I open them? Sakurai Saki asked as he began unsealing one. Not a good idea, Shirogane said, though he didn't take his eyes off them for a second. Feels caín de familia. You read them last year, so it makes sense, Shirogane sighed. Really? I don't remember it all. Back then, You looked at these love letters without saying a word. Your personality was pretty cold. Just one glance from you made it feel like we were thrown into a frozen dungeon. Shirogane recalled. It must have been around last July. Back then, Sakurai was like Ice Kagaya. He didn't seem interested in anything at all. Sakurai didn't respond to Shirogane. Back then, he really had considered burying Shirogane Miyuki alive, that guy who kept trying to strike up conversations. The one being confessed to in these letters was probably the previous student council president. Must have been a beauty. Sakurai opened a few more. Who still confesses like this in this day and age? Isn't it way more convenient to just confess digitally? Are you implying something? Shirogane Miyuki asked. He felt offended. Get more rest. Stop overworking yourself with school and duties, Shirogane. You'll be more popular. Otherwise, it's kind of pathetic seeing girls avoid you in the hallway all the time. Huh? Shirogane, what's wrong? Hearing that, Shirogane Miyuki picked up the stack of documents from the box and headed straight for the door. He was fragile. He couldn't handle comments like that. Evening. On the streets of Shibuya. Sakurai Saki once again finished his day's work, the night breeze blowing through his hair. Looking at the bustling traffic, he spaced out for a moment. The first partner, as expected, I can't forget. Sakurai Saki muttered. The accidental encounter last night. Thanks to the luck brought by his ability, he thought he wouldn't run into her again today, until someone lightly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Sakurai-kun. The white-haired One-E-san had once again caught little brother Sakurai. Hi, Asanayan. Sakurai Saki turned around, and immediately in his mind flashed the image of her. Her figure really was incredible. Why are you wearing a mask? Sakurai observed her. A plain black mask, long silvery white hair, and a baseball cap on her head. They hadn't turned on the lights last night, and she hadn't taken off her mask, so up to now, Sakurai Saki still hadn't seen her face. Don't you think it's mysterious? Kat One-E-san tilted her head, touching her cheek with her right index finger. What? It's important for girls to maintain a sense of mystery. It makes guys feel intrigued. Kat One-E-san thought for a few seconds, then explained, like an onion, you peel it layer by layer. Sakurai replied, I don't like onions, they sting my eyes. Are you calling me ugly? Hyasanayan couldn't accept that comment, but she really couldn't let him see her face shed be exposed. You said that yourself. I didn't. Sakurai glanced around. It was already night, but there was still quite a lot of people strolling along the street. For them, nightlife was just beginning. The two walked along the street, and Sakurai Saki headed to a vending machine, intending to buy coffee. He inserted the money, and 2 cans dropped out. He handed her one. Can cats drink coffee? Sakurai Saki asked, then immediately realized the other person only pretended to be a cat when drunk. She wasn't actually a real cat. That question was totally unnecessary. Of course I can. The Kat One-E-san was extremely confident. A few minutes later, Nyan? Kat One-E-san tilted her head, looking completely dazed. There was a pure, innocent beauty about her. Maybe this was what a truly natural airhead looked like. You can't handle caffeine either, huh? Besides alcohol. Sakurai Saki raised a hand to his forehead. Sakurai, this person really had too many weaknesses. Nine, he looks like I'm not very good at drinking. Her voice was soft, like cotton candy in clouds. You looked so cool just a moment ago, though. Sakurai realized this person really liked to act cool, only to get slapped in the face right after, like she set up her own flag and stepped on it a few minutes later. Maybe that was a kind of talent too. The latter half of last night, she had also just raised her butt and begged for mercy. The white cat leaned against the vending machine, her whole body looking lightheaded. What do you do during the day? Wandering the streets of Shibuya every night, don't you need to work or rest? Sakurai stepped over and supported her. Sleep during the day. Nyan Kat One-E-san leaned into his chest in response to his movement. Sakurai Saki once again realized he had asked another dumb question. Someone who could casually pull out over 100,000 yen couldn't be a normal person. Sleeping during the day, playing around at night, and not short on money. She was probably a rich kid. Sakurai took the money shed left behind that morning out of his pocket and stuffed it back in her coat pocket. Why did you leave money for me this morning? Nyan? The white cat looked puzzled. A girlfriend giving money to her boyfriend wasn't that totally normal? Besides, the guy worked hard every day, and when he got home, she pounced on him and drained him dry if she didn't buy some supplements for him. Head gets sucked dry by the cat. Sakurai was just about to correct Katwani-san's concept of money when lines of text appeared in front of him. When will AI-chan find out the MC has a superpower? So jealous. I also want a cat girlfriend, hick. TT. Katwani-san is related to her Thaka-kun Sakurai Saki. When will AI-chan find out I have a superpower? Go ask AI-chan, don't ask me. Second line. Ha, suck it, loser. The third line caught Sakurai's attention all day long. And finally, there was one piece of information that might be useful from this power. All right, cat, do you know anyone named her Thaka? Sakurai looked at her face, and an image of his rival in love flashed through his mind. It felt a little similar. Nieno, you don't know them? Nieno. Oh, so she really doesn't know? As expected, this power is still the same type as word spirit. Hurry up and get in the trash. Been already our Sakurai company doesn't need employees like you. This power's job performance is seriously too poor. Chapter 161. You wild little feline, just wait till I get my paws on you. On a street in Shibuya, Katwani-san was looking around. What are you looking for? Cat food? Sakurai Saki asked. I'm looking for a way to relieve stress. Katwani-san scanned the surroundings. Someone who sleeps all day needs to relieve stress. Moreover, her way of relieving stress unexpectedly resembled his. However, Sakurai Saki relieved stress through games. While this girl was far worse, she didn't even see street thugs as human. She even seemed to enjoy setting traps, staging scam scenes. Considering he had nothing to do tomorrow, Sakurai decided to go along with her. He was a bit bored and wanted to see blood flowing like rivers. Half an hour later, Sakurai Saki and Hyasanayan walked out of a narrow alley. Behind them were groans that echoed clearly even from over 10 meters away. A miserable scene unworthy of witnessing. The screaming was enough to tear throats apart, and yet the boss of the Red Demon Gang still didn't come to their rescue. Is that enough? Even more relaxing than watching a hydraulic press crush slime. Nyan. What the hell kind of example is that? Sakurai couldn't understand at all. Where do you live? I'll take you home. Sakurai asked. Let's go to your place. Honestly, compared to this kind of fighting, the other kind of fighting was even more relaxing. Sakurai asked in confusion. Do you think I went along with you this whole time just to get your body? Nyan? Katwani-san pinned Sakurai against the wall, a pleasant voice coming from behind her mask. Wrong. It's Wani-san who wants to get little brother's body. Sakurai Saki's face darkened. Almost forgot. This girl was the type of Wani-san who actively hunted prey, not some ordinary girl. Brother? Suddenly, a loud voice called out, the kind of volume normal people wouldn't use. And the person who let out that voice was, of course, not a normal person. Sakurai Saki turned toward the voice and saw a muscular, tan-skinned guy. Shit. It was one of the low-class demons he had run into on his first date with Hayasaka AI. Didn't Gabriel say, Shed take care of all the demons within 2 weeks? Sakurai knew that useless angel couldn't be trusted, and yet one fish still slipped through the net. You know him? Hyasanayan asked. Clueless. Brother, don't you remember me? I broke out of prison. The demon said sentimentally, Too bad. All my bros got locked up in the demon world prison. Only I escaped early and completed my path to enlightenment. Hyasanayan leaned close to Sakurai and whispered, Who the hell is that? He looks mentally ill. You want to talk? Sakurai was left speechless. Even if you put the two of them together, you still wouldn't get a normal person. I was wondering why my boys kept getting into trouble. It's because of brother's woman. Hayes. The tan demon sighed. After being out of jail for a few days, had read quite a few books and came to understand that if he wanted to survive in the human world, he couldn't rely on just himself. He had to form alliances. So he immediately sought out a delinquent gang, punched their leader once to flip him over, and took the top spot. But before he could even warm the seat, he heard from one of his underlings that a dark heroine had been frequently appearing in Shibuya lately. He immediately thought of recruiting Hayasaka AI to his side. But in her white cat persona, Hayasaka AI couldn't understand what anyone was saying. She only knew how to fight. After a conflict, the two basically became enemies. "What's your current dream?" Sakurai Saki finally asked. "To buy a large order of fries." Sakurai was speechless. Like trying to build a wall with mud, these demons were beyond saving. The demon world had never once failed to disappoint Sakurai Saki. Looking a demon more saintly than an angel, like Vignette, was enough to represent the level of the demon world. Sakurai dragged Hyacinine along, preparing to leave. "Brother, be careful. The one next to you isn't a normal person," the demon suddenly said. That kind of strange anomaly was the hardest to predict. As demons, they had a certain understanding of the situation in the human world. In the West, there were dragons and vampires. But in the East, in China, supernatural phenomena had been heavily suppressed decades ago, preventing yokai from growing stronger. But Japan was different. All those urban legends here could become real. Demons had already investigated that before. Sakurai Saki turned his head to look at him. "So kind, huh?" The demon world really was full of good people. Had definitely have to visit Vignette's hometown someday, if he got the chance. As for the matter of the person next to him not being human, Sakurai Saki had already realized it earlier. When this Katwani-san was fighting those punks, her hand hadn't even touched them yet, and they were already collapsing, eliminating the possibility of them faking it. The only explanation was that she wasn't normal. If Sakurai were just a normal guy, he probably would have been fooled by her. "She's not a normal oddity." Shinobu finally spoke up. She had been sulking since morning, apparently because Sakurai had ignored her feelings while being involved with someone else. Shinobu. But Sakurai Saki didn't have much choice. Was he supposed to drag Shinobu into that too? That'd be way too perverted, and Shinobu wouldn't agree anyway. "Not a normal oddity? The scent is very familiar. Just ask this cat girl directly." After saying that, Shinobu paused a few seconds. "Donuts." 3. Got it. If only donuts could truly earn her forgiveness, that'd be great. Otherwise, every time he slept with someone else, Shinobu would get jealous again. That'd be a pain. "Is what he said true?" Sakurai asked. "We'll talk at home," Katwani-san replied. She originally thought Sakurai Saki was a normal human, but now it didn't seem like that was the case. Last time, when little Sakurai went to the Shinomiya residence, Hayasaka AI already had her suspicions. Now that white cat had inherited all her memories, she was naturally able to connect the dots immediately. Once they got home, they opened the door, switched to indoor slippers at the entryway. Sakurai Saki stepped in and put away everything that needed to be stored. "Can you tell me now?" Just as he finished speaking, Hyacinine took off her mask and baseball cap, revealing the face Sakurai Saki had seen countless times during the day. "Ai-chan?" Sakurai Saki looked shocked. He had been wondering why there was that strange feeling of familiarity yesterday. "It's both right and wrong," Nyan, Hayasaka AI replied. "She and I are two different personalities. I know everything about her, but my memories haven't been transferred to her yet." Sakurai Saki froze for a few seconds, then rubbed his forehead and collapsed onto the sofa. In other words, the woman from last night was actually his own girlfriend? He couldn't process it right away. His emotions were all over the place. First panic and fear, then inexplicable excitement and joy, and finally just emptiness and boredom. I'm a special oddity born from the fusion of an oddity named Sawarniko and her strong will and spiritual power. In essence, I'm no different from her. As she spoke, she revealed her cat ears and tail. A white, slender, and agile tail swayed beside her perked, curvy butt. Spiritual power? In daily life, she builds up pressure strong enough to crush any ordinary person. That pressure mutated into spiritual power when Sawarniko entered her body. Hayasaka AI sat down beside him and leaned on his shoulder. "She falls asleep, and then you appear?" Sakurai Saki guessed. No wonder she said she slept during the day. Even the part this morning where she tipped him so much money now made sense. "Omo, am in charge of relieving her daytime pressure. Just think of me as AI-chan's One-Ichan. Sakurai Saki looked up at the ceiling and asked, "What exactly does she do for a living?" "That I can't tell you, you'll have to ask her yourself." Hyasanayan replied. Sakurai Saki roughly understood. Sawariniko, a parasitic-type oddity, extremely weak. Had heard of it in urban legends. Same body, two different personalities. Getting two girlfriends in one shot. Happy or what? Hayasaka, AI, gently pushed Sakurai Saki down onto the sofa. She then tossed her jacket to the side. "Let's do it when Yi-san wants to unwind a bit." Hyasanayan, "This really doesn't count as cheating?" Sakurai Saki hesitated. "The two of you don't even share memories. Do you? And you just said you're AI-chan's One-Ichan. It doesn't count." Hayasaka, AI, began unbuttoning his shirt. "But I feel like, you beta, aren't you a man? The girl is already right in front of you." Hyasanayan, Sakurai. That line, no man could resist it. Sakurai Saki flipped over, pinning her down onto the sofa. "You frisky little feline, just wait till you're overwhelmed." Chapter 162. The result of the bet Monday. Lunch break. Sakurai Saki, along with the student council members, went to check the scoreboards. Shinomiya Kagaya stared intently at the ranking list, silent for a long while. This time, Sakurai Saki had successfully taken second place, pushing Shinomiya Kagaya down. Kagaya-san, am nearsighted and can't see clearly. Could you tell me who's in second place?" Sakurai Saki rubbed his chin. Had been nearsighted since he was young, mostly couldn't read scoreboards well. Everything else was fine. Sakurai, Kagaya, got lucky and now you're smug. Shinomiya Kagaya snorted coldly, her expression still calm. It seemed like wearing a maid outfit all day and following Sakurai Saki's every command was something extremely simple for her. That was just an act. At this moment, Shinomiya Kagaya was so furious she could cry. She absolutely couldn't accept losing to Sakurai Saki, absolutely not. Kagaya inside. If she had a time machine, she'd definitely go back to before the exams and punch her novel-reading self in the face. Kagaya-san, please remember that in the victor now. In ancient arenas, the victor had the right to behead the defeated. On the surface, Sakurai Saki looked perfectly calm. But inside, he was so thrilled he could barely contain himself. After losing for over half a year, had finally, through his own effort and not any superpower, defeated the proud Oju-sama worshipped by all of Shuchiin Academy. You could imagine what Sakurai Saki was feeling now. If the other student council members weren't there, he probably would have shouted woohoo. Already, Yuo Ishigami, you looked at his ranking and let out that sound. 170th place, not down, but not much improvement either. At least he passed all subjects. Even if just barely over the red line, it still counted. Ishigami, you was satisfied, feeling the days of cramming hadn't been in vain. It's just an exam, not some life-or-death duel. Sakurai-san, you won this time. Why are you acting so confident? I didn't perform well, that's all. Next time I won't lose again, Shinomiya Kagaya said coldly. Not willing to admit defeat? Sakurai Saki raised an eyebrow. Who's not willing? The Shinomiya family doesn't do things like refusing to admit defeat. Shinomiya Kagaya replied seriously. Then I look forward to your service, Kaguya-san. Sakurai Saki smiled. Kagaya threatened. If you dare to request anything weird, then just wait to be wrapped in cement and dumped at the bottom of Tokyo Bay tomorrow. Please watch your language, maid. At present, I am your master, Sakurai Saki reminded. Dear boss-san, you do not have the right to order me around at will, nor can you act against my will. Shinomiya Kagaya replied. Even maids need human rights, need freedom. Hayasaka, a sharp-tongued maid like you, I really don't want one. Sakurai Saki was speechless. Next to them, Shirogane Miyuki listened to the two bicker and didn't dare say a word. He could be sure that if he stepped in as a mediator, both of them would immediately snap at him. Aino ranked first this time. Shirogane Miyuki glanced at the first-year scoreboard. That Kohai was seriously impressive. Rumor had it she had always maintained excellent grades since junior high. I was just about to text her. On Sakurai Saki's phone, the chat window with Miko-chan popped up. He had once told Osaraji Kobachi that he would try to fill the gap in confidence and affection that Miko lacked. Sakurai. Miko-chan ranked first again, this time seriously impressive. Orca like that gif a few seconds later, Toy 2, nickname note. A message from Sakurai senpai. I'm seriously super happy. The test results, HM, I studied really hard this time. I feel so satisfied with getting first place again. Thank you for the praise, Sakurai senpai. I'll keep working hard next time too. Sakurai Saki held the phone, unsure of how to respond. As expected, no matter how many times he saw it, he was still startled. Miko online and Miko in real life were completely different people. One was so shy she couldn't even talk to strangers, would tremble in crowds, and sometimes struggled to breathe, while the other dared to chat with strangers online, using line with expressive stickers and kamaji like fireworks. Miko, once she shed her burdens and outer shell online, was kind of scary. As for that nickname noted in the contact, let's just all pretend we didn't see it. That was just Sakurai's concern for Kohai-chan. Miko-chan's message is super long, huh? Fujiwara Chika leaned in next to Sakurai Saki. She had just finished checking her score, ranked 97th. Quite an improvement from the last time. Monthly test scores didn't affect her allowance. But midterms were a different story. Chika didn't want her pocket money cut. Otherwise, she wouldn't have any money to hang out with Sakurai Saki. Plus, the board game club's budget was lacking. They had to pay out of pocket for many games. She had requested President Shirogane increase the budget several times, but was rejected flatly every time, for reasons still unclear. Just who the hell is getting in the way? Detective of Love Chika-chan will definitely not let him off. Chika, Sakurai Saki suddenly felt a chill down his spine, not knowing why. All of Chika's rejected budget proposals were because Sakurai helped Shirogane make the firm decision to say no. Feels like she's a completely different person. Chika still didn't have Micah's line account. Actually, Sakurai Saki had only recently received Micah's account. How should I reply? In the end, Sakurai Saki chose to respond with a sticker. Orca spraying water, .jpg, unclear meaning, but very cute. He liked Orcus, aside from Hayasaka AI and Fujiwara Chika. There weren't many things Sakurai Saki liked, and the things he loved were even fewer. Kobachi, what does Sakurai senpai mean by this? In the hallway, Miko held her phone and asked her close friend. Whenever she was troubled, Miko would unconsciously rely on Osaraji Kobachi. Osaraji Kobachi, too, enjoyed the feeling of being relied on. She yearned to be needed. Their relationship was like mistletoe and oak. Miko was unhealthily dependent on Osaraji Kobachi, while Osaraji Kobachi didn't want to lose this friend. She wanted to rise, but couldn't do it on her own, so she borrowed Aino Micah's height to soothe herself. Probably showing he's happy? Even Osaraji Kobachi didn't know what Sakurai Saki's sticker meant. In truth, it didn't mean anything. Sakurai Saki simply liked Orcus, so his line was full of Orcus stickers. That entire afternoon, Aino Miko was busy deciphering the mystery behind the sticker, distracted several times, even during class. Miko, the rankings of the people you tutored this time show quite a disparity, said Shinomiya Kagaya. Shirogane Miyuki was nearsighted and couldn't see things from afar. The Nakano sisters' ranking board was placed in a rather low area, plus there were too many people blocking the view, so he couldn't see it all. He wasn't someone who used electronic devices often. His poor eyesight was simply due to his daily study environment. Miku is ranked 155, Nino 146, Itsuki 161, Yatsuba 164. Sakurai Saki glanced over. The one with the lowest rank was Ichika, ranked 168. Last time, the average ranking of the Nakano sisters was about 175. Compared to before, Ichika had clearly improved. But compared to her younger sisters, she had indeed fallen behind a bit. Mainly because her acting work had gotten increasingly busy, so much so that she even used classroom time to catch up on sleep. This was something Nino told Sakurai Saki, as she was the one most concerned about her sister's condition. I need to find time to talk to Ichika, Sakurai thought. Chapter 163. The adorable, sharp-tongued, maid Kagaya-chan afternoon. Inside the student council room, everyone had arrived early, except Shinomiya Kagaya. Maid uniform Kagaya-san is wearing a maid outfit. This is absolutely amazing. Fujiwara Chika held the neatly folded maid uniform in her hands, spinning around in place while gleefully shouting. Among all the student council members, there was no doubt that Chika was the one looking forward to seeing Kagaya in a maid outfit the most. She had never seen the latter wear such attire. Even during their last sleepover, Kagaya only wore a very plain set of pajamas. The animal-themed pajamas Chika had suggested before, Kagaya didn't wear those either. Chika herself loved wearing fuzzy animal pajamas, but she had stopped recently. Summer had arrived, and the weather was too hot. Wearing a furry outfit in her room, covered with a blanket and with the air conditioner on, of course her dad would scold her for that. The Fujiwara family was a political household, and the education was extremely strict. Kagaya-san isn't going to run away at the last minute, right? Sakurai Saki hadn't even prepared any coffee today, because he was waiting for a cup of black tea made by Shinomiya Kagaya, the maid for the master. The terms of the bet clearly stated, the loser must address the winner as master, and that clause was added by Sakurai himself. As for wearing a maid outfit, that was completely Shinomiya Kagaya digging her own grave. A few minutes later, Ojusama Kagaya entered. She maintained her usual haughty posture, scanning the room like she was patrolling her domain, but when her eyes landed on the maid outfit in Fujiwara Chika's hands, her expression shifted slightly. Calmly, she walked over to Chika. All male students, please step outside, she said. Sakurai Saki and the other two boys, who had been eavesdropping, immediately walked out. HM Sakurai, Saki hummed softly. TCH, Shinomiya Kagaya shot him a glare, but since she was currently holding the maid uniform in her hands, that action carried zero intimidation. Before the door closed, the last thing Sakurai Saki saw was Fujiwara Chika's face, looking like a complete pervert. Chika, why does it feel like Chika is even more excited than I am? Probably not just his imagination, considering how Chika had managed to tolerate Kagaya all these years. The bond between those two might not be any shallower than the one between him and Chika. After all, according to what Chika once said, back in middle school, it was Chika who had approached Shinomiya Kagaya first, just like how last year, Shirage Miyuki had been the one to approach him. Do you guys have anything you want to ask Kagaya-san to do later? Sakurai Saki asked. Ojusama Kagaya had been tyrannizing the student council for so long. Surely grudges had been building up. The people couldn't live like this anymore. It was time to rise up. Well, Sakurai, Shinomiya doesn't exactly have the best temper, you know. Don't push it too far or it might backfire. Shirage Miyuki gave a word of warning in advance. Wouldn't want another body floating in Tokyo Bay tomorrow. It's fine, don't worry. This time she lost the bet. As long as she still has some shame. She won't take revenge on us. Sakurai Saki was full of confidence. Even if she chops me to pieces, the blood won't splatter on you guys. Shirage Miyuki glanced at the firmly shut student council room door and said softly, the blood might not splatter on me, but we'll still die separately. You'll die first. Idilita. Sakurai Saki then turned to Ishigami. Ishigami, what about you? Sakurai-senpai, I think Shinomiya-senpai treats me very kindly. I don't have anything I want to ask her to do. Ishigami, you said seriously. If only his legs weren't trembling at that moment. His words might have been more convincing. Ishigami, you was deeply afraid of Shinomiya Kagaya. Even though she no longer operated in Ice Kagaya mode and had become much gentler, the fear embedded in Ishigami's DNA wasn't something easily erased. Ishigami, you two are such cowards, Sakurai Saki sighed. This country has fallen to such a pitiful state because it lacks a guiding flame. Even someone like Shinomiya Kagaya, who's been oppressing everyone in the student council all this time, one dares to overthrow her. How pathetic. Saki-kun, komein. Fujiwara Chika's voice rang out from inside. Judging from her tone, she sounded absolutely ecstatic. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki pushed open the student council room door. And then, he froze. Ishigami Yu and Shirogane Miyuki also stepped in. A moment later, they too froze. All three in unison. Who the hell are you? Inside the door, Shinomiya Kagaya was dressed in a frilly, lace-trim maid outfit, with a classic maid headband on her head, her movements perfectly proper. But most of all, it was her expression. Her face at the moment was incredibly gentle. Kagaya. So gentle it terrified every boy in the room. This maid outfit looks like Akihabara style. Ishigami Yu came to his senses. Earlier, when the outfit was still folded, he thought it was just a typical proper maid uniform. Who would have guessed to be this Momo Kyun type? These white stockings. Super cute, right? They've even got bows on them. Their garter stockings Chika bent down, seemingly about to touch Kagaya's thighs, but was gracefully sidestepped with a smile by Kagaya. Fujiwara-san, that's not allowed. A chill ran down Chika's spine. At this point, Shirogane Miyuki had also come back to his senses. Shinomiya, this outfit of yours is, kinda cute, Shirogane said, and immediately sat down on the sofa. He rubbed his temple and fell in a deep thought. It really feels like Shinomiya has been getting weirder and weirder lately. Sure, Shirogane Miyuki did want Shinomiya Kagaya to break free of the Shinomiya household, the prison disguised as a family. But wasn't this method of escape a bit too bizarre? Master, is there anything you wish to order me to do? Shinomiya Kagaya lifted her skirt slightly and bowed before Sakurai Saki. Voice respectful to the extreme. Kagaya, Sakurai, can you please act normal? Sakurai Saki's face was as dark as a thundercloud. He could say with certainty, Kagaya was doing this deliberately to make him nauseous. Master, Kagaya has always been like this. Why are you asking me to act normal? Shinomiya Kagaya tilted her head cutely. It's hopeless. This damn girl had figured out the most disgusting way to torment him. In Sakurai Saki's original vision, Shinomiya Kagaya would wear a look of absolute disdain but begrudgingly obey him due to losing the bet. But this wasn't what he wanted at all. This version of Shinomiya Kagaya, aside from making people feel sick, served no purpose whatsoever. Something's off. Yes, that was it exactly. Everyone here could feel that something was seriously off. Make us some tea, Sakurai Saki sighed and sat down on the sofa. The next few minutes, the student council room fell into silence. Master, please enjoy your tea. Shinomiya Kagaya smiled and placed a teacup on the table. And then, she sat down beside Sakurai Saki. She then picked up another cup, gently blew on it a few times, and brought it close to Sakurai Saki's mouth. Master, the tea's still a bit hot, so please be careful while drinking. If you get burned, Kagaya will be so worried. Sakurai Saki didn't reach out to take the cup. He was starting to feel like he wanted to escape the student council room altogether. Do you want me to blow on it a bit more? Now, honestly, I just don't know what to do with Master, Kagaya said, and kept blowing a few more times. Then, she pressed the cup right up to Sakurai Saki's lips. Drink it right now. You bastard, this lady demands it. Kagaya said coldly. You slipped up, Kagaya-san. Sakurai Saki took the cup. Please, just act normal. If I listen to you, you won't be satisfied either. You really are such a demanding guy. Shinomiya Kagaya shot him a glare. The other three people in the room collectively let out a breath of relief. This version of Kagaya was much more reassuring. Just now, they must have crossed over into some weird lost belt or something. Ishigami Yu thought to himself. Chapter 164. Before the sports festival rainy season. The weather was erratic, with alternating sun and rain. Today was a gloomy, rainy day. It was the middle of June, and the sports festival would be held next week. That meant preparations needed to start this week. Sakurai didn't like sunny weather, nor heavy rain. His preferred weather was overcast or light rain. The air felt better then. Recently, he had signed up to get a motorcycle license. He had already finished the theory portion of the exam. The type he was taking was the standard license for two-wheelers, For larger motorcycles, you had to be at least 18, and he wasn't, at least not on paper. Sakurai Saki had just turned 16. The training sessions were boring. The first lesson was how to lift the bike, followed by figure-8 riding, weaving through cones. For an Esper who could fly and leap all over the place, it was honestly dull. But Sakurai Saki wanted to live like a normal person, and whatever normal people had to go through, he would go through too. Good morning, Miko-chan. Good morning, Sakurai-senpai. Aino Miko bowed slightly, as polite as always. She wore a translucent raincoat. Her petite figure standing at the school gate made for a striking sight. Miko was only 147 centimeters tall. If she jumped up, she had probably hit Sakurai Saki in the chest. So cute, did you catch AI-chan breaking any rules today? Sakurai Saki asked curiously. He had arrived a bit late today, mostly because he had stayed up late last night with Hayasaka AI cat mode. Lately, his lower back had really started to give out. An Esper getting exhausted from exertion, how shameful. But it wasn't like his partner was an ordinary person either. Sakurai suddenly understood how those ancient men felt when female yukai drained their life force. What did it feel like? Probably exactly what he was feeling now. Hayasaka-senpai, I haven't seen her yet, Miko replied. She still hadn't figured out the mystery of the orca sticker from last time. This time, she couldn't hold back anymore. Miko flapped the sleeves of her oversized raincoat, her posture a mix of adorable and irritated. Senpai, that photo of the orca spraying water that you sent me. What exactly was that supposed to mean? The orca spraying water? Isn't it cute? Sakurai liked orcas. Wasn't there some deeper meaning? Miko looked completely disheartened. Seeing her disappointed face, Sakurai Saki decided to lie. In his life, he had told countless lies, but surely this was one of the worst. Miko-chan, that photo. You'll have to interpret it yourself, Sakurai Saki said with a sorrowful expression. He even adjusted his posture to make sure Miko could clearly see the pained look on his face. Miko, senpai. Miko felt like she had touched a deep, painful memory in his heart. Maybe Sakurai-senpai had a tragic past. Rumor had it he came from a single-parent family. His childhood must have been even more miserable than hers. Well then, they'll be going, Sakurai Saki forced a bitter smile at her. Live happily, Miko-chan. Don't let the past weigh down the present. Yes, senpai. Miko nodded earnestly. Senpai, you keep pushing forward too. Sakurai waved as he left behind the image of a lonely figure heading toward the school building. Hayes, if I had known, I wouldn't have asked him about that stupid orca photo. Miko sighed inwardly. But still, what the hell was that orca spraying water sticker supposed to mean? Was it really just because it looked cute that senpai sent it to her? But his expression earlier, it didn't match that at all. Miko-chan, good morning, a female student greeted Aino Miko. Recently, because Sakurai Saki greeted her every morning with Miko-chan, a lot of others had started copying him. Most of them were Sakurai Saki's fangirls. Good morning, senpai, Miko replied politely. Though a little shy, she still knew how to respond when approached with friendliness. Miko-chan, good morning. Another person again. Good morning, senpai. Miko didn't even bother to look this time. AI-chan YOLO good morning. Hearing that voice, Aino Miko finally turned her head. Hayasaka-senpai, your uniform. Miko shouted after the retreating figure. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly she called, AI-chan, who had tied her uniform jacket around her waist, didn't turn around at all. Miko felt a sting in her nose. How many times has it been now? That annoying Hayasaka-senpai. One day, they'll definitely catch you red-handed. Her phone chimed. As the disciplinary committee officer, Miko continued her duties seriously and didn't check it until the end of her shift. She glanced at the screen, a message from Sakurai Saki. Orca spraying water that JPG Miko, degree. So in the end, what the hell is this meaningless image supposed to mean? Today, Sakurai Saki had lunch in the student council room. Hayasaka AI was eating in the cafeteria with her friends. Lately, she had often disappeared with Sakurai Saki during lunch, so rumors had started spreading that the two were dating. However, since neither of them publicly confirmed it, curiosity continued to grow. Sakurai Saki didn't really care about such things. But Hayasaka AI had straightforwardly said she didn't want to make their relationship public. Sakurai felt AI-chan definitely had some unspeakable secrets, but unfortunately, he currently had no ability to read minds or memories. A real shame. Honestly, even if AI-chan told him everything, Sakurai doubted there'd be any real trouble between them. Such was the confidence of an Esper. He stepped into the student council room. Sakurai, you're not eating with Hayasaka-san? Shirogane Miyuki asked. She ditched me and went off with her girl squad. Sakurai Saki sighed. Sounds about right. Girls' friendships are impossible for guys like us to understand. Shirogane poured a cup of miso soup from his thermos. Sakurai glanced over. That thermos looked pretty solid, even kept soup warm. The sports festival's coming up. Parents can attend, right? Is your dad coming? Sakurai asked about Shirogane's father. The man's voice sounded just like a vampire character Sakurai absolutely loved. Probably just coming to watch me humiliate myself. Shirogane was terrible at sports. He'll register for tug-of-war and blend in, Sakurai said as he flopped down on the sofa. Last year, he had stood out way too much during the sports festival, and this year, he really didn't want to participate. Mainly because on that very day last year, he had acquired a superpower that increased his speed by 10 times. Though he had controlled it fairly well, he had almost shattered the physical limits of human capability during a simple sprint. Even Usain Bolt would have dropped to his knees before Sakurai Saki and yelled, Aniki! In short, to continue living as a normal person, Sakurai Saki was absolutely determined to avoid any participation this time. No matter who invited him, he would not take a single step onto that field. He thought today would be just another ordinary day, but unexpectedly, in the afternoon, the rain grew heavier. By noon, the sky looked like someone had poured ink over it. Not a sliver of sunlight could pierce through. Inside the student council room, how the hell am I supposed to get home like this? Sakurai Saki asked Shirogane Miyuki. I brought a raincoat, Shirogane replied, leaving behind a cool, brooding silhouette. It seemed he was heading out into the rain. Only 2 people had come to the student council room today. Because of the rain, no one else felt like showing up. Sakurai thought back to the time he spent overnight at the Nakano household. After a moment's thought, he decided to cancel today's tutoring session. I have a new fanfic, a Fate-Go fanfic. Please try reading it. Chapter 165. General Affairs. Sakurai has caught a cold Tuesday. Early in the morning, Sakurai Saki woke up and found his head spinning. It rained heavily yesterday, and he got pretty soaked on the way home, but he had taken a shower and dried his clothes right after, so it probably wasn't because of cold. Moreover, people with superpowers really don't catch colds that easily. This kind of condition was definitely caused by his superpower. It was the time-stop ability. At first, Sakurai didn't think he would get that skill so soon, but unexpected things always happen. The side effects were still the same as last time. Though no longer a pounding headache, it was dizziness accompanied by a sharp pain like a needle stabbing into his head, slowing down his thinking and making him drowsy and groggy. The side effects had weakened, but they weren't completely harmless yet. General Affairs. Sakurai lay in bed, holding his phone and texting his homeroom teacher. The message was basically that he had caught a cold from the rain yesterday and wanted to take the morning off. He didn't want to go to school. Even if he went, he'd just end up sleeping with his head down on the desk. Since he was going to sleep anyway, why not do it comfortably at home? Last time, there was an exam, so Sakurai Saki had to go to school. It was related to the match against Shinomiya Kagaya. But this time, screw it. He had almost never been absent. Since the beginning of the school year, he hadn't missed a single day or been late even once. Very quickly, the homeroom teacher replied, telling him to rest well. No one knew how much time had passed, probably around noon. When Sakurai Saki woke up again, he found that his condition had not improved. He sat up, drank a bit of water to soothe his throat, then fell back asleep. Knock knock. A crisp knocking sound rang out with a distinct rhythm. Sakurai Saki was awakened by the noise. Hopefully the one knocking wasn't one of those door-to-door salespeople. Otherwise, Sakurai Saki might help them become a concrete block at the bottom of Tokyo Bay. Sakurai Saki put on his shoes and dragged his tired body to the door. He opened it. The first thing that came into view was a black ribbon and the distinctive pink hair that all five sisters shared. "Sakurai-san, are you okay?" Her worry was clear in her voice. The one who had come was Nakano Nino. At the moment, she looked very anxious. Seeing that Sakurai Saki was all right, she unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. "More or less," Sakurai replied vaguely. It wasn't clear where she had heard the news. Perhaps she was always keeping an eye on him. This kind of initiative would surely make those who loved to skip responsibilities jealous. Acting on her thoughts without hesitation was definitely one of Nino's strengths. "How do you know where I live?" Sakurai Saki was clearly still groggy. His head was really spinning now, and his thought process was significantly slower. "Didn't I come here before? This time I came to take care of you." Nakano Nino held out the things she had brought, some cold medicine and a few cooking ingredients. "Nino, I don't need you to take care of me." Sakurai Saki didn't want to let her into the house. But Nino's actions were beyond his expectations. She slipped in right through the gap in the door. "Do you think I believe what a sick person says?" Nino, full of worry, set her things down temporarily and took off her shoes, preparing to help Sakurai Saki back to his room. "I'm not sick." Sakurai Saki held his forehead. This shameful state of his was being witnessed by the one person he least wanted to see. Among the five sisters, the one he hated most was Nino. But the one with the highest affection toward him was also Nino. "Do you even know what time it is right now?" Nino ignored his rejection and directly supported him. There was quite a height difference between them, and Nino looked like she was struggling a bit. 3 o'clock? Sakurai Saki looked a bit awkward, his head still throbbing. "School's been out for a while. How could it still be 3 o'clock? Sakurai-san, and you still say you're not sick?" This is the first time Nino had seen Sakurai Saki so weak. Honestly speaking, it hurt her deeply. The other party had never shown this side of himself, not even others at school had seen it. Sakurai Saki at Shuchiin was the symbol of handsomeness and perfection, top grades, outstanding athleticism, as if there was nothing he couldn't do. This sickly appearance of his, perhaps only she had the chance to witness. "Let me say this first. Even if you take care of me this time, I still won't develop any feelings for you." Sakurai Saki was shoved back into his blanket. Nino helped him tuck the blanket tightly. "Nakano Nino seriously said, even if our relationship is just that of a tutor and student, they'll still take care of you. Besides, I like you, it's just my one-sided feelings. I've always known that." Sakurai Saki turned to look at her and weakly replied, "Do whatever you want." To be a dog licker and still say it so bluntly, this was the first time Head seen someone like that. Also, aside from expressing her feelings so directly, didn't this woman have any more subtle approach? It was overwhelming, like a speeding truck with no brakes. No one could survive the impact of this almighty one. Hearing such words, Sakurai Saki's headache worsened. "Don't sleep, yet take your medicine first." Nino quickly went to get some water. "I'm not sick. It's just a bit of a headache." "Then take a painkiller." Sakurai Saki slightly squinted his eyes, looking at her back as she walked away, his vision somewhat blurry. Truthfully, aside from his mother back in Kyoto, no one had ever taken care of him like this before. Was he touched? Honestly, just a little. After all, their relationship was only that of tutor and student. Just hearing that he had taken a day off, she came to visit and take care of him. After-school actions like these would move any man. A dozen seconds later, Nino came back with a glass of water. Back when she used to hang around this apartment, she had organized the place neatly and was familiar with everything. "Here." Nino held the pill between her thumb and index finger. Sakurai Saki didn't care that she was feeding him. He swallowed the pill and then took the water from her. After taking the painkiller, the headache didn't subside much. But still, it was a gesture from her. Besides, the cause wasn't any kind of illness anyway, but rather the side effect of a superpower. If regular medicine worked, that would be more surprising. Only organizations in the supernatural field could create medicine to suppress side effects like these. "All right, go to sleep." I'll go make something for you. Nino saw him swallow the pill and revealed a pleased expression. She took the glass from him and walked off. After she left, Sakurai Saki lay on his back in bed and slowly closed his eyes. Should be this place, right? In front of the apartment. A girl with long pink hair was looking at a map on her phone. In her hands were quite a few items for visiting a sick person, including a deck of poker cards, which suited her style perfectly. Today, Fujiwara Chika had just learned from Shinomiya Kagaya that Sakurai Saki had taken a day off. At first, everyone in the student council said they wanted to go visit together, but Chika stopped them. The most enthusiastic one about the visit was Shirogane. The reason was probably because Sakurai Saki had helped him a lot in the past. So, Shirogane wanted to return the favor. There was another reason. Even though they had known each other for so long, this was the first time Sakurai had ever taken a day off due to a cold. Shinomiya Kagaya, upon hearing this, also got a little excited, but her thoughts were different from Chika's and Shirogane's. She simply wanted to go see the fun. If she happened to be in a good mood after watching, lending a hand to take care of him wouldn't be a big deal either. That was Shinomiya Kagaya's way of thinking. But unfortunately, in the end, after a decisive match through games, Chika won the right to visit Sakurai Saki alone. Going up to the second floor, Chika knocked on the door. Chapter 166. 1 month left until resignation in the kitchen. Nakano Nino had just finished simmering a pot of porridge and was preparing to make a few more dishes. To take care of Sakurai Saki today, she had entrusted the dinner for the other 4 sisters to the eldest, Ichika. Knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Nino figured it must be a delivery, but since Sakurai Saki was asleep, he probably wouldn't be able to come sign for it. She walked over to the door, opened it. The next second, 2 girls with nearly identical hair colors stood frozen in place. Chika-chan? Nakano Nino instinctively called out. At school, almost all the female students called Chika. That was enough to show just how popular Secretary Fujiwara was at Shuchiin, even though she was someone who constantly failed to read the atmosphere. There was something strangely charming about her that made people unconsciously find her likable. Nakano-san? The bag of items in Secretary Fujiwara's hand nearly fell to the ground. Coming to Sakurai Saki's house, only to run into one of the Nakano quintuplets. Was there anything scarier than this? Moreover, before Shirogane Miyuki gave her Sakurai Saki's address, Chika didn't even know exactly where he lived, only that it was somewhere in Setagaya, not far from Shirogane's house. Why was she here? Both of them thought the same thing. Wah! Smells so good. There's tasty food. Chika's petite nose twitched as she sniffed, her adorable face lighting up with excitement. She was a bit hungry already. I'm cooking. The porridge needs to simmer for quite a while. If Chika-chan wants to eat, you'll have to wait a bit. Nino spoke gently. At school, there were quite a few rumors about Chika and Sakurai Saki. Some said the two were dating. Looking at the situation, it kind of seemed true after all. If there weren't any feelings, would she have rushed over like this? One had to know it was barely past 4 o'clock now, less than 30 minutes after school had ended. Nakano-san, you're here to take care of Saki-kun too? Chika asked. Too. I just arrived. I got a good score on the midterms this time, and it was mostly thanks to Sakurai-san tutoring me. So when I heard he was sick, I came right away. Nino explained. She stepped aside to let Chika in. Chika-chan, come on in. Even though this was clearly her rival in love, Nino showed no sign of hostility. Her gesture to invite her in was completely natural, as if she were the hostess of this apartment. Nino Chika. That made Fujiwara Chika furrow her beautiful brows slightly. Chika had always thought the relationship between Sakurai Saki and the Nakano sisters was just a normal student-tutor arrangement, because really, dating while teaching and on top of that managing to raise the grades of these hopeless girls by nearly 50 ranks, that just wasn't possible. Even if Sakurai Saki was an esper, Fujiwara Chika still wouldn't believe it. Besides, for her to get Sakurai Saki's attention, she had put in a lot of effort. At the very least, it wasn't something that could be done in just 2 short months since the school year began. Vips Saki-kun. Chika sat down and took off her shoes, glancing toward the shoe cabinet. Sakurai-san is sleeping in his room. Nakano Nino opened the cabinet and took out a pair of unused indoor slippers for her. Chika lowered her voice. Oh. She took the slippers from Nino, but didn't put them on immediately. She noticed Nino's actions. It didn't look like this was her first time here. She even knew which pairs in the shoe cabinet hadn't been used. When Sakurai Saki woke up, the headache was even worse. His condition showed no signs of improvement. He glanced toward the side of the bed and saw Fujiwara Chika slumped over. Asleep. It seemed she came to watch over him, but the one watching the patient was sleeping more soundly than the patient himself, very much her style. Truly something Secretary Fujiwara would do. Chika, sensing some movement, opened her eyes slightly. Saki-kun, you're awake? Omo. Sakurai looked at her dazed expression and felt both helpless and amused. All right, let's eat dinner. I'll go get it for you. Chika spoke as she quickly stood up and left the room. A moment later, she returned carrying a bowl of porridge. Go slow, Sakurai said, a little concerned mainly because he was afraid she might trip and spill it all over him. He took the bowl she offered, sat up, and placed his feet on the edge of the bed. Where's Nino? Outside, Chika said as she sat down on the bed. Then, in a tone that sounded a bit indifferent, she probed Saki-kun. Are you close with Nakano-san? Chika, last time during lunch, those two had been so tense it looked like they were about to fight. No, Nakano-san had already taken a swing. She just got stopped by Saki-kun. Sakurai Saki scooped a spoonful of porridge, blew on it a few times, and put it in his mouth. The taste was very good, clearly made with care. Not close, but she likes me. Sakurai Saki, when it came to matters of the heart, never lied to Chika or Hayasaka AI. Hiding the truth would only make things more complicated. Note, I haven't seen him say anything to AI-chan yet, but it's just her one-sided feelings. I can't develop feelings for her. Sakurai added. One-sided? That word echoed in Chika's head. It felt a little pitiful, but Chika had no intention of pitying her. Everyone was an adult. They should be responsible for their own actions. Even though I've told her clearly that she should give up, she still won't. I just want to be her tutor. Next year, or maybe even after this semester, if the grades of the 5 sisters improve, it'll take the initiative to quit. Studying is their own business. It can't keep going on like this. That was Sakurai's thinking. After all, he was a boy. Constantly coming and going in the house of 5 girls wasn't good for anyone's reputation. In the last midterm, the Nakano sisters' results weren't bad, right? Chika recalled. Compared to before, it's a massive improvement, like evolving from Neanderthals into modern humans, a leap of several thousand years of history. When I said ID quit, I meant after they all reached above rank 130, which is the average. Sakurai Saki took another spoonful of porridge. It was savory. Nino knew he didn't like sweet food. Footsteps echoed from the door. Sakurai-san, what you just said, was it true? Nino stepped into the room. She had overheard what he said about resigning. Sakurai Saki looked up at her. Yeah, but during the last midterm, we only barely passed. If it weren't for Sakurai-san then? Nino was trying to find an excuse. There was only a little more than a month left in the semester. In other words, that was all the time she had left to be around Sakurai Saki. You and Mika both did great, didn't you? Sakurai asked in surprise. Honestly, if anyone barely passed, it was Yatsuba and Ichika. But the reason I was able to get a good score was all thanks to you. My dad was also very satisfied with your work. If Sakurai-san could continue tutoring us, would be really happy. Sakurai Saki gently shook his head. No, it was your effort. Honestly, it had nothing to do with me. Besides, the relationship between me and Nakano-san is nothing more than employer and employee. Nino's expression turned complicated. She had been studying hard so that Sakurai Saki would look at her differently. But the better she got at studying, the closer the day he'd leave their house and finish his tutoring job came. So what the hell was this? This was the first time she'd ever chased after a boy she completely couldn't understand Sakurai's way of thinking. Being assertive didn't work. Being gentle didn't work either. Was she really that unlikable? Nino had tried so hard to change herself for him. Keep studying hard, Nino. When your grades improve, That's when he'll truly be happy. Sakurai Saki finished his bowl of porridge. The porridge was great. Thanks. He'll study properly, she replied. He had started to praise her. Wasn't that a huge step forward? There must be a way. After all, there's still 1 month left. It's not just a week, not a day, and definitely not just an hour or a second. That's enough. Chapter 167. Storage room. Chika and Nino didn't stay long at Sakurai Saki's house. After dinner, the two of them left right away. There was no scent of gunpowder, nor any Shurafield scene. After all, Sakurai Saki was still sick, and both of them were quite sensible. On Thursday, Shirage Miyuki said he would go with Sakurai Saki to inspect the sports equipment storage room. In the end, they barely made it halfway before he was dragged away by someone else. As the student council president, Shirage was truly busy. Technically, the one responsible for coordination should have been Secretary Fujiwara, but for some reason, this time, it was Shirage who ended up meeting class representatives more often than Fujiwara Chika did. Being a workaholic, Shirage hadn't changed at all compared to before. He was still putting in way too much effort. Sakurai-san, you should feel honored to accompany me to the sports equipment storage room. Shinomiya Kagaya walked beside Sakurai Saki, holding in her hand a checklist of the items to be verified this time. Kagaya. Since Shirage Miyuki was too busy, his task was naturally passed on to the Vice President Shinomiya Kagaya. Indeed, I commoner getting to go to the sports equipment storage room with the Shinomiya family's Ojusuma, the heart of Japan. I suppose I should get on my knees and thank you, Sakurai Saki said, full of sarcasm. Sakurai. His sarcasm level was not bad at all. Ojusama Kagaya's expression darkened, and she replied coldly, Don't treat me like I'm an idiot. Kagaya. Hey Kagaya-san, could you be a bit more rational? The one who dragged you from archery club practice over here wasn't me. It was Shirage. Sakurai Saki loudly protested his innocence. Why is everything always blamed on me? Sakurai Saki's existence in this world is a mistaken, utterly one-of-a-kind mistake. Shinomiya Kagaya had once said this. He'll take that as a compliment from the one-of-a-kind perspective. Sakurai Saki replied gently. Next to them, many students passed by along the corridor. Thick skin is a virtue, Sakurai-san. In that regard, you are also one-of-a-kind. Kagaya's ability to throw shade was also not weak. But even if she hurled verbal attacks at Sakurai Saki, it still wasn't enough to provoke him. Just like her soft face, Kagaya currently gave off no sense of danger at all. In terms of irrationality, Kagaya-san is also one of a kind. What a coincidence. That makes us a perfect pair, Kagaya Ojusama said sweetly. Yet Sakurai looked at her face so cold it couldn't get any colder. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop drastically. Even though it was a 32-degree day, the air felt like they had just stepped into a freezer. The sports festival. I heard the President Shirage's dad will be coming, Shinomiya Kagaya said as she and Sakurai walked toward the side of the school field. My mom's coming too. Sakurai Saki brought up the topic. He felt completely unwell all over. His mom lived all the way in Kyoto. Please don't come just to join the chaos. The last time Sakurai Saki saw her was during New Year's. He had gone back home for the holiday. And apart from one shrine visit on New Year's Day with his mother, he had spent the rest of the time in the wagashi shop. And during that time, what had Sakurai Saki done? The answer was eat. Other than that, nothing. He had enjoyed winter break, living a pampered life where meals were brought to his mouth and clothes handed to him. He didn't return to Tokyo until January 7th. Just over the course of winter break, he gained a few kilos. Sakurai Saki felt like his mother was raising him like a piglet. I'm curious, Kagaya muttered softly. She was very curious about Shirage Miyuki's father. How exactly had Shirage been raised to turn out the way he did? More than that, she was even more curious about Sakurai Saki's single mother. Arrogant, shameless, sharp-tongued, socially oblivious. There were too many flaws to count. For someone like that to exist, just how spoiled must he have been to turn out this way? Last time, Sakurai Saki's little brother also turned out to be a weirdo. She had a feeling that Sakurai's mother probably wasn't a normal person either. My mother is a beauty, and she's very gentle too. At the very least, she's prettier than you. Sakurai Saki looked at Kagaya's expression and immediately knew she was trying to slander his foster mother. His mother was the embodiment of beauty. Her looks were the absolute peak of human aesthetics. There was no doubt about that. To a child, their mother is always beautiful. Shinomiya Kagaya dismissed it as nonsense. No one could be more beautiful than her at most. They could only be on the same level. Shinomiya Kagaya had absolute confidence in her own appearance. And the truth was, in terms of charm, Kagaya ranked in the top 3 of Shuchiin. Aside from her chest being flat as an iron board, there probably wasn't a single man who could reject Shinomiya Kagaya's body. Her face alone was enough to drive people insane. Could be. Sakurai Saki didn't have a clear memory of his biological mother. He met his foster mother when he was already 14, long after his sense of aesthetic had already developed normally. Even so, I'm really curious about Sakurai-san's mother. If you don't go meet her when the time comes, she'll probably come meet you instead. Sakurai Saki sighed. His mother paid a lot of attention to the relationships around him, to the point that she almost wanted to install a camera to monitor him 24 hours a day. Sakurai Saki still hadn't dared to tell her that he had a girlfriend, fearing she'd jump into a river and ask, "Will you save your girlfriend or your mom?" Don't doubt it. Sakurai's foster mother was fully capable of doing something like that. Is that so? Then he'll look forward to it a little. Shinomiya Kagaya decided she would leave a good impression on Sakurai's mother. After all, that woman was the mother-in-law of her personal maid. Maintaining a good relationship with her was crucial. Otherwise, it could interfere with Hayasaka Ace love life. TV dramas often had those storylines about vicious mothers-in-law who wouldn't let their daughters-in-law step through the door. In Kagaya's mind, Sakurai's mom, Ai-chan, Sarai, sighed inwardly. You'd better not look forward to anything. The two chatted as they walked, and eventually reached the sports storage room next to the schoolyard. This place didn't get many visitors. The storage room looked pretty old most years. People only came to check on the old gear during the sports festival to see if anything was still usable. Shuchiin isn't short on money, right? So why are we still using all this old stuff? Sakurai Saki had been wondering about this for a long time. Last year during the sports festival, the tug-of-war ropes were covered in dust. The relay batons were ancient-looking too. Only the sheets of paper for the scavenger hunt event were new. Then again, if even the paper was torn up, this school really would be beyond saving. It's a noble school, so maybe they're trying to train the students to be frugal. Probably. Shinomiya Kagaya wasn't entirely sure. Whatever, let's go take a look. Not like I expect anything decent in there anyway, Sakurai Saki said as he pushed the door open. Then he glanced to the side. Why the hell was there such a ridiculously huge wooden stick here? It was very straight, without any branches. Truly, it was a divine weapon that no man could refuse. But unfortunately, standing in front of Shinomiya Kagaya right now, he couldn't afford to do any childish nonsense. Clack! After closing the door, the two of them looked inside the storage room. High jump mats, relay batons, and a few old deflated balls. Kagaya-san, what do you think would happen if this storage room suddenly got locked and we couldn't get out? Kagaya gave him a scornful side eye. What kind of stupid shit are you talking about? Clack! Outside the door, that perfectly straight wooden stick had been wedged diagonally across the door. The angle was incredibly precise, jammed tight, and completely unopenable. However, the two people inside hadn't realized it yet. Chapter 168 were locked in inside the equipment storage room. Above their heads were a few small windows, with harsh sunlight pouring in through the glass. Let's start the inventory. Shinomiya Kagaya held the checklist that Shirage Miyuki had given her. As the student council vice president, she wasn't all that different from Chika, essentially just a mascot. After all, the official duty of the vice president was to support the president. If it were any other president, Shinomiya Kagaya might actually have room to display her abilities. But unfortunately, Shirage Miyuki was a monster with an excessive love for competition. He even stole a bunch of Sakurai Saki's responsibilities. If he hadn't truly been overwhelmed, and if he hadn't needed an excuse to rope Ishigami Yu into the student council, Shirogane probably would have taken over Ishigami's tasks too. What a terrifying man. Was he trying to make everyone else into useless deadweights who couldn't do a thing without him? Basketball. Kagaya called out. Sakurai Saki was in charge of checking. He picked up the basketball at his feet and gave it a few squeezes. It was squishy, deflated. You should say it ran out of air, not deflated. Shinomiya Kagaya corrected him, marking at the end of the list indicating that it was present but damaged. A minute was missing, while it meant it was still usable. Why are we even checking the balls? Our sports clubs don't use these. Sakurai asked. Last time at the sports festival, plenty of balls were used, but those were all provided by the clubs themselves and had nothing to do with the storage room. That's why this place was full of broken, abandoned gear. We're comparing with last year's inventory. Kagaya glanced at a nearby soccer ball, also doubtful. Ahem, ran out of air. She almost let him trap her again. You mean last year's student council also did an inventory around this time, but didn't bother filing a request to get new stuff? Exactly. Sakurai Saki rubbed his chin and guessed. Were they brain damaged or something? Some of the former student council members still haven't graduated yet, you know? Shinomiya Kagaya reminded him to mind his words. Although, Kagaya herself also thought those people clearly had some issues. Let's hand this off to Shirogane. He's good at this kind of thing and very reliable. Shirogane Miyuki handled his work with calm and composure, dozens of times more composed than Sakurai Saki. The fact that he could earn the respect of the club union VIPs said it all. Kagaya nodded. That's right. He's a good president, and he really takes responsibility as a man. The two of them reached a mutual agreement on that point. Shirogane's such a great guy, yet he doesn't have a girlfriend. I always find that weird. Sakurai Saki walked toward the corner of the room and checked the high jump mat. He pressed down a few times. The bounce still felt normal. High jump mat's usable. Hearing that, Kagaya marked it with A. Maybe it's because of his eyes. Didn't the president say he's slightly nearsighted? It's not serious. He can still see the board, but when he's far away, he tends to squint a lot. Now it's become a habit. Combined with those dark circles under his eyes, it makes him look kind of scary. Kagaya speculated. No, I think it's because of the pressure from his family. That's why he doesn't dare date anyone. Sakurai Saki said, then added a shocking remark. Girlfriends are money-eating beasts. Why would dating make him spend money? Aren't all the girls here rich heiresses? Shinomiya Kagaya tilted her head in confusion. Sakurai Saki fell silent. Let me ask you seriously, do you even see Shirogane as a normal guy? You mean his pride as a man? If I were his girlfriend, of course I'd maintain his dignity in public. And in private, I'd secretly give him lots of money, so he could do whatever he wanted. Kagaya answered calmly, as if that was the most natural thing in the world. And what about in private? Sakurai Saki blurted out. He was really curious how would the Shinomiya Oju-sama treat her boyfriend in private? Of course, he'd have to obey everything I say. Shinomiya Kagaya answered matter-of-factly. Kagaya-san, does your family keep a dog? No, why? Sakurai Saki didn't respond. He just gave her a mysterious smile. Was this finding a boyfriend? No. Clearly she was looking for a pet dog. The tug-of-war rope should still be usable this year. Kagaya crouched down and gave it a few tugs. The rope was covered in dust. When Kagaya stood up, her uniform had a white patch on it. She brushed the dust off. This year's sports festival will probably be the same as last year, huh? Sakurai Saki had only signed up for the tug-of-war this year. He didn't participate in any other events. If you want to make the front page of the school paper tomorrow, you could try signing up for something else. Or maybe not. 2 teams divided by class. Shinomiya Kagaya bowed her head and continued checking equipment. Kagaya-san, what event did you sign up for? Sakurai Saki was idly standing nearby, not doing anything. He looked at Shinomiya Kagaya's diligent figure and felt oddly at peace. Relay race. Kagaya turned her head to glance at him, then said irritably, if your legs aren't broken, maybe you could help out. Huh? They weren't earlier, but after hearing you say that, Now, they suddenly hurt. Sakurai Saki walked to the door. He tried opening it. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he pushed, the door didn't budge. Kagaya-san, I've got some good news and some bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Kagaya was still bowing her head and jotting down notes, responding indifferently to bad news. The door's jammed, probably because of that stick outside earlier. Shinomiya Kagaya suspected he was making it up. There's no way it was such a coincidence. And the good news? Kagaya's beautiful face showed no signs of panic, even though she didn't have her phone on her right now. Her old flip phone was so outdated that when she switched to a new one yesterday, it needed time to transfer data, so she had left it at the phone shop. After school today, Hayasaka AI was going to pick up the new smartphone. Kagaya was really looking forward to it. The good news is, you'll get to spend the next little while waiting in a closed space with a handsome guy like me. Being locked up with a beautiful girl like Miyu should be the one feeling lucky. Both of them were extremely narcissistic. Ukavai koto. Sakurai Saki didn't respond. He just stared intently at Kagaya. Shinomiya Kagaya finally started looking a little flustered. Really? Wait a second, Kagaya-san. You think I'm lying? You hardly ever lie, right? I admit I lie occasionally, but the number of times is still within a reasonable range. Sakurai Saki rubbed his chin. No more than 3 lies a day. I think that's still normal. I mean, can people really live in this world without ever lying? Not everyone was Yukino Shida Yukino. That character was from my youth romantic comedy is wrong, as I expected. You could often see images of Yukinon in advertising campaigns around town cakes. Souvenirs, whatever. As for the light novel itself, Ishigami, you had introduced it to Sakurai Saki. I really relate to Hikigaya Hachiman. Truly gentle girls are terrifying. Words from Ishigami, you. Sakurai Saki thought he was totally joking. Chapter 169. Wanting to live up to expectations inside the sealed storage room. The air wasn't very good. Imagine it suddenly raining on a hot day, dust rushing up your nose. It felt just like that. Sakurai Saki was allergic to pollen, but dust didn't bother him. His constitution was truly strange. It was embarrassing, but not to the point of total humiliation. Just like now. He could go out, but not completely just yet. Sakurai-san, don't you think it's utterly humiliating for us to be calling for help from President Shirogane right now? Shinomiya Kagaya said seriously. Shirogane was the rival she always wanted to surpass. She absolutely didn't want to show any weakness in front of him. As for Sakurai Saki, this person was merely the boyfriend of her maid, so there was nothing to worry about, even if it was a little embarrassing. My relationship with Shirogane is great, and he's not the type to care about trivial things like this. Don't worry. Sakurai Saki had absolutely no understanding of a girl's sense of shame. This guy used to talk about childbirth in the student council without even trying to avoid the topic. Who cares about you? I'm a member of the Shinomiya family. A noble Oju-sama from the Shinomiya household got locked in the gym storage room because of a slip-up, and to make it worse, with a boy. Shinomiya Kagaya cried out in despair. If word of this gets out, you'll destroy my reputation. That's what you were going to say, right? Sakurai Saki quickly interjected, rendering Shinomiya Kagaya speechless. Fine then, I'll call Miko here, how about that? The underclass girl Aino? Shinomiya Kagaya nodded. Good idea. So Sakurai Saki texted Miko on his phone, telling her to come to the gym storage room. He didn't explain why, just told her to come. After closing the Line app, Sakurai Saki looked up and saw that Kagaya had already hidden behind a shelf, her entire body concealed by sports equipment. What are you doing? The look Sakurai gave her was exactly like he was staring at some unevolved primitive human. Sakurai, that look is seriously rude, you know? Shinomiya Kagaya's voice echoed from the shadows. Once you and Aino-san leave, they'll come out on my own. She's hiding because she's too embarrassed? Is she some kind of new species of ostrich? Sakurai Saki rolled his eyes at her, then sat down on the mat to wait for Miko. 10 minutes later, Miko-chan had arrived at the gym storage room door. This was the first time she had ever been summoned by Sakurai Saki as his number 2 toy, as the kohai he favored. Until now, Sakurai Saki had only teased her every morning before class. More specifically, when she was conducting uniform checks. At all other times, Sakurai Saki never disturbed her daily life or studies. "Senpai," Miko softly called as she pushed open the door, moving the stick that was blocking it. Walking in, Miko froze. The person she respected, the senpai she adored most, was sitting there dazed on a green mat, looking somewhat not very intelligent. "Miko-chan, you finally came." Sakurai Saki snapped back to his senses. "Why did senpai call me here?" Aino Miko was still wearing her disciplinary committee armband. She must have left her patrol halfway to come here. "Earlier, I came to check the sports festival equipment and accidentally got locked inside." Sakurai Saki couldn't be bothered to come up with an excuse. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Besides, telling Miko that he needed her help wasn't something to be ashamed of either. Sakurai Saki wanted her to feel that her actions could help others. This was very important for building her self-confidence. "Thank you." Sakurai Saki smiled at her, then walked over and patted her head. Silently, Shinomiya Kagaya was spying on them. If only she had her phone right now, she could capture this scene of Sakurai getting all cozy, patting the head, with his Kohai girl, and send it to Hayasaka AI as a love rivalry weapon. In cases of marital infidelity, during divorce asset division, the non-cheating party would have a huge advantage. Always having leverage over your boyfriend is never a bad thing. Shinomiya Kagaya, even now, still operated with an old-fashioned mindset, one that only thought about benefits. Looks like the plan to reform Oju-sama still had a long road ahead. But the fact that she gave up her archery club training session to come to the equipment storage room to do this thankless, exhausting task, that actually surprised Sakurai quite a bit. The Kagaya from last year would never have done something so pointless. When faced with a request from Shirogane, she likely would have ignored it and continued training. This year was a little better, but not by much. "As a thank you, let me treat you to a can of something." Sakurai Saki withdrew his hand from Kohai-chan's head, then walked out of the gym storage room ahead of her. Miko followed behind him. Then they closed the door. Sakurai Saki turned back once more and looked at the stick lying on the floor. A bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Forget it. Locking Kagaya inside would be too much. She didn't even have her phone on her. This year, his relationship with her had eased quite a bit. At the very least, they could be considered friends now, so doing something like that wouldn't be right. With people you can get along with, there's no need to make things tense. The two of them headed toward the vending machine next to the gymnasium. "Miko-chan, what do you want to drink?" Sakurai Saki asked. He still didn't know this girl's preferences since they hadn't talked much before. "Black tea, please," Miko said with hopeful eyes. This was the first time she had ever received a physical reward from Sakurai Senpai. Before, it had only ever been verbal praise. On a nearby sports field, the cheer squad for the upcoming sports festival was practicing. "Let's go. Let's go. Go Red Team." The cheer captain was leading everyone through their drills. "Let's go. Let's go. Go Red Team." Very rhythmic and very lively. Sakurai Saki's attention was drawn to them. Burning hearts. Flames of passion. The slogan rang out with powerful spirit. "Ishigami is in the cheer squad for the sports festival this time," Sakurai Saki suddenly said. Miko used to know Ishigami, and they had a very bad relationship. Sakurai wanted to hear her thoughts. Up to him. Aino Miko sipped her black tea in small gulps. If Ishigami you could get fired up, study hard, and live positively, then Aino Miko would be happy for him. She didn't want people who had been treated unfairly to be punished undeservedly. And even more so, she didn't want those who had never been understood to fall into darkness. The two of them walked closer to the cheer squad. By the fence of the sports field, Sakurai Saki looked over and said, "He's trying." Honestly, just the fact that someone wants to change, that alone is already amazing. Being conservative and acting out of habit is human nature. The fact that Ishigami Yu was able to step out of his comfort zone this time was something neither Sakurai Saki nor Shirogane Miyuki had expected. It was truly a miracle. Maybe it was to respond to the expectations of the student council members. Or maybe it was that he himself wanted to change. But whatever the reason, it was admirable. That senpai girl, she's really pretty. Miko held the bottle in both hands, her cute little face filled with amazement. Oh, her name is Koyasu Tsubame. She's the most popular beauty among the third years. Sakurai Saki said casually while taking a sip of his coffee. He hadn't interacted with her much. Miko stared at Koyasu Tsubame, a little dazed. Miko-chan, do you want to be like she is? Sakurai Saki guessed. I couldn't possibly, I'm just an introvert. Completely the opposite of that kind of sunny personality. Miko said with a discouraged tone. Miko, stand proud, you're very charming too. Sakurai Saki said seriously. After speaking, he patted Mika's head again. You don't have to become someone else. Just be yourself. Miko looked up at him. As expected, Senpai was so gentle, just like a white horse prince. Beside the sports field, Ishigami wiped sweat from his forehead. Next to him, the blonde girl Onodura Ray made a sarcastic remark. With stamina that bad, and you still joined the cheer squad. If I can even show my face at school after everything, why wouldn't I dare to join the cheer squad? Ishigami panted as he spoke. In the past, he had been misunderstood as a stalker, as scum who assaulted a romantic rival to steal someone's girlfriend. But hadn't he still come to school as usual? Not far away. A loud shout rang out. Ishigami, you got this. Ishigami turned to look. It was Sakurai Saki. Sakurai smiled at him, and Ishigami returned the smile. Just living up to the expectations of the people who matter to him. That was enough. The reason he joined the cheer squad wasn't it to live up to the expectations of Sakurai Senpai, Miu Senpai, and Shinomiya Senpai? Ishigami turned back, and in his eyes, flames seemed to flicker to life. A few seconds later, fever, aim for victory. Red team, the cheer rang out once again, and Ishigami's voice echoed especially loud in the crowd. Chapter 170. So how do you treat secondhand embarrassment? Friday. The sports festival would be held next Tuesday. After school, Sakurai Saki sat on the sofa drinking coffee. The movie he had filmed with Ichika had finished shooting, no idea when it would premiere. His role wasn't very big, so it probably wouldn't make him famous anyway. Sakurai Saki had no interest in standing out, and his mother thought the same. Her greatest wish was for Sakurai Saki to inherit the family's wagashi shop. Just like many ordinary mothers, she simply hoped her child could live a peaceful life. Shirogane, your dark circles have gotten worse lately. If people didn't know better, they'd think you were working long hours in some sketchy factory. Sakurai glanced at Shirogane. This guy had been overdoing it lately. Wasn't he afraid of sudden death? His level of diligence had everyone in the student council kind of scared. At the moment, Fujiwara Chika hadn't arrived yet, nor had Kagaya. Ishigami had cheer squad training. I'd seen him once in the hallway today. Judging by the look on his face, he seemed pretty cheerful. Maybe it was because there were good people in the cheer squad. Whether it was that fiery, passionate team captain or Koyasu Tsubame, they all had good reputations. People who wouldn't judge others based on their past. Is it really that bad? Shirogane Miyuki asked while rubbing his eyes. He was just adjusting his regular schedule. Once summer break started, or after the sports festival ended, he'd relax a bit. People couldn't stay tense all the time. Studying 10 hours a day was enough. You really should get some rest. Sakurai Saki had given him this advice countless times already. But it was pointless. Truly hopeless. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Komin, Shirogane Miyuki shouted. A moment later, the person who stepped in was someone familiar. Tanuma Tsubasa, Kashiwagi Nagisa's boyfriend. Sakurai, Shirogane. The moment he walked in, he shouted at the two of them. Help me. The second thing out of his mouth exploded like a bomb. Wait a minute. Wasn't the first time he came here also to yell for help? Sakurai suspected this guy was scared of girls. What happened? Shirogane looked up at him. You've got to be kidding. The last time he came here was to ask which girl he should choose, and that was already weird enough. What now? Don't tell me. He wants to start a harem? Sakurai sighed. That guy had always been eccentric, but Tanuma Tsubasa had always seemed normal. At least in Shiragane's eyes. Well, I'm dating Kashiwagi-sen now, right? Tanuma Tsubasa sat down next to the sofa and let out a long sigh. Just when Sakurai and Shiragane thought he was about to announce something huge, I want to hold her hand. What should I do? Tanuma Tsubasa covered his face. I really like her. I really want to hold her hand. Shiragane Sakurai. This sour smell of love is about to flood the entire student council room. TCH. The nauseating sour stench of love. Holding hands, Shiragane stroked his chin, thinking. After becoming a couple, holding hands is definitely the first step. Even though he looked like someone with experience, in reality Shiragane had never held anyone's hand. He hadn't even liked anyone before. Holding hands? Sakurai Saki scratched his head. That? Friends do that too, don't they? When he and Hayasaka AI weren't even officially dating, and they'd already skipped past base 1 and landed right on base 2. Don't you guys think it's really hard? Even when we're walking next to each other? When I want to hold her hand, I just can't bring myself to reach out. Tanuma Tsubasa sighed. Shiragane Miyuki nodded, feeling the same. That itchy feeling in your chest, but you're too shy to make a move. Exactly. That's love. The moment they said that, they both received an icy, merciless glare from Sakurai Saki. What a pair of damn virgins. A bunch of cowards. Sakurai Saki silently cursed the two of them in his heart, completely forgetting that he himself had only just lost his Virgin Club membership less than half a month ago. He still remembered how back during the opening ceremony had declared, virginity is a symbol of purity, a badge of honor for men. And now, just 2 months later, had done a complete 180. People really do change fast, especially men. UHHH. A love topic? A familiar voice echoed from outside the door, wearing her signature black butterfly ribbon. Chika-chan walked in with a detective hat and a magnifying glass in hand, her expression mysterious. I smell the scent of love. Chika, she scanned the room. The culprit is among you. Fujiwara-san? You came just in time. Tanuma Tsubasa was eager for advice from a girl's perspective. Even though Secretary Fujiwara often seemed unserious, she was still a girl after all. Was that a bit rude to say? Whatever. No turning back now. So it's you. The love criminal. Chika-chan brought the magnifying glass right up to his face and pointed her right index finger straight at him. Umfumph. Teres no escape. Speak. What do you want to talk about? Tanuma Tsubasa blushed and said, I want to hold hands with Kashiwagi. Chika fell silent for several seconds, as if her system had frozen like a robot. That's it. She instantly lost all interest. Just holding hands? Too simple. Chika, when it's just the two of you, just reach out and grab a hand. Someone else standing outside the door had overheard the topic of conversation. Shinomiya Kagaya walked in. Kagaya-san, you don't get it. Chika's face lit up with girlish charm. Looking extremely cute, it's scary exactly because you're nervous. You're afraid your palms might be sweaty, afraid you'll scare them off, afraid of being rejected. That's why you don't dare to hold hands. Kagaya closed the door. Is it really that difficult? Her question was immediately met with objections from everyone, except Sakurai Saki. It's really hard. Tanuma Tsubasa shouted. It does feel difficult. Shiragane Miyuki nodded in agreement. It's super embarrassing. Chika recalled a time when it was just the two of them in the student council room, and she had wanted to hold Sakurai's hand but didn't dare to. Kagaya slightly lifted her chin, resting her right hand on her cheek, looking at the group of monkeys before her with contemptuous eyes, scared of even something like this. Okawai Koto in Kagaya. Chika, hearing that, Chika puffed up her cheeks in frustration. If you say so, Kagaya-san, then why don't you try it? Shinomiya doesn't even have a boyfriend. Secretary Fujiwara. Don't be so hard on her. Shiragane stepped in to mediate. He was always stuck resolving these student council squabbles. With such a bizarre group of members, he really was turning into a shelter for problematic kids. You'll be going now. Tanuma, sensing the situation was spiraling, was about to cosplay Joseph Joestar. Dungu. Kagaya stopped him. If no one believes me, then I'll show you. It's just holding hands. This bunch was seriously overreacting. General Affairs Sakurai. Come here. Kagaya called loudly to Sakurai Saki, who had been eavesdropping nearby. Sakurai didn't move. He wasn't her servant. Why should he listen? Just this once. Next time I'll bring you some of my home-roasted coffee. Kagaya offered a deal. Sakurai Saki stood up. What for? He spoke as he walked over to her. Give me your hand. Kagaya sighed. This guy seriously never does anything without getting something in return. Sakurai Saki complied. Then, Shinomiya Kagaya placed her hand on top of his. Sakurai Saki naturally closed his fingers around hers. Why am I not feeling anything? Kagaya glanced at Sakurai's face. Sakurai-san, is it because you're not handsome enough? That didn't seem right either. He was actually pretty close to her type, especially with the expression he was giving her right now. Trash! What the hell are you saying? Kagaya read that meaning in his eyes. Sakurai Saki let go of her hand. Kagaya-san, because we don't like each other and there are no fluttering feelings. Holding hands isn't difficult at all. After saying that, Sakurai glanced at Chika beside him, who looked deeply regretful. She didn't want to see Sakurai Saki and Shinomiya Kagaya holding hands. What's wrong? Chika-chan asked Sakurai, curious. Come here. Sakurai Saki extended his hand. Fujiwara Chika looked around at everyone. With all those eyes on her, she couldn't bring herself to take his hand. Several seconds passed. Chika still stood frozen in place, her cheeks slightly pink. Chika, Kagaya-san, now do you understand? Sakurai withdrew his hand. I see. Sorry, everyone. That was a misjudgment on my part. Shinomiya Kagaya gave a small bow. If I did like Sakurai-san, I'd probably feel nervous too. I can understand that a bit now. Before she could finish her sentence, Fujiwara Chika's face turned bright red, and she bolted out the door. Kagaya-san, no baka. Flat-chested, she was dying of embarrassment. No way she could stay in a place like this. What Kagaya said was no different than pointing directly at her nose and saying, You like Sakurai? Huh. Okawai Kodo. There was literally no difference. She ran away. Shinomiya Kagaya tilted her head in confusion. Shirogane didn't say anything, but his face was red too. He was feeling secondhand embarrassment for Fujiwara Chika. This secondhand embarrassment illness. How do you even cure it? Chapter 171. Mom's coming Friday night. Sakurai Saki lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. Next to him, the white-haired, cat-eared girl was breathing softly, her gaze fixed on the window. Her body occasionally shifted beneath the blanket, and her mind, still drowsy from the long evening, drifted in quiet thought. Hi, Asanayan. Next Monday, my mom will come stay here. Sakurai brought up the subject. A few days ago, he had asked his mother over the phone if she wanted to stay at a hotel, but she refused. She said she wanted to stay with him. At that moment, Hayasaka AI 9 version S mind was completely blank. A few seconds later, she reacted, Your mom. Hayasanayan. No, our mom. Next Tuesday is the sports festival. A lot of parents will be coming to watch their kids. The white cat ears on top of Hayasaka A's head twitched a little. I'm just a cat. Why are you telling me all this? Daytime is when the main boat is active. What it got to do with me? Monday and Tuesday night, you better not come over, Sakurai Saki said honestly. Sakurai's mom wasn't an ordinary person. She used to be a Guji at the Inari Shrine. When it came to weird stuff, she could definitely sense it. Even a Tibo-yum, the president of the school's supernatural research club, could sense Yakumo Shiro. His mom definitely could, too. Not to mention, there was also the issue with Shinobu. It was already enough of a headache, need to drag Hayasaka AI into it as well. Heartless bastard. Hayasaka AI glanced at him. They had just gotten close, and now he was telling her not to contact him next week. That was just too cruel. Don't worry. If we can't meet on Monday or Tuesday, we can make the most of now. Sakurai Saki smiled and leaned over her. Sakurai. Hayasaka AI lay still, giving up on resisting. Monday after classes. In the afternoon, Sakurai Saki headed to the library to prepare for today's tutoring session. Nakano Ichika had wrapped up filming and had some free time recently. This time, the 5 Nakano sisters might finally all be present. HM, walking into the library, Sakurai Saki saw Shijo Maki sprawled face down on the floor between the bookshelves, completely motionless. Why is it that every time I see this disgraceful girl, she looks like a salted fish? What's wrong? Sakurai Saki nudged her a few times with his foot. Oi oi, loser dog, wake up, you're not dead. Are you? To his gentle calls, Shijo Maki finally snapped back, looked at Sakurai Saki with a face full of tears like pear blossoms in the rain. You big idiot. I want to study. I want to be top of the grade. Who the hell are you, Mitsui Hisashi? This isn't the set of Slam Dunk. Loser dog friend. You've finally seen the light. That's right. Studying is the only path to salvation for humanity, Sakurai Saki sighed, sentimentally. Loser dog? Shijo Maki tilted her head, her twin buns swaying back and forth, looking ridiculously dumb. Maki, why are you lying here? You can't just lie down in the middle of the walkway. It's lucky I was the one who kicked you. If someone else stepped on you, that'd be a hassle. Good question. Shijo Maki made a miserable salted fish expression. What the hell am I even doing? Today I saw Nagisa and… All right, that's enough. Sakurai Saki cut her off. The tutoring session's about to start. Shijo-san, let's finish our work first, then talk later, okay? Maki, wasn't the reason he had me be an assistant tutor to help me find love? You're not just exploiting my labor for free, are you? In the study room. Sensei-chan, how do you solve this one? Nakano Ichika leaned on Sakurai Saki, her tone full of suggestiveness. Recently, she had been meeting Sakurai Saki in private a lot. They had filmed plenty of kissing scenes, and their feelings had warmed up considerably. At least Ichika felt that way. Ichika, I know this one. Let me teach you, said Nino, sitting down beside Ichika. If she couldn't win Sakurai's heart, then the other sisters wouldn't either. No one wins. At this moment, Nakano Nino transformed into a demon, ready to drag everyone into a final boss fight. But speaking of final boss fights, in reality, there might be only 1 month left. Nino had once considered slacking off during the exam, letting her grades drop. After all, Sakurai Saki once said if the 5 sisters' grades stayed at average level, he'd quit the job. If everyone kept sucking, then he wouldn't leave her. But in the end, Nino still decided to study hard because she didn't want to betray Sakurai's expectations. She also wanted to leave the deepest impression in Sakurai Saki's heart. Even if she couldn't become his lover in the end, she still wanted to be the student he was most proud of. Ichika unwillingly began listening to Nino's explanation. Lately, filming had taken up a lot of her time, so she had been attending fewer study sessions, and her grades were slipping. Last time, even though she passed, she had the worst scores among the 5 sisters. After the tutoring session ended, Sakurai held Ichika back. Ichika, your work will only get busier from now on. Have you thought about your future direction? As a teacher, talking with students was an essential responsibility. Not yet. Nakano Ichika had considered temporarily putting her studies on hold to fully pursue acting, but she hadn't been able to commit to that decision. Her career was progressing, but she wasn't sure what the future held. Ichika had never thought of herself as a lead role, nor did she have blind confidence. Unlike Sakurai Saki's arrogant nature, she had a very clear sense of self. If it weren't for Sakurai Saki, she'd probably still be doing a few magazine covers, taking on background roles. The fact that her manager, Ueno Yoko, took notice of her and pulled her out of her original agency, it was closely tied to Sakurai Saki. She was well aware of that. Because of that, Ichika didn't want to make things difficult for Sakurai Saki. He was her tutor, responsible for her studies, not her acting career. Do you think you can balance both? Sakurai Saki asked as he packed his things into his bag. I think I still can, for now, Ichika softly replied. No, you can't. Sakurai Saki spoke bluntly. You know your grades better than anyone. That's the truth. Feelings may deceive you, but grades don't. You skipped 5 classes last month, and the fact you still passed was already a miracle to me. Nakano Ichika fell silent. A while later, they'll try harder. Sakurai Saki glanced up at her. I hope you do. Past 6 p.m. Tokyo Airport, arrival area. Sakurai Saki was waiting for his mother. The crowd flowed like a stream. Among the many passengers stepping out, people's eyes instinctively drifted toward general affairs Sakurai as long as he stood there silently. He was a scene others couldn't help but remember. After a few minutes, amidst the sea of travelers, Sakurai Saki finally spotted his mother. She wore a black kimono with butterfly patterns, her waist slender, figure graceful, and chest full. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, eyes the color of amber. And a single beauty mark rested at the corner of her left eye, making her already flawless face even more seductively captivating. With elegant movements, every gesture radiated the allure of a mature woman. That was his adoptive mother Jinguji Tamaki, a princess as beautiful as a precious gem, and she truly lived up to her name. Sakurai Saki stepped forward. "Long time no see, Mom," Sakurai Saki said gently. He rarely showed his true self to others, and that gentleness was even rarer. His mother was currently the only woman with whom he could drop all pretense and just be himself. "Baby, I missed you to death." Jinguji Tamaki, who just moments ago exuded graceful Yamato Nadeshiko charm, shattered that image in an instant. She reached out, trying to pull Sakurai into her embrace. Sakurai Saki gently pushed her away, looking uncomfortable. "Mom, there are a lot of people around. Call me Mama." "That term. Can't we go with something else?" Sakurai felt the gazes around them. He rarely felt embarrassed, but this was one of those times. "You don't like it? Then how about baby instead?" Jinguji Tamaki gently caressed her beautifully tilted face, her expression filled with mock concern. "Honestly, that wasn't any better. Let's stick with the previous one." Sakurai Saki sighed, both helpless and amused, then took the suitcase from her hand. "Baby, Mama wants to eat udon made by you." Jinguji Tamaki clung to his arm. Umo. He had already bought the ingredients. Chapter 172. Opening of the sports festival early morning. On the way to school just before reaching the gates of Shuchiin, there was a slope that wasn't too steep. Sakurai was riding his bike when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Shinomiya Kaga under the lush green street trees. She was wearily climbing the slope, with a few glistening drops of sweat dotting her forehead. Today wasn't a cool day. It was already the end of June, and the temperature had climbed past 30 degrees. The feeling of summer was unmistakable. Summer could be summed up in just a few words. Scorching heat, cicadas, sweat, watermelon. Just saying those words was enough to bring up the taste of summer, wasn't it? "Kagaya-san, are you okay?" Sakurai Saki asked in surprise. As he spoke, he stopped his bike. "I should be the one asking you that." "Huff. Is her brain messed up or something?" Kagaya panted, just when Sakurai Saki thought she would try to act tough. "Do I look like I'm okay to you?" She stepped up beside Sakurai and casually placed her school bag into his hand. "General affairs, Sakurai. Carry this for me." With that, Oju-sama Kagaya stood in place, hands on her knees, catching her breath. Walking under the sun from the Shinomiya household to school is seriously exhausting. The last time she walked to school with Hayasaka AI, it was a cloudy day and the temperature wasn't nearly this high. "Kagaya-san, have you considered this possibility? Today is the sports festival. We don't have classes." Sakurai held her bag, but didn't immediately throw it away. "There are coffee beans inside. I promised you yesterday." Shinomiya Kagaya had never gone back on her word. Doing what she said, that was one of the Shinomiya family's virtues. And sincerity was one of Kagaya's own strengths. Suddenly, helping a classmate carry their bag doesn't seem so bad. Sakurai Saki smiled. "You're just doing it for the coffee beans. If you're going to lie, at least come up with a better reason." Shinomiya Kagaya said irritably. "Kagaya-san is so beautiful any male student would have a hard time saying no to you." What a blatant lie. The Shinomiya family's coffee beans were specially made and of very high quality. Sakurai Saki rarely got the chance to drink them, mostly because Kagaya preferred black tea, usually in the student council room. Tea was served far more often than coffee. He was only helping because of the coffee. "Say one more compliment." Shinomiya Kagaya, after resting a bit, returned to her usual haughty self. She lifted her chin slightly, a vague smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Something this simple any other male student could do it too. The words had just left her mouth, when beside them, Sakurai-chan Yoro, good morning. A golden bolt of lightning with a voice full of energy suddenly shot in from behind the two of them. Hayasaka, AI, like a rocket, flew straight towards Sakurai Saki, and with overwhelming momentum, just as he turned around, she leapt into his arms. Sakurai Saki caught her, spun once, and finally steadied himself. Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at the bike that had nearly toppled over and casually reached out to prop it up. Then she was force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Good morning, Sakurai, Saki greeted softly. It's only been one day, did you miss me? Hayasaka, AI, let go of him, her eyes seeing nothing else but him. Weren't we together all day yesterday? You're way too clingy, but that's what makes you so adorable. Because I love you, I don't want to be apart for even 1 second. Kagaya, superscript 3, nope. These two are being so lovey-dovey, I feel like throwing up. And I'm still standing right here, you know? Do they think I'm invisible? Maybe they should just break up already. Forget it, it'll go by myself. Kagaya felt there was no point in paying attention to this dumb couple anymore. She parked the bike on the spot, took her bag that had the coffee beans, and left on her own. The opening ceremony of the sports festival took place in the gymnasium. Recently, everyone had changed uniforms, switching from winter uniforms to summer ones. The female students wore short-sleeved, white blouses underneath sleeveless black dresses, with sailor-style white collars and red ribbon ties. As for the male students, never mind, probably no one wants to know. The students sat in rows inside the gymnasium, and Sakurai Saki looked toward the front. The person giving the speech on stage was Principal Adolphe Pescarolo, who didn't look old at all. On the contrary, he appeared very energetic and full of spirit. Sakurai Saki didn't have much connection with him, except for a few exchanges back when he was hired as a tutor. Other than that, there was almost nothing else. Occasionally, this principal would also drop by the student council office and even bring along some snacks as gifts. What surprised Sakurai Saki the most was that this old principal actually played Pokemon Go on campus, that augmented reality pet-catching game. All he could say was that the man had truly kept a childlike heart. His granddaughter was a member of the board game club, the same club with Fujiwara Chika. That granddaughter was a third-year senpai, but it was said that she didn't have much prestige in the club. Today, June 22nd, the entire faculty and student body of Shuchiin, filled with joy and high spirits, welcomes the 63rd Annual Sports Festival. Filled with joy, Sakurai Saki didn't feel joyful at all. Right now, he was like a block of wood, neither happy nor sad, as if he had spent 10 years in Buddhist ascetic practice. Sakurai looked at the tiny speech script in the principal's hands, but his vigilance didn't drop. He knew all too well that the more powerful a school official was, the more long-winded their speech would be. What was this? This was a performance to flaunt authority. However, this time the speech wasn't too long either. Today, each event had a fixed time slot, starting from 9:30. Each grade would perform their routines in order, from first year to third year, sequentially. At 10:30, the 100-meter dash would begin. As for why Sakurai Saki felt so troubled, well, it had something to do with his mother. 9:45, the second-year students began their performance. The content, the Soren Festival. With choreography this simple, of course it was no challenge for Sakurai Saki. He was very confident in his body coordination. But baby, you're dancing so adorably. Jinguji Tamaki cupped her hands like a megaphone and shouted out loud in support. Mommy. The parents were seated under the covered spectator area. The father of Student Council President Shirogane was also there, wearing sunglasses and enjoying his son's dance performance. As soon as Sakurai Saki heard his mother's voice, he nearly tripped. This was exactly why he didn't want to live with his mother, and also the reason he didn't initially study in Kyoto when it came to things like this. His mother didn't feel embarrassed at all. Still salvageable. Sakurai Saki observed the gazes of the people around him. Aside from the usual admiring looks from the female students, there wasn't anything strange. After all, that kind of baby term is usually only used for girls, right? Note, nah, I don't think so. Although Sakurai Saki's name could be used for both boys and girls, he was definitely a boy. A normal person probably wouldn't think Jinguji Tamaki was calling out to him. Next to Sakurai Saki was Shirogane Miyuki, whose dance moves were quite solid. He had completely mastered the Soren festival routine. Rakusei, Rakusei. Soren Shirogane Miyuki sang loudly along with the music. Today he was the champion. Well done. Miyuki in the stands, an extremely unforgettable voice rang out. Shirogane Miyuki's father held a can of coffee, crossed one leg over the other, and gave a flat-toned cheer. Shirogane Miyuki turned to stone. Social death arrived in an instant. Chapter 173. Parents. They finished performing the Soren dance. Half an hour later, Sakurai and Shirogane walked together toward the stands. Babdash. Jinguji Tamaki hadn't even finished calling out when she was abruptly interrupted by Sakurai. Mom, you came early today. He immediately steered the topic elsewhere and frantically winked at her. Of course, this is the sports festival my most proud son is participating in. As your mother, of course I had to come. Jinguji Tamaki's tone instantly softened, and with the black kimono embroidered with butterflies that she was wearing, her Yamato Nadeshiko aura flowed endlessly. My beloved son is already starting to feel annoyed with me again. Jinguji Tamaki felt a little hurt. After the two finished talking, Shirogane Miyuki spoke up in greeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Sakurai's close friend, Shirogane Miyuki. President Shirogane was meeting the other's mother for the first time. Although he had heard Sakurai mention her before, he hadn't expected this woman to truly be that beautiful. Oh, hello. Jinguji Tamaki's tone suddenly turned noticeably colder. Shirogane Miyuki. Did she just start hating me? She's my best friend's mom, and this is our first meeting getting disliked right off the bat. Is that even okay? Hello, uncle. It's been a while since we last met. Sakurai Saki turned to speak to Shirogane's father. Since he often visited Shirogane's house, he was fairly familiar with the man. Sakurai, it's been a while since you've come over. Want to stop by later today? Papa Shirogane spoke na vague, elusive manner. Sakurai felt that this person was hard to approach. Even for him, it was difficult to guess what he was thinking. Sasuga Dio-sama. Shirogane offered a forced explanation. Kei-chan keeps nagging me lately, asking why you don't come over anymore. He didn't want his little sister getting more involved with Sakurai. That way lies the abyss. Kei-chan, stop before it's too late. Titi, Sakurai probably wouldn't lay a hand on my little sister, right? Shirogane Miyuki suddenly began to doubt the brotherly bond between him and Sakurai Saki. I don't care if you're a scumbag. Just don't lay a hand on my little sister. Who's Kei-chan? That name sounds so cute. Jinguji Tamaki suddenly smiled and spoke. Tamaki, for some reason, a cold chill passed down his back, and Sakurai Saki frowned. Miyuki's younger sister. She's in junior high. He explained briefly. Since there were two people here with the surname Shirogane, they needed to differentiate. So it's a younger sister, huh? Tamaki turned to Shirogane and said, Miyuki he'll be counting on you to take care of this useless son of mine. He's got a seriously flawed personality, so I'm leaving him in your hands. Of course. Shirogane Miyuki nodded and seriously said, he'll take good care of Sakurai. Come on. Sakurai's mom is clearly super gentle. That cold attitude from earlier must just been my imagination. A few minutes later, the Shirogane father and son went off to eat. Mom, you really scared Miyuki just now. Sakurai sat in the stands beside his mother, speaking helplessly. His mother disliked interacting with men except for him. You promised to call me Mama, though. Jinguji Tamaki looked at him, her eyes immediately welling with tears. That expression, combined with her delicate features, was seriously foul play. A few tears slid from the beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Mama, this is school. Sakurai Saki took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears, changing the way he addressed her while reminding her. That mama way of speaking is something only little kids really use. Mom or mother is normal for high school students. Is my baby really that concerned about what others think? Not exactly. But if you want to be normal, you have to learn how to blend in. Sakurai put the handkerchief away, realizing his mom had clearly been faking those tears. Let's not talk about this anymore. That girl over there, she's the one you mentioned last year, the one you were kind of interested in, right? Jinguji Tamaki clung to Sakurai's arm, her gaze shifting into the distance. Sakurai followed her line of sight. Fujiwara Chika seemed to be getting ready to run the 100-meter dash. She was lightly hopping in place to warm up. Today she had her hair tied in a side ponytail, giving off an athletic vibe. Very cute. The usual black ribbon had been replaced with a red hair tie. Today's sports festival was divided into red and white teams. Chika was on the red team. The cheer squads were also split into red and white. In the afternoon, there would be a cheer battle, where both teams competed through performances, of course, nothing bloody. Sakurai and Shinomiya Kagaya were both assigned to the white team, which didn't please him much. The rest of the student council members were all on the red team, AI-chan included. Sakurai really wanted to cheer for his girlfriend. But cheering for the opposing team, wouldn't that be straight-up espionage? Hello, student. Could you help me take a photo? Suddenly, a man in a suit wearing glasses approached, holding a DSLR camera in his hand. Sure, Sakurai Saki replied with a smile. Student, I think you misunderstood. It's not a photo of me, but of that girl over there. I'm about to be busy. The man pointed toward Fujiwara Chika, who was not far away. Sakurai Saki observed him. The man's face looked somewhat similar to hers. Sakurai probed. Sir, are you her father? Umo. Chika's father nodded and said, You're Sakurai-kun, right? Imfuyivara Daichi. I hope you'll lend me a hand. Sakurai Saki stood up and gave a slight bow. Pleased to meet you. Zakurai Zaki. I look forward to your guidance. I've heard about you from Chika. Fujiwara Daichi said, letting out a few soft chuckles. Chika's father revealed, at the start of this school year. She said she wanted to beat you and take back all the games she lost last year. So you knew about all that? Sakurai Saki said, a bit embarrassed. The Fujiwara family was originally strict about not allowing their children to indulge in entertainment. Of course, her father, after all. Fujiwara Daichi handed the DSLR camera to him. Thanks for fooling around with her. This kid's always been a handful since she was little. Recalling his daughter's outrageous antics, Fujiwara Daichi offered Sakurai Saki a heartfelt thank you. After speaking, he glanced at Jinguji Tamaki. His expression briefly showed a flicker of surprise before returning to normal. This woman doesn't seem interested in talking, then no need to invite trouble for himself. Sakurai watched as Fujiwara Daichi pulled out his phone and made a call. The moment he dialed, the friendly expression he had just moments ago transformed into something much more composed and unreadable, making Sakurai Saki silently marvel, truly a politician. Talks to humans like a human, talks to devils like a devil. Probably had more masks than Sakurai himself. That Chika managed to grow up so lively and cheerful was honestly a miracle. Chika's father walked off while making his call. Sakurai Saki turned back, raised the DSLR, and pointed it toward Chika. She wore a serious expression as she focused on running her fastest, and, as Sakurai Saki pressed the shutter, a faint smile unconsciously formed at the corner of his mouth. As expected, seeing Chika immediately lifted his mood. She just had that kind of magic. That moment was seen by Jinguji Tamaki. She quietly observed her son's face and felt that he had changed a lot. Even though she had loved the cold Sakurai from a year ago, the current Sakurai was also quite wonderful. His appearance had matured a bit and had learned to be gentle with people outside of himself. She was happy to see her child grow, but at the same time, she felt a twinge of sadness. If that person were still here, what would she say upon seeing this scene? Carrying her surname, burdened with her expectations, this adopted child hadn't lived an easy life. Saku and Saki means to bloom or to open, often used to describe flowers, for example, cherry blossoms. Sakurai Saki didn't like cherry blossoms. In fact, he was allergic to pollen. But he still chose this character for his name, and even his family name contained Sakura, simply because that person loved cherry blossoms. Living for someone else, it's such a sad thing. Thinking this, Jinguji Tamaki couldn't help but feel a little sorrowful. Mom, why are you crying again? Sakurai Saki heard sobbing, turned his head, and saw his mother crying. He put the camera away and once again helped her wipe her tears. She's already an adult and still crying all the time. That really doesn't suit your usual aura, my dear mom. Seeing you live happily made me so happy I couldn't hold it in. Jinguji Tamaki spoke while crying. Sakurai Saki looked at her expression, feeling a bit helpless but also amused. He suggested, let's go eat at the cafeteria later. The fried tofu udon here is really good. Omu Tamaki responded softly, then a few seconds later, asked in a quiet voice, Darling, is a mom like this really that embarrassing? Not at all. Sakurai Saki replied with a smile. After wiping away her tears and turning back, Chika had finished running and was now resting. In the distance, Chika spotted Sakurai and waved at him. A moment later, she came running over and shared her joy. Saki-kun, I came in first. Nice job. Sakurai Saki gave her a compliment, even carrying the extra weight. She still came in first. Shinomiya Kagaya would definitely be jealous. Chika glanced at Tamaki and greeted her when he said hello. Just one sentence from Fujiwara. Chika instantly opened up Jinguji Tamaki mood. Her raised a hand to cover her mouth and let out a gentle laugh. This child really has good eyes. If her son liked her, having her as a daughter-in-law might not be a bad idea. Chika, this is my mom, Sakurai Saki said helplessly. Chika froze for a few seconds, then gasped, "EHHH. Your mom? I thought she was your older sister." She truly didn't realize. Chapter 174. Ishigami Yu stepped forward. The final event of the morning was the borrow an item relay race. Sakurai stood outside the field. He hadn't signed up to participate, but in the previous rounds, quite a few female kohai came looking for him. What were their prompts again? Someone I like, let's skip that one. Someone I admire, that's still normal. But he always had a bad feeling. Broadcast announcement from the media club. Borrow an item relay, round 6. Begin. This time, it was Shinomiya Kagaya's turn. She held the slip of paper in her hand, studied it for a moment, then walked towards Sakurai. Sakurai-san, come with me. She reached out her hand. Sakurai Saki looked at it, but didn't dare take it. Not because of some superstition, he was just very curious what prompt she had drawn. Let me ask, what's the prompt? It's the person I want to raise as a pet, Shinomiya Kagaya said impatiently. She glanced at her opponent in this round. They'd almost finished borrowing their item already. Wait a second. Sakurai Saki stepped back 2 paces. What made you think I'd agree to this? Who the hell wrote that prompt anyway? We're on the same team. Didn't you just say earlier that if the white team loses, you'll shave your head bald? Shinomiya Kagaya didn't care what he thought anymore. She grabbed Sakurai, who was just about to run off, and dragged him forward. Shave my head. What the cheer squad leader for the white team says has nothing to do with me. TCH, Kagaya clicked her tongue. Kagaya. Hey, don't think you can trick me so easily. Sakurai glanced at the finish line not far ahead, completely stuck. The crowd around them. Whoa, it's General Affairs Sakurai and Vice President Shinomiya. Are they that close? Well, they've always been kind of famous together. Close? But I heard they even fight during PE class. A female kohai whispered a rumor. Fighting couples are super common though, right? Sakurai really didn't want to be involved with Shinomiya Kagaya. And on top of that, the rumors these people were spreading had zero chance of becoming reality. Even if he was going to fool Miko-chan, Sakurai would never lay a finger on Kagaya. Put simply, everyone should understand just how much Sakurai despised Kagaya by now. Did you hear that? Those people are already gossiping. You care about the opinions of weeds? Kagaya said as she stormed forward, still gripping his wrist tightly. After all, she was the captain of the archery club. She might even be second in physical strength in the entire student council. And who's the strongest? Sakurai. It can only be me. Weeds, huh? That a bit harsh, Sakurai Saki muttered. Then he turned toward the Kohai girls nearby and gave them a helpless look, the kind of expression that said, "In being forced into this, I have no choice," which only made them ship the two of them even harder. "What you doing?" "Adding fuel to the fire, got it?" Sakurai Saki whispered. "Are you insane? I don't want people making up stories about me and you," Kagaya snapped, recalling how the media club had once written a short story about her and Sakurai. The story was titled "The Night of the Ice Queen and the Little Puppy." Little puppy? That guy was obviously a wild wolf you could never tame. Who the hell would want anything to do with him? You could only say that distance creates beauty. The moment you got close to Sakurai, you discover the darkness hiding beneath that radiant appearance and then feel absolutely sickened. Weren't you the one who said not to care about the opinions of weeds just now? Sakurai teased her. Can you hurry the hell up? Kagaya dodged the topic. A few seconds later, the two of them reached the finish line. "First place!" shouted the student acting as referee. Shinomiya Kagaya heard the announcement and nodded with satisfaction. She then immediately walked off. "Bye-bye, Sakurai-san." Just like someone who tosses a toy away after playing with it completely indifferent. Sakurai Saki didn't care either. He returned to where he had been before. At noon, he went to the cafeteria with his mom for lunch. He didn't bring a bento today mainly because he wanted his mother to experience the school cafeteria. In the afternoon, the first event was the cheer battle, which would begin in 10 minutes. "How do you feel?" Sakurai looked at Ishigami-yu, who had already changed into a girl's uniform. The red team's cheer squad wanted to create a visual contrast, so they had decided on cross-dressing. Sakurai was really glad he didn't join the cheer squad this year. Sakurai. "Phew, Sakurai-senpai, am a little nervous," Ishigami-yu said, watching the students slowly gather. "Worried about how they'll look at you?" Sakurai guessed. Ishigami-yu didn't reply. He really did care about how others saw him, the rumors, the whispers from classmates. Even if he wanted to ignore them, he couldn't. Most of his peers, both boys and girls, held some degree of hostility toward him. "Just treat them like weeds." Ishigami-kun. Shinomiya Kagaya walked up beside the two of them. Fujiwara Chika was there too. "Don't worry too much. I mean, for someone like Ishigami-kun, a piece of trash like you, there's probably only 1 or 2 people on Earth who even notice you exist. The rest don't care at all. They don't even want to look at you." "Chika." "Ishigami, idiot." Ishigami-yu glared at her. "Saki-kun, did you see that? You just scolded me." Chika-chan turned to him for help. "You were the one who badmouthed him first, weren't you?" Sakurai tapped her lightly on the head. Saying things like that at a time like this. Just how much did Chika hate this underclassman? Still, because she interrupted, the heavy atmosphere lightened and turned much livelier. "Ishigami-kun really doesn't suit this outfit at all." Chika held her head as she glanced at the Shuchiin girl's uniform on Ishigami-yu. It was extremely weird ugly in a cute way, but 99 just ugly. Wait, in that case, was there even any cute left? Chika thought for a few seconds and finally concluded Ishigami-yu is ugly. Not cute at all. "Ishigami, do your best." Sakurai patted him on the shoulder, then tightened the red headband on his own forehead. It was about to begin. "Time to get ready." "Umo." Ishigami-yu nodded, then stood up straight. "You're way too concerned about Ishigami-kun, aren't you? President Shirogane too. I really don't get what goes on in you boys' heads." Shinomiya Kagaya withdrew her gaze from the underclassmen and muttered. Sakurai Saki didn't answer. Both he and Shirogane saw a reflection of themselves in Ishigami. Even someone like Shirogane Miyuki, who seemed so capable now, had nearly given up right after last year's opening ceremony. Sakurai was the same. Last year, he drifted aimlessly for more than 2 months after the semester started, until Shirogane Miyuki spoke to him. If you wanted to say it in a slightly Chinibu way, then it was called succession, or maybe passing on the flame. Not expecting anything in return, just doing it simply because you want to. That's all there is to it. If everything in this world needed a reason before we could act, it'd be far too depressing, Sakurai Saki murmured. 13:05 p.m., afternoon, cheer battle. Up next is the cheer battle by the red team's cheer squad. The announcer's voice rang out. Ishigami, you stood among the cheer squad members. Beside him, Onodera Ray said softly, "You scared? Would you care about what a bunch of weeds think?" Ishigami, you replied with a blank expression. "Don't bring shame to the student council." Onodera Ray said no more after that. "Let's go. Let's go. Go red team." In the crowd, Sakurai Saki looked at the red flag fluttering in the middle of the schoolyard, where it read, "Wind, forest, fire, mountain." Taken from Sun Tzu's Art of War, it was once used by Takeda Shinjin as his battle standard. Behind the cheer squad, Ishigami Yu's movements didn't falter for a second, pouring in all the effort had built up over the past 2 weeks. Just throw away the past, Ishigami, Sakurai Saki silently wished. Humans have to learn to look forward. Chapter 175, Kagaya Gets Ambushed Afternoon. The tug-of-war match took place at 1340. Among the student council members, only Sakurai Saki was participating in this match. Each class sent 4 students, 2 boys and 2 girls. Shuchiin Academy didn't have that many students, and when split into the red and white teams, the number of participants was just enough to use a tug-of-war rope. Shinomiya Kagaya stood beneath the school building, looking at the match about to begin on the athletic field. She wanted to cheer for Sakurai Saki, but the morning's borrow an item relay race had caused quite a commotion between them. She had no choice but to hide in a quiet place to avoid becoming the subject of more weird rumors. Cheering for Sakurai wasn't because Kagaya liked him or anything, just that, in the student council, only the 2 of them were on the same team. If she didn't cheer for him, was she supposed to cheer for Hayasaka on the red team instead? Shinomiya Kagaya absolutely didn't want to be a traitor to the white team. Do your best, Baka Sakurai. Shinomiya Kagaya muttered softly. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her. "Someone as cute as you yelling out here like that? He can't even hear you." Kagaya turned around and saw a beautiful woman in a black kimono, amber eyes, every movement exuding an irresistible charm. "He doesn't need to hear it, that idiot." Shinomiya Kagaya replied. "Talking behind his back, aren't you afraid of payback?" Jinguji Tamaki's gaze was half smiling, half serious. She looked exactly like a fox. "Not afraid. I'm already used to it." Kagaya-sama was clearly the type to not worry about accumulating more debts. What's a few more? Her relationship with Sakurai Saki wasn't exactly harmonious, but at the very least, it was absolutely irreconcilable. The grudge from losing to him in the last exam, Kagaya-sama still remembered that clearly. Then I guess your relationship with him isn't that bad if you can badmouth him without getting payback. Tamaki only knew that anyone who messed with her son, boy or girl would never have it easy. If Oju-sama Kagaya could skip rope on the edge of Sakurai Saki's bottom line, then that was a skill in itself. Not that bad. Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at the athletic field. Sakurai Saki was pretending to tug with all his might. Why pretending? Because his body wasn't leaning at all, he was practically standing upright. How could you exert any strength like that? Don't tell me he's afraid of pulling too hard and instantly defeating the opponent. Maybe, if arguing all the time counts as a good relationship, then yeah, it's not that bad. Shinomiya Kagaya threw out a sarcastic remark. What do you think Sakurai Saki is like? I've heard he's the general affairs officer at school, lots of people like him. Mrs. Jinguji wanted to hear how others evaluated her son. Shinomiya Kagaya didn't see Sakurai Saki and Jinguji Tamaki sitting together this morning. She had a match that morning, participating in a 3-legged race with the girls in her class, which happened to be when Sakurai Saki met his mother. So, she didn't realize this woman was Sakurai's mother. What do I think of him? Kagaya pondered. Lazy. Doesn't even try during tug-of-war. Sharp-tongued. If someone insults him, he has to insult them back. If someone hits him, he hits back. Lies by an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Like a log, but surprisingly naive. Kagaya recalled their past conversations about love. Sakurai Saki's views on love were really pure. He only liked beautiful girls. How much more simple could you get? Oh, right, also, don't be fooled by that bright, smiling face of his. It's all fake. Behind the scenes, he always wears a cold expression, like everyone owes him money or something. Kagaya spoke while revealing a look of despair. Why the hell am I talking about general affairs, Sakurai, with some stranger? It's not like we're a couple. Jinguji Tamaki's eyes lit up. At first, she thought she had just found someone who admired her son. But now, looks like she caught a big one this time. Mrs. Jinguji probed. This cute girl seems to know him really well, huh? The moment Shinomiya Kagaya heard that, she got annoyed. I don't know him, and I don't want to. But since we're both in the student council, we see each other all the time, just seeing his face every day is enough to piss me off. Zenpai Shinomiya Kaguya, vice president of Shuchiin's student council. Kagaya introduced herself. Senpai? Actually, I'm older than you think. Jinguji Tamaki grew more and more pleased the longer she looked at Kagaya. Didn't expect that. Kagaya took another look at the woman. So, she wasn't a university student here on a campus tour? Sakurai-kun really is quite handsome. Tamaki looked toward the center of the athletic field, where Sakurai was standing. Kagaya, have you ever thought about dating him? Shinomiya Kagaya's face filled with disgust. I'd rather stay single for the rest of my life than date that guy. Besides, that guy already had a girlfriend, and not just anyone, it was her maid/sister figure. How could she possibly interfere? Why is that? Jinguji Tamaki was puzzled. In her eyes, her son might not be the absolute best choice. But within this school, he was easily top tier. He's arrogant, foul-mouthed, and his face is thicker than the castle walls. Just as Shinomiya Kagaya was about to continue listing Sakurai Saki's crimes, the person in question appeared. Kagaya-san, what are you talking about with my mom? The moment Sakurai Saki saw the two of them standing together, he immediately activated his ability, pulled with all his strength in 2 bursts, and ended the match. Just as Kagaya had suspected, he hadn't been using his full strength to avoid drawing attention. EHHH. Shinomiya Kagaya whipped her head around to look at Mrs. Jinguji, her face full of shock. You're his mother? She was stunned. His mom. Tamaki smiled. Imzakuhai Zakis mother, Yinguyi Tamaki. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Kaguya hurriedly bowed. Shinomiya Kaguya. It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Bad-mouthing someone only to find out their mom was right there listening? Absolutely mortifying. Kagaya wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and crawl into it immediately. Right now, she turned her face away, blushing deeply, gritting her teeth. Sakurai-san, your mother is really lively and adorable. Jinguji Tamaki winked at her in return. Sweet girl, you're really adorable too, Kagaya-san. Next time you want to badmouth me, please don't do it right in front of me. Thanks. Sakurai shot her a look like she was an idiot. He then threw an arm around his mother's shoulders, intending to lead her away. Mom, why do you run all the way over here? There were too many men in the stands. I didn't feel comfortable. Tamaki didn't really want to leave just yet. She had just found such an interesting girl, and she hadn't had nearly enough fun. The two of them walked back toward the athletic field. After a few steps, she didn't say anything weird to you, did she? Sakurai Saki was worried Kagaya had accidentally said something about him and Hayasaka. He hadn't told his mom yet. Not at all, Tamaki replied. Good. Sakurai let out a sigh of relief. Must been fine. Oh, right, Bobby, I really like that girl. Want to think about marrying her? Didn't you say around noon that Chika was great? Baby, you can marry both. Sakurai Saki knew she was joking. You can't just believe everything a woman says, even if she's your own mother. Then I'll have to think very carefully about it. Mrs. Jinguji grabbed his arm and scolded him angrily. No way. See? A perfect example right in front of him. Chapter 176. So damn noisy, you idiot, there was a relay showdown scheduled for the afternoon at 14:20. But apparently, there had been a bit of an incident. I heard the relay runner for the red team from the cheer squad fell. So what's the red team going to do? Their final runner was from the cheer squad, right? They'll probably replace them. Beside the athletic field, near the tennis courts, whispers were spreading. Ishigami, you looked into the crowd. Among them was a familiar back his junior high classmate, Owadamo Kyoko. She was the light in the dark days of his middle school years, a ray of brightness in his dull life. Owadamo Kyoko was one of the few who had spoken to him back then and also the culprit who turned Ishigami into the god of giving up. Ishigami-kun, you look like you're enjoying life. In his mind, the word shed just said kept replaying over and over like a flickering black and white tape, like a phone suddenly ringing in the middle of class, an icy chill rising from the soles of his feet. He really didn't want to see her again. She was a symbol of one of the greatest failures of his life. But there were some things one eventually had to face. You stupid woman, you ruined my life. At least have some damn self-awareness. Ishigami, you sighed internally. Hey, Ishigami, the captain fell. Why the hell are you just standing there? Onodera-Rei saw Ishigami staring at the ground, clearly lost in thought, and rushed over to shout at him. Not far away, Shirogane Miyuki had finally escaped from his father's clutches and regained his freedom. He was about to participate in the relay race, representing the student council. Sakurai, you remember her, right? Shirogane looked toward Owadamo Kyoko. Light brown hair in a side ponytail, white blazer uniform, clearly a student from another school here to observe. Judging by her expression, she must have been holding in quite a bit of anger. After all, from her perspective, Ishigami, you had beaten up her boyfriend in front of everyone back in middle school, which led to their breakup. It was perfectly reasonable for her to be pissed. Her boyfriend's name was Ajino or something, right? Sakurai Saki recalled. At the time, Kagaya heard about the incident and immediately had Shuchiin's VIPs deal with him in a humane obliteration style. Who knows where he's run off to now? He was a cheating piece of shit. Ishigami beat him up to protect that girl. To sum it up simply, Ishigami admired someone who got tricked by a scumbag. After finding out the truth, Ishigami got pissed and beat the guy up and ended up getting suspended. In order to protect Owadamo Kyoko's reputation, Ishigami, you never revealed the truth. As a result, he was misunderstood as a pervert who assaulted someone out of jealousy when he couldn't get her to break up with the guy. Aren't you going to go comfort him? You're usually into that whole comforting people thing, aren't you? Sakurai smiled as he asked. Then why don't you go? Shirogane Miyuki shot back. I suck at that kind of thing. Besides, the knot in Ishigami's heart, he's got to untie that himself. Sakurai grinned. Do you really think he's hurting that much? He's not that weak. The captain got hurt jumping a hurdle just now. Twisted her ankle, can't compete. Then what do we do? Who'll replace him? No idea. This happened right before the race. As the team members buzzed, the cheer squad's captain, Kazino, who was resting against the wall, suddenly spoke up. Ishigami, you go. I heard you were really fast back in middle school. Vice Captain Koyasu, Tsubaime, also smiled. Ishigami-kun can definitely do it. I've got a bad feeling about this. Onodera-Rei said with a blank expression. Ishigami, you shot her a glare. Then why don't you go? Onodera-Rei snapped back. I'm just worried you'll embarrass us. You know how people talk when someone screws up, right? Then all I have to do is win. Ishigami, you replied calmly. Give it everything he had. Show his full strength and live up to the senpai's expectations. As long as he could do that, it would be enough. Next up is the relay showdown. In this event, the red cheer squad will ally with the cultural clubs to go up against the white cheer squad and the sports clubs. Each athlete must carry a symbolic item representing their own club or group. In the stands, watching, Chika is actually representing the board game club in the competition. Sakurai Saki muttered. Then he looked over at Shirogane Miyuki, who was standing in the athlete area. Shirogane really intends to wear pure gold accessories. Huh? That stuff is actually pretty heavy. After all, that accessory symbolized Shuchiin's 200-year-long history and was also the emblem of the student council. The kendo club has to wear helmets. The archery club has to carry bows. Sakurai-san, from the looks of it, the cultural clubs really have a huge advantage. This isn't fair at all. Shinomiya Kagaya supported the sports group. You're rooting for the white team? Sakurai asked in surprise. Kagaya's face was full of question marks. What the hell is this idiot talking about? Aren't both of U.S. members of the white team? If we're not rooting for the white team, then who else are we supposed to support? The student council is representing the red team, Kagaya-san. Hearing that, Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at the white headband on Sakurai's forehead. Are you serious? She didn't want to lose. Even if the opponents were all the other members of the student council. She didn't want to lose. Even if she had to betray the student council, she, Shinomiya Kagaya, would still be the champion of Shuchiin. Try thinking with that almost rotting brain of yours, Kagaya-san. Actually, it doesn't matter which team we cheer for. If we cheer for the white team and win, we enjoy the sweet fruits of victory. If we cheer for the red team, they're all members of the student council. It doesn't count as losing either. Sakurai, head of general affairs, made a logical argument. This is a win-win outcome. If you're going to say stuff like that, it'd be best to say it quietly, Sakurai-san. Kagaya pointed at his forehead. Right back at you. Sakurai Saki felt like she was a total traitor to the student council. And she's the vice president, too. Red Radish. Kagaya's voice was ice cold. White on the outside, red on the inside. Just like this guy. Sakurai didn't say anything more. The match had begun. Shiragain, go for it, he shouted. He still had some dignity left. He wouldn't cheer for the red team. Each relay runner was sprinting with everything they had. Very quickly, it was Ishigami-Yu's turn. Ishigami-kun is with. Shinomiya Kagaya was speaking when her expression suddenly changed. Why is she here? And she's even talking to Ishigami-kun. Not far away, Oadamo Kyoko's voice rang out quite loudly. Both of them could hear because she was yelling straight into Ishigami's face. Ishigami, you made me break up with my boyfriend. Bet you're real happy now. This is all your fault. Go smash your face into the ground. Dumbass. Hearing that, Ishigami-Yu's shoulders trembled slightly. He was laughing. After laughing, Ishigami rubbed his nose and said with a stifled grin, Sorry, seeing that you're still just as dumb as always, I feel relieved. Just keep getting fooled like that. After all, her smile was a treasure he once wanted to protect. Keep smiling like that, Oadamo. What the hell do you mean by that? Oadamo Kyoko looked completely dumbfounded. Ishigami-Yu raised his head slightly. With the exact same expression Shiragain or Kagaya might make. He looked at her coldly and said, Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Just shut the fuck up already. Glancing at the approaching relay baton behind him, Ishigami-Yu bent slightly into position. Smack. He gripped it tight. Run. Run forward. And then, throw the past away. Dash. Accelerate. Ishigami. Go. Ishigami-kun. Keep it up. Faster and faster. Until he couldn't hear anything anymore. Only one goal remained. The finish line. Surpass the past. Leave the opponent behind. Almost there. Just one final step. As he crossed the finish line, the entire stadium instantly fell silent, then roared with thunderous cheers. Red team won. We won. Great job. Ishigami. The cheer squad members surrounded Ishigami. Not far away. See, Shiragain. He's not that weak. Sakurai Saku stepped up beside Shiragain Miyuki, who had just finished his run, and handed him a bottle of water. If he wants to do something, he can do it. Shiragain Miyuki took a sip of water and glanced at Ishigami-Yu, who was blushing from embarrassment as everyone gathered around him. He quietly said, Yeah, you're right. Sakurai looked at Kagaya, who had just walked over with an annoyed expression. Our only underclassman won. And you're making that face? Stupid traitor. Kagaya shot him a glare. What? Are you not part of the student council anymore? And you're still on the white team? They were arguing again. Shiragain Miyuki sighed as he watched. Their junior had regained a bit of confidence. But the relationship between these two senpai, when will it finally get better? Every time I enter the student council room, it feels like walking into a battlefield. Yar Yar Days. Chapter 177. The flame of yearning cannot burn through this shirt when the student council members gathered together. Among the crowd outside the stadium, Hayasaka AI was observing the scene, her face devoid of any expression. She saw Fujiwara Chika throwing herself in Sakurai Saki's arms, loudly bragging about how fast she had run in the relay race just now, how amazing she was. Sakurai Saki, as always, patted her head and praised her. It was clearly the same scene as before, Yet why did it hurt so much this time? Even though Hayasaka AI was dating Sakurai Saki, she couldn't publicly appear beside him. The fact that the student council members were always close to him made it difficult for AI-chan to join any conversation. They could only talk and exchange words in private. But we're already in a relationship, boyfriend and girlfriend. So why do we still have to be so cautious about everything like this? Unwilling, deeply unwilling. She had won the confession battle with Sakurai Saki, had defeated Secretary Fujiwara, and yet why did she feel even more miserable than the loser? On weekends, she had to take care of Kagaya-sama. On weekdays, she still had to take care of her. Even during events like the sports festival, she couldn't be by Sakurai Saki's side. But all of that, who could she blame for it? Thinking it through, aside from her own cowardice, who else could she blame? Hayasaka AI was jealous of Fujiwara Chika. That girl could live carefree, innocently, without worrying about social ties, simply living and still being loved by everyone. Pampered by Sakurai Saki? Based on what? Why did she have to try so hard just to get close to Sakurai Saki, while that girl didn't have to do anything at all? If she hadn't taken the initiative that time, she wouldn't even have gotten the position of girlfriend. Hayasaka AI glanced at Shinomiya Kagaya, and a flame of jealousy rose within her heart. That girl was pitiful. But even if she was pitiful, even if she lived in a prison, at least she still lived the life she wanted, still enjoyed the beauty of youth. If only everything could disappear. If only the person I love were the only one left in this world. Hayasaka AI lowered her head, a dark thought rising within her. A few seconds later, she found that thought ridiculous. How could this world bend to her wishes? She was just a mere maid of the Shinomiya family. Even if her parents were senior executives of the Shinomiya Corporation, the Hayasaka family was merely a bloodline that had once been defeated by the Shinomiyas and was later chosen to be taken in. In that kind of situation, how much say or freedom did the Hayasaka family still have? And more importantly, she couldn't abandon Shinomiya Kagaya. That was truly the core of it. If Hayasaka AI could abandon Kagaya and quit, she absolutely could do it. But how would a new personal maid treat Kagaya? Would they help disguise her intelligence work, take care of her meticulously like she did? Shinomiya Kagaya had no one left. The only person she could completely trust was her. Until Kagaya found a new support, Hayasaka AI didn't want to leave her. If only everything could disappear. Once again, Hayasaka AI wished for that. She didn't dare look at the student council members. She knew that was not a place where she belonged. AI-chan didn't dare approach, not even look at the student council members for too long. However, Sakurai Saki had already noticed Hayasaka AI. She had been sneaking glances in this direction the entire time, because he hadn't gone out of his way to look for his girlfriend all day. This was the first time Sakurai Saki had seen her today, mainly because his mom had been clinging to him too tightly, not giving him any opportunity. Now that she had gone home early, he finally had some free time. Sakurai Saki noticed that she kept her head down the whole time, looking quite unhappy. He must have made her feel neglected. But luckily, even now, it wasn't too late. "Sorry, everyone. I've got something to do," Sakurai Saki said, then immediately walked away. The other student council members more or less figure out the reason. Shirogane Miyuki knew, Fujiwara Chika knew. And as for Shinomiya Kagaya, needless to say, she understood better than anyone. Only Ishigami was still clueless. To this moment, he still thought Sakurai Saki was dating Fujiwara Chika. "What's wrong?" Sakurai Saki walked over to his class group, on the edge of the formation. Hayasaka AI was standing absent-mindedly. He asked a question, but Hayasaka AI didn't respond. Sakurai Saki, helpless, reached out and pinched her cheek. Only then did AI-chan snap out of it. Her eyes widened. "Sakurai-chan, why are you here?" "Oh right, did you see Miko-chan tripping just now? It was so funny. Where have you been hiding all day?" Sakurai Saki ignored her facade. Then he grabbed her hand, preparing to pull her out of the sports field. "Wait a sec, Sakurai-chan. Why are you holding my hand? The events aren't over yet." Sakurai Saki didn't reply. He pulled Hayasaka AI along, ignoring her resistance. You're acting weird today. Sakurai Saki was starting to get angry. What do you mean weird? Hayasaka AI asked. They reached the lower level of the school building, an empty area with no one around. Sakurai Saki let go of her hand and said in a cold voice, "Everything about you is off. I've always been like this." Hayasaka AI said with a smile. "Can you drop the act already?" Sakurai Saki frowned. "I'm your boyfriend, right? Do you really have to pretend, even in front of me?" Ayazaka Ai. Seeing her lower her head in silence only made Sakurai Saki even angrier. Ayazaka Ai. Answer me, do you even want to keep dating or not? Sakurai Saki blurted out in frustration. Since the beginning of the school year, this was the first time she had used that mask around him in private, and she even gave him a whole scripted performance. Wasn't that the same as treating him like a stranger? AI-chan's eyes began to sting. She didn't understand why Sakurai Saki was this upset. You don't want to make our relationship public, and I seriously don't get it. Does dating me disgust you that much? Sakurai Saki gritted his teeth. You work part-time every day after school. What the hell are you so busy with? Inviting you out on weekends is like praying to the gods. Do you know any couple who's been together for nearly 2 months and only gone on one date? After he said that, Sakurai Saki noticed AI-chan's shoulders trembling. A few drops of tears hit the ground. You want to break up with me? AI-chan looked up, tears welling in her eyes. If I wanted to break up, I wouldn't have accepted your confession in the first place, Sakurai Saki sighed, then took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. His girlfriend really was a crybaby. I didn't mean to push things this far. But since you keep hiding things from me, this was all I could do. Sakurai Saki issued a crime forecast. What are you planning? Hayasaka AI rubbed her now reddened eyes. As long as he wasn't breaking up with her, anything was fine. Sakurai Saki spoke casually, as if he were just heading out to get a drink. I'm going to stand in front of the entire student body of Shuchiin and confess to you over the broadcast within 5 minutes. Hearing that, Hayasaka AI froze in place, her mind going completely blank. Sakurai Saki rested his right hand on his chin, thinking, come to think of it, last time you confessed to me, I don't think I ever gave a proper reply. This time, consider it my way of making it up to you. Ichan, don't repeat my mistake. Sakurai walked away right after saying that, not giving Hayasaka AI any chance to respond. AI-chan held her head. There was too much information. She couldn't process it all. Chapter 178. And so, Sakurai Saki confessed at the stadium. Someone who's truly prepared to confess simply picks a breezy, clear afternoon, wears the most ordinary sportswear, walks onto the stadium field, and doesn't look back. Only those who haven't made up their minds will hesitate endlessly because for the one confessing, hesitation is just a waste of time. The kind of people who keep saying, she probably doesn't like me, and have to look back 5 times with every step they take, those are cowards with no courage. Whole give up the moment they hear a single forget it. Sakurai Saki is not a coward. He walked straight toward the broadcasting booth by the stadium. Inside, the principal and media club member Kino Karen were announcing the results of the latest events. Karen, can I say a few words? Sakurai Saki gave her a soft smile. Looking for someone? Kino Karen turned off the mic. No, it's something more important. Kino Karen smelled a big scoop and obediently stepped aside. Sakurai Saki sat down in the chair and glanced at the principal beside him, who was smiling, and asked, Principal Adolphe, during the sports festival, what happens if I use the PA system to confess to the person I like? The golden eyes of Adolphe Pescarolo looked toward Sakurai, his accent thick and foreign. Sakurai-kun, are you sure you want to do that? Behind him, Kino Karen covered her mouth with her hand, eyes filled with shock. What the heck? That's so cool. Insanely romantic. Karen, the person I like is a coward. If I don't do it this way, she'll never say yes, Sakurai Saki sighed. Principal Adolphe stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes. 3 written reflections. 1 week suspension. Sakurai-kun, if it's just a confession, you don't have to go that far. Kino Karen tried to persuade him. The Devoted Hearts Festival is coming up soon. You could confess then, too. Oh, so I won't get expelled? That's a relief, Sakurai Saki said. Then under Kino Karen's astonished gaze flipped on the microphone switch. He tapped the mic, producing a sharp, screeching noise. The entire stadium turned their attention toward him. Good afternoon, fellow students. I'm the Student Council's General Affairs Officer, Sakurai Saki. What I'm about to say next is very important. So listen up. They'll only say this once. The entire stadium instantly grew restless. Students began whispering. Some even took out their phones to record. The brief moment of noise was soon replaced by an eerie, deathly silence. At that very instant, Sakurai Saki shouted at the top of his lungs, as if pouring out every ounce of strength he had, his voice echoing across the stadium. Classmate Hayasaka AI from Class 2A. I like you. As soon as he finished, someone let out a loud cheer, and then the entire crowd erupted, even more chaotic than before. Even a few teachers sitting inside the school building, working on lesson plans, couldn't stay still. One by one, they opened their windows to see what was going on. How many years had it been since a student had the guts to do something like this? I swear before all of Minato Ward. Tokyo, before this entire Earth. Ai-chan, trattino. I seriously love you. Please, go out with me. Sakurai Saki stood there shouting, then bent over, bracing himself on his knees and gasping for breath. Damn, confessing really takes a lot out of you. Kino Karen handed him a bottle of water. Her voice filled with admiration. Sakurai-san, you're amazing. Sakurai Saki took the bottle and drank a gulp. The principal sighed emotionally. A youth is wonderful, Sakurai-kun. And then, Sakurai Saki was taken away by his homeroom teacher. Very realistic. Beside the stadium, the student council members were completely stunned. Especially Shinomiya Kagaya. She truly never expected Sakurai Saki would dare to do something like that. Wasn't he afraid of being expelled? As far as Kagaya knew, violating the rules to this extent could result in expulsion. Sakurai's seriously impressive. Shirogane Miyuki said with deep admiration. Didn't it look super cool? Standing in front of all the teachers and students to confess to the one you love, super cool. Even if it had a bit of Chinibu flavor, and even if it might get him expelled later, what he did took real courage. Ishigami, you was the most shocked of them all. Hold up. So Sakurai-senpai wasn't dating Fujiwara-senpai after all? Huh, no way. Then what the hell have I been misunderstanding this whole time? I want to die. Ishigami, you was so embarrassed. He just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. That was so amazing. Fujiwara, Chika, silently felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. If only the one Sakurai confessed to today had been her. The Nakano quintuplets were also at the scene. Nino, are you okay? Itsuki looked at Nakano Nino, who was standing frozen, and asked with concern. Nakano Nino's mind was in chaos with 100 jumbled thoughts. It's nothing. Ichika already knew Sakurai Saki had a girlfriend, so she didn't show much reaction. Miku was staring off at a distant light pole, where a black crow had perched. She just gazed blankly, her thoughts unreadable. So he already has someone he likes. Nino murmured to herself in her mind. Well, that makes sense. Still, she didn't expect it to be Hayasaka AI, not Fujiwara Chika like she had thought before. So what should I do now? It felt like a void had suddenly opened up in her heart. It was such a strange sensation. A sharp pain suddenly twisted in her chest, like something had clamped tight. Nakano Nino felt the strength drain from her legs, and she slowly sank to the ground. Her stomach also began to churn, a sour ache spreading through her. Thinking I had a chance with him. I was such a fool. In the faculty office, Sakurai Saki was brought to the counseling room in the corner by his homeroom teacher, Masaki-sensei. After sitting down, Masaki-sensei pushed up her red-rimmed glasses, which had nearly slipped off from the shock earlier. Her skin was very fair, and her glasses suited her quite well. The homeroom teacher asked, Sakurai-kun, you knew the consequences before doing that, didn't you? Sakurai Saki sat up straight across from her, and nodded. I did. Then why did you still go through with it? Sakurai-kun, you're still very young. There's no need to ruin your future over something like this. Masaki-sensei said with concern. Principal Adolph told me that if someone confessed publicly during the sports festival, they'd have to write 3 reflection letters and would be suspended for a week. Sakurai Saki repeated the principal's words. Masaki Megumi rubbed her forehead. That's it. Sakurai Saki was one of the students she was most proud of. Polite, outstanding grades, practically the model student, and yet he was the one to cause such a scene at the sports festival. Maybe it was precisely because he had been so well-behaved all this time that it all built up and exploded in one go. At first, she thought he'd at least be suspended for a month or worse, expelled. After all, he was just an impure admitted student, surely without any backing. But if the principal really had said that, then there was still a chance to salvage things. Fine, you can go for now. The final decision about disciplinary action will be communicated by phone. Masaki Megumi waved her hand as if shooing a fly. Next time, don't do something like that again. Sakurai Saki lowered his head slightly, his voice gentle. Thank you for your concern, sensei. After he left, Masaki Megumi sighed. This student doesn't seem as mild as I thought. Looks like I misjudged him. Chapter 179. Girlfriend is a maid leaving the office. Sakurai Saki walked to the base of the school building and noticed that everyone's gaze carried a trace of respect. No, it was the look people give an idiot, the kind of impulsive person who confesses without thinking of the consequences. That's probably what they were thinking. It's over. The perfect image of general affairs Sakurai has collapsed, all because he turned into a love-struck fool over a girl. So stupid. Confessing and then getting expelled. Sakurai Saki himself felt he was being an idiot. But Sakurai Saki didn't care about their looks. Would he give a damn about how ants see you? The kind of creatures you could crush a bunch of with a single step? No, right? Sakurai, what a damn hassle. He ignored the whispering around him, pulled out his phone, and called Hayasaka AI. After a few short rings, the call connected. Where are you? I'm coming right now. We have to go apologize to the principal and the teachers together. Hayasaka, Ace's voice on the other end, was anxious and panicked. Compared to her earlier fake Jiru act, Sakurai Saki much preferred this version of her. Hearing someone worry about you like that, it makes a person happy. Sakurai replied, I'm under the classroom building. What's wrong? Got scared after what I said? You still have a nerve to talk. Do you even realize what you're doing? You'll be punished for this. It was hard enough getting into Shuchiin, and if you get expelled, do you know how disappointed your mom would be? Hayasaka AI had completely recovered from the shock earlier. If she had known he would do something this stupid, she definitely wouldn't have hidden her identity. I know. Sakurai Saki looked at the figure not far away and calmly said, but there's something more important. About that confession earlier, give me an answer. Fine. Hayasaka AI said as she put down her phone. Then she rushed straight to Sakurai Saki. The next second, Ai-chan shouted angrily. Are you fucking stupid? Why the hell are you confessing now? You think that's important? She grabbed Sakurai Saki by the collar. Her beautiful face no longer held any calm. You're the one who's stupid. Sakurai Saki didn't feel he was wrong at all. In fact, he even chose to argue back. You don't think you did anything wrong? Hearing that, Hayasaka AI clenched her fist tight. Whoosh. Oh, Q. That punch brutal with no intent to hold back. She felt her boyfriend had something wrong with his brain, and she absolutely had to knock some sense into him with this punch. Punch him clear. Yell him straight. What? You want to accept my confession, and now you want to hit me too? Sakurai Saki caught her punch, smiling as he spoke. Around them, the crowd of students watching the drama unfold were stunned. That punch clearly had no intention of going easy. If he hadn't fought back, he probably would have been knocked flat on the ground. So AI-chan hates Sakurai-san that much? Ajira muttered. She usually hung out with Hayasaka AI, but from now on, she had better be a little more careful when joking around. Not for any particular reason, just afraid of getting sent to the hospital with a single punch. I think she's just shy. Hayasaka-san totally loves romantic stuff like this. I bet she was blushing so hard just now. Steam probably came out of her head. One girl said, resting her chin on her hand as she spoke. You sure about that? Doesn't look like it at all. Who the hell gets embarrassed and punches someone? The Jairu replied instinctively. Then she turned her head. Shinomiya-san. Shinomiya Kagaya tilted her head. What is it, classmate? Gulp. The orange-haired Jairu swallowed hard. Shinomiya-san. Do you also like this kind of stuff? Of course. After all, this was a juicy rumor about her personal maid. Shinomiya Kagaya looked ahead. Things were getting more and more intense between Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka, AI. Mostly with AI-chan launching the attacks while Sakurai Saki kept dodging. Was General Affairs Sakurai actually this skilled? She knew her maid had been trained in martial arts from a young age. Regular boys, no matter how many, will be taken down by her easily. That's enough, Hayasaka-san. Stop hitting him. Shinomiya Kagaya spoke up to stop them. Then she turned to the crowd of students watching and said, Everyone, the closing ceremony of the sports festival is about to begin. Please head there and gather. Leave this to me. She had great authority in Shuchiin, and as soon as the students heard her, they scattered immediately. Once everyone was gone, Shinomiya Kagaya looked at the two of them and said, Let's talk in the student council room. There were some things Kagaya felt should be said by her personally. That's why she didn't call any of the other student council members earlier. The three of them walked down the hallway. Sakurai Saki tried to hold Hayasaka's hand, but unfortunately, she dodged. Yep, she was still mad about earlier. So, that confession I prepared so carefully just got rejected like that? AI-chan gave him a side glance and replied irritably, We were already dating. You were totally doing something unnecessary. Do I like you or not? Do you even need to ask that, you baka? Hayasaka. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki scratched his head. It's over for real. I'm such a dumbass. They arrived at the student council room. Shinomiya Kagaya handed a bag of coffee beans to Hayasaka AI. This was originally something she had prepared for Sakurai. Hayasaka, go make some coffee. As usual, Kagaya-sama issued her command with a single sentence. Yes, Ayazaka only responded. The way the two acted was pretty much a self-reveal. Ai-chan, your job has something to do with Kagaya-san. Sakurai recalled the day of the sports festival. Hayasaka AI had the nickname Faceless One, which sounded a lot like an intelligence role. Oju-sama, like Shinomiya Kagaya. It'd be weirder if she didn't have a bodyguard in school, right? Hayasaka AI was silent for a few seconds, then replied, I'm a maid of the Shinomiya family. I take care of Kagaya-sama's daily life. She had thought Sakurai Saki would have a strong reaction, but surprisingly, his expression remained weirdly calm. That's it, Sakurai Saki asked again. Not an assassin, not a spy. Modern-day maids of conglomerate families have to be that badass now. If AI-chan could stop time too, she'd be full-on Sakuya Izaoi cosplay. Your words are kind of hurtful, Sakurai-san. Kagaya chimed in to explain for her maid. Hayasaka didn't tell you because she was afraid you'd get involved in the Shinomiya family's internal conflicts. Otherwise, how many times have you asked her? And why didn't she tell you? While grinding the coffee beans, Hayasaka AI said with focus, I usually have to gather intel, ensure Kagaya-sama's safety, and after school, I still have to return to the Shinomiya estate to continue my duties. So I couldn't go on dates with you. Maids don't work from 9 to 5? As soon as Sakurai said that, he realized it was a dumb question. Since when did capitalists let servants work just 9 hours a day? What a fucking dream. Ah, Ayazaka, I sighed. Every day, I played games with you that was always right before I went to sleep. Sakurai Saki went quiet. He sat down on the sofa. Inside, he began seriously wondering whether he should rescue his girlfriend from the Shinomiya household. Every day, Kagaya-sama talks to me, and she often makes ridiculous requests too. AI-chan took the opportunity to complain freely. Sakurai snapped back to attention. Kagaya-san, what exactly are you doing with someone else's girlfriend every day? AI-chan added, she even brings you up all the time when talking to me. Kagaya-san, don't tell me you've got feelings for me? Because that'd be kind of... Listening to the two bicker like an old married couple, Shinomiya Kagaya felt an itch in her hand. These two showing their true selves like this is even more annoying than when they used to pretend. Kagaya, Chapter 180. Can't think of a title. LOL. In the student council room. Shinomiya Kagaya lifted the cup of coffee Hayasaka AI had just brewed and took a sip. Putting the cup down, Kagaya-sama turned to Sakurai and said, "If Sakurai-san wants Hayasaka to quit being a maid, it's actually not difficult at all. You don't even need my approval. But Hayasaka is my personal maid." The more Shinomiya Kagaya spoke, the lower her voice sank. She didn't want to be separated from Hayasaka AI. "Kagaya-sama, I won't resign at this time." Hayasaka AI cut in from beside her. Since she was young, she had secretly kept things from Shinomiya Kagaya, reporting information about her to the Shinomiya main family. To be exact, to Kagaya's older brother, Shinomiya Oko. This had never really stopped. Ever since she became Kagaya's personal maid, it had been a daily routine. Hayasaka AI didn't want to be hated by Shinomiya Kagaya. As a traitor, even if the job was exhausting, even if Kagaya's demands were ridiculous, she still endured. If there ever came a day she had to resign, Hayasaka AI wanted to tell Kagaya everything she had done, face to face, before she left. She was afraid that once the truth came out, Kagaya would despise her, so she hadn't dared say anything yet. More importantly, Kagaya currently had no one to lean on. She was alone. Hayasaka AI couldn't abandon her. Hayasaka Shinomiya Kagaya looked at her blonde maid with deep emotion. As expected, her own maid still cared more about her than that maid's boyfriend ever could. That's right, Hayasaka and Sakurai-san had only been dating for a year. How could that possibly compare to the bond the two of them had built over more than a decade? Sakurai-san. Sorry, not sorry. Faced with her mistress' emotional look, Hayasaka AI sighed. Kagaya-sama is both spoiled and sharp-tongued. She always says one thing and means another. With someone like that, how can I be at ease? Shinomiya Kagaya tilted her head. Hayasaka, are you bad-mouthing me? Kaguya-sama, you finally have some self-awareness. Hayasaka AI shot her a side glance. Huh? How am I spoiled? Sakurai took a sip of coffee as he listened to them bicker. Their relationship really was close. Hayasaka's coffee-making skills were excellent too, so all that talk about not liking coffee before must have been an act. No way someone who dislikes coffee could brew it this well. When did I ever say I wanted AI-chan to quit? Sakurai asked. Kagaya, you didn't? I was just pissed off that I asked her so many times, and she never told me where she went after school. It's not like him against her being your maid. Sakurai said as he glanced at the strong bond between the two. He didn't think Hayasaka was being bullied. More like Shinomiya Kagaya was the one being bullied by Hayasaka. Compared to Hayasaka AI, this Kagaya Oju-sama, with her deeply scheming nature, was still pretty green. Everything Sakurai had been doing behind the scenes, Hayasaka AI knew all of it. But when it came to Hayasaka's own life outside of school, Sakurai knew nothing. That's what pissed him off. Even that other personality of hers, the white cat, never wanted to talk about it. If it's really just being a maid, then why was the pressure enough to trigger an abnormal personality? Clearly, there was still something hidden. But even just knowing this much already made Sakurai feel more at ease. In a relationship, people still need personal space. No need to dig too deep. But still, a maid of the Shinomiya family. Sakurai suddenly remembered her Thaka, the butler, who also worked for the Shinomiya family and had a thing for Hayasaka. Kagaya-san, your butler's name is Thaka, right? I really enjoyed chatting with him last time. Do you have a way for me to contact him? Sakurai just wanted to talk to the guy. It's totally not because he's jealous or anything. Believe it. Hayasaka AI and Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at each other. Then the two exchanged a silent look. Of course I do. I'll ask him to add you online when I get home, Shinomiya Kagaya said. I'm sure he'd love to be friends with you, Sakurai-san. Then she looked at Sakurai with hopeful eyes. She just got a new phone recently and had only just reinstalled Line. She didn't have many friends yet. Too bad Sakurai didn't get the hint. On the other hand, Hayasaka AI totally did. She reminded him, Kagaya-sama wants to add you online. The moment she said that, Shinomiya Kagaya's delicate face turned beet red. I didn't say I wanted to. Sakurai didn't care about that typical tsundere talk. He pulled out his phone. Let's add each other then. 1 minute later. If anything happens, just message me online. Okay. Shinomiya Kagaya beamed brightly. So thrilled she looked like she might jump on the spot just to release the excitement inside her. Kagaya. They didn't stay long in the student council room. The three of them stood up and headed off to attend the closing ceremony of the sports festival. At the ceremony, Principal Adolphe announced the punishment for Sakurai Saki, a 1-week suspension for reflection, along with 3 self-criticism essays from 3 different perspectives, each a minimum of 1,000 words and all handwritten. Down below, the student body reacted with quite a stir. Shuchiin Academy had always enforced strict regulations. Even though there were many students with strong personalities, it was still extremely rare for anyone to openly cause a disruption, yet he wasn't expelled. But then, thinking of Shinomiya Kagaya, everyone found it somewhat understandable. After all, the Shinomiya family were the real power behind Shuchiin. It was rumored that even the chairman of the school board was Kagaya's older brother. After school, Sakurai Saki went to tutor the Nakano quintuplets as usual and informed them that lessons would continue next week. Only the location would be changed to their house. During the session, Nino seemed very distracted, as though a gloomy fog had descended over her, dimming her entire presence. Sakurai Saki's confession today also carried a secondary motive, to push Nino to give up. From the beginning, he had never considered Nino a romantic interest, which was why he hadn't even bothered to explain things before. What happened today, aside from uncovering what his girlfriend had been hiding, was also meant to help this girl sever her lingering feelings for him. Nino had great qualities. There was no need for her to give up the whole forest for a single tree. She deserved someone much better, not a scumbag like Sakurai, who was already struggling to juggle 2 girls. Adding one more would truly be unmanageable. Around 6 p.m., he returned to his apartment. Tomorrow, his mother would be leaving. Tonight would be her last night staying here. The next time they'd meet would likely be during the parent-teacher-student conference at the start of the next semester in September. He opened the apartment door. Sakurai Saki froze. Shiro, the ghost girl with white hair who always clung to him, was now teary-eyed, being held up by Jinguji Tamaki like a small white cat caught by the scruff of the neck, trapped by fate itself. Sakurai-kun, save me. Yakumo Shiro's eyes brimmed with tears. She didn't want to cry, but Sakurai-kun's mother was seriously terrifying. She wants to eat me. Jinguji Tamaki gently stroked her own cheek with her left hand and spoke in a voice as calm as a flowing stream. This little girl staying under the same roof as my precious son with questionable intentions, and now she's blaming me? That afternoon, she had thought long and hard before ultimately deciding to infringe a little on her son's privacy. Originally, she just wanted to check if the boy was hiding any suspicious materials. Number 18 magazines were found, but something far stranger had been discovered in his closet. With a few tricks up her sleeve, she dragged the little ghost girl who had still been lingering at Shuchiin, helping Sakurai keep an eye on things back to the apartment. Baby, would you mind explaining to Mommy what the hell is going on here? Madame Jinguji's amber eyes glinted with pressure as she stared directly at Sakurai. In her vision, there was a red thread tied between Sakurai and Yakumo Shiro. That was the only reason she hadn't gone full-on aggressive yet. Chapter 181. Sakurai Saki purges desires and clears the mind inside the apartment. After Sakurai Saki finished explaining everything, the white-haired ghost girl pouted, like a puffed-up white cat, glaring at Jinguji Tamaki, who was sitting on the sofa. Shiro is not a pet, okay? She was rebutting what Sakurai's mother had just said. Combat power is practically zero, can't even be summoned without a catalyst. Baby, if you're going to raise a Shikigami, Mom suggests picking a different one. According to Tamaki, this type of Shikigami is usually only used by rookie Mikas and On Mayuji, basically the same as pets. But baby doesn't need a Shikigami for combat anyway, right? It's fine just to keep a pretty-looking one. This little ghost is really cute. Jinguji Tamaki smiled, letting out two soft giggles, looking like a seductive fox spirit. Of course, Shiro is super adorable, Yakumo Shiro said proudly with her hands on her hips. So stupid, Shiro, you really have something wrong with your IQ. Just one compliment, and she loses all sense of reality. But even if she's that cute, do you really need to exhaust yourself this much? Jinguji Tamaki looked at him worriedly. She had already felt something was off since yesterday. It's not like Sakurai Saki hasn't encountered dangerous, hard-to-control, supernatural powers before. Back then, Tamaki even considered giving up her pure body as a Miko to help him. But Sakurai Saki adamantly refused, even locking himself in the bedroom. The two of them weren't related by blood, so social morality wasn't really a barrier, but he still insisted on rejecting her. Tamaki had thought that Sakurai Saki just wasn't into doing those kinds of things. And yet, after just a few months apart, the yang energy in Sakurai Saki's body had dropped from the size of a balloon to nearly the size of a ping-pong ball. Mom, Sakurai Saki sat on the sofa with his head down, blushing, something he rarely did. Being called out on this by his own mom, he still felt a bit of shame. Mainly, he really had overdone it lately. It was all because of Hayasaka Ace interpersonality. Even the strongest ox will get tired from too much plowing. Every single day, she pushed him to his limit. In short, it's all her fault. Tonight, sleep with Mom. They'll help you restore your energy, Jinguji Tamaki said flatly. Otherwise, if this depletion keeps going, both his studies and daily life will suffer. Hearing that, Yakumo Shiro curiously asked, what does that mean? Shiro wants to know. She spoke as she sneakily ran behind Sakurai Saki and clung to him. Tell me, Shiro leaned her head out beside Sakurai Saki's face, acting all clingy, rubbing her soft cheek against his. The two hadn't had any physical contact in quite a while. Yakumo Shiro was really happy right now. Her curiosity made Sakurai Saki's face turn even redder. His mom was talking about some strange way of restoring energy. Dual cultivation technique, an inherited secret art from the Shinto sect. Jinguji Tamaki didn't avoid the topic at all. It's a serious technique, why be embarrassed? Dual cultivation? Yakumo Shiro's adorable, pretty face instantly flushed bright red like the setting sun. She hastily let go of Sakurai Saki and fled straight up to the ceiling, disappearing from view. Mrs. Jinguji chuckled softly at the sight. The dual cultivation method obviously wasn't like that. It just involved taking off clothes to increase physical contact. According to some unscrupulous men, intimate contact on its own was enough without going any further. Either way, I'm not going to agree to this, Sakurai Saki said helplessly to his mother. Did she even know what she was saying? Holding your adopted child to restore energy, it's amazing she could even say something like that out loud. All right, I won't force you. Baby, whatever you say, Mom will do it that way. Jinguji Tamaki was completely submissive towards Sakurai Saki. Whatever he said, she wouldn't argue. Even if Sakurai Saki did something illegal, Tamaki wouldn't oppose him. On the contrary, she'd probably welcome it. It's been revealed about Yakumo Shiro already, so Sakurai Saki decisively went with the might as well go all the way approach and prepared to call out Shinobu too. This is Sakurai. Shinobu, if you hear me, respond. This is Donut. Master, codename Shinobu needs 5 donuts to wake up. Sakurai received, requesting Donut to connect with Shinobu quickly. Situation is urgent. Roger. Beep beep, toot toot. Y'all, my mister. What do you need me for? I think I heard you say in my dream you'd give me 10 donuts. The voice was tired, brimming with childish innocence. My mom is here. Shinobu hesitated for a few seconds. Then, through the shadow, she observed Jinguji Tamaki, stunning appearance, amber eyes, and a signature teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. This black-haired woman was not a normal human being. Shinobu couldn't see clearly, but the power of this opponent was far, far stronger than her even at her peak. This is Master's mother? Are you serious? Foster mother, Sakurai explained. No way a high schooler's biological mother could still look that young. Shinobu stayed silent for a moment, then crawled out from Sakurai Saki's shadow and sat down on his lap. And who might this be? Jinguji Tamaki asked with confusion. The blonde little girl in front of her, Mrs. Jinguji, really couldn't make sense of it. Could it be her adopted son had that kind of taste? Baby, I advise you, not that it's necessarily a bad thing, it's just... Tamaki stammered. People's preferences could be strange, but they shouldn't be illegal. Sakurai's face was full of black lines. He explained, she's a vampire. As for age, he was about to say Shinobu was over 500 years old, but was cut off by Shinobu's voice. Hello, Grandma. I'm Daddy's daughter. Her voice was still as childish as a little kid's. Around 7 years old. Then, Sakurai Saki noticed that his mother's expression began to look extremely entertaining. First Tamaki was shocked, then ecstatic for a few seconds, then inexplicably sighed. Mom, I'm not married, and I didn't secretly have a kid without telling you. Sakurai Saki could pretty much guess what was going through his mother's head just now. Having a daughter already married held a wedding without inviting Mom doesn't love Mom anymore. Grandma Shinobu's mommy ran away from Daddy. Daddy's such a useless man. He couldn't even keep his wife. Shinobu covered the corner of her eye with her hand, letting out a sobbing sound. Sakurai Saki reached over and pinched her cheek from behind. Say another word of nonsense, and you're skipping dinner tonight. Bumumu. Shinobu mumbled unclearly. Jinguji Tamaki covered her red lips, giggling softly. As delighted as could be. She had been acting earlier completely. Her son was still living in Kyoto. Just last year, how could he have a child this old already? After that, Sakurai Saki gave a brief explanation of what happened during Golden Week, and the reason why he saved Shinobu. Next, after finishing dinner and resting a while, Sakurai Saki completed the upcoming teaching plans for the Nakano quintuplets, then got ready to sleep. Late at night, Sakurai Saki slowly opened his eyes. He turned his head. Beside him, his mother was sleeping, her breathing gentle. It was very warm. So the two of them each had their own thin blanket. No dual cultivation. In exchange, she simply said she wanted to sleep next to him. Toward his foster mother, Sakurai Saki still couldn't feel any sexual desire. He wasn't that much of a pervert. Suddenly, Mama's strange breathing sound came from near his ear. Sakurai Saki followed the sound and saw Shiro lying on his chest, fast asleep. Her drool had soaked through his pajamas. Baby Mrs. Jinguji, next to him, was mumbling in her sleep. Attracted by her voice, Sakurai Saki turned his head back. He looked at his mother's stunning face, and when he saw she was still sound asleep, he let out a silent sigh of relief. This body just keeps deteriorating more and more. He really wanted to go back to the days when he had no carnal desire at all. Chapter 182. The Maiden Who Guards the Gate Wednesday, after seeing his mother off at the airport.